Listen up, everyone. Our studio doesn't keep freeloaders around. When Infinite Dimensions opens, don't pick any useless classes. Warriors, paladins, priests, archers, those are fine. You won't have trouble finding dungeon runs or a gold farming squad. Our goal is simple: make money, go all out for the money. In Baguio City, inside a small online gaming studio, the manager, Charles, was hyping up his staff with a fiery pep talk. Infinite Dimensions launching. Wasn't that 5 years ago? In the corner of the studio, Orson's eyes snapped open. This is Rank Studio. Orson glanced around, bewildered at the familiar yet strange faces around him, muttering in disbelief, "Did I just come back to life?" He grabbed his phone from the desk. The screen displayed the date clearly, June 12, 2027. Unbelievable, 5 years ago. I'm back on the day Infinite Dimensions launched. Orson shot up from his seat in shock. The global hype around Infinite Dimensions claimed it was the closest thing to a second reality, co-created by 3 leading AI companies. But Orson knew how laughable that notion was. The truth. Infinite Dimensions was a trial world crafted by the gods of the galaxy to train humans to resist interdimensional creatures. When the game first launched, everything seemed normal. But 3 years later, Infinite Dimensions would merge with reality, flipping the game into hardcore survival mode. Death in the game would mean real deaths. In the 5th year of the Infinite Dimensions era, Orson had been exploring ancient ruins when he found an extremely rare item. Jealous, the strongest guild in the US, Dragon's Kiss, hunted him down and ambushed him, leaving him dead. Seeing Orson standing there, Charles scowled and sneered sarcastically. Certain washed-up pros can pick a cash-hungry class like mage if they want, but if you don't cough up at least 2 gold a day, don't bother showing up. Orson, don't waste your energy on people like him. Next to him, Bradley whispered, urging Orson not to lose his cool and give Charles an excuse to make trouble. Bradley, good old Bradley, still fresh as ever. Orson was stunned for a second, then lit up with excitement. Bradley gaped at him in confusion. Orson quickly covered, looks like you've slimmed down a bit. Almost didn't recognize you. Yeah, starving 9 times out of 10 does that to you. Scratching the back of his head, Bradley glanced at Orson, puzzled by his odd behavior. Hey, with your skills in ranged DPS, you could play Archer and still earn enough to cover Sienna's surgery. Don't worry too much. The smile on Orson's face froze, and he murmured, Sienna. In his last life, Orson had been a professional esports player, winning the national championship for 3 years in a row for one of the hottest online games. Fans called him the undisputed arcane god, Orgod. But then he got dragged into a match-fixing scandal. Kicked out by his club and slapped with millions in damages, his reputation was ruined. The name Orgod became a disgrace in the gaming scene, and he could only make ends meet by grinding for gold in a studio. Sienna was his little sister. They didn't share blood, but they grew up together in an orphanage, and Orson treated her as family. 2 days ago, Sienna's kidneys started failing, and the doctors issued a critical warning. She urgently needed a kidney transplant, an operation costing 800,000 yuan just for a slim chance at survival. Desperate and heavily in debt, Orson had begged his former teammates, now minor celebrities, for help. Instead of kindness, he faced endless humiliation. I was just 30,000 short. I failed her. I'm such a failure. Big brother, don't worry about me. I'm ready, take me home, okay? 5 years had passed, but that conversation still haunted him. Even as he died, regret and guilt tormented Orson. Now gritting his teeth, Orson clenched his fists. He had been given another chance, and he was determined to change their fate this time. Hey Orson, I know it's not much, but here's 20,000. It's all I have, maybe it'll help for now. Bradley carefully pulled out a bank card. Orson's expression softened, and he gently pushed the card back with a grateful smile. Hold on to it, Bradley. I'll rack up some rare loot and gather the money myself. All right, I believe you can do it. Bradley breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the server opened, Orson donned his VR helmet and entered the game. 3 years in beginner mode. I need to get as strong as possible before hardcore mode kicks in. This time I'll protect everyone. Taking a deep breath, Orson's gaze sharpened with resolve. At the character creation screen, dazzling CGI trailers showcased each class. Infinite Dimensions had an unmatched level of freedom in character classes. 6 base classes, 99 subclasses, with further advancements at levels 20 and 50. There were also hundreds of hidden classes awaiting discovery. Select your class and name. Orson didn't hesitate. Mage. Username Orgod. With that, he appeared dressed in a white robe, holding a wooden beginner's staff. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Dear player, could we trouble you to fill out a brief survey? Maintain a 60% accuracy rate, and you'll have a chance to win rewards like silver coins and soul imprints. Orson smirked. Most game companies threw out similar gimmicks, often stingy with real rewards in the end. But at the mention of a soul imprint, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. I always did wonder what that soul imprint was all about. An elite-grade imprint could be interesting. In infinite dimensions, equipment and items were fully tradable, but soul imprints were permanent once equipped. The character's class defined their baseline potential, but soul imprints determined their ultimate ceiling, acting as a player's innate skill. Players could only slot 3 soul imprints: human, sacred, and divine. The quality tiers from lowest to highest were mortal, spirit, lord, elite, and godly. In his past life, the rare item that got Orson killed was an elite soul imprint, and it had been an unbreakable source of envy and death. It was early in the game, so every second counted. Most players would skip the survey. But Orson remembered a scholar player who had won a Lord-grade soul imprint worth millions just for completing it, giving him a huge advantage at the start. During the endless questions, Orson started answering. The first few questions were straightforward, mostly about gaming knowledge, the player's experience, and familiarity with the background lore. If your teammates die while fighting a boss and you're left alone, what would you do? A. Quit the team to minimize losses. B. Flame your teammates in the chat. C. Run and pray for your teammates. D. Fight to the death. Orson frowned slightly, realizing the questions were getting tougher. After a moment, he picked D. Correct answer. Orson nodded in approval. Infinite Dimensions had no patience for the weak. Pushing boundaries was the game's main theme. 4 hours later, Orson was thoroughly drained, but still answering questions. Is this what they call a brief survey? 500 questions covered everything from class strengths and weaknesses to strategic approaches. For new players, it was a nightmare. Luckily, Orson's experience kept him going. Dang! Incredible, your accuracy rate is over 99%. Rating extraordinary talent. You've earned a godly grade human soul imprint. You're the first player worldwide to finish the survey bonus reward, a super god grade human soul imprint. Orson froze, stunned. What a super god grade imprint. In his previous life, fewer than 10 players in the entire Chinese region had ever received a god grade soul imprint. He'd never even heard of a super god grade one. Would you like to equip the soul imprint? A pure white imprint hovered in front of him. Heart pounding, Orson swallowed hard and nodded. Congratulations, your human soul imprint has been awakened. Heavenly Spirit's right eye, super god grade. Passive skill 1, every 10 monsters killed increases attack range by 1 meter, initial cap, 1,000 meters. Deity's comment, what's wrong with an absurdly long range for mages? Passive skill 2, every monster killed increases mana by 1 point, initial cap, 1,000 MP. Deity's comment, so what if mages have endless mana? Holy monster kills boost my mana and attack range. And it levels up even more. Orson rubbed his face in disbelief. This soul imprint was insanely overpowered. With no hesitation, he started the game. Orson could hardly wait to confirm whether he was dreaming or if the developers of Infinite Dimensions had truly lost their minds. The screen shifted, and Orson appeared in Newbie Village 3313. 2 hours into the server's launch, the village was still packed, a testament to the game's popularity. Ignoring the main quest, he headed straight for the nearest monster spawn zone. Black-skinned goblin, level 1. HP ID 80. Attack 6. Orson skimmed his own stats, 10 points of magic attack, 100 HP, 50 MP. Taking down this newbie goblin was easy, though it would barely drop any rewards. He raised his staff and launched a basic fireball attack. After 8 hits, the goblin fell, taking a few swings with its rusty knife. Each fireball drained 1 MP, so he lost a total of 8 MP. And that was why the mage was the ultimate cash-guzzling class. Even a basic attack consumed mana, making it dependent on rare equipment with mana regen stats and high-cost magic books. If you invested tens of thousands, a mage might outshine a standard class, but it was a role for big spenders only. You have slain a black-skinned goblin, gaining 3 experience. You have been blessed by the great spirit god, increasing your attributes slightly. Suppressing his excitement, Orson checked his status panel again, MP 4251. It was a small increase, but Orson knew it was just the beginning. So this is a super god-grade soul imprint. It's absolutely broken. A chill ran down Orson's spine. If he continued grinding level 1 goblins until he maxed out, the Heavenly Spirit's right eye at level cap would grant him 10,000 MP and a range of 1 kilometer. He wouldn't be a mage, he'd be a human cannon. He could practically stand in the village and nuke bosses in the wild. I actually got longer. Orson took down 10 goblins in one go, his eyes brimming with excitement as his attack range extended from the initial 10 meters to 11 meters. A mere 1 meter increase might seem trivial to most, but for a former pro like Orson, it was a game changer. That extra meter meant he could keep opponents at bay with his positioning, making it impossible for them to land a basic attack and giving him the first strike advantage in PvP. If his range increased by 10 meters, 100 meters, or even 1,000 meters, he'd become an invisible nightmare, eliminating players without them even realizing who had attacked. Your level has increased to level 2. Orson checked his stats panel. With the range boost from Heavenly Spirit's right eye, he didn't have to worry about close-quarters death risks. He poured all 5 of his newly earned attribute points into magic attack power. With 15 points in attack power, taking down a goblin now required just 6 basic attacks instead of 8. You have slain a black-skinned goblin, gaining 2 experience. What? His MP was drained once again. Without any mana regeneration equipment, Orson was forced to rely on the basic skill meditation to restore it. This is still too slow. It took him at least 5 seconds to lock onto a goblin and 10 seconds to kill it, so at most he could grind 4 monsters per minute. Plus, since the goblins were lower level, the experience points were diminishing, and with plenty of other players around competing for kills, finishing the 10,000 goblin target could take ages. But Orson didn't mind. He returned to the newbie village and accepted the main quest from the village elder, then opened up his magic talent tree. Talent points remaining, 2. Each level granted 1 talent point. In infinite dimensions, the talent tree determined a character's growth path. Before advancing, mages had 4 primary paths: fire, water, wind, and earth. Water mages were well-rounded, with both offense and defense. Wind mages had short cooldowns and excelled at one-on-one battles. Earth mages maximized defense and crowd control. Fire mages specialized in raw damage, with the drawback of high mana consumption and low survivability. Given his super god-grade soul imprint, Orson was determined to go the fire mage route. System message: apologies, the magic talent tree is not yet accessible. Orson wasn't surprised. Generally, the talent tree activated at level 10, requiring players to journey to Edgar City to complete a mage trial quest. But there was a workaround. Orson knew of a hidden quest to unlock the talent tree early: Eva's lost hat. In the far corner of the village, a worried-looking girl was frantically searching the ground for something. When Orson approached, she looked up with tear-filled eyes, crying, "Has anyone seen my hat? My master will be so mad at me, wah." She was a stunning beauty, holding her hand over her lips as she sobbed, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Orson's eyes gleamed. It was truly a fountain of vitality. Killing monsters around the newbie village may drop the quest item Eva's apprentice hat. Orson accepted the quest without hesitation. Though this was a hidden quest, the reward wasn't particularly valuable, since the small talent boost would hardly matter before level 10. Orson only knew of this quest thanks to a forum post titled Top 10 Busty Beauties in Edgar. Most players who completed the quest weren't in it for the reward, they were just interested in the view. By now, almost 4 hours had passed since the game launched, and many players were starting to leave the newbie village, so there was less competition for monsters. You have acquired the quest item Eva's apprentice hat. Nice, that didn't take long to drop, he said, sighing in relief after only 30 goblin kills. After completing the main quest to kill monsters, Orson hit level 3 and allocated his points to increase magic attack. Then he returned to give Eva her hat, a hum, to complete the quest. As he handed in the hat, the magic totem began to glow, and his previously locked talent tree lit up. At the base of the tree were 3 starting talents: Scorching Flames, Mana Drain, and Spell Cooldown Reduction. Each one represented a different path for fire mages. Orson chose without hesitation. Scorching Flames, that's the one. Scorching Flames. Effect: normal attacks and spells inflict 1% of the user's MP as damage over 3 seconds. This can increase up to 10% MP damage with a 2-second cooldown. For most mages, this talent was useless in the early stages. Level 10 mage's max mana was usually around 500, so maxing out this talent would result in just 150 damage over 3 seconds, not as useful as mana drain or cooldown reduction. But for Orson, this was nothing short of a god-tier talent. With a maxed mana pool of 10,000, his burn effect would deal 1,000 damage per second, totaling 3,000 over 3 seconds. Who could possibly withstand that? Orson returned to the monster spawn area, ready for another grind session. Hours flew by as he mowed down 1,000 goblins with his magic machine gun. His grin stretched wide as he checked his stats. Username Orgod. Race human. Level 4. Magic attack 25. HP 110 150. MP 720 1100. Attack speed 0.5. Agility 5. Defense 3. Range 110 meters. With his mana capacity now nearly self-sustaining, meditation could restore 5% MP per second out of combat, allowing him to spam attacks without interruption. As for his 110-meter range, he was practically a newbie village turret. Who's a fire mage? I'm a mobile artillery. The more Orson grinded, the more pumped he got. He invested all 4 of his talent points into Scorching Flames, adding a 4% MP burn to his attacks. Standing atop a hill, he aimed his staff down toward the valley, and fireballs rained down. Only one basic attack was needed before he turned away to search for his next target. 3 seconds of burn damage added up to 132 points, more than enough to send an 80 HP goblin straight to respawn before it could even reach the hill. His grinding efficiency was insane. Mr. Miyagi, this game is trash. I just started, and I can't get a single kill. Sir Lagzalot, bro, look up on that hill. Is that a newbie village defense tower farming mobs by itself? Latecomers who joined the game stared in disbelief as goblins fell one by one. Someone even considered reporting it as a bug only to find there was no such option. After all, the gods didn't make mistakes. System announcement: player Orgod's merciless streak has reached 1,024 goblin kills, earning the title Goblin Ripper. System announcement. The chat erupted with players frozen in shock. Who the heck kills over 1,000 goblins, the weakest monster in the game? Alien Wolf, holy hell, who is this guy? How bored do you have to be? Frosty Fairy, seriously. Did goblins offend him or something? All that effort for a trash title. Godlike Gamer, wait, that username seems familiar. What? Players filled the global chat with complaints, wondering if Orgod was the most ridiculous player they'd ever seen, calling out his lack of regard for goblin welfare. Meanwhile, at Galaxy Studio, the leveling squad was advancing toward Edgar City. A level 7 warrior pulled back his hood, revealing a striking face framed by silvery hair. His brows furrowed. What the hell is Orson doing? Half a day spent killing over 1,000 trash mobs that don't even drop loot. He's out of his mind. Charles, leading the party, nearly blew a fuse. Screw this, everyone log off and take a break. He clearly doesn't want to stay in this studio. You have unlocked a 10% drop rate bonus. Orson's eyes lit up at the title's effect. That extra 10% drop rate would make a noticeable difference in the early game, meaning a higher chance of rare loot even among the junk drops. System alert, the beast race has sensed your intense hostility. Elite level 10 boss, Goblin Emperor will personally hunt you down. If you die or flee, the title will be revoked. Orson froze. A boss raid alert appeared in the top right corner with a 30-minute countdown. He was only level 4, but he knew all too well how powerful a level 10 elite boss could be. He considered calling on the studio team to help him, but then his vision blurred with a sudden flash of red. Someone outside the game was trying to force him awake. Inside Rank Studio, Orson took off his VR helmet, only to be greeted by Charles's unpleasant face. Are you out of your mind, former pro Orson? Charles sneered. What did I do? Orson replied calmly, standing up and noticing that Bradley and the others had logged out as well, heading toward him. Quit pretending. It's been 8 hours since launch, and all you've done is kill 1,000 goblins. Do you think this studio is your personal retirement home? Charles barked, his tone full of disdain. I don't see it that way, Charles, Orson replied with a light smile. Bradley quickly intervened, trying to smooth things over. Take it easy, Charles. Orson's skills are undeniable, and he was just farming for a title. Those in the know will understand. With a forced smile, Bradley offered Charles a cigarette, but Charles turned his head with a scowl and didn't take it. Skill? What skill? If I hadn't given you a chance, who would hire you, Orgod? Charles mocked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Orson merely looked at him, without a word. Everyone report your progress, Charles commanded, grumbling under his breath. Leo level 6 priest, sold 2 pieces of junk gear for 10 silver. Wyatt level 6 paladin, got 12 silver from auction. Bradley sighed as he reported, level 7 warrior, sold 1 green item for 40 silver, that's about $400. And you, my so-called pro. Cat got your tongue. Charles smirked, clearly waiting for Orson to embarrass himself. Orson remained indifferent. Orson level 4 mage, 90 copper. Hear that? 90 copper. This is the skill of our former pro. He must have skin as thick as a rhino, Charles scoffed, seizing the chance to tear him down. The others, except Bradley, burst into laughter, sneering at Orson's pathetic earnings. In infinite dimensions, 1 gold was worth 100 silver, and 1 silver was worth 100 copper. 8 hours of playtime, and he'd only earned 90 copper, a measly $9. Come on, it's just the first day. This little gap in progress isn't hard to close, Orson said, unwilling to stoop to Charles's level. Charles was the kind of person who enjoyed belittling others to make himself feel powerful. But Charles, seeing Orson's calm response, became irate. So you're here to freeload, huh? I'm paying you a fat salary every month, and for what? To sit around. Hey Charles, Bradley interrupted angrily. Screw you, he grabbed Charles by the collar, ready to swing, but Orson held him back. Don't fight. It's not worth it, he said. At over 200 pounds, if Bradley got into a brawl, 3 or 4 people might not be enough to restrain him. Orson quickly pulled him to the side to defuse the situation. Bradley's eyes were full of frustration. He had been a loyal fan since Orson's debut in the pro circuit at 16. Seeing his idol treated like this was more than he could bear. This is outright bullying, Bradley fumed, his whole body shaking. We're paid peanuts. Our 3,500 salary is a joke, and we still have to give up 70% of any gold we farm. What gives him the right? If you're not bringing in real money, then you'd better, Charles began, but Orson cut him off with a smirk. Charles, I quit. Orson, you're serious. Bradley's eyes widened in shock. He knew that Orson's sister was waiting on a kidney transplant. If he quit now, what would he do? Orson nodded and Bradley stammered, but what about Sienna's surgery? Don't worry, Orson reassured him with a smile. I've got a plan. I'm thinking of forming a gaming guild. Bradley hesitated. But a guild seat in infinite dimensions is super expensive, man. Charles burst out laughing. What did you forget? A guild seat is 5 million. You think you're still the Orgod from your pro days. His lackeys chimed in, laughing. Amazing, next time we see Orson, we'll call him Guild Master. Keep laughing while you can, Bradley snapped, his face red with anger. You'll regret it soon enough. Slamming his hand on a desk, Bradley left the studio with Orson. Just 3 months, no, 1 month I'm going to slap every one of their faces red, Bradley muttered, still fuming. Orson put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. No need for words, man. I won't let you down. But in his mind, a glint of dark resolve took hold. Don't worry, Bradley. In just 2 weeks, Charles will be calling you sir. Returning to his dingy, cramped rental, Orson surveyed the familiar, chaotic mess of his room. There was one prominent decoration, a massive poster of a young Orson, surrounded by fans, raising the Sword and Conquest Championship trophy for the 3rd consecutive year in front of a nationwide audience. The image exuded pride and glory, a snapshot of his finest moment. But that triumphant youth was gone. Only a revenant remained. I never threw that match, Orson whispered to himself. The scandal had trapped him, and the death of his sister had broken his spirit. But now it was time to rise again. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hi, are you the seller of the gently used gaming pod, like new? Would you consider lowering the price a bit? I'm ready to pay a solid 5,000 for it. Orson glanced at the dusty gaming pod in the corner. It was a top-of-the-line model he'd bought 2 years ago for over 200,000, hoping to list it online to help cover his sister's medical bills. Sorry, wrong number. He hung up decisively. Given the earning potential of infinite dimensions, earning $5,000 would be nothing for a seasoned player like him. In his past life, he hadn't realized how lucrative infinite dimensions was. He'd sold the gaming pod and relied on the studio's equipment, wasting an entire year and falling behind everyone else. Not only that, but with the studio taking a 70% cut of his earnings, Charles became a millionaire while Orson barely got by. After eating a cup of instant noodles, he powered up the gaming pod and logged back into the game. Goblin Emperor Raid Countdown, 29 minutes 3 seconds. The countdown paused based on a player's online time to ensure they wouldn't miss it due to real-life interruptions. You have slain a black-skinned goblin. Experience 1. Orson perched atop a hill, systematically picking off goblins below. With his current speed, he could easily burn through 50 monsters per minute, maximizing his Heavenly Spirit's right eye bonus before the boss arrived. He was well aware that in battle, range and stamina were everything. Wait, did I just get a skill book? After around 200 goblins, he picked up a white skill book. Orson grinned. The Goblin Ripper title was clearly working its magic with the increased drop rate. You have obtained the Apprentice's Magic Tome, Chain Fireball. Grade E Fire Magic, Chain Fireball. Effect consumes 40 MP to release 3 explosive fireballs, dealing 120% damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cooldown 5 seconds. A bit higher damage than my basic attack, but it's costly on mana, Orson muttered. It was a simple starting spell, available for 1 silver at the Edgar Mage's shop. Owie Splash isn't bad. If I can round up the mobs, 3 fireballs could make a dent. Equipping the spell, he planned his strategy. Paired with Scorching Flames, this would give his efficiency a major boost. The only problem was that in the newbie village, monsters were sparsely positioned, designed to prevent crowding and give beginners a chance to learn combat safely. System alert, attention Goblin Emperor will arrive in 1 minute. Orson steadied himself and checked his soul imprint panel. Heavenly Spirit's right eye, super god grade. Passive skill 1, every 10 monsters killed grants 1 meter attack range, current cap, 161,000 meters. Passive skill 2, every monster killed increases MP by 1, current cap, 1601,000 MP. Orson sat cross-legged, activating meditation to optimize his mana. Though he was only level 4, his extended range and massive mana pool gave him everything he needed for a tough fight. A furious roar echoed through the valley as a colossal, robed goblin appeared, shrouded in dark magic. Elite Boss, Goblin Emperor. Level 10. HP 12,000. Attack 240. Skill Summon Undead. Those stats pretty strong. This should be fun. Orson's eyes gleamed with both tension and excitement. The Goblin Emperor's attack power was a hefty 240, while Orson had only 150 HP. One hit from the boss would spell instant defeat for him. Ordinary teams would have no chance against a boss like this. Unfortunately for the Goblin Emperor, it was up against Orson, the human cannon, with an extreme range of 170 meters for relentless basic attacks. Second floor listener, check it out, big boss spawn. Third floor performer, whoa, this boss looks epic. Could it be a world boss? That health pool is insane. Heaven's gifted warrior, what are we waiting for? Attack as long as it has a health bar, it can be taken down. This could be a jackpot. Orson positioned himself on one side of the valley, carefully calculating his attack range. However, nearby players, upon seeing the boss appear, went wild with excitement. Even if they just hit the Goblin Emperor, they felt it would be a victory. -12. A wave of players charged the Goblin Emperor, most dealing pitifully low damage. They didn't realize their mistake until it was too late. The Goblin Emperor raised its staff, and a dark hexagram appeared, summoning a horde of undead goblin warriors from the ground. Goblin Undead Warrior, level 5. HP 300. Attack power 20. Triggered by the attack, these undead warriors turned hostile and charged the players nearby. A necromancer-type boss. This monster density, interesting. Orson's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If the boss could summon so many undead, he had an ambitious idea. Area chat. Random player, oh no, these goblin grunts are coordinating attacks. Nearby players quickly fell, over 30 spirits soaring back to the respawn point like fireworks. Hold the line reinforcements, move in. One player tried to rally the others, but it was a futile effort. The average player in the newbie village was only level 3 to 5, and anyone facing more than 3 undead warriors couldn't survive for long. Panic spread as players retreated toward the newbie village, luring the undead warriors to the village entrance. Now if anyone stepped outside the safe zone, they were as good as dead. Steelskin pride, it's over, a zombie invasion, we're doomed. Michelle player, I was so close to level 5 now, I've lost 30% experience. What do we do? The death penalty in Infinite Dimensions was steep, costing players 10% of their experience each time, with a small chance of losing items. The players who had joined in the boss raid were now too scared to try again. Yet with the undead warriors remaining outside the village, they were effectively trapped, falling far behind the main leveling group. Heaven's gifted warrior, don't panic, monsters aren't supposed to attack players in the village. It's obviously a bug, the game AI will fix it automatically. The same player who had rallied them to attack the boss tried to calm everyone down, but it only sparked more backlash. You think we believe you, you lying old man. Yeah, if you hadn't told us to charge the boss, those goblin zombies wouldn't be attacking us. My brother's in Edgar City, earning decent coin already. You think you can make up for the time we've lost? A wave of mockery drowned out the poor level 5 sword wielder, who found himself cornered at the healing station. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fiery explosions erupted near the village entrance, blanketing the clustered undead with fire. 3 blazing fireballs struck a 5-meter radius, incinerating a group of undead warriors. Flames and explosions tore through them, leaving several undead reduced to ash. In the next moment, a volley of small fireballs rained down, forming a spectacular meteor shower. Each undead touched by the flames fell instantly. Everyone froze, looking toward the distant forest in astonishment. Heaven's gifted warrior beamed, as if his predictions were confirmed. How I knew Infinite Dimensions would fix the bug. Steelskin pride, sweet, the defense towers kicking in. Burger Eater, as far as I know, our village is the only one with a defense tower. Other newbie villages don't get this kind of luxury. You have slain a goblin undead warrior. Experience 7. You have slain. You remain undetected. Orson continued his barrage of basic attacks and chain fireballs, quickly clearing the clustered monsters and leveling up to level 5. He soon realized that the undead warriors had all marked him with aggro, but his range exceeded their detection range. The undead wandered around aimlessly, while the boss, frustrated, began summoning more undead warriors. With most players hiding in the village, these newly summoned undead had no target and simply stood in place, bewildered. High up on the hill, Orson wore a wide grin, his staff nearly on the verge of overheating from constant casting. With no one else brave enough to venture out, he didn't have to worry about anyone stealing his kills. Using his extended range to pick off stationary targets felt like operating a mobile mortar launcher, able to target monsters from a safe distance across the hill. Moreover, since he was outside the boss's detection range, even if he exhausted his mana, he could simply stop attacking to disengage and use meditation to recover. My village has a divine tower protecting it, starting out with a tower. Who else has it this good? In this blessed village, I'm destined for greatness in the world of Infinite Dimensions. What? Everyone cheered, looking to the hill with excitement, certain that a divine flame tower was protecting the village. Only a few players noticed something unusual. Why can't we pick up the dropped items? Within 10 minutes, 400 undead goblin warriors had been slain. With the added bonus of his Goblin Ripper title, Orson received drops of 3 common pieces of white equipment, a few greens, and 2 silver coins. In Infinite Dimensions, gear is classified into 6 ranks: white common, green superior, blue refined, purple heroic, orange legendary, and red forbidden. In the early days of the game, a level 10 blue quality piece could fetch 5 gold, or roughly 5,000 yuan, at auction. Beyond equipment, rare items, soul imprints, and unique treasures could command even higher prices. This handful of common drops didn't interest Orson. Farming progress for his heavenly spirit's right eye was the main objective. The Goblin Emperor was now the ultimate working emperor, summoning waves of monsters with no means of defending himself. Orson had lost count of how many waves of undead warriors the boss had summoned. In his mind, there was only one goal: farm. Was he exploiting a glitch? In Infinite Dimensions, the concept of glitch farming didn't exist. The gods had designed the game for players to do whatever it took to become stronger. In his past life, Orson had seen far crazier farming methods, a dragon master casually lounging in his castle, sipping wine and singing, while his 9 dragons wreaked havoc on a nearby dungeon. And one night he destroyed a dungeon the size of a mid-sized country, killing every boss and earning loot worth billions. In infinite dimensions, as long as a player was powerful enough, they could effectively become a game-breaking bug themselves. But compared to the terrifying interdimensional creatures, his current power was still child's play. Time flew by and 5 hours passed. 99.91. 99.95. 10,000 monster kills achieved. Orson collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. At this point, just seeing another goblin made him want to puke. System announcement: player Orgod, like a god descended, has slain 10,000 goblins, earning the title Beast Tribe Heretic. System announcement: aristocratic prince, 10,000 goblins, is this even real? Orson, are you secretly a legend? Hellfire Thong: killing 1,000 goblins is for lunatics, but killing 10,000. That's pure genius. Stone Maniac: what did goblins ever do to you? Or are they dropping epic loot or something? What? The world chat exploded. In less than 20 hours, Orson had wiped out 10,000 goblins, no longer just insane, but downright terrifying. Orson's got god-tier farming efficiency, someone muttered, awestruck, at the last dungeon before the main city boss of Pound Nullen. Even if goblins were low-level beast mobs, Orson's terrifying efficiency had everyone talking. Orson had leveled up to level 6, adding points to his Scorching Flames talent, raising it to level 6, and channeling all his stats into magic attack. Finally, his soul imprint had leveled up. He excitedly opened his panel. Orson stared, eyes widening in disbelief, and finally managed to say, "Damn, that's op." He'd expected only a modest increase, maybe a doubling of his range and mana limit at most. Instead, both stats had increased 5-fold. Heavenly Spirit's right eye, super god grade. Passive skill 1, every 10 monsters killed grants 1 meter attack range, new cap, 1,000-5,000 meters. Deity's comment, truth exists only within one's range. Passive skill 2, each monster killed increases mana by 1 point, new cap, 10,005,000 MP. Deity's comment, no mage can resist the allure of becoming a machine of destruction. He took a sharp breath. He'd completely underestimated the growth potential of a super god-grade soul imprint. Wasn't this set on turning him into a walking death cannon? What kind of monster was a 5,000-meter range? If he attacked something that far away, he'd be firing blind. To be clear, the average player's visual range in infinite dimensions capped at 2,000 meters. Anything beyond that was just a blur, impossible to target with any accuracy. In this game, archers had the longest range. After reaching level 20 and unlocking the skill Eagle of Light, an elite archer could lock onto distant targets outside their usual range. In Guild Wars, a high-tier archer could even snipe enemy mages in the backlines, earning top players a comfortable monthly guild stipend. I need a targeting system. Satellite positioning, something otherwise, this range is useless, Orson mused. He checked his newly earned Beast Tribe Heretic title, awarded for killing 10,000 goblins. Beast Tribe Heretic. Effect: 10% item drop rate, 1% rare drop rate. Note: while wearing this title, entering any Beast Tribe settlement will trigger an immediate area-wide hostility. This title is solid, Orson's eyes sparkled. Though it only added an extra 1% rare drop rate, he knew there was a world of difference between item drop rate and rare drop rate. If the rare drop rate triggered, he was guaranteed loot of at least blue quality, if not higher. As for being attacked in beast territories, Orson welcomed it, that just saved him the trouble of hunting down mobs. Goblin Emperor's roar echoed through the valley, and Orson detected a hint of frustration in it. Elite bosses in infinite dimensions had some level of intelligence. As an early game boss, Goblin Emperor must have been infuriated by Orson's treatment, being farmed like a goblin mob generator. A kilometer away in the forest, the boss was now just a hazy figure to Orson. He spent a moment adjusting his aim. Poof, poof, poof. He started with 3 rapid-fire chain fireballs, each exploding at the boss's feet. Missed. Damn it. Of course, it's not easy to hit from this distance, Orson muttered, his vision straining. In infinite dimensions, target locking stopped working past 200 meters, so aiming required intuition alone. Just because you locked onto a target didn't guarantee a hit. Even newbies often missed basic attacks at point-blank range. All right, let's see if you can handle this, Orson psyched himself up. 4 years of pro esports experience, 3 years playing Infinite Dimensions, plus 2 years surviving in hardcore mode. If there was no clear solution, he'd just make one. Wind direction, check. Coordinates, check. Angle 55 degrees, check. As he summoned his fire spell, a dark six-pointed star glowed beneath him. His hair billowed and his magic surged with power. Orson's face turned serious. At this moment, he was every bit the flame mage god. Fireballs streaked through the blue sky, drawing the attention of the players below as they barreled toward the level 10 Goblin Emperor. -42. The chain fireball struck the boss squarely in the head, making it stumble. 6 stacks of scorching flames activated, spreading fire across its body. Orson's combat log displayed a satisfying number. 603. 603. What? In just 3 seconds of burning, the boss's health, initially 12,000, had dropped by nearly a fifth, inflicting over 1,800 points of burn damage. Amazing! Orson had expected it, but seeing the effect still made his heart race. Thunderstrike is the defense tower helping us kill the boss. I love pizza, what are you all waiting for? High risk, high reward, my fate is my own charge. Thousands of players roared in excitement. The mysterious tower, seemingly protecting the newbie village, was really just a benevolent powerhouse, graciously assisting the players. Almost a full day since the server opened, and no team had managed to take down a level 10 elite boss. It was clear to everyone that killing this boss would yield incredible loot. Everyone had the same thought: the riches granted by the divine tower shall be mine. Disregarding costs or casualties, they charged at the Goblin Emperor in a chaotic wave. You have been detected. The boss instantly locked onto Orson's hiding place, ignoring the horde of players rushing toward it as it summoned even more undead warriors. Fixated on him, the Goblin Emperor launched into a death charge straight for Orson. Orson remained calm, backing up a few steps before aiming again, predicting the boss's path. Dozens of fireballs streaked through the air, forming a fiery meteor shower that rained down on the boss. Though many missed, every hit triggered scorching flames, inflicting burn damage. -603. What? Minutes later, the boss, now charred black, had closed the distance to less than 200 meters from Orson. Thunderstrike, holy crap, the boss is going down, all hail Tower Grandpa. It wasn't that the Goblin Emperor wasn't powerful, Tower Grandpa was simply too insane. In the end, the boss could only burn to ashes. Good thing it was an undead mage boss with a lower health pool. If it had gotten any closer, it would have obliterated me, Orson exhaled, waiting for Scorching Flame's cooldown before landing another hit to finish it off. With a final blow, the boss collapsed, releasing a cascade of dazzling loot. Drooling, the nearby players stared at the pile of equipment, among which several Imperial gold coins glinted. What a motherlode! Each gold coin alone was worth 1,000 yuan. The boss loot was of unusually high quality, with no white common gear, just a mix of green and blue items. Is that staff purple? Could it be a heroic weapon? Old bank friend, let me show you all what my 30 years of fast looting experience can do. A sword-wielding player darted forward, his hand lightning fast, snatching the heroic weapon and turning to flee. But to his shock, the staff slipped out of his hand and fell back to the ground. What the? It won't let me pick it up. The swordsman's face froze, his morale shattered. Damn it, Infinite Dimensions, after we died 7 or 8 times over, shouldn't these items be ours as compensation? Curse you, you percent. A crowd of players surrounded the loot, each attempting in vain to pick it up, only to find it impossible. Thunderstrike picked up a blue chestplate, only for a message to pop up: this loot does not belong to you. If not claimed in 30 minutes, it will be unlocked. Doesn't belong to me. Then who does it belong to? The GM. Thunderstrike muttered, baffled. Ahem, if you all could just make some room, please. Orson cleared his throat, pushing his way through the crowd. Orson disabled the Black Heretic of the Beast Clan title and leisurely picked up 2 Imperial gold coins from the ground. Not bad. That's about 2,000 bucks in his pocket. What? He can actually pick it up. This is so unfair, why does he get it? Don't tell me he's the one who killed the boss. Still in level 1 beginner gear. Could he really be a GM? The crowd of players stood frozen, staring in disbelief as Orson, clad in beginner gear, casually summoned a level 10 purple staff into his hand. Boss damage output was over 600 DPS earlier. That's impossible for any player right now. Definitely not a player. Probably a dev fixing a bug. We've seen those before. What? The crowd's eyes, alight with greed, fixated on Orson. If the newbie village didn't restrict PvP, Orson had no doubt they'd swarm him to kill and loot everything. Pinnock's Spirit Staff. Level 10. Class Mage. Magic Attack 70. Attack Speed 0.78. Effect recovers 3 MP per second. Set bonus 3 pieces, 120 HP, 150 MP. Set bonus 6 pieces, 200 HP, 300 MP. OHMPH. It has MP regeneration, but 3 points. That's pathetic. Orson shook his head with slight disappointment. Weapons with MP regeneration are valuable, but this was useless to him. If it regenerated MP by percentage, then it would have been a different story. In Infinite Dimensions, players could equip 6 armor pieces and 4 accessories. However, only heroic tier or above gear came with set bonuses. Collecting 3 or 6 matching pieces would activate extra stat boosts, with rarer sets even unlocking awakening skills. The mana boost on this staff didn't matter to Orson, but the HP boost was decent. Still, as someone who specialized in long-range attacks, he wasn't planning to engage in melee combat anytime soon. Besides the staff, the boss had also dropped 3 level 10 blue armor pieces. Orson promptly listed them in the auction house. Low-level gear like this was only transitional. Its value would plummet after the opening phase of the game. Selling it now made the most sense. Thunderstrike, wait, you're a player. Orson glanced at the swordsman blocking his path. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he calmly shook his head. Official test personnel. Designation 404. Ever since learning the truth behind Infinite Dimensions, Orson no longer identified himself as a player. In 3 years, the term player would cease to exist. Instead, people would face life-and-death trials as challengers. Few scared the crap out of me. I knew it. There's no way this game lets players get this op. It'd be totally unbalanced. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. If a level 7 newbie mage could take down a boss from hundreds of meters away, it'd be game over for everyone else. Thunderstrike, hey, mind if we talk? Orson eyed the SSR prefix in the swordsman's username, sneering inwardly as he pocketed his loot and walked away. Listen, since the staff dropped in the game, our SSR guild master, he's a mage, might want it. Name your price. The berserker caught up to Orson, switching to private chat. You can buy it, but I won't sell it to your guild, Orson replied meaningfully. What's that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Thunderstrike fumed, his tone growing hostile. Without another word, Orson muted him. Many players displayed guild prefixes in their names, and this swordsman was clearly one of SSR Guild's lackeys. Orson's history with the SSR Guild ran deep. In Sword and Conquest, he brought countless honors to this guild. But in the end, he was scapegoated and betrayed, left to bear the stigma of match fixing. In his past life, Orson had been powerless against the overwhelming force of capital. But now things were different. You framed me for throwing matches and ruined my name. Just wait, I'll settle this debt with interest. Orson smirked coldly. Back at the village, he submitted his main quest and listed the staff at a starting bid of 20 gold coins with a 2-hour auction window. To avoid being stalked by other players, Orson logged out, took a hot shower, and got some rest. At dawn, he re-entered the game. You have new mail. Please check your inbox. Your auctioned item has been sold. Your auctioned item has been sold. The moment Orson logged in, 5 notification messages appeared. He opened his inbox to review the transactions. Shattered Crown, hello, 911. I think someone's scamming me here. Shattered Crown kept checking Orson's ID, verifying that it really was the same guy who sold him the staff. Otherwise, he would have left the party ages ago. Bro, how about I give you some extra gold, and you find a few level 10 players to help us farm monsters? Orson replied with a laugh, relax, boss. Just sit tight and get ready for a smooth ride. Orson held his patience a moment longer and added, are you sure you don't want to bring along a couple of friends for some AFK chat time? Shattered Crown was exasperated. Could you just focus on leveling us up? Or I'll help fight if that's what you need. He was completely over it. Being scammed was one thing, but wasting leveling time. That would be a real disaster. If he fell too far behind, his friends would mock him to no end. Orson shook his head and declined the offer. He led Shattered Crown into the Mist Forest, where they found the monster farming zones. Spectral Wolf, level 8. HP 700. Attack power 40. Skill Fearsome Combo. A spectral wolf with a dark and ghostly appearance emerged. The monsters here were much stronger than those in the starting village, so most players formed parties to farm them. In fact, Orson could see at least 3 different groups farming around him. Shattered Crown, these spots are packed. Let's find a quieter area. Orson smirked, no worries, they can't outfarm me. Unbelievable. A level 7 mage bringing a level 1 noob here. You want to die? Get lost. Nearby, a level 9 archer glanced over disdainfully, pulling off 3 quick shots to pull in aggro from a distance. His 6-man party was well coordinated, and they lured in a pack of 8 spectral wolves. The tank, a knight, roared and used a basic taunt skill to draw the monster's attention, while the priest healed him. The others focused on dealing maximum damage to the wolves. Orson observed the team. From their coordination and setup, it was clear they were experienced players who knew what they were doing. Oh, Orson, these monsters are a bit much. Maybe we should back off, Shattered Crown whispered, already feeling nervous. But Orson just grinned at the archer's team. Thanks for gathering the monsters for me. He raised his basic staff, channeling fiery magic, and unleashed 3 consecutive fireballs in the middle of the wolf pack. The archer chuckled dismissively, watching Orson attempt to steal their kill. Not bad, kid. You learned an AoE spell pretty quick, but that's still not enough. In infinite dimensions, kill stealing happened all the time. Typically, the player or party that attracted the monster's initial aggro got full experience upon the kill. However, if the other party's damage output far exceeded that of the original group, they could overtake the aggro and secure the kill. Is that so? Orson smiled slightly. -704. Instantly, a terrifying string of red numbers appeared over the wolves, and all 8 were dead in an instant. You have slain Spectral Wolf. EXP 30. You have slain Spectral Wolf. Your level has increased to level 3. What kind of damage was that? What kind of farming efficiency? Is that even a player? Shattered Crown stared, eyes wide in disbelief. Just moments ago, he'd been skeptical about Orson's abilities. Now he'd gone from level 1 to level 3 in one move. Shattered Crown was starting to seriously doubt if they were even playing the same game. Your level has increased to level 8. After grinding through waves of level 5 goblin undead, Orson had already gained a ton of experience. Although the boss summons had provided reduced EXP, he should have reached level 9 if he'd been grinding normal monsters. He allocated all his stat points into magic attack and upgraded his blazing burn skill to level 8, which now dealt 8% of his MP as burn damage. This allowed him to deal a devastating 800 damage with each burn effect. The 6-man party looked on, dumbfounded, unable to process what they were seeing. Reckless Rogue dropped his jaw. Holy, what kind of freak show is this? Orson then became a merciless farming machine. He didn't care who else was around. He burned down any monster he saw and moved on to the next. Ethics, courtesy, those were just other people's limits. His mind was calm, without the slightest hint of guilt. The archers' party initially tried to compete, but after 5 minutes without gaining a single X point, they gave up. Orson was actually saving them time by pulling all the monsters toward him. Boss, why don't you bring in a few more people? Might as well fill up those extra slots. I'll even give you a 12% discount. Orson pocketed the silver coins and items on the ground, looking at Shattered Crown with a dead serious expression. Shattered Crown stood there, completely disoriented. Stammering, he replied, "Gee, give me a minute. I do have a few friends who are sleeping. I'll get them in." Don't go anywhere, Master, you better not leave me here. Shattered Crown quickly added Orson as a friend, terrified that his newfound powerhouse would vanish. He reminded Orson repeatedly to stay put. Orson nodded with a sigh. Time is money, after all. Orson glanced around the other farming spots, noticing they were mostly occupied by guild parties. He sent a message in the local chat. I'll be using the 3 spectral wolf farming spots in the northeast for the next hour. Apologies for any inconvenience. Shattered Crown froze for a second. Damn, just clearing the field like that. You're ruthless, man. Immediately someone replied in the chat. Elder Escalator, oh. Do you think our Holy Cliff Guild doesn't exist? Sky Slasher, and what guild are you from so arrogant? Our Dragon's Kiss Guild fears no one. Try taking our spots if you dare. The Mist Forest had 6 spectral wolf spawn points. Dragon's Kiss controlled 3 of them, with another one taken by Holy Cliff Guild. All the other players had to fight over the remaining 2 spots. This was common during the game's opening period. Big guilds had more players and better gear, leaving casual players with no chance to compete. Orson's expression darkened. In his previous life, the top guild Dragon's Kiss had dominated Infinite Dimensions right from launch. Currently, a third of the top 50 players in the rankings were from Dragon's Kiss, a guild backed by a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Naturally, they acted as ruthlessly as they pleased. Oh, I was going to leave you 2 spots. But since you asked for it, I'll take all 4. Orson replied with a cold smile. Now that his former killers had shown up, he had no reason to hold back. Let's see who can be more ruthless. Sky Slasher, you're lucky we can't kill here, or I'd have slaughtered you by now, punk. Elder Escalator, come on, bring it on if you've got the guts just standing there trash-talking. Guild leaders mocked Orson in the area chat while farming monsters, assuming he was all talk. Orson said nothing, focusing instead on surveying the terrain. Reckless Rogue, you're a strong mage, man. Why not join us? We can go hunt higher-level monsters. The archer from earlier, now impressed by Orson, tried to recruit him. He even booted another random mage from his party to make room. No thanks, Orson replied without hesitation. Reckless Rogue frowned, eyeing Orson like he was an idiot. I'll admit you're good, but going solo against those guilds is just suicide. Orson looked at him coldly. Just watch. Reckless Rogue scoffed. Yeah, right. Good luck not getting ganked out of the game. Ignoring him, Orson began marking coordinates on his map and estimating the angles he needed for his basic attacks. His plan was simple. Everyone wanted to fight for the mobs. Fine. He'd just take the entire field for himself. With a ridiculous range of 1,022 meters, Orson could cover almost half of the Mist Forest. Plus, with his 10,300 MP and a 5-second cooldown on his triple fireball, he could bombard 4 monster spawn points continuously. Even if he couldn't lock onto targets precisely from that range, it didn't matter. As long as he kept casting, he'd eventually hit every freshly spawned spectral wolf. Your friend Shattered Crown has logged in. 10 minutes later, Shattered Crown showed up in the Mist Forest with a small group. Ultimate Sweetheart has requested to join your party. Big Baby has requested to join your party. Little Baby. Orson blinked at the party requests. What then? They were all girls. And what's with these usernames? The last request was even more outrageous, a girl with the ID Young Master's Black Stockings. What kind of player even chooses a name like that? Damn. He told Shattered Crown to bring a few friends, not a whole posse of girls. What kind of joke was this? A stab to the heart of every lonely single guy out there. Orson's face darkened as Shattered Crown finally arrived with 4 girls, each around level 5. These girls were tall, with fair skin, beautiful faces, and figures that were very distracting. Even though Orson knew these were likely just avatars, for all he knew, they might be way less appealing in real life. Still, the sight of 4 gorgeous girls surrounding Shattered Crown was a little hard to swallow. Orson's expression grew serious as jealousy burned inside him. Rich people have it all, don't they? Most guys are lucky to have even 1 girl to game with, but this dude brings 4. 4, that's just unfair. Orson couldn't take it anymore and gave Shattered Crown an ultimatum. The slot fee is now 500,000 yuan with a 12% discount. That's 440 gold, payable up front. Money's no issue, master, Shattered Crown replied confidently. Seeing Orson's composed and commanding aura, he instantly felt that Orson seemed even more impressive. Ultimate Sweetheart, a knight, yawned and muttered, a gaming expert. Where? I don't see anyone special. Big Baby, yeah, like this guy could really carry us. Brace yourself, he'll probably need saving. Young Master's Black Stockings, young master, why didn't you eat the breakfast I made for you? I'm so heartbroken. Little girl avatar, Little Baby, eyed Orson warily and said, North Prince, this is another scam, isn't it? Last time, someone told you they were the god of magic's personal disciple, and you ended up paying 5 million in training fees. Shattered Crown countered, he really is strong, I'm telling you super strong. North Prince. Orson froze, then looked more closely at their IDs and cautiously asked, "Wait, is your real name Kong Beijing by any chance?" Shattered Crown, "Whoa, master, you've heard of me." Orson was stunned, suddenly recalling the infamous lawsuit he'd heard about years ago while playing Sword in Conquest. The lawsuit alleged that he'd scammed a certain North Prince of the King family out of 5 million. This is wild. He's Peacock King himself. Orson took a sharp breath. This big fish was actually one of New York's 4 wealthiest young heirs, the crown prince of the King family. Kong Beijing, blessed with both immense wealth and good fortune in romance, was one of the legendary figures on the national leaderboard. And ironically, he was also the first idiot hardcore mode wizard to die at the hands of a succubus. The guy had only been 21 when he died, but he had the kind of romantic life most basement-dwelling gamers could only dream of. I may have read about you on a forum post or two. Orson coughed, a bit embarrassed. Haha, online rumors are just urban legends about me, Shattered Crown laughed proudly. But I see you admire the god of magic too. Only a true fan would use the same ID as my master, or god. Plays. Orson rolled his eyes. Like he'd ever taken on a disciple like this. In his past life, this Peacock King had only become powerful thanks to the near-limitless resources of the King family. Otherwise, what kind of high-level wizard would die to a succubus? Ultimate Sweetheart chuckled and teased, "You really think he's worth paying for? Are you sure this isn't your 38th time being conned?" "No way, I swear this time's different." Shattered Crown straightened up, showing off his lavish young master attitude. Orson looked at his foolishly confident face and couldn't help thinking how great it must be to be rich. With a jingle, 440 gold landed in his account. Orson breathed a sigh of relief. With the money he'd earned from selling his equipment, he could finally cover his sister's surgery fees in one go. Little Baby raised an eyebrow and muttered, "A solo carry for 5. "Sure. Just hush and let the master work," Shattered Crown replied confidently. "Oh, I'm the one who talks too much. Maybe if you weren't so clueless, I wouldn't have to." Shattered Crown glared at her, but didn't hold up for more than 2 seconds before she scolded him into silence. Even the top players around level 10 could only carry at most a 4-person party for leveling, anymore, and even they might struggle. Plus, their team didn't have a single healer. No matter how many potions they packed, a frail mage wouldn't be able to tank all that monster damage. Orson quickly sent a message to the area chat, reserving the farming spot for an hour, "Thanks for your cooperation." Skyslasher, screw you, get lost. Orson just smirked and launched a triple fireball directly into Dragon's Kiss Guild's farming area. Boom! A fiery explosion lit up the mist as Skyslasher and his team were stunned. 3 fireballs detonated right beside them, instantly wiping out a pack of 6 spectral wolves. "You have slain Spectral Wolf. EXP 20. Ultimate Sweetheart's mocking smile froze as she looked at Orson in shock. He killed level 8 monsters in one hit. Big baby, and with AoE damage, no less. This is terrifying. Ultimate Sweetheart, oh my god, what's his range? It's way beyond other mages. Orson chuckled inwardly. Just a few times the range. At 1 kilometer, he had the entire Mist Forest area locked down, leaving only a sliver of space for other players. As for Dragon's Kiss Guild's farming spots, those were going to be his prime targets. Elder Escalator, who the hell has a death wish? We were minding our business, who's ambushing us? Skyslasher, damn it, I'm freaking haunted. Orson's relentless long-range bombardment kept hitting them, with each anguished scream from their side only helping him fine-tune his aim. Yes, the more accurately he hit, the more furious the Dragon's Kiss Guild members became in the area chat. Infinite Dimensions was hyper-realistic, and the area chat allowed nearby players not only to see text messages, but also to hear each other's voices if close enough. For a true veteran like Orson, locating enemies by sound alone was a skill ingrained through years of experience. Except for young Master's Black Stockings, who kept whining about breakfast, Shattered Crown's 3 other companions were left speechless. They'd spent 8 hours grinding in the newbie village just to hit level 5. Now, sitting back and doing nothing, they'd already reached level 6 in 10 minutes. But the scariest part was Orson. He hadn't moved an inch, casting spells the whole time, and nobody even knew where his fireballs were landing. They only saw flashes of light in the mist, as hordes of spectral wolves were obliterated. Shattered Crown smirked and called out, "So, tell me my buddy isn't awesome worth every bit of that 40 grand, right?" As background music played, Shattered Crown danced like he was at a concert, showing off shamelessly to the four girls. Orson cast a side-eye at the Peacock King, reveling in his harem. Damn it, he wanted to punt this guy off a cliff. After another half hour, they'd slaughtered over 800 spectral wolves. Orson's MP was about to break through 11,000, with his level 8 Blazing Burn now dealing 880 damage per tick. Despite the split experience points from carrying 5 players, Shattered Crown leveled up to 5, and the girls reached level 7. Monster experience was starting to drop off. Since he was casting spells continuously, his MP was draining quickly, so Orson paused to meditate and recover. At that moment a loud voice rang out, "I swear to God, where is this Orgod? Get over here." From the mist, a knight clad in green armor appeared, accompanied by a female sword fighter. Dozens of elite guild players emerged from the shadows, glaring menacingly at Orson's party. Although they hadn't sustained any actual damage, their faces were covered in ash from Orson's fireballs. "I'm here. Got a problem with that?" Orson looked up with a fearless expression. His calm tone made Skyslusher and his group frown. With 30 or 40 people here, did this kid seriously not understand the situation? "So you're the one stealing our kills and slowing down our leveling progress. How do you plan to compensate us?" Skyslusher sneered. Orson smirked and responded with a single word, "Leave." Shattered Crown and his friends were stunned, exchanging glances. Wait, Master really just told off Dragon's Kiss Guild without a second thought. Oh, I like this guy's attitude. Ultimate Sweetheart smiled with a hint of admiration in her eyes as she watched Orson. Elder Escalator, oh, you're a tough one, huh? Fine, everyone get ready to go red and clear the field. Shattered Crown groaned at this, mumbling, sometimes it's better to live to fight another day. Master, let's fall back for now. I can rally a few hundred people, and then we can come back to deal with them. Orson cast Shattered Crown a sideways glance. Are you scared? Shattered Crown scared of them. Please, it's just that I'm still low level, so fighting is a bit inconvenient. And well, I may be carrying a bit too much ammo. Dying now could be bad. Mist Forest was outside the safety zone of the newbie village, so attacking other players would incur a notoriety value and turn one's name red. Once a player's notoriety value reached a certain limit, NPCs would refuse to provide services, forcing the player to buy expensive items from the black market. They'd also be hunted by Imperial guards. But being a red name player also had a perk. If they killed other players, they'd have an increased chance to drop the victim's items, including a percentage of their gold. One death could cost a player 5–10% of their carried gold. Many skilled but ruthless players chose the red name route to hunt wealthy solo players for a quick fortune. However, the risk for red names was also high, as they would lose 3 times as much when killed in return. Orson paused and asked in a private message, "How much gold did you deposit?" Shattered Crown hesitated before replying sheepishly, "I just dropped 20,000 gold." 20 million yuan. Orson broke into a cold sweat as Shattered Crown nodded. This guy really was rich and clueless. With 20,000 gold, a single death could result in a loss of up to 2,000 gold, or a whopping 2 million yuan. Orson almost wanted to bow down. No wonder this Peacock King was destined to die at the hands of a succubus. Right now, he was practically a mobile gold mine. Kill him once, and players across the server would pay their respects and thank him for the blessing. Skyslasher grinned maliciously. If you compensate us with, say, 200 gold, we'll call it even. Elder Escalator, or you could try running back to the safe zone and wait us out. We can be here all day. Orson scoffed. Eat dirt. Skyslasher sneered. Wow, got a real mouth on you, kid. Did they seriously think he'd cough up 200 gold? That's 200,000 yuan. Did they think he owned a bank? Either pay up or prepare to get killed out of this game. Our L and H guild doesn't let things go. Elder Escalator sneered, stepping into the area just outside the safe zone, where her name turned red. You all leave the party, Orson said, turning to Shattered Crown and his friends. How can I let you fight alone? I'll be your tank and you handle the damage. Ultimate Sweetheart, a knight, readied her wooden shield and moved to stand in front of Orson. But before anyone could react, Orson promptly kicked each of them from the party. Shattered Crown was stunned. Whoa man, what about loyalty? How am I supposed to show my face after this? His companions stared at Orson, bewildered. Orson shrugged. This is a job for the hired muscle. The clients don't need to get involved. Meanwhile, the players from Dragon's Kiss Guild and L and H Guild went red and circled around to cut off Orson's escape. If he managed to retreat to the safe zone, they'd be left empty-handed. Skyslasher, leave the mage to Dragon's Kiss Guild. You guys take care of the girls. Elder Escalator, fine by me. The girls. Shattered Crown's sense of masculinity was under attack, and he shouted, I'm a man, damn it, do you even have eyes? Elder Escalator, oh, so you're the one who outbid my wife for that hero tier staff last night. Shattered Crown retorted, back off, you tomboy. Elder Escalator eyed Shattered Crown's weapon greedily, stepping closer. At level 5 and without armor, Shattered Crown was easy prey for her as a level 9 sword fighter in green tier gear. Great, I'm about to get robbed, Shattered Crown lamented. Losing some gold was one thing, but the disgrace of a New York elite being humiliated like this was worse. Orson pointed his staff at Elder Escalator and fired a weak basic attack. -12. Elder Escalator blinked, then burst into laughter. That's it. That's your big move. -795. Bloodred damage number exploded over her head, and she staggered, her body engulfed in flames as blazing burn rapidly drained her health. This can't be happening, Elder Escalator panicked. Even with her green tier equipment providing decent magic resistance and HP, she only survived one burn tick before a second hit turned her to ash. Shattered Crown cheered, my brother is unstoppable. Ultimate Sweetheart gasped. What a monster, he just one-shotted a sword fighter with basic attacks. Over 1,000 HP, wiped out in one hit. The L and H guild members were dumbstruck, staring at Orson in fear of his insane damage output. Next, Orson said calmly, picking up a blue-tier greatsword that had dropped from Elder Escalator and passing it to Shattered Crown for safekeeping. Skyslasher's eyes widened, though rather than fear, he looked excited. Just as he'd guessed, this mage must be packing some incredible equipment. Skyslasher, all of you charge kill him, he's got epic gear. To one-shot a level 9 sword fighter as a level 8 mage. That gear must be extraordinary. Everyone's eyes burned with greed. In infinite dimensions, big spenders were everywhere, and if they could snag Orson's gear and put it on the auction house. Mansions, women, luxury cars, anything they wanted would be theirs. The entire group surged toward Orson. Orson laughed. If grinding monsters was too slow, why not just farm these red names bringing him their gear? Surging with fire magic, his six-pointed star totem shone brightly in the mist. Boom, boom, boom. Triple fireballs exploded, wiping out an entire party, leaving behind a heap of loot. Skyslasher broke into a cold sweat. This terrifying long-range firepower was something else. Calling Orson a human boss wouldn't be an exaggeration. But as core players of Dragon's Kiss Guild, they knew mages had weaknesses, and Orson's HP was only 230. If they could get close, any one of them could cut him down with 2 hits. Orson chuckled, seeing through their strategy. They wanted to get close, exploiting his low HP to overpower him. But with the mist as cover, it would be hard for their ranged attacks to target him accurately. Come on then, let's see what you've got, he taunted, slipping into the fog. Well, I guess we don't really have a role to play now, said Little Baby with a pout, watching Orson disappear. Big Baby, a cool-headed woman, sighed. We should move. If he gets surrounded, his damage won't save him from melee. Shattered Crown furrowed his brow, torn. Then an unassuming girl in their group, Divine Chef, spoke up. The conglomerate behind Dragon's Kiss Guild has ties with the King family. It's best not to get involved in this mess, young master. Shut up, they want to mess with my brother. I don't care who they are, I'm not backing down. Shattered Crown gritted his teeth, clutching his starter staff and charging into the mist after Orson. Ultimate Sweetheart rolled her eyes. Idiot. With Shattered Crown stubbornly rushing in to support Orson, they had no choice but to follow him into the fog. Mages have low agility. He can't get far after him, Skyslasher yelled as he chased Orson into the mist, immediately ordering his team to spread out and surround him. Skyslasher, watch out, a teammate shouted. With a loud crash, a massive tree toppled down in front of Skyslasher, nearly taking him out. In infinite dimensions, the game's physics were almost as realistic as real life, with objects capable of being destroyed and environmental hazards that could deal devastating damage to players, especially during the early stages of the game. Skyslasher laughed scornfully, is that all you've got? You think you can take down Dragon's Kiss Guild's future top tank with this? Pathetic. You're overthinking it, Orson's voice echoed from the mist, mocking him. One by one, he knocked down several large trees, forcing Skyslasher and his team to dodge and scatter. Everyone knew that mages were vulnerable in close combat. Getting into melee range was usually fatal for them. But Orson had a clear strategy, manipulating the terrain to create obstacles that gave him optimal attack angles. The fallen trees formed barriers ahead of Skyslasher and his group, while Orson slipped around like a ghost, hurling attacks from a distance. As one of the sword fighters tried to leap over the fallen trees, Orson hit him with a blast, killing him in seconds. His body vanished in a flash of white light. Damn it, what kind of gear gives him that kind of damage? Skyslasher was alarmed, ordering his ranged teammates to cover him as he and his melee fighters charged at full speed. Arrows and fireballs flew towards Orson, who calmly took a few steps back, letting all the attacks explode harmlessly in front of him. Unscathed, he taunted them with a smirk. Your team's range is just as short as yours, bro. The melee fighters gritted their teeth. In infinite dimensions, knights had the highest defense, but were limited to about 2 meters of attack range, which made them similar to rogues in their short reach. Bastard's keeping us just out of range, but how is he hitting us from beyond normal mage distance? One of Dragon's Kiss Guild's ranged players muttered in disbelief. Everyone knew that some classes gained extra range when they advanced, but Orson was just a level 8 mage. Skyslasher pressed on, refusing to let up. Orson, however, kept a steady 21-meter gap, keeping them perpetually out of reach. Taunting them further, he launched another volley of fireballs, the scorching heat washing over his pursuers. Skyslasher's tank, War Tyrant, was anxious. He remembered all too well how the L and H Guild's vice president had died horrifically to this mage's fireballs. And as tough as he was, even he wasn't sure he could survive it. Skyslasher, I'll cover you. Just grab the loot, shouted one of his teammates, a sword fighter, who charged forward to take the brunt of the attack. Unsurprisingly, he was immediately burned to ashes. As he watched his teammate go down, Skyslasher roared in fury, "If I don't kill you until you rage quit, I swear I'll eat dirt." Orson's gaze sharpened. It was no wonder Dragon's Kiss Guild had become the top guild in the US in his previous life. Their members had a level of trust and coordination that far surpassed most other guilds. After all, it took serious dedication for someone to willingly sacrifice themselves and lose experience points this early in the game just to cover a teammate. Impressive. You've earned a bit of my respect, Orson said with a twisted smile. So I'll make sure you die quicker. You cocky bastard, you're dead, Skyslasher snarled, his eyes burning with hatred. Suddenly, Orson sensed a killing intent behind him. 3 dark shadows had slipped up, silent and deadly. They were rogues. But Orson was no ordinary player. In the brutal hardcore mode, he'd survived for 2 years in nothing but scrap gear. His instincts were far beyond those of typical players. In infinite dimensions, rogues had a stealth skill from level 1 that allowed them to sneak up on targets for 10 seconds. If they landed a hit on vital areas like the head or heart, the attack had a high chance of dealing critical damage. However, due to their high equipment and skill requirements, as well as the sneaky nature of their playstyle, rogues were one of the least popular classes. Still, encountering 3 rogues at once was unexpected, even for Orson. One rogue closed in, his dagger gleaming coldly, so close Orson could feel the icy edge at his back. Just as the dagger sliced through the air, the rogue realized something was wrong. The strike missed. Looking for someone. Orson's voice came from above. The rogue looked up in shock to see Orson, his black hair floating midair with his staff aimed directly at him. A 6-pointed star glowed on the rogue's forehead. Bang! -950. Headshot. A midair attack, what kind of move is that? Dragon's Kiss Guild members' jaws dropped. Shattered Crown arrived just in time to see the move, shouting, "Damn airborne kill." The girls in his party were equally stunned. The game had only been live for 2 days, and most players were still fumbling around with basic attacks. Yet here was Orson, dealing boss-level damage and outplaying the rogues, the mage's supposed worst enemies. Most shocking of all was that Orson could multitask so seamlessly, even attacking midair. In a full-dive game like Infinite Dimensions, players' neural networks were directly linked to the game. Casting spells and aiming required concentration, or else they'd face magical backlash, failed attacks, or other penalties. For Orson to pull off such stunts was beyond normal comprehension. While top players from the SSR Guild could pull off impressive multitasking moves in other games, there was only one mage in Sword and Conquest who had taken it to this level, Orgod. 2 years ago in the World Finals, Orgod, the world's most powerful mage, had nearly single-handedly turned the tide with his ultimate forbidden spell, Infernal Purgatory, summoning 8 elemental clones to launch a desperate attack that almost defeated the world champions. "I feel like I'm seeing my master's shadow," Shattered Crown whispered, captivated. He'd watched that final match hundreds of times, memorizing every one of Orgod's moves. The second Orson had jumped, his movements had overlapped with those of his idol. Sighing, Orson murmured, "Rogues and archers, my least favorite classes." The 2 remaining rogues moved quickly to flank him, aiming to pin him down. Their synchronization and positioning were too well executed to be amateurs. Orson shook his head. "Guess I'll have to use my signature move, American football dodge." Unable to dodge conventionally, Orson unleashed a series of fireballs at the ground beside him. The explosion propelled him sideways, putting a good 10 meters between him and the rogues. "Dude, is he a ghost or something?" Shattered Crown muttered in shock. "What the heck?" "He's using skills for movement." Skyslasher's face went pale, his mind reeling at Orson's bizarre maneuver. Orson couldn't help but chuckle at these newbies. The Infinite Dimensions combat system allowed for extreme flexibility, and using attack skills for movement was standard in hardcore mode. Whether it was magic, weapon skills, shield techniques, or assassination moves, no matter how strong your stats were, if you couldn't adapt in combat, you were doomed. 2 fireballs later, the 2 rogues fell, dropping nothing but a handful of copper coins. "Come on, show me your moves. Let's see how many teammates you've got left to take the hits." Orson pointed at Skyslasher, who went pale. The damage, the agility, the control, this guy was leagues ahead of them. Keeping a precise 21-meter distance, Orson continued to weave in and out, turning the hunt into an endless buffet at his convenience. "Kid, you better watch yourself. You're on Dragon's Kiss Guild's hit list now," Skyslasher growled before turning to flee. More than half of the guild's 30-odd members lay dead, and he could see the fight was hopeless. "Run!" Orson couldn't help but laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. "Send as many from Dragon's Kiss Guild as you want. I'll kill every last one. Revive 1,000 times, and I'll kill you 1,000 times." These fools went red name and actually thought they could escape, showing their backs to him. They clearly had no clue just how far his range extended. A slaughter, a complete and utter slaughter so satisfying, Shattered Crown cheered excitedly. Each time Orson swung his staff, fireballs turned into sides of death, sending over a dozen souls back to the newbie village. Skyslasher was blown off his feet by a barrage of fireballs, and he glared at Orson from the ground. "Usher will deal with you. You're dead." Orson's expression darkened. "The guild leader of Dragon's Kiss Guild, huh? Don't worry, I'll kill him before he even gets a chance." In his past life, Orson had died at Usher's hands, but this time, he was determined to strike first. "This guy's tough," Orson muttered, slightly surprised. Skyslasher had over 2,200 HP and had survived 3 rounds of blazing burn before finally burning to death, a testament to his tanky build. Ding dong. A pair of knight's shoulder guards dropped from Skyslasher's corpse. "Purple gear." Orson raised an eyebrow and picked it up to check its stats. Savage shoulder guards. Quality hero. Level 5. Class knight. Physical defense 30. Magic resistance 30. Effect regenerates 10 HP per second in combat. 3-piece set bonus 300 HP. 6-piece set bonus 500 HP. Not bad. Too bad it's only level 5 gear. Orson nodded. It was a decent find. Level 5 hero grade piece like this could easily fetch $4,000 or $5,000. Just as he was about to list it on the Empire auction house, he noticed Ultimate Sweetheart pouting at him, her eyes filled with longing. Orson instinctively took a step back, a bit wary that this bold woman might try to tackle him right there. "Ultimate Sweetheart, 10,000, sell it to me. I love the look of those shoulder guards." "So sexy. Big baby, 10,000 isn't a bad deal." They'd go for about 5,000 on the auction house. Little baby glared at Shattered Crown and huffed, "Well, pay up." The shoulder guards were adorned with 2 beastly horns, giving them a wild, primal look. Shattered Crown mumbled, "Hey, I didn't say anything, I just thought, maybe the orc style is a bit barbaric." Little baby shot him a deadly glare, threatening to drill a hole in his head if he didn't keep quiet. "How about 100 gold, brother?" Shattered Crown asked Orson with a hopeful expression. Orson found the whole scene confusing. He couldn't quite figure out the dynamics between these people, but Shattered Crown certainly seemed like a punching bag. Maybe rich kids had a thing for getting bossed around. Seeing the price was reasonable, Orson accepted the deal. With a jingle, 100 gold landed in his account. Orson continued gathering loot from the battlefield. In addition to Skyslasher's purple gear, he'd netted 5 green items, 2 blue items, and 8 gold from wiping out the Dragon's Kiss and L and H guild members. Not a bad haul at all. If going red didn't restrict him from completing certain quests in the early game, he'd have considered farming Dragon's Kiss Guild for gear nonstop. For now, he went back to farming Spectral Wolves with his VIP clients, planning to finish Shattered Crown's task first. Meanwhile, chaos was erupting on the world chat. Player A, damn, I'm shook. Look at the world chat. Dragon's Kiss Guild's 3rd Battalion just got farmed like wild monsters. Player B knew it, some guilds were bound to get wrecked eventually. Now they've even lost purple gear. Player F, 6666, I've heard of this guy. He's the one farming goblins like a beast. Skyslasher, why so quiet all of a sudden? Dragon's Kiss Guild Club headquarters. Report. What exactly happened out there? A cold-faced man in a black suit opened a video call. It's not our fault, boss, we did everything we could, but this guy has a passive that does over 1000 DPS, no one can last 2 seconds against him. A middle-aged man on the screen looked dejected, his imposing demeanor as a guild officer nowhere to be seen. Oh please, my level 13 water mage barely does 300 DPS, scoffed an aloof, attractive woman with her legs crossed. And you're telling me some random mage can hit over 1000. Who are you trying to fool? She continued icily, losing tens of thousands in equipment is one thing, but you've also dragged the guild's reputation down. Can you take responsibility for that? Yes, I admit I underestimated the opponent, Skyslasher conceded, red-faced. Had Orson been here, he would have immediately recognized the woman. She was Ivy, Dragon's Kiss Guild's lead mage and a professional player. Back in Sword and Conquest, Orson had faced her in the national quarterfinals. Despite her class advantage, she'd been ruthlessly crushed by him. Usher furrowed his brow. 1000 DPS. That's high for this stage, but didn't any of your 6 squads use tactics? Skyslasher gave a bitter laugh. We tried, but this guy's moves aren't what you'd expect from a casual player. With that, Skyslasher played the recording of the fight, showing Orson leaping midair to kill the rogue, then using his skill to forcefully dodge. See the issue here, Ivy? Usher asked, eyes narrowing as he paused the video. Ivy was captivated by Orson's moves, her eyes filled with amazement. After taking a deep breath, she admitted, that's professional-grade skill. There's no doubt. She replayed the video several times, studying every detail. The fluidity of his movement, his impeccable control over attack range, this was master-level gameplay. Even with her years in professional esports and experience facing top players, Ivy found herself covered in goosebumps from watching him. At minimum, that's Tier 1, possibly even Tier 0 level play. Ivy's face grew pale. Even through the screen, she could feel the immense pressure this player exuded, a confidence in his skill that allowed him to dominate his opponents with ease. Usher smirked, his expression calculating. You're missing the point. Huh, I am. Ivy was taken aback, worried that she'd embarrassed herself in front of her boss, potentially harming her standing within Dragon's Kiss Guild. Pause, Usher commanded, freezing the frame on the level 8 mage's face. The key is here, his appearance, Usher said, a sly smile playing at his lips. His appearance. He looks charismatic, but nothing extraordinary, Skyslasher and Ivy said, clearly confused by Usher's focus. Usher chuckled, his eyes gleaming. What, you don't recognize him from a different game? He's the only player who never enhances his character's looks. He must be gearing up for a comeback. No way he was banned from all US esports leagues. Ivy's voice shook as memories of that infamous player's silhouette flooded back. That explains why he calls himself Orgod, Skyslasher murmured. He dismissed it as a fanboy quirk, but now realized he'd been facing the real deal. Infinite Dimensions isn't regulated by the Esports Association. From what I understand, not even the government has the power to interfere with the game's progression, Usher remarked. His skill was astonishing, his composure unbreakable, and his consistency almost machine-like. This was the nightmare that haunted every pro player's dreams, the insurmountable figure that had crushed countless opponents. With a trembling voice, Ivy whispered, "He's Orson." Usher sipped his coffee, a smile dancing on his lips. If I can't recruit him to Dragon's Kiss Guild, then we'll destroy him. To maximize their monster farming efficiency, Orson led the team out of the mist forest. Quitting smoking for infinite dimensions. Guys, log out for a bit. The bastard mage is here taking over our spawn points again. Supernova Red, damn, this guy's like a leech. I heard he's a game admin helping people level up. Why isn't the company doing something about it? In every new area, Orson called out to borrow monster spawn points. Nearby players would grumble and curse, but their actions spoke louder. They all got out of his way. After all, if this guy had wiped out Dragon's Kiss Guild, small guilds knew better than to pick a fight. Orson's methods were definitely bold, but he kept his word. He only farmed at each spawn point for an hour, then moved on to the next. With Orson ensuring a consistent 3-level difference from the monsters, Shattered Crown's experience intake was maxed out. Soon Orson reached level 10. Centaur Warrior, level 12. HP 1500. Attack power 60. Skill Savage Charge. In an abandoned riverbed, 4 level 10 monsters emerged. Orson glanced around thinking, there's a decent quest here, I'll come back for it later. These guys seem aggressive, so watch out, Shattered Crown warned. They had entered the abandoned riverbed, an area within the main city's jurisdiction, where monsters were stronger than in previous zones. With no more newbie protections, these monsters would actively attack any player entering their territory, raising the danger level considerably. Ultimate Sweetheart raised her newly acquired greatsword with a smirk, charging into the monster's attack range. Come on, let's see what you've got. The centaurs moved swiftly, leaping at her and slashing down. -110. -110. What? Centaurs lost only about 300 HP under her relentless slashes, but Ultimate Sweetheart stood her ground despite their counterattacks, taunting them into staying close as she tanked the damage. Determined, little baby readied her bow. These things have a lot of health, let me help. The 2 other girls joined in the fight as Shattered Crown muttered, if I could only use my hero staff, I'd clear these guys in seconds. Watching from the sidelines, Orson shook his head, feeling like a rich kid was dragging him out hunting in the wild, but he was patient, letting them experience the thrill of the hunt. After a tough battle, they took down 1 centaur warrior, only to have 3 more charge out from the bushes. The noblewomen with limited combat experience were quickly overwhelmed. All right, enough playing around. Orson sighed. With a flick of his staff, 3 fireballs blazed through the air, exploding in sparks. -1100. -1100. What? You have killed Centaur Warrior. EXP 40. Fireball's impact, combined with burn damage, effortlessly wiped out the 6 Centaur Warriors. Ultimate Sweetheart huffed, glaring at Orson. You're no fun. Can't you have a little sense of adventure? Big Baby nodded in agreement. Yeah, isn't the point of playing to go through tough fights and experience the joy of growth? Orson was momentarily speechless. Since when was killing monsters quickly a bad thing? He chuckled to himself, realizing just how naive the wealthy could be. To them, it was only a game. Reasoning with them was pointless. In his past life, after the Peacock King was seduced and killed by a succubus, the King family fell from grace. Women around him met tragic fates. Some were even captured by rival guilds and sacrificed to demon gods. After a moment's hesitation, Orson turned to Shattered Crown and said meaningfully, if these girls mean something to you, then you'd better get strong fast. Shattered Crown frowned, looking at Orson with the blank, clueless look of a college kid. He didn't understand why Orson was being so serious about a game, but he kept his thoughts to himself. As he watched Orson rapidly fire off his chain fireballs, his unspoken question gnawed at him. Was this guy really the person he admired so much? After 3 hours, they emerged from the abandoned riverbed, with the main city of Pondener looming ahead. Orson had reached level 12, while Shattered Crown, the lowest leveled among them, had hit level 10, completing the power leveling task on time. Whoa, so this is Pondener, the nearest city to the newbie village. It's massive, the group gazed at the majestic city on the horizon. Hee, I finally hit level 11, thanks. Handsome, Ultimate Sweetheart grinned, thanking him. No problem. A job's a job, and I appreciate the business. Orson smiled. Along the way, he'd picked up 6 decent level 5 blue items, which he sold to Shattered Crown's group for a bundle price of 20 gold. Shattered Crown, don't mention it, man. Next time I need help with a tough dungeon, I'm calling you. Orson nodded. Despite Shattered Crown's cluelessness, the guy had a steady stream of girls by his side, a connection worth keeping. Calculating his coins and his bank balance, Orson realized he now had enough to cover his sister Sienna's surgery, with a bit left over. He planned to log off later that night and pay the hospital fee, so Sienna wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. His Heavenly Spirit's right eye had reached 14,000 proficiency points, and Blazing Burn was maxed out at 10% MP burn damage, allowing him to melt level 10 monsters in a second. Normal boss White-Scaled Giant Python, level 10. HP 18,001, 8000. Attack power 150. Skills Frenzied Strike, Poison Spread. 7 suspension bridges led to the main city, each guarded by a giant python boss, a major barrier for players trying to leave the newbie area. That one night, come on, one more try, we've got to kill this scaly beast. Dance lover, please, no more. This is impossible. My teammates get poisoned faster than I can heal. What? Hundreds of players were stuck at the bridge. Many were already over level 10, yet the white-scaled python had been blocking their path for hours. Heal me, come on, what's the third healer doing? Someone yelled. Shut up, man, I'm healing as fast as I can. Orson watched, dumbfounded at the players' tactics. The python's poison spread skill was lethal, so one team had assembled a setup of 3 healers, 1 tank, and 2 ranged DPS to try to grind down the boss's 18,000 HP. However, the python emitted a debuff aura that reduced players' healing received by 50%. The longer the fight dragged on, the more ineffective their heals would become. With a 3-healer team, their damage output was nearly non-existent. This boss was clearly designed to test players' combat skills and damage output. As one healer after another fell, Orson couldn't help but comment, didn't anyone read the skill descriptions? You won't beat it like this. You think you're so smart. If you can do better, prove it, shouted the last standing tank, who was paralyzed by poison, only his mouth still working. Shattered Crown chuckled. You're gonna make me die laughing, do you know who you're talking to? My guy could solo this boss without breaking a sweat. Solo? PFFFT, delusional. Solo a white-scaled python. Even the best players from SSR Guild wouldn't stand a chance. Get real, man. Total noob vibes. Hearing Shattered Crown's words, the nearby players all scoffed, openly mocking Orson. Orson just sighed, turning to Shattered Crown. Want me to weaken the boss for you? I'll leave once it's low on health. Aren't you heading to the main city? Shattered Crown asked, surprised. I still have some unfinished quests in the newbie village. Orson glanced at the abandoned riverbed marked on his map, deep in thought. There was a special level 10 dungeon activation point there with a unique activation condition. If he crossed the bridge into the main city without doing it, the hidden rewards would disappear. Many top players in his past life had missed this quest and regretted it deeply. You sure you don't want me to help with the boss? Impressive. Orson was a bit surprised. Finally reaching level 10, Shattered Crown had equipped his hero staff and seemed a bit more confident, even refusing Orson's offer to weaken the boss for him. Stop teasing me. If I hadn't seen your skills, I'd still think this game was just about spending money to win. Shattered Crown grinned, glancing at his 4 beautiful wives. A man's gotta be rich and strong, right? Watch me take down this little boss. Orson gave a slight smile, exited the party, and headed toward the abandoned riverbed to continue his next mission. Regional announcement. Player Ballerina has completed the prologue of the main quest, receiving 30 free attribute points and 1,000 prestige. Regional announcement. Player Defying Heaven 2001, 30 attribute points. That's like 6 levels worth of stats just handed to him. This is so unbalanced. Don't drop the soap. Is balance even a thing here? Those big guild players are way faster than us solo players. Buried in snow, haha, I hate to tell you guys, but I got 15 attribute points just for fishing with an NPC. They even gave me a crafting skill. While players on the world chat complained about how overpowered the rewards were, Orson wasn't surprised. One of the biggest draws of Infinite Dimensions was the sheer number of side quests and hidden tasks, many of which rewarded attribute points, skills, or rare items. Leveling up and gearing up through combat alone wasn't the only way to become a top player. Immersive exploration and hidden quest triggers were equally important. Returning to the abandoned riverbed, Orson picked up a mushroom growing from a rotting tree trunk. It looked suspiciously poisonous, the kind that would knock you flat with one bite. Divine Poison Truffle. Quality common. Effect a rare mountain delicacy. It melts in your mouth with a delicious, sweet flavor. Divine Review, a must-have for any god's party. Orson hesitated, staring at the item description. He still couldn't fathom what had possessed those players in his past life to actually cook and eat this thing, nearly leading to a full party wipe. In Infinite Dimensions, players didn't need a formal cooking skill to prepare meals. Ingredients could be thrown together freely, and the taste was almost indistinguishable from real food, though it didn't actually fill you up. However, adding rare spices or monster meat created buff effects, making things more interesting. Some players, especially those who were chefs in real life, made a fortune in-game by selling dishes and recipes. Large guilds even employed dedicated chefs, with the best ones able to boost members' stats to the next level. To unlock the Abandoned Riverbed's elite dungeon, though, Orson needed to eat the poisonous mushroom and fall unconscious. Reluctantly, he grabbed the mushroom and bit into it raw. As he bit through the stem, juice burst onto his tongue, filling his mouth with an odd fragrance. He grimaced as the bitter, waxy texture spread across his taste buds. You have eaten the divine poison truffle. Your willpower is being eroded. 3, 2, 1. You are now in a hallucination. The system messages appeared one after another, but Orson stayed calm, leaning back against a rock and letting sleep overtake him. When he opened his eyes, everything was hazy. He squinted, struggling to focus. His surroundings were painted in soft pinks, and a photo of him with a sweet-looking girl hung on the wall. Lying on a bed nearby was a familiar face, peacefully asleep with a gentle smile. She was as beautiful and delicate as he remembered, her bare shoulder glowing healthily in the soft light. Long black hair framed her angelic features, stirring something deep within him. A feeling of relief washed over him, and he murmured, so it was all a dream. Infinite Dimensions, Sienna's illness, just a nightmare. Unable to contain his excitement, Orson reached out to hold his sister's hand. But as he took a step forward, the image before him began to shake violently. Suddenly, Sienna's eyes snapped open, and she grabbed Orson's arm tightly. "Brother, I don't want to die. I'm so scared, brother." A chill shot through Orson. The girl's face twisted, filled with anger and bitterness, becoming something frighteningly unfamiliar. He tried to pull his hand away, but her grip was unbreakable, her beautiful face now grotesque and hateful. In a flash, the room transformed into a hospital ward. "This isn't real, it can't be." The smell of disinfectant filled the air, and Orson's heart raced as his worst fears resurfaced. The scene shifted once more. "Orson, run, I'll cover you." Standing on crumbling ruins, a silver-haired man clutched Orson's shoulder, his bloodshot eyes blazing with desperation. "Stop hesitating, take my hopes with you and live." "Bradley." Orson's heart pounded as he watched a terrifying dragon-scale python clear a path in the distance, a horde of powerful warriors following close behind. Sitting upon the twin-headed chimera on a golden throne was a majestic figure whose eyes shone with godlike authority, the leader of Dragon's Kiss Guild, Usher. "Oh, and Orson," Bradley's voice wavered with emotion as he pushed Orson forward, holy light glowing around him. "If you see my wife, tell her I'm sorry." Orson watched in horror as Bradley charged at Usher, his body radiating holy magic. Usher, with a cold expression, pointed a finger. "Kill." Fiery dragon's breath and blinding spells lit up the apocalyptic wasteland, and Orson could only stare as Bradley's form disintegrated, utterly annihilated. "No." Orson jerked awake, back in Infinite Dimensions. The night sky twinkled above him, the trees casting shifting shadows, and he realized it was now nighttime. "Damn," he gasped, drenched in sweat, feeling worse than ever. He tried to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but his arms wouldn't move. When he managed to turn his head, he was stunned. He was bound and slung over the back of a centaur warrior, which was carrying him deeper into the riverbed. The stench from the monster was overwhelming. Even knowing Infinite Dimensions wasn't a hardcore mode game, Orson couldn't help but mutter, "It's not even survival mode, why go this hard on the realism?" You have entered the Beast Tribe encampment. You have unlocked level 10 Elite Dungeon, Night of Terror. Everything was going according to plan. In his previous life, a team of players had eaten the poison mushroom and been kidnapped, only to wake up in the desolate riverbed dungeon. After a few minutes, Orson was dropped as a food supply in a rough Beast Tribe camp and tossed into a cellar. Night of Terror Dungeon. Objective 1, escape the cellar. Objective 2, defeat all elite centaur and minotaur warriors. Objective 3, defeat the Beastman chieftain. Seeing his objectives, Orson nodded. Completing the dungeon first would yield additional rewards. However, the real prize awaited after defeating the dungeon boss. MP. MP. What? A fireball lit up in Orson's hand, illuminating the cellar around him. He grimaced. Bones and chunks of rotting flesh littered the floor, mostly human remains. No wonder this place was called Abandoned Riverbed. The remains here were from kidnapped villagers, now just discarded remnants. The cellar walls were rough, marked with climbable indentations. But just as he began to move, something heavy dropped from above, landing with a thud. Orson instinctively pressed against the wall, listening to a pained groan. Shining his fireball closer, he found a woman lying on the floor. Wait, what? Orson was bewildered. This dungeon's been run hundreds of times. No one's ever mentioned a woman here. He was alone, without a party, so there shouldn't be another player with him. The woman had a graceful figure and porcelain skin. Her beauty struck Orson as familiar, stirring an unexpected sense of recognition. Hazel, he whispered hesitantly. Hearing her name, the woman drowsily opened her large, doe-like eyes. Have you seen my Silverlight Holy Chaos robe? She asked groggily. And my apprentice hat, Holy Life Staff, Silver Dragon Rhinoceros shoulder guards, boots and gloves. She sighed dramatically. If I've lost them, my teacher will scold me to death. Her voice trembled as she began to sniffle, nearly on the verge of tears. Orson bit his lip, struggling to suppress his laughter. Last time she'd only lost her hat. Now she'd managed to lose an entire set of gear. In a world full of intelligent NPCs, her absent-mindedness was truly a unique trait. Hidden quest activated. Anxious Hazel, part II, Hungry Hazel. Divine review. Hazel's become even smarter after tasting the divine poison truffle with an adventurer. Were you following me? Orson was taken aback, genuinely surprised. Although Infinite Dimensions had highly intelligent NPCs, player interactions with them in the early stages were usually basic and functional. For example, interacting with a blacksmith simply allowed options like buy or sell, and only certain side quests activated NPC intelligence. Yet here was Hazel, who had somehow managed to follow him from the newbie village and even mimicked his actions by eating a poisonous mushroom. That was unexpected. Hazel nodded innocently, looking adorably clueless. Why? Any particular reason? Orson's curiosity was piqued. Well, I've never met an adventurer as ordinary and weak as you, she replied, her cheeks flushing a little as she spoke. I figured you'd run into trouble, so. She glanced over Orson's beginner's gear with a look of pity that was anything but subtle. 3 black lines appeared on Orson's forehead. What kind of reasoning was that? If anyone was in danger here, it was him nearly getting crushed by this clueless girl. A prompt appeared, Hazel's quest sequence, part II. Help Hazel retrieve her lost gear and escort her back to Pondiner after completing the elite dungeon. Hazel thinks you're too weak and has decided to teach you magic. Do you accept letter 1D4CD? Orson's face twitched. Ditzy girl had just declared him weak, but free magic was free magic, so he accepted it without hesitation. Who cares if she thought he was weak? 2 magic books appeared in front of him. Curious, Orson picked one up to examine it and couldn't help but feel he'd hit the jackpot. C-rank Fire Magic, Blood Detonation. Effect: after injuring a target, expend 100 MP to detonate their blood, dealing at least 250 spell power and damage. Cooldown 8 seconds. The higher the rank, the more powerful the spell. Magic skill ranks ranged from E lowest to S highest, with the rare forbidden curses only obtainable through special quests. In his previous life, the King family had poured its entire fortune into turning Shattered Crown into a super mage with 3 forbidden curses, each capable of leveling a city. If it weren't for his tragic and untimely death, the King family might have rivaled Dragon's Kiss Guild, even in hardcore mode. Right now, even D-rank spellbooks started at 50 gold coins on the Empire Auction House, while C-rank spells sold for 200 gold, often with no sellers at all. Blood Detonation was undoubtedly a high-damage spell, delivering strong burst damage and scaling with the player's attack power. With an 8-second cooldown, it was practically a top-tier C-rank spell. Orson was tempted, but opened the second magic book out of curiosity. D-rank Fire Magic, Sacred Sun Shield. Created by one of Pondiner's 3 Grand Mages, Flamebound. Effect: expends 400 MP to create a magical shield, up to 9 layers of shields in total. Each shield absorbs 700 physical or magical damage and consumes 100 MP per minute when active. After reading the spell's description, Orson barely blinked before choosing the D-rank Sacred Sun Shield without hesitation. Excited, Orson's hands were practically trembling. The spell was useless for a typical mage due to its insane mana cost. Just casting a single shield would drain a level 10 mage, let alone maintaining it over time. Except Orson wasn't a typical mage. With his massive 14,400 MP pool, this spell was practically tailor-made for him. Consuming 3,600 MP could instantly generate 9 shields, capable of absorbing a whopping 6,300 points of damage. With that kind of protection, who could touch him? Rogues. Even a mob of them would be pointless. You're right, I really am small and weak. Good call. Orson grinned, giving Hazel a mischievous peck on her porcelain cheek. You're the best, Hazel. Hazel stared at him, her cheeks flushing pink. Oh, I am's. Orson laughed, his grin downright mischievous under the moonlight. Don't worry. I'll come back to rescue you. Following the marked path, he scaled the cellar walls and climbed out with ease. A few campfires flickered nearby, where a group of beast tribe soldiers feasted on some unidentified beast meat, completely unaware of the maniac creeping toward them. Elite Centaur Archer, level 13. HP 3500. Attack power 120. Skill Leaping Shot. Elite monsters had significantly higher health and attack power than ordinary ones. Any non-elite player under level 20 would struggle to even take on a single monster in the desolate riverbed dungeon. F-whoosh, F-whoosh, F-whoosh. 3 fireballs arced through the night sky as Orson opened fire from 100 meters away. Minus 125. Minus 1,350. Minus 1,350. What? The 4 Centaur elites were flattened, and 3 seconds of burning damage barely finished them off. You have killed an elite Centaur. EXP 300. You have killed. Orson's eyes lit up. The experience gained from elites was over 3 times that of regular monsters, well worth the dungeon's increased difficulty. A deep warhorn sounded as 10 massive centaurs retaliated, firing a rain of arrows in his direction. Remaining calm, Orson summoned fiery shields with his beginner staff, 2 red shields floating before and above him. The arrows pinged harmlessly off them, failing to do any damage. This is incredible. The dream of becoming a human artillery cannon is within reach, Orson laughed, launching rapid fireballs that incinerated the charging centaurs. Boom! A thunderous impact struck from behind, a surprise attack from a group of enraged Minotaur warriors, each boasting 5,000 HP and armed with massive totem poles. As the massive creatures thundered across the field, kicking up dust, Orson didn't even turn around. The 6-point star symbol lit up, generating a shield behind him. 4 shields encased him completely, blocking every blow without losing a single point of health. Only the damage numbers above him indicated his shield was taking hits. Flames of his fire magic surrounded the elites, their agonized cries echoing through the night as hooves and giant axes hammered his shields. When one shield finally cracked, Orson casually added another. Sacred Sun Shield was perfect for his lazy playstyle. After a full day of monster hunting, he was done dodging. Why waste effort when his 14,400 MP could handle it? Timing his blazing burn cooldowns, he chipped away at the Minotaur's health with basic attacks and passive skills. By the time he reached the far end of the beast camp, the ground was littered with dropped equipment and silver coins. One great thing about elite dungeons was the increased drop rate. While the monsters were tough, they provided far more loot. Especially from elite Minotaur warriors, 10 of them had already dropped 1 blue item, which was pure profit for Orson. Minotaur leg guards. Quality fine. Level 10. Class warrior. Physical defense 32. Magic resistance 32. 1 agility. 1 evasion. Minotaur helm. Quality fine. What? The desolate riverbed was basically a warrior's gear paradise, with almost all loot being warrior class armor. Since Infinite Dimensions had so many warrior players, level 10 blue gear was in high demand, fetching over 5,000 per piece. These pieces were no mere standard gear, either. While they didn't carry set bonuses like hero equipment, they often had valuable bonus stats, making them the best value armor for any warrior. Orson kited the monsters around, killing them from the herb garden to the literature pavilion, finally leading them to the boss area. 200 elites later, he settled down beside a hidden altar to meditate and restore his MP. Even with over 10,000 MP, it's still not enough. Running shields drains it dry in less than 30 minutes. Orson sighed, his thirst for higher MP seemingly unquenchable. If other mages heard his complaints, they'd probably be tempted to kill him. Strange, none of Hazel's lost gear has dropped. Orson frowned, glancing at the altar. Could it all be on the boss? Nearby, a desiccated Minotaur shaman chanted in a low voice, waving its arms around the altar. Suddenly, a sinister blue light shot into the sky, and a portal opened, as if the fabric of space itself had been torn. Minotaur Lick, level 15. HP 80,008,0000. Attack power. Skills. This boss is a Lord-tier enemy. You may not be able to handle it. Would you like to summon allies? Decline. Orson shook his head. Defeating the Minotaur Lick would be difficult, but with knowledge of its skills and attack patterns, and the sacred sun shield protecting him, it was within his reach. Besides, he'd be missing out on the real prize of the desolate riverbed dungeon, the hidden boss. The Dark Elf Queen. Interrupt the Minotaur Lick's sacrificial ritual within 1 minute, or catastrophic consequences may follow. Hearing the system prompt, Orson remained unmoved. He knew the key to triggering the hidden boss fight was to do absolutely nothing. All he needed was to let the Minotaur Lick complete the ritual, which would summon the Dark Elf Queen. In the Night of Terror dungeon, if players entered at level 20 or higher, the Minotaur Chieftain wouldn't respawn, making the hidden boss encounter impossible. Many players in the past had missed this secret, and Orson had been no exception. Most players hadn't noticed it because they were used to following system prompts, which often meant overlooking quest subtleties. Sure enough, after a minute, a blue glow blanketed the altar. Like tiny fireflies, luminous bugs emerged from the spatial rift. Dark Pixie, level 15. HP 300-300. Attack power 50. Skills Dark Flash, Ascend, Mutation. Each of these small, graceful creatures was no bigger than a hand, with transparent wings. Despite their delicate appearance, they were deceptively dangerous. These little pests are tricky. Orson frowned, eyeing the Dark Pixies, which only had 300 HP each. They looked weak, but their abilities were insane. Aside from their offensive Dark Flash skill, the Ascend skill meant they would explode upon taking lethal damage, releasing a blast powerful enough to wipe out an entire party within its range. And once the Pixies' numbers dropped, they would trigger mutation, making them faster, stronger, and overwhelmingly aggressive. Although Orson was wary of the Pixies' Ascend explosions, dozens of them detonating together would be impossible to withstand, even with 9 shields up. Sensing an intruder, the Dark Pixies shrieked and swarmed toward Orson, their glowing bodies flashing light and dark as they attacked. With a quick move, he raised 2 sacred sun shields to absorb the first wave of light attacks. In seconds, the first shield shattered, and the second was already splintering. Although the Pixies weren't powerful individually, their combined attacks packed a punch. Think you can outlast my MP? Orson stepped back calmly, layering on 2 more sacred sun shields to block the Pixies' concentrated fire. A 6-pointed star lit up before him as he launched consecutive fireballs into the densest part of the Pixie swarm, quickly bringing many of their HP to 0. The tiny bodies instantly swelled as they triggered Ascend. Boom! The explosion's shockwave nearly knocked Orson off his feet, forcing him to steady himself with his staff. Geez, these things are like mini-nukes, Orson muttered, staring at the mushroom cloud rising before him. No wonder so few people had ever cleared the desolate riverbed hidden quest. Most players didn't even make it to the boss because of the Pixies' massive explosions. Thankful for his long-range advantage, Orson pulled back further, launching fireballs from a safe distance to thin the swarm. You have slain a Dark Pixie. EXP 1. You have. Orson scoffed. These creatures might have been level 15, but they only gave 1 EXP point each, despite their deadly nature. Even worse, killing them didn't increase his heavenly spirit's right eye proficiency. These creatures weren't classified as monsters, perhaps not even as living beings. He dismissed the idea of grinding on them and instead focused on clearing them strategically. Explosions erupted all around as the Pixies continued to swarm, their numbers somehow increasing instead of dwindling. With his MP dangerously low, Orson realized he'd be defenseless once he could no longer cast shields. Staying calm, he led the Pixies toward the Minotaur boss, guiding the swarm closer to the altar. 9 sacrificed NPC maidens appeared on the altar, bound as offerings for the Dark Elf Queen. As their souls screamed and left their bodies, being drawn into the spatial rift, a powerful aura began to awaken, accompanied by intricate magic runes illuminating the sky. It's time. Orson's eyes hardened, and he unleashed a barrage of fireballs directly onto the Minotaur lick. Hundreds of dark pixies converged on the target, their tiny bodies turning into pulsing energy. Caught in the blast, the lick was consumed by a fiery explosion. -8,000. -16,000. The lick, which boasted 80,000 HP, was nearly killed in the resulting inferno. Minotaur lick let out an enraged roar, its body crackling with mana as a sickly green light spread from its staff, draining the life of everything in its path. Orson raised his staff, summoning 5 sacred sun shields. The green wave shattered 2 of them immediately, causing Orson to gasp. Each shield absorbed 700 damage, meaning the lick's attack had hit for over 1,400. In a last-ditch attempt, the lick opened another portal, summoning elite beast soldiers. Orson smirked, sending 3 more fireballs toward the group, triggering another series of pixie explosions. -6,000. -12,000. What? Many of the beast soldiers perished instantly, leaving behind loot and materials unique to the dungeon. You have slain an elite Minotaur guard. EXP 400. What? Caught in the pixie blasts, the Minotaur lick's desiccated form collapsed to the ground. You have slain the elite boss Minotaur lick. EXP 30,000. Level up, you have reached level 13. Level up, you have reached level 14. Orson was ecstatic, leveling up twice in an instant and landing himself among the game's top players. Hero-grade gear and 3 pieces at once. His eyes lit up. The boss had dropped 2 pieces of armor and a weapon, all glowing with the purple hue of hero-grade items. The strategy guides had been correct. The Dark Pixie's self-destruct ability could be both a nightmare and a golden opportunity. For most players, a 6-player party with at least 4 DPS could spread the pixies out, then trigger explosions to kill the boss without direct combat. You are the first player to complete the Night of Terror dungeon. Would you like your name to be displayed in the regional announcement? Orson gave a faint smile, his gaze steady. Most players chose anonymity to avoid drawing unwanted attention and avoid becoming targets before they were strong enough to defend themselves. But Orson understood all too well that the challenges he would face in this game went far beyond keeping a low profile. If he wanted to reclaim his former glory, there was no room for timidity. He was here to remind the world of infinite dimensions that the 3-time champion was back to take what was his. A king's return requires no secrecy. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Orgod for becoming the first player to solo clear the Elite Dungeon Night of Terror. Rewards: 50 attribute points, 10 skill points, 5,000 prestige points, and 50 gold. The announcement stunned the world chat into silence for a solid 10 seconds, as every player stopped grinding or questing, faces frozen in disbelief. A solo clear of an elite dungeon, and on the second day after the server launch. Was this even possible? King of the expedition, damn, Orson, you're unreal. Shattered Crown, I knew it, you're insane, if only I could be half as overpowered as you. Sweethearted Fury, I knew I'd picked the right guy, only Orson could be crazy enough to solo an elite dungeon while we're looking the other way. Orson's inbox flooded with private messages. Bradley and Shattered Crown congratulated him, while Sweethearted Fury joked about setting him up with a partner. Orson rolled his eyes at their compliments. Blowing things up, being called a freak, was this how you're supposed to compliment someone as good-looking as him? Blocked. All of them blocked. Moments later, at Rank Studios, a beautiful woman with flawless makeup woke from her gaming pod and stormed over to Charles, dragging him out of the game. I told you to take good care of him, and you forced him to quit. You've ruined everything. She threw Orson's resignation letter in Charles's face. This is all a misunderstanding. I'll make it right with Orgod, I swear. Facing her fury, Charles, normally cocky and arrogant, stood there sheepishly. Her name was Lauren, owner of Rank Studios and a major shareholder in several streaming and esports companies. She'd heard about Orson's blacklisting and had personally arranged for Charles to bring him into Rank. Taking a few deep breaths, Lauren calmed herself. As an Infinite Dimensions player, she knew how incredibly difficult it was to solo an elite dungeon, especially at such a low level. She didn't know how Orson had pulled it off, but she was certain of one thing. If she wanted Rank Studios to thrive in Infinite Dimensions, she couldn't afford to lose Orson. She opened her designer bag, took out a card and said, transfer him 3 million and ask him to reconsider coming back. And I'll personally visit his sister at City Hospital number 1. You have acquired quest items, Holy Life Staff, Silver Dragon Rhino Pauldrons. Hazel's lost equipment automatically flew into Orson's inventory, and with a quick glance, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Whoa." Staff of Divine Light. Quality Legendary. Level Requirement 50. Class Mage. Magic Attack Power 1200. Attack Speed 1.3. Critical Rate 30%. Effect 1 restores 5% HP per second. Effect 2 increases max HP by 30%. Awakening Skill for full set, Hymn of Life. Effect increases all allies' max HP by 50% within 100 meters. Lasts 30 minutes, 2-hour cooldown. Orson stared at the rows of orange text detailing the staff's attributes, practically drooling. Every piece of Hazel's equipment was a legendary, top-tier item, each one a masterpiece. Only her apprentice hat seemed oddly out of place with its basic stats. If only I could swipe the NPC's gear and log out, Orson thought, his eyes gleaming with desire. Who wouldn't be tempted by such loot? This item is Hazel's exclusive weapon. It cannot be used, dropped, or destroyed. Orson gave a bitter chuckle. Of course, it was too good to be true. Infinite Dimensions didn't deal in free lunches. Hazel's equipment was bound to her alone. No one else could use or even pick up these items. He turned back to grab the 3 hero-grade items dropped by the boss, but before he reached them, a seductive, whispering voice echoed from the dimensional rift, sending chills down his spine. The voice was hypnotic, exactly his type. No wonder so many male players in his past life had gone wild over the Dark Elf Queen. That sultry voice was enough to make any man's knees weak. From the portal stepped one perfectly shaped, porcelain-white leg, a sight so stunning it felt like an arrow to the heart. Another leg followed, and Orson's mouth went dry as flames of excitement shot through him. Then a third leg appeared. And then a fourth. Are you kidding me? Orson's expression shifted from infatuation to disbelief, then from disbelief to horror. All 8 legs, each 2 or 3 meters long, gathered together in a spider-like formation. Above them, a massive head crowned with a black diadem, and 6 enormous wings slowly unfurled. The Dark Elf Queen's face was as beautiful as a flawless sculpture, yet cold and lifeless, radiating an aura of death and decay. Oh hell no. Cold sweat beaded on Orson's forehead, as both his arachnophobia and fear of giant creatures hit him all at once. Whoever wrote that guide, come out here so I can kill you, he muttered in disbelief. No wonder the previous guides had detailed every single step of the Night of Terror quest, except for the most crucial part. No one who had unlocked this hidden dungeon ever mentioned what the queen looked like. This wasn't a regal elf queen, this was a gigantic, terrifying spider. Dark Elf Queen, level 15. Boss tier. HP 500,000 50,000. Attack power 680. Skills mastery of dark mage techniques. A notification popped up, and Orson felt a twinge of anxiety. This creature had 500,000 HP, and it was only a projection of the queen, with around 3% of her actual power. He couldn't even fathom how strong her true form must be. She was likely a late-game world boss. Though only one skill was listed, Orson knew what that meant. In Infinite Dimensions, mages could only reach the Dark Mage rank by mastering 10 or more sea-level or higher spells, all leveled to 10. This boss then had at least 10 dark magic spells. As the queen began to stir, Orson glanced at the hero-grade loot on the ground and the still motionless pixies. For now, he'd have to give up on the loot. He wasn't about to risk waking the boss prematurely. He turned and dashed, creating as much distance as possible between himself and the 8-legged queen. When neither the boss nor the minions followed, Orson retreated 800 meters into the underground passage, keeping himself within attack range. Half my range will have to do, he muttered, steadying himself. He threw Hazel's equipment into the cellar, completing that part of the quest in case he got killed and lost everything. You have returned Hazel's lost equipment. Please escort Hazel to the city of Pandanalan. Got it, Orson sighed. He'd briefly considered luring the queen toward Hazel, hoping that Hazel would fight the queen while he watched, collecting the spoils when it was over. But each time he'd approach the cellar to kindly invite Hazel out to help, she had a response that instantly shut him down. Why, I can't put on my own equipment without my servant. Won't you give me a hand, my ordinary and oh-so-vulnerable adventurer? Reliable as ever, disgrace of the mage world, Orson muttered. Dealing with Hazel was like dealing with a storm of complications. If he didn't know she could kill him 100 times over, he might have tossed a fireball her way just to blow off steam. In the distance, the injured pixies began to transform, merging into black cocoons that broke apart to reveal a formidable new form. Queen's Elite Guard, level 15. HP 20,002. Attack power 230. Skills Blink Strike, Dark Energy Burst, Blood Frenzy. 12 of them emerged, clad in dark gray armor and wielding spears, the Queen's Royal Guard, each with power equivalent to a level 10 boss. The guards spread out, searching the area for Orson. Taking a deep breath, Orson prepared to follow the first rule of dungeon clearing: always kill the minions before the boss. In Infinite Dimensions, the minions weren't your standard MMO fodder. Under hardcore conditions, even the strongest players could get careless and wind up dead. Summoning his six-pointed star, Orson unleashed a volley of fireballs at the closest groups of enemies. Using the experience he'd gained sniping the Goblin Emperor, he aimed with deadly accuracy, igniting the guards with his blazing burn passive. -1,554. -1,554. What? His attacks landed just outside the enemy's detection range, confusing the minions. But the Dark Elf Queen wasn't like the Goblin Emperor. Highly intelligent, she split her guards into 3 teams and ordered a search. With quick repositioning and relentless fireballs, Orson managed to kill 3 of the guards. The remaining guards went berserk, activating their blood frenzy, which boosted their speed but drained their HP over time. You have slain the Queen's Elite Guard. EXP 900. What? He repositioned himself and began the traditional mage's dance, kiting the mobs. But each of these minions had massive HP, and even with 1,500 burn damage, it took him nearly a minute to whittle down each one. The guards didn't reach him until 4 remained. With practice calm, he raised a Sacred Sun shield to block their blink strike, preserving his mana. Dodging precisely, he sidestepped Dark Energy Burst and countered with fireballs. To anyone else, it would have looked like magic, a mage effortlessly dodging attacks while casting spells with pinpoint accuracy. After a grueling struggle, he finally killed the last of the elite guards. As he looked up, a colossal shadow descended over him. The Dark Elf Queen hovered above, her gigantic wings stirring up powerful gusts of wind as she looked down on him, her chilling gaze piercing into him like a god looking at an insect. Honestly, Orson didn't expect the Dark Elf Queen to move this fast. But what really caught him off guard was how hideous she looked up close. At a distance, the Queen seemed like a divine figure descending to Earth. Up close, though, she was more like a horror show. The sight of her bristling, needle-like leg hair almost triggered an electronic dysfunction in him. Thank goodness for the patches of dark armor covering her vital areas. Without them, he might have lost his sanity. Whoever wrote the strategy guide for this boss, you really tricked a lot of clueless guys into certain death, Orson muttered. As a man, he felt betrayed. The Queen seemed to sense the sheer disdain in Orson's gaze. With her 8 legs raised, she launched a relentless stomping attack. Orson had anticipated this, swiftly moving to evade her brutal physical strikes. But the Queen was fast, quickly blocking his escape path with her outstretched legs. Suddenly, 3 dark streaks slashed toward him from her hand. Orson smirked, summoning a Sunfur shield underfoot and deftly leaping into the air to evade the attack from an unnatural angle. No matter the life he was in, few could match Orson's mastery of combat tactics and spell techniques. Facing a boss with limited attack patterns, only a fraction of her true power at that, Orson found it surprisingly easy to handle. As he landed, he quickly fired off 3 consecutive fireballs, all aimed precisely at the boss's armored chest. -1. -1. -1. Rapid-fire barrage barely left a scratch on her chest armor, causing no real damage, but Orson hadn't expected much. In Infinite Dimensions, attacks could either hit unarmored areas for full damage or be partially or entirely absorbed by high-tier armor. This fell into the latter category. -1,355. -1,355. What? With a few anguished roars, wisps of flame began spreading across the Queen's chest. Although his attacks hadn't broken her defenses, his fire mage passive was still triggering. With that success, Orson retreated again. Enraged, the Queen increased her assault, a spear of dark magic manifesting behind her and hurling itself directly at Orson with a deadly hiss. Orson narrowed his eyes, watching the space around the spear ripple as it approached. The blast radius had to be at least 3 meters. With his measly 300 HP, even a slight graze would be fatal. Shield, 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 and more shields. He generated 4 Sunfire shields in quick succession. Bang, bang, bangs. The magic attack on this thing is insane. Cold sweat trickled down Orson's back as the spear smashed through 3 of his shields, the 4th barely managing to absorb the final blow. Each Sunfire shield could absorb 700 damage, meaning the Queen's attack packed over 2,000 damage in a single hit, more than enough to kill him several times over. Realizing the danger, Orson abandoned any playful mindset he'd had about this boss fight. Focusing his mana, he followed up with another set of fireballs, all targeted at her armored chest. What? Despite being fully absorbed, each hit now did a bit more damage than before. Noting the effect, Orson retreated again, conjuring another Sunfire shield to absorb the Queen's relentless attacks, while the surroundings took a beating, as though an earthquake was ripping through the Beastman camp. His Blazing Burn passive was doing its job, but the Queen's 500,000 HP was staggering. If he didn't find a way to drain it faster, he'd run out of mana long before she went down. I'll probably need another few dozen fireballs just to break her defenses, he calculated grimly, then resumed his rapid-fire assault on the Queen's chest. He wasn't aiming there for any unsavory reason. The chest area was a strategic weak point in infinite dimensions. While armor here didn't have a durability value, sustained attacks could destroy it, allowing players to deal critical hits to unprotected weak points like the heart or head. Such an opening not only increased critical hit rates, but also occasionally inflicted stun, knockback, or even floating effects. 10 minutes in, the armor around the Queen's chest was beginning to crack, revealing slivers of pale skin underneath. Any hint of beauty was utterly lost on Orson. He wanted only to finish off this screeching monster. At 20% HP, the Queen paused, stopping her chase. She's changing her attack stance, Orson thought, immediately recognizing the pattern. The more powerful the boss, the more attack modes it would have as players depleted its HP. This was the core challenge of boss fights in infinite dimensions. A massive dark hexagram suddenly appeared behind the Queen, blotting out the sky. From the hexagram, a blood-red magic sigil descended, bypassing Orson's Sunfire shield and striking him directly. Glancing at the new sigils etched on his skin, Orson muttered, an A-level curse spell, Death Sigil. A-rank dark spell, Death Sigil. Effect reduces all targets' HP within range to 10%, lasting 1 minute, with effects decreasing based on magic resistance. 30-minute cooldown. This curse spell was absurdly powerful. Without a light mage present to counter it, even the best-equipped players would be gutted by such a debuff. Death Sigil had brought down entire guilds in Orson's previous life, leaving top players defenseless before even weaker opponents. But on Orson, this spell was overkill. That's it. That's all you've got. Orson scoffed, unimpressed. Against a regular player, this move would have been devastating. But Orson had committed to a no-hit run. He was fine as long as he had his shields up. With 35 HP remaining, he wasn't nervous at all. With his mana reserve, his 9 Sunfire shields functioned like an extra health bar. The Queen let out a smug, mocking shriek as she watched her prey struggle under the curse. With a flick of her 6 enormous wings, she conjured 3 swords of dark magic that flew toward Orson. Orson calmly responded by summoning 6 Sunfire shields, deflecting 2 swords with each shield. He glanced at his mana pool, only about 1,000 points left. With barely any mana remaining, Orson kept up his assault on the Queen's chest, chipping away at her cracked armor. What? Every hit struck with pinpoint accuracy, and Orson felt like he was born to do this. His precision was terrifying, even to himself. With his mana nearing 0 and the Queen's chest armor breaking apart, Orson seized the opportunity. Raising his starter staff, he declared, "You're going down." With a crack, the armor shattered, and Orson activated his inner, Sage mode to ignore the Queen's exposed chest. Critical hit minus 230. Critical hit minus 230. What? The Queen's towering form reeled backward, screeching in pain, as Orson's fireballs continued to strike her exposed heart, suspending her in midair with successive knockbacks. In a masterful display of attack timing, each of Orson's basic attacks chained together perfectly, keeping the Queen suspended, defenseless. It was a feat few could accomplish with a starter staff's 0.5 attack speed. Even a fraction of a second error would have broken the combo. On top of that, Orson effortlessly activated his game's recording function to capture this insane display of skill. 1 minute passed, and the Combo X33 message appeared over the Queen's head. 10 minutes in, the counter climbed to 352. 30 minutes later, the combo count reached an unbelievable 900, and the Queen's HP hit rock bottom. Had any Sword and Conquest veterans been watching, they would have shouted, That's just Orson in action, basic moves, no big deal. Server announcement. Player Usher has led his team to clear the elite dungeon Dark Abyss. Team reward 30 free attribute points, 3 skill points, 1,000 fame, and 15 gold coins. Players flooded the server with reactions. Pizza no jalapeno. Way to go, Usher flowers for the Dragon's Kiss Guild boss. Infinite Dimensions Pro Liu Qiang. Dragon's Kiss Guild is unstoppable. Usher was born to be a god-tier archer. It's only a matter of time before he conquers infinite dimensions. Sad but shallow compared to Orgod. Nah, not single-handed, so what's the big deal about this announcement? Not much skill in that. The Dragon's Kiss Guild's victory over Dark Abyss made waves across infinite dimensions, though reactions were mixed. Team accomplishments were no match for the jaw-dropping impact of Orgod's solo run through Night of Terror. Nonetheless, Usher had his fair share of loyal supporters eager to shower him with praise. Usher wasted no time buying a 10,000 credit megaphone to announce, "This victory wouldn't be possible without my team." A huge thanks to everyone who contributed. Here's to seeing more of you in Dragon's Kiss Guild. Bradley, hacking away at monsters in the wilderness, scoffed at the announcement. Oh, now he's all humble. Just yesterday they were snatching our bosses and hogging hunting grounds. System alert, player Dragon's Kiss Guild has sent out a gift to all players. Amount, 1,000 gold coins. Quantity, 999 packets. Bradley froze. 1,000,000 credit bonus. He muttered his complaints, but his fingers were a blur as he grabbed a gift pack that landed him a fat 5 gold. 5,000 credits richer, he laughed out loud. Hatchet Street King, man of the people, our big bro Usher, somebody prop me up. I'm ready to pledge my loyalty to Dragon's Kiss Guild. Tears and Woodlands, Orgod who? Usher's the real deal, the only guild that matters. Tequila Mockingbird, real talk, Usher is now the undisputed king of infinite dimensions. 1,000,000 credit drop sent shockwaves through the server, cementing Usher's reputation. With many players already dreaming of joining Dragon's Kiss Guild, it wasn't hard to see why they held Usher in such high regard. Same old story, Orson muttered, standing over the dissolving remains of the Dark Elf Queen. Watching Usher's fanfare on the World Channel reminded him of events from his past life. The guild's no-expenses-spared image was already spreading among the player base. Orson acknowledged that while Dragon's Kiss Guild wasn't the wealthiest group around, Usher's willingness to spend big from the start had catapulted them to success. The 1,000,000 credit gesture may have looked like a celebration, but it was, in reality, an ad campaign strategically crafted to set them apart. Sorry, but I can't let you have the limelight. Orson's smirk broadened as he issued his own announcement. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Orgod, whose skill and perseverance have single-handedly defeated the hidden boss, Lord Class, Dark Elf Queen. Reward 70 free attribute points, 20 skill points, 10,000 fame, and 80 gold coins. Player reactions. Pizza no jalapeno. Whoa, wait, what? A Lord Class boss. Badger Lung, holy hell, he soloed a Lord boss. Orgod's on another level. He's practically a boss himself. Tequila Mockingbird, Dragon's Kiss Guild's boss might have to settle for the 2 spot. Rich's Traveler, hell yes, this dude doesn't just play by the book, he's a legend. Meanwhile, Dragon's Kiss Guild's Ivy looked uneasy in her water elemental robe. Should we even bother with the gifts now? She asked hesitantly. Thunderstrike was fuming. No way, he's gotta be abusing a bug or something. No regular player can solo a Lord Class boss. He's full of it. Usher, however, kept his cool. Even if it's a bug or exploit, being able to solo a Lord boss still takes skill. My judgment wasn't wrong. Turning to his team, Usher gave a confident smile. I've secured the blueprint for a 15-level legendary bow. I'd appreciate everyone's support to make it happen. Thunderstrike immediately volunteered. We're on it, boss. Our group can handle the 500 alligator hides. Ivy nodded. No problem, I'll get the materials from crafting specialists so we can get the 3,000 magic crystals. With another 2,000,000 credit investment, Usher filled the team chat with gift packages. Laughter and camaraderie quickly replaced the tension in the air. Back at the Night of Terror, a burst of silvery light erupted from the remains of the Dark Elf Queen, revealing a half-sized, slightly damaged statue and a large sapphire. Orson's eyes lit up as he picked up the items and checked their descriptions. Statue of the Elven Queen. Quality damaged relic. Details: a legendary relic from the Elven race, weakened by the Dark Elf Queen's corruption, reducing its power by 99%. Pack it to gain a special skill. Skill: Ethereal Body. Enter an invulnerable state for 3 seconds. Cooldown 12 hours. 3 seconds of invulnerability. Orson couldn't contain his excitement. This relic alone justified everything. In his previous life, countless high-level players missed out on this chance by leveling past 20, forever losing out on this 3 seconds of godhood relic. Though 3 seconds sounded brief, it was a powerful ace card, particularly for dealing with high-damage thieves who'd find it impossible to bypass his shield. Orson's eyes then fell on the sapphire. Was this an extra drop? As far as he knew, the Dark Elf Queen's projection only dropped a few coins, and the relic. He picked it up. Elven Gemstone. Quality Perfect Relic. Requirement Level 20. Effect: reduces all skill cooldowns by 30%. Can duplicate certain basic attacks and skills up to 2 times, depending on weapon quality. Description: an essential component in crafting legendary tier weapons. The few lines nearly made Orson's jaw drop. A 30% cooldown reduction alone was enough to make anyone salivate, but the ability to duplicate attacks or spells. Casting a skill like Triple Fireball would rain down 9 orbs. Orson felt his hands go numb as he reread the details. Did I just score an immaculate relic? He froze, realizing the gem's rarity. The statue, for instance, was only a damaged relic. But here he was holding a flawless relic in his hands. Rechecking the combat log, Orson finally understood his luck. Congratulations, bonus drop rate of 1% activate. Clearing the entire Night of Terror dungeon solo had Orson absolutely raking it in. 2 relics, 3 level 15 hero items for warriors, and a hefty payout of gold coins for being the first to complete it all contributed to his spoils. Most importantly, the reward of 30 skill points and a full 120 attribute points was enough to solidify Orson's early game advantage. The attribute points alone would make a major difference, amplifying his starting stats, and skill points would let him level up his spells faster, especially crucial at level 20, when class advancements demand high skill levels and plenty of gold. Still, Orson knew his edge wasn't unbeatable. Plenty of challenging side quests, hidden missions, and achievements granted skill and attribute points, and in this game, no one could outgrind the hardcore players. With high-end game pods that included nutrient solutions, some players practically lived in the game. He glanced over the gear he'd looted, feeling a hint of regret. Shame these 3 pieces are just level 15 gear, or I'd pass them to Bradley. The items, a weapon and 2 pieces of armor, formed a rare warrior set called Bone Crusher, adding a whopping 150 attack power when worn together. That bonus was no small advantage early on, though level 15 gear quickly became obsolete as players advanced to 20 and experienced the steep leveling curve after their class awakening. He tossed the 3 pieces into the auction house, setting a buyout price of 1,000 gold coins, figuring that the big spenders wouldn't blink at the hefty tag. Checking the time, he saw it was already 3:30 p.m., late afternoon in the real world. If he waited too long, the hospital would close, so he converted his 700 gold into cash and logged out, planning to pay Sienna's surgery fees immediately. Meanwhile, players stalking the auction house went wild when the Bone Crusher set hit the market. Bone Crusher set Orgod's selling it, what the heck, 100,000 credits for 3 items. Who's dropping that? He must have gotten this from the dungeon he just soloed. This game pays better than my delivery job. All eyes in the auction house zeroed in on the purple glow of Orson's set. Though none of the items made the top 10 gear lists individually, their set bonus was incredible for the early game. Some guild leaders hesitated, weighing the pros and cons of spending such a fortune. One guild leader decided to take the plunge, but just as he completed his top-up, the set had already been snapped up. Before he could rage about missing it, Bone Crusher reappeared in the auction house, this time for 1,200 gold and listed anonymously. Oh, they just want to flip it for a little profit. Fine, I'll play along. But 30 seconds later, it was gone again. When it reappeared, the price had climbed to 1,500 gold. Empire Divine Warrior, Orgod, you scammer, why put a buyout price if you're gonna keep relisting? Just sell it. Empire Divine Healer, friend, be honest. That's not how you do business. Thunderstrike, classic broke loser behavior. After being passed through several scalpers, the set's price ballooned to 1,800 gold, finally snapped up by the Empire Guild leader himself. He bought it with a tear in his eye, knowing he'd just become the auction house's biggest sucker. While this chaos unfolded, Orson sat in his living room, blissfully unaware, slurping instant noodles. Had he known the set had climbed to 180,000 credits, he would have kicked himself for underestimating the marketplace. But as it was, he just got up, changed clothes, and hailed a cab to the hospital. As he neared the hospital and thought about finally seeing Sienna, Orson's heart raced with excitement. She'd been gone from his life for 5 long years in that other world. Standing outside the building, he gripped a bouquet of carnations, hands trembling. What do I say? He wondered. Your awesome brother's back with cash in hand. You miss me. Couldn't sleep without your bro around. His thoughts spun in a wild jumble until he noticed the line at the payment counter had shortened. He took a deep breath and headed inside. Orson. What a surprise, a voice called out. He turned to see a fashionably dressed woman waving at him, Lauren, the head of Rank Studios, standing beside none other than Charles. It took Orson a few seconds to recognize her, and he nodded with a polite smile. Lauren, what brings you to the hospital? Are you okay? Lauren, looking flawless as ever, smiled and replied, What, I can't visit an employee's family. Employee's family. Orson repeated, raising an eyebrow. Lauren nodded, her smile unwavering. There must have been some misunderstanding. I didn't approve any resignation letter. Orson frowned. Lauren, I handed that in to Vance yesterday, and he gave it to Charles here. Charles forced an awkward grin, stammering, Orson, come on, let's not take things too seriously. It was just a little misunderstanding, right? A real misunderstanding. Right, well, we'll have to straighten it out later. I need to get to the payment window. Orson turned to head to the counter, but Lauren stopped him. Actually, no, she said, smiling warmly. Orson raised his brows, confused. Excuse me. Lauren, voice-teasing, replied, You see, you submitted that letter, but I never approved it. So technically, it doesn't count. Stunned, Orson just gaped. Is she refusing my resignation? Before he could respond, Lauren's expression turned serious. She glanced at Charles. Well, have you taken care of everything? What did the hospital say? Charles nodded obsequiously. Of course, Lauren. His Sienna's surgery has been paid for, and Zion, the head surgeon, will personally oversee her case. Orson blinked, baffled. He had no idea what was happening, but Lauren seemed dead serious. Why was she, the head of a gaming studio, arranging top-level medical care for his sister? Lauren continued, Here, take this. She extended a platinum card. It's only $3 million, but it's yours. Orson looked at her, utterly at a loss. Only $3 million, and what's that for? Lauren, flustered under Orson's scrutinizing stare, coughed and replied, Ahem. Congratulations, Orson. You've just won our annual Employee of the Year award. The prize is 3 million credits. 3 million as an Outstanding Employee Award. If this had happened just yesterday, Orson wouldn't have cared if it was a joke or not. He would have snatched that card without a second thought and shoved it in his pocket. But no, a measly 3 million was nothing more than a joke. Oh, Lauren, you're just too much. Orson chuckled, watching Lauren's stiff, uncomfortable smile. He'd practically read her intentions at a glance. This supposed bonus wasn't a reward, it was an investment, a down payment for Orson's continued allegiance. She thought her sly moves and pretty little waist could keep him tied down. Please. Lauren obviously had kept an eye on Orson's dominant showing in Infinite Dimensions, and it was clear she wanted to keep him in Rank Studios, under her thumb. Business not looking so good for the other games these days, huh, Lauren? Orson asked with a half-smile. Lauren's smile faltered, but she forced herself to keep calm. It's all right, I guess. Lauren had been doing well as an heiress, building competitive teams and making decent money from pay-to-play studios in games like Sword and Conquest. But ever since Infinite Dimensions had launched, other games had been losing players fast. The investments she'd poured into Sword and Conquest were tanking daily. She had no choice but to throw all her resources into Infinite Dimensions, expanding her studio into a larger guild in the hopes that the game's massive player base would finally pay off. Orson, with his undefeated 3-crown reputation and current meteoric rise in the game, had clearly become Lauren's prime target. Orson looked her over, unable to hide a smirk. Gotta hand it to you, Lauren, you're pretty sharp. You flatter me, Orson. She forced a smile, though his piercing stare made her uneasy. In just the first 30 hours since launch, the name Orgot had dominated the leaderboards, even surpassing Dragon's Kiss Guild and its leader Usher. If Orson agreed to rejoin Rank Studios and helped launch their guild, the buzz alone would skyrocket Bright Galaxy into the spotlight. It was the perfect business play, textbook Lauren. In the previous timeline, Bright Galaxy had indeed been a top-tier guild in the early days, and Orson himself had even led one of its 100-man farming teams. Back then, there wasn't much difference between players' skill levels, and Bright Galaxy had risen fast, clearing tough instances with Orson and several retired pros. Things were looking good until the first contested guild outpost event came around. But Lauren, satisfied with her initial gains, made a massive miscalculation. She didn't think the guild had enough power to take an outpost and refused to pay the $5 million for a spot in the guild wars. Bright Galaxy's top players got poached, and in just a few short months, the guild was no longer in the running. Lauren gritted her teeth, then softened her voice. Think about it. I could even give you full control of the guild. Orson couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Lauren, stop joking around. There's no way I could handle that responsibility. She might have played it cool, but if he was still slaving away as her guild manager, would Lauren be standing here, looking desperate and asking him to accept a bonus? This woman, with her come-hither looks and charming demeanor, was nothing more than a shark in business attire. In his 2 years of grinding under Rank Studios, Orson had earned the city's minimum wage, slaving away 12 hours a day. But he knew Lauren was just as much to blame as Charles, the manager who did her dirty work with such glee. Orson, please think it over, Charles started pleading, flashing a fawning smile. I've got a big mouth, I shouldn't have snapped at you. Here, you can smack me if it'll make you feel better. He even raised his hand, as if ready to slap himself for good measure. Orson cringed. No need for that routine. Yesterday you couldn't have been happier to see Bradley and me fired. He shook his head as he turned away. This isn't the place to discuss it. As for the surgery fees and this bonus, I won't be accepting them. Lauren's heart dropped, but before she could protest, Orson added, that said, I do owe you one for arranging for the chief surgeon. Lauren's face brightened slightly, sensing an opening. But Orson shut it down immediately with a calm smile. I won't be joining your guild. The only thing I might do is help you secure an outpost, but I have one condition. Lauren, don't listen to his nonsense. Taking an outpost is no joke, Charles muttered, lowering his voice to address Lauren directly. Even if he's good, he's just one guy. The sign-up sheet already has over 50 guilds, and it's expected to reach at least 100 contenders. And there are only 12 available guild outposts. Lauren's face tensed, but she turned back to Orson, who was as calm as if they were discussing the weather. All right, what's your condition? She asked, trying to hide the desperation in her voice. For her, this was an all-or-nothing gamble. With infinite dimensions exploding in popularity, successfully claiming an outpost could be her ticket to serious profits. Orson's own thoughts turned as he glanced at Charles. When he'd hit rock bottom after being fired from Celestial, Lauren had been the only one willing to take him in. She'd been stingy, yes, but she'd still taken him on. In a way, he did owe her for that. Orson took out his phone and dialed Bradley. Yo, Orson, what's up? Just about to start a dungeon. Hold on. There's someone here who wants to say hi. Really? Bradley perked up. Is it a cute girl or something? A loud smack and a scolding from his girlfriend were heard on the other end. Girl my ass, get lost, you pig. Orson chuckled. Don't worry, my ears are closed. He turned on speaker and handed the phone to a visibly uneasy Charles. Lauren shot him a death glare, but Charles stammered out a reluctant, "D-Dad, I'm sorry." Bradley's gleeful voice crackled through the phone. What? Signal spotty, I didn't quite catch that. Louder. Charles turned beet red and nearly shouted, Dad, I messed up, okay. Satisfied, Orson hung up, sending Bradley off in high spirits and leaving Lauren and Charles both speechless. After brushing them off, he took the bouquet of flowers and went to the door of hospital room 414. Orson took a deep breath, standing just outside, his hand shaking slightly as he clutched the flowers. I don't care how many times I'd have to do this over again. I swear I'll make sure nothing goes wrong this time. Orson braced himself, taking a few moments to gather his courage, telling himself it was just to be the brother she deserved. Finally, he peeked through the window. There, under a beam of gentle sunlight, was a young girl with chestnut hair sitting on the hospital bed. She looked so delicate, her pale skin almost translucent. Her long hair lifted softly in the breeze as she swiped through a tablet, the faintest smile on her lips. In that instant, Orson felt his heart shatter and mend all at once, his vision blurring as tears slipped down his cheeks. It was real, his nightmares had been vanquished, his dream come true. He opened the door and, ignoring the glances from the other patients, strode over to her and wrapped her tightly in his arms. He gently brushed a hand over her hair and murmured in her ear, "I'm back for real this time. I'm really back. Brother, aren't you supposed to be at work?" The girl looked up at him in surprise, a soft blush coloring her cheeks, her innocent face beaming in the sunlight. "Wow, you're so embarrassing. Who's the real crybaby here?" Sienna muttered in exasperation, eyeing her brother, who was bawling like a child. He buried his face into her shoulder, streaking her freshly changed hospital gown with tears. Blushing furiously, she tugged on his ear. All right, we've only been apart 2 days. There's no need to get so sentimental." Only then did Orson notice the glances coming from behind. The nurse nearby gave him a disapproving look, prompting him to step aside. "You don't get it, kid," he scoffed, trying to save face. "It's called a gentle man's heart." "A gentle man? You can't even do 20 push-ups, weakling." Sienna didn't hold back, laughing at him mercilessly, and Orson fell silent, a bit embarrassed. This body wasn't quite in top form, to say the least. Sienna cocked an eyebrow mischievously. "So, does this mean you're taking me home? I can pack my stuff in under a minute." Orson knew what she meant. Sienna was worried about wasting money on medical bills. It made his heart ache. "What, so you can go home and cause trouble?" he teased, feigning annoyance. "I've already arranged for a VIP room. Your brother's officially loaded again." "Wait, what? Paid your surgery fees too," he said proudly. "Zion himself will be operating next month." Sienna's eyes widened in disbelief, but after a moment she looked skeptical. "Wait, you didn't go and take out some insane loan, did you? Because if you did and you don't return it immediately, I'll jump out of this window." Orson knew Sienna wasn't joking either. Sighing, he quickly explained how he'd earned the money by dominating infinite dimensions. "So that's you," she burst into laughter. "I thought there was something suspiciously familiar about that guy everyone's calling a scammer, an official plant on the forums." She handed Orson her tablet, still giggling. He glanced at it and froze, his face immediately falling. The screen showed the top post on the Infinite Dimensions official forum. "Remember this scammer, this player's an official plant here to make us spend." He clicked into it and saw his in-game alias, Orgod, plastered in the first post, complete with a screenshot. The replies were filled with angry comments. "Ace of Spades, I have never seen someone so shameless. It's obvious this, Orgod, is a test player hired to bait us into spending money." Ryan Shine, something was fishy from the start. He even admitted to being a test player. Why isn't he banned? Dancer Fan 89, this game is ruined by greedy scammers like Orgod. I'll quit for real if this keeps up. Within just an hour of being posted, the thread had racked up thousands of angry replies, making it the forum's top post. Wait, someone actually paid $1 million for a set of transitional gear. Orson scratched his head, still in disbelief. He had been prepared to sell the gear to Shattered Crown at a lower price if it didn't sell. Sienna shook her head, grinning playfully. "I always knew you'd be the best, no matter what game. I'll always be your #1 fan, Triple Crown champ." Orson nodded, putting on a serious face. Of course. He couldn't help but smile. Seeing Sienna's good spirits lifted his mood, too. In the past, whenever he competed, Sienna was always there, front row, cheering him on. Protecting this girl wasn't just a duty, she was his rock, his true inspiration. To him, it always felt like he needed her more than she needed him. "Listen to the nurses and don't throw any tantrums," he gently reminded her, watching as the nurse approached to replace her IV drip. Sienna, looking like a well-behaved kitten, nodded obediently, pouting slightly. "Hey, brother," she called as he started to leave. Orson turned back. "Yeah." Sienna's cheeks reddened, and she looked up at him with a sweet smile. "When I'm all better, can I play with you? I'll be a healer and support you in-game, okay?" A warmth spread through Orson, and he nodded, smiling. "Deal. I'll be waiting." Back at his place, Orson called Bradley. "Dudes, you have no idea how much I'm laughing right now. The whole office group chat is blowing up with people apologizing to me," Bradley wheezed. Charles had practically ordered every colleague who had insulted him to grovel, and Bradley was reveling in it. All right, calm down. I need to talk to you about something serious. Remember we talked about starting a guild? Orson said, his tone serious. Of course I remember you're serious about it. Orson thought it over, then replied, yeah, with the guild outpost battles coming up, we can't miss this chance to secure a position. It'll be a lot harder later. Only problem is, well damn, 5 million in registration fees. That's crazy expensive, Bradley hesitated. For them, that amount might as well have been a mountain. No rush. We still have a week and we'll figure out the money. Even if we have to borrow it, we'll make it work, Orson said resolutely. Guild outposts were game changers, especially in infinite dimensions. The stronger the guild, the more competitive they would be in clearing dungeons, fighting bosses, and gaining an edge in the upcoming player versus player battles. With reputation points in the game geared heavily towards guild achievements, the outposts were worth any cost. True. And hey, you made a killing with those items you sold. You're practically rich now. Just 100 or so, Orson replied casually. 100. Try 180, get real. Man, Bradley sounded almost offended. Orson blinked. What 180? Bradley explained how traders had flipped his items, and Orson felt like his heart had been split open. He wanted to scream. Those scumbags had raked in 800 more gold than he had. Practically for free did he risk life and limb for a boss fight just so they could profit off him. This game was a joke. Calming himself, he arranged to meet Bradley in game. When Orson entered infinite dimensions, he found himself back at the decrepit riverbed. He barely had time to adjust before he noticed Hazel peeking at him from behind a large rock. Oh, brave but humble adventurer, Hazel mumbled, cheeks flushed. Would you assist me with my attire? Orson's eyes gleamed with excitement. Could there be a better start to the day? Here was Hazel, standing there in nothing but her thin undergarments. The warmth in his heart, the trembling in his hands, he could hardly contain himself. As a reclusive gamer, he had to say this was one thing he truly appreciated about infinite dimensions. No overly modest filters blocking the view, and no family-friendly pixelations to ruin the immersion. Not surprisingly, though, this part of the game had outraged plenty of parents and moral watchdogs. But as far as the gods in the game world were concerned, the objections didn't matter one bit. You've gained 10 friendliness points, with Hazel 10 100. Assisting the slightly deranged but beautiful NPC instantly bumped up their friendliness score. Orson muttered, they say with a 100-point friendliness score with NPCs, you can get married and have kids. In his last playthrough, Orson had been too preoccupied with hardcore mode and farming for income to bother exploring NPC relationships. But he knew that once the infinite dimensions world and reality began to converge, NPCs would take on real significance. They wouldn't be any different from real people. He was a serious guy, after all. But he'd heard rumors of rare quests and unique classes that required high friendliness scores to unlock. Orson knew that raising friendliness was tough, with very few chances to get points. If he hadn't returned Hazel's items after clearing the Night of Terror dungeon, he would never have gained these 10 points. Definitely worth investing some time here, he mused, bringing Hazel along to the suspension bridge leading to the city of Pannorlin. That's Orgod. Wait, and he has a female NPC with him. Dang, she's wow, is that how pros do it? The players nearby couldn't help but stare at Orson, talking in hushed voices. Oh my gosh, look at that warrior, so handsome. You can tell he's a looker in real life, just by his stance. But soon all eyes turned to another figure, a warrior with a gray cloak and a glinting silver sword, who stood stylishly against the side of the bridge. He swept back his hood, triggering a wave of cheers from the surrounding female players. He had a chiseled, impossibly handsome face, diamond-bright silver hair, and a frame that was both tall and perfectly toned. His golden eyes locked onto Orson with a fierce intensity as he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. Tell me, stranger, which direction does your blade point? Of course, the dashing silver-haired warrior was none other than Bradley himself. Orson could barely keep a straight face at how absurdly good-looking he had made his character. If Bradley hadn't ended up as a pro in grinding games, he could have made a fortune just creating avatars for people online. With looks like that, he'd be rich by now. Seeing Bradley's over-the-top posturing, Orson held back a cringe and, red-faced, raised his staff skyward. I aim my sword north to the red light district, and my heart southward to the biggest strip club in town. Bradley strode up with a grin, bumping fists with Orson. A flurry of overly elaborate gestures followed, like a secret handshake between two kids who watched one too many action movies. The players nearby just stared, utterly dumbfounded. "Oh yeah, my man," Bradley cheered, jumping up for a chest bump. "Next time we keep the meetup subtle," Orson muttered, his face flushed with embarrassment. This American-style boyhood ritual was too much even for him. Reluctantly, he accepted the team invite Bradley sent. Bradley turned toward the massive albino snake boss watching them from its perch on the bridge and declared, "All right, I'll tank it. You just blow it to pieces." Orson glanced at Bradley's stats, level 14, with 2150 HP and equipped in a decent blue gear set. His stats were impressive for a non-whale player. Though Bradley hadn't been a pro gamer before, his years with Orson had honed his skill far beyond that of a casual player. "No need to trouble yourself. This little boss will go down in a few hits anyway," Orson said. "Besides, I've got to escort this NPC mage to her guild in the city." Bradley raised an eyebrow, just now noticing Hazel hiding behind Orson. His eyes lit up. "Hold up, why is my waifu with you? Hand her over." Orson sighed. "You've got a death wish, Bradley. If your real-life waifu catches you simping for an NPC, she'll have your skin." "She'd never dared disrespect the head of the household," Bradley sneered, shrugging it off. Orson just rolled his eyes, amused. Bradley's exaggerated bravado hadn't changed one bit. Two players taking on the white serpent without a healer. And that mage is still using a level 1 staff. Are they here for laughs or what? Nearby players muttered, glancing skeptically at them. The bridge still had a queue of players waiting to challenge the boss. They'd been here since launch, watching every group that came and went. Strolling confidently onto the bridge, Bradley changed the subject. "So about forming a guild, how are we gonna pull this off? Even if we scrape together the money, we'll still need decent people to help us manage. Can't just grab some random scrubs, right?" "No worries, I've got a few folks in mind. Just need to introduce myself properly first." Orson chuckled. Bradley's eyes lit up. "All right, bro, I'll trust you on this one." Just then the massive serpent hissed and lunged at Bradley. Clang! Bradley's silver sword flashed as he leapt forward, intercepting the creature's fangs with a fierce block. He twisted his blade and jabbed straight into its eye. Critical hit minus 570. The serpent roared, spewing a jet of green poison at him. Bradley smoothly tossed his cloak up, blocking the venom as he charged forward, sword raised high, landing yet another critical hit. "Whoa, blocking the poison with your cloak. That's sick," a player watching murmured. "That guy's a beast," another added. "I saw him yesterday, his whole team wiped, but he soloed the boss down to the last hit on barely any health." Bradley grinned at the praise, clearly showing off for Orson. Meanwhile, Orson just smirked. With a quick movement, he flicked out a basic fireball from his level 1 staff. Minus 223. Bradley's eyes went wide. "No way, Orson, you're hitting 200 damage with that noob stick." Orson stayed silent, smiling as the next wave of damage numbers appeared. 1560. 1560. What? In seconds, the boss's health plummeted by nearly 5,000 points. "Holy crap, that's insane, there's no way this is legit," Bradley gaped, almost at a loss for words. Nearby, the onlookers were equally dumbfounded. "Seriously? How's this guy doing 5K in like 3 seconds? Is this even real?" "Okay, I'm re-rolling as a mage." Orson chuckled as Bradley shot him a look of disbelief. Fine. Guess I'm the clown for trying too hard, huh?" Bradley sighed in mock despair. He'd come to show off, but Orson's DPS had completely stolen the show. With barely any effort, they took down the boss in seconds. Only a few silver coins and junk items dropped, which wasn't surprising. This serpent was just a story quest boss, nothing like the elite dungeon bosses. "Hey, are you using cheats? Tell me where to get some if you are," Bradley messaged him, still incredulous. "Keep dreaming," Orson replied with a chuckle. If anyone here was a cheat, it was him, the guy with memories from a previous life. "Bah, I don't believe it." "Fine, I'll admit I'm trash, happy now." Orson shook his head, amused. "When we hit the city, I'll show you the ropes." "Bro, I'll take you out for foot massages tomorrow," Bradley exclaimed, elated. Orson. In his previous life, Bradley had managed to unlock the hidden class of Dark Knight on his first awakening, which combined magic with sword skills. The class was solid, ranked B tier, but still a few tiers below the S-tier classes that truly dominated. Orson was planning to help him get a stronger start this time around. Oh, and I've got a little video file to send you. Download it when you can. Orson mentioned. Bradley raised an eyebrow, grinning. A video, eh? Thoughtful as ever, my man. Get lost, it's a gameplay vid, Orson said, laughing. He sent him the video of his solo fight against the Dark Elf Queen and told him to upload it to the Infinite Dimensions forum when the time was right. Chatting casually, the two strolled into the bustling city of Pannorlin, escorting Hazel. Now that the top players had mostly left the beginner village, the city was packed, but thankfully spacious enough that there was no crowding. Why are we stopping at a bounty hunter tavern? Bradley asked, frowning. I already checked this place out. The quests here are trash, and it costs 10 gold just to become a bounty hunter. Here, take some coins and sign up, Orson replied, sending him a trade request. Bradley accepted, confused, but grinned as soon as he saw the 100 gold in the trade window. Getting bankrolled feels great, bro, Bradley laughed, accepting the trade immediately. Orson grinned, thinking back to all the years they'd spent in the grind together. He trusted Bradley like a brother. This life, he wouldn't let him down. In Infinite Dimensions, bounty hunters had a unique role. They could take on demon hunting missions for rewards and even team up with NPC hunters. Bradley paid the fee and obtained his official hunter badge, looking expectantly at Orson. Now what? Orson pointed to a ragged, filthy man slumped in the tavern's corner, his face and clothes coated in dirt. See that homeless guy in the corner? Bradley nodded, totally confused. Go punch him. I'll wait for you by the respawn point, Orson said with a smirk. Wait, why the respawn point? Bradley asked, bewildered. Trust me, just hit him, it'll trigger a special quest, Orson said, feigning seriousness. Do it, man, go get him. Bradley was skeptical but too curious to resist. Fine, if this helps us, I'll do it. With a determined look, he marched over to the homeless man, wrinkling his nose at the smell. The NPC reeked so badly that even the other NPCs kept their distance. All right, I'm going for it, Bradley muttered, building up his resolve. This might be wrong, but it's for the sake of hidden quests. He braced himself, then kicked the homeless man square in the face. The man didn't flinch, as if made of stone. He slowly turned his head, revealing tangled golden hair and piercing silver eyes that seemed to swirl with dark power. Adventurer, the homeless man said, his voice cold. Would you care for 1,000 rounds of honorable combat with me? Moneyman, I'm out of here. Bradley glanced around for Orson, only to find he was long gone. Panicking, he opened up the NPC's status window. Vagrant level 80. HP 70 million. Attack. Skills. Holy crap, he's level 80, 70 million HP. Who the hell is this guy? You're a brave one, adventurer. The vagrant rose to his full height, towering over 2 meters, his presence commanding and formidable. Bradley gulped, craning his neck up at the man, a surge of panic rising in his chest. You've challenged the Holy Swordmaster. Your duel is about to begin. The system prompt alone made Bradley break into a cold sweat. Holy Swordmaster. Even the name sounded terrifying. Oh hell no, I made a mistake, Bradley yelped. But the vagrant reached out with a single massive hand, hoisting Bradley up like a helpless chick. Ignoring Bradley's desperate pleas, the vagrant kicked the doors of the Bounty Hunters Guild open, sending them flying and taking out 4 unlucky players in the process. With an intense gleam in his eyes, the vagrant gripped Bradley by the collar, leapt high into the air, and landed meters away on a large training field. His movements were like that of a mountain come to life, exuding a fearsome battle aura. Bradley's eyes went wide in shock, his mind racing. The vagrant raised his left hand, dark flames swirling around it, while his right hand glowed with a blinding holy light. Dual-wielding magic swords. Bradley thought, overwhelmed. For a moment, the man before him seemed less like a person and more like a godly weapon forged for destruction. His stance, it was dual-blade style. Bradley's astonishment deepened. This technique wasn't just dual-wielding, it was swordsmanship so advanced that the user's entire body acted as the hilt. It's time, young man, the vagrant's silver eyes blazed as he took a step forward. System notification, you have triggered the S-rank hidden class quest, Forged in Fire. Quest objective, survive and strike a hit on the Holy Swordmaster within 1,000 attempts. Each death will reduce your experience points until you succeed. Failing to strike the Swordmaster will result in quest failure. Bradley's heart plummeted. 80 levels ahead of him, and he was supposed to get a hit in. This had to be a joke. Was he about to get pummeled 1,000 times? Before he could react. Minus 2,250. One strike and Bradley was out, his body flying backward. He barely registered what had happened before finding himself back at the nearest respawn point. An older player slapped a hand on his shoulder, grinning widely. So how was it? Feel good. Bradley just stared at Orson, swallowing hard before replying. Pretty smooth death, not gonna lie, and that guy's insane in S-rank hidden quest. I'm all in, I'm gonna take him down. Take your time and think before you charge in again, Orson chuckled. While Bradley often put on an exaggerated tough front, Orson knew he'd never back down from a real challenge. He was a classic hard-headed tank through and through. That vagrant was no ordinary NPC. He was none other than Glacier, the Sword Saint, the leader of the 7 Swordmasters of the Holy Dragon Empire. Despite being a magic swordsman, Glacier was unique in his mastery of both light and dark magic, a contrast that had led to his ostracization by the Holy Order. While many players in Orson's previous life had heard of the Forged in Fire quest, very few had actually passed its tests. The challenge was brutal, high skill requirements, experience deductions on death, and the grueling prospect of potentially dropping to level 1 in the process. But Orson was confident Bradley could handle it. Even back then, Bradley had been one of the strongest Dark Knights around. He just needed the right gear and soul prints to match his potential. As Bradley headed off to take another shot at Glacier, Orson took Hazel to the Mages Guild. Hazel! An elderly white-haired mage approached them, his eyes stern as they rested on Hazel. Hazel pouted, rushing up to hug the old man's arm. I'm back, master. So that's Flamebound, Orson mused. This was the mage who had created the D-rank spell, Sacred Sun Shield. Though only D-rank, the spell's defensive power was incredible as long as one's mana pool could keep up. It rivaled or even exceeded many C and B-rank defensive spells, a testament to Flamebound's mastery. Hazel looked embarrassed, giving Orson a shy smile. I got lost. It was this brave adventurer who escorted me back safely, master. The old mage nodded sternly, sighing. Go and prepare for the banquet the Lord Mayor is hosting. You don't want to shame your noble heritage, do you? Noble heritage. Orson muttered in surprise. Guess I shouldn't be so shocked. System notification. You have completed Hazel's hidden quest sequence 2. Reward. Flamebound offers you 50 silver coins. You may choose to accept or decline. Orson raised an eyebrow. That was it. After all he'd done, especially the borderline dangerous task of outfitting a Yandir mage, 50 silver felt like an insult. No, thank you, Orson replied with a polite shake of his head. Hold on, adventurer, the old mage called after him. Destroying demons is no easy task. Here I have a spell more suited to your abilities. Orson turned back, a smile spreading across his face. Sometimes holding back paid off twice over. System notification. You have received the C-rank fire magic spell, Touch of the Fire Serpent. Description, created by the mage Flamebound. This spell consumes 500 MP to summon a fiery serpent that deals 200 magic attack as AoE damage and inflicts 300 burn damage over time. Cooldown 1 minute. The spell had a powerful AoE effect and impressive damage, but the high mana cost and cooldown were a bit much. Still, with his immense range and the Elven Gem artifact, Orson could reduce the cooldown and possibly even cast multiple fire serpents at once. At over a kilometer away, 3 serpents unleashed simultaneously would be devastating. Even more intriguing was that leveling Touch of the Fire Serpent would unlock a special effect at max level, an unusual trait for a C-rank spell. Typically, only B-rank or higher spells had such abilities. Alright, time to level this up. Orson headed to the guild shop to enhance his new spell. System notification. You have spent 1 skill point and 40 silver. Touch of the Fire Serpent is now level 2. You have spent 2 skill points and 90 silver. Touch of the Fire Serpent is now level 3. You have spent 4 skill points and 1.9 gold. Touch of the Fire Serpent is now level 4. What? After pouring all 30 skill points into the spell, he'd managed to raise it to level 8, but it had cost over 50 gold, more than 5,000 real-world dollars. This was why mage classes were notorious for their cost. Still, that's some impressive stat scaling, he muttered, examining the updated spell. At level 8, it now dealt 350 magic attack as base damage, with a burn effect of 470 damage over time, and the cooldown had been reduced to 52 seconds. Orson glanced at his skill point count, frowning. He needed at least 20 more skill points to max out the spell, but the Dragon's Kiss Guild had already claimed the first clear reward for the elite Dungeon of Shadows, so another run wouldn't yield nearly as much. Suddenly, he received a message. You have received an invitation from the Lord Mayor. Mail message: the Lord Mayor cordially invites the top 100 players on the leaderboards to attend a banquet at the Lord's Manor to discuss strategies for eradicating demons. System notification: your level currently ranks 27th. You have qualified for the side quest night banquet. Quest description: participate in the banquet to earn large rewards of EXP, skill points, and attribute points. Warning: quest difficulty may be high. Orson raised an eyebrow, feeling a slight unease. This banquet quest, I've got a bad feeling about this. 2 guns, haha bro, I made it in at rank 100 right on the cutoff. Loves T-Swift, give it up noob. This quest's for the top 100, so you're probably just cannon fodder for the real players. 2 guns shows what you know Usher, and the big shots will clear the way, so I can just sit back and soak up the rewards. But what? On the World Channel, players who didn't make the cutoff were full of regret. That's what comes with leveling fast, every advantage snowballs. This quest is trouble, Orson thought, knowing this event would be a test from the gods, a trap set just for top-tier players. Checking the leaderboard, he noted the names. 10th place, Madman LV. 16.22%. 9th place, Dragon's Kiss Guild Prince LV. 16.45%. 8th place, Ember Knight LV. 16.77%. What? 3rd place, Usher LV. 17.13%. 2nd place, Empress of the Moon LV. 17.35%. 1st place, Blank LV. 19.55%. Madman at 10th ho. That guy's as crazy as ever, Orson grinned, recognizing a familiar name. In his past life, Madman had been part of his fixed team, along with Bradley and 3 others, going through countless battles together. And the Empress, she was as fierce as ever. This top female player had surged to 2nd place and even surpassed Usher. She led the all-female Moonlight Guild, known for being a powerhouse with both healer and tank capabilities, and she'd soon awaken a double A-rank class, the Holy Paladin. Practically indestructible, she dominated the early dungeons, but her guild, made up mostly of casual female players, was small. When Dragon's Kiss Guild came calling, they eventually swept her guild aside. Then there was Blank, the top player on the board. No one had ever actually seen his face, but his reputation as a deadly assassin was unmatched. He'd not only held his own, but had even taken Usher down solo on multiple occasions. He didn't belong to any guild, yet rumors hinted he possessed at least 2 god-tier soul imprints, marking him as one of the gods chosen. He was Usher's sworn nemesis, and the reason the Golden Throne was no secure seat for Dragon's Kiss Guild's leader. A mysterious prodigy, Orson murmured. Wealth and luck both seemed to favor him, yet Blank's identity remained an enigma. Although Orson knew this feast at the gate quest was a trap, he was intrigued to see what this top assassin actually looked like. Bradley, private message. This is brutal, got killed 8 times and dropped out of the top 100. Orson, don't sweat it. I've studied this quest, barely anyone will clear it. The penalties are severe. Bradley, oh, alright, I feel better. I'm getting back to grinding on this old bastard. Orson chuckled. Even if Bradley dropped down to level 1, he could power level him back up to the top ranks in a day. That minor experience loss was well worth the chance to obtain an S-rank class. Approaching the Lord's mansion, Orson noticed players parting to avoid him, as if he was a plague. Hey kid. A towering knight stepped up to him. About before sorry, the knight muttered. Orson raised an eyebrow. Who are you? The knight looked taken aback but gritted his teeth. I'm Skyslasher, the one who ambushed you yesterday. Oh, Dragon's Kiss Guild. Impressive. Orson's voice dripped with sarcasm. Easy there. Besides our little misunderstanding, has Dragon's Kiss Guild somehow wronged you? A woman in a blue hero tier robe approached. Her name was Ivy, and she held a level 10 hero staff, making her stand out in the crowd. Nothing much. I just don't like you people. Orson flashed a harmless, friendly smile that made her freeze, gripping her staff. It's you. Ivy's face went pale, and she stumbled back a few steps. Orson's eyes narrowed. I remember now. You're that water mage, not a good one at that. Her face flushed with anger, but Skyslasher quickly shot her a look, warning her to hold her tongue. Look, our leader Usher wants you in Dragon's Kiss Guild. He said you could even name your own salary. Skyslasher tried to keep his tone friendly, sidling up to Orson. Mused, Orson leaned in and whispered, "Get out of my face before I kill you." Skyslasher's face twisted with anger, but he forced a smile. Not sure you realize what an offer this is, pal. Orson looked around at the other players and spoke clearly. I'll join Dragon's Kiss Guild, but only if Usher brings me his head as an offering. A hush fell over the crowd as everyone absorbed his words. Top lane triple kill. Whoa, this guy's got guts turning down Dragon's Kiss Guild like it's nothing. Respect. In Too Deep, who cares about Dragon's Kiss? They're just a bunch of rich kids anyway. Usher's voice cut through the crowd just then, smooth and untroubled. Let's not make this difficult, Orson. The voice sent a chill through Orson. He turned to see the guild leader himself making his way over, the players parting to let him through. With his easygoing smile, Usher stepped forward, his elegant hero-tier armor shimmering. His presence was magnetic, his poise suggesting he held the entire city within his grasp. Orson, the 3-time champion, I presume. Usher's voice was filled with mild amusement. Orson stood still, jaw clenched, as memories flashed through his mind, years of rivalry, triumph, betrayal. This man had gone from teammate to bitter foe. He took a deep breath and gave a sly smile. Yes, that's me. So you want to cooperate? Orson muttered, still seething with the weight of their shared history. Usher chuckled softly, then gestured to his head. If you really want my head, come take it. Orson raised his staff slightly, hesitating only a moment before smiling to himself. Very well. I'll grant your request. The crowd went silent, Usher's confident smile fading. Orson's staff glowed as a massive hexagram formed in the air before him. Dark flames spiraled up, forming into a giant flaming serpent that hissed with deadly intent. A terrifying crimson monster erupted forth, tearing through everything indiscriminately. What on earth is that skill? The range is insane. Players standing too close to Usher were caught in the attack, and Orson wasn't about to show them any mercy. The surrounding crowd got hit as collateral damage, instantly knocked out. Boss Skyslasher's face went pale as he rushed to shield Usher, hoping to absorb some of the damage. But Orson's eyes turned cold. Might as well all die together. Keep it nice and neat. Under Orson's control, the flaming serpent raged through the crowd, engulfing everything within a 20-meter radius. No one could escape its path. Is this area damage for real? How is it this strong? Minus 780. Over a dozen damage numbers from Serpent's touch flashed above the players' heads, dropping their HP by half in an instant. But the worst was yet to come. The fiery Serpent's burn effect triggered his blazing burn talent, applying continuous brutal damage. Skyslasher and Ivy disintegrated in flashes of white light as they were killed outright. Usher, though with his formidable presence, stood his ground amid the flames, unfazed by the danger. His health held up due to the heroic armor set, but even that wasn't enough to hold him up for long. So is this what you wanted? Usher's voice was cold. What? Burn damage kept ticking, and even with his gear, Usher's health was rapidly dropping to 0. Orson's name had turned a deep crimson, the universal mark of a killer. You can interpret it that way. So let's end this here and now. Orson's expression was steady and resolute. The self-proclaimed king standing before him had no idea that, in 3 years, an invasion of nightmarish monsters, and the Dragon's Kiss Guild traitors alongside them, would bring untold catastrophe to the realm. I accept your challenge, Orson. Usher's gaze narrowed, steeling himself just as the flames enveloped him. What? Usher just got taken down. Just like that. What kind of insane damage are we dealing with here? Is he using one of those legendary soul seals? A red name. I can't believe he dared to go full PvP in the city like this. Isn't he worried about losing his gear? As players scattered to avoid getting caught up, whispers began spreading through the crowd. In the early stages, this level of firepower was impossible without rare and powerful items, either some legendary gear or a high-grade soul seal, the kind only true elites would possess. Endless Abyss, if it's a soul seal, it wouldn't drop on death. But this guy made a killing from selling that Bone Crusher set. Ember Knight, true. As loathsome as Dragon's Kiss Guild is, red-named players need to pay the price. The 8th-ranked player, Ember Knight, stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Orson. What are we waiting for? I'm dying to see what this guy, some so-called champion, has got. Yeah, let's take him down. Red names deserve to die. Right, who does he think he is, killing people in the city? With Ember Knight rallying support, 10 or so players joined in, closing in on Orson, eager to capitalize on his red name. Anyone helping Dragon's Kiss Guild, I'll kill as well, Orson replied coolly, with a smirk that made it clear he was dead serious. They might talk about justice, but all they really wanted was to score loot from his red name. Ember Knight sneered. He can't be all that if we force him into close combat. Let's see him squirm. At his signal, the players closed in, aiming to trap Orson in melee range, the one weakness of most mages. Orson, however, simply grinned. They didn't understand the sheer might of his ninefold sun shield. If it could withstand direct hits from the Dark Elf Queen, they didn't stand a chance. As he raised his staff to summon his shield, Orson suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned quickly, only to freeze in shock. Gotcha, backstab incoming. Dark-clad rogue phased in and out of the shadows, appearing right behind him with a wicked smile. It was none other than Madman, an old friend from his previous life. The idiot was actually gunning for him. Orson hadn't seen this coming at all. Caught off guard, Orson hesitated just long enough for Madman's swift, lethal strike to slip through his half-formed shield. The rogue's knife arced straight for Orson's heart in a blow that would have killed him instantly, if not for a sudden flash of silver. A tall, striking female knight appeared between them, her movements swift as lightning. Unstoppable shield wall, she called. With a resounding crash, the knight's shield struck the ground, the impact rippling outward and sending the players around Orson staggering back. It was a forced knockback effect combined with stun. Hold up, sadist, Madman whined, stunned. This is at least worth thousands in gold. Trying to take it all for yourself. You talk too much, Madman. Her words were as cold as her gaze. Focus fire on him, she ordered, and 3 archers let loose, making quick work of Madman before he knew what hit him. Karma, poetic justice, at last, Orson burst out laughing. To see the notorious Madman, the second best rogue after Blank, finally get what was coming to him was priceless. The Empress gave Orson an odd look, surprised to see him laughing after almost dying. Stepping forward with her shield raised, she faced down the crowd. You want this red name? You'll have to go through me first. Who's first? A priest among the players spoke up. Empress, are you even aware of what you're doing? That guy just killed Usher. Do you want Moonlight Guild wiped out too? Dragon's Kiss Guild can kill at will, but they're terrified of being killed themselves, she replied disdainfully, casting a glance at Dragon's Kiss Guild's deputy prince. With the Empress protecting him, who'd dare mess with the biggest tank here? She's got nearly 5,000 HP. Orson raised an eyebrow. This was a fortress of a knight. Her HP was practically double that of any other tank, and he could tell she was outfitted with at least 3 pieces of heroic-grade gear. With a shield in hand and her tanking skills, even if dozens of elites charged her, they wouldn't stand a chance. Prince, just wait until the guild war, and we'll turn Moonlight Guild into a pincushion. The Empress remained unmoved, about to order her team to charge when Orson stepped in first, unleashing a volley of fireballs that sent Prince flying backward. Engulfed in flames, Prince frantically healed himself, casting everything he had, single heals, group heals, healing aura. 360. 420. Minus 1,600. Gulping down mana potions, Prince threw 5 or 6 skills at himself, yet his health continued to plummet. This fire damage, it's totally insane. 3 seconds later, still in disbelief, Prince went up in flames, leaving behind only a charred corpse. This mage class is busted. No way that damage output doesn't add up, a member of Moonlight Guild gasped. The Empress, unfazed, looked at Orson and asked coolly, that's the power of a god-tier soul seal, isn't it? Orson didn't answer her directly. Smiling, he met her gaze and got straight to the point. All right, you helped me out. Now tell me what's in it for you. The Empress looked a bit surprised at Orson's directness, but replied simply, I don't like to see people ganging up on one person. Orson's face remained impassive. After everything he'd been through, he didn't trust in random acts of kindness, especially not from a player as formidable as the Empress. She maintained her cool demeanor and added, just remember, you owe me a favor. Understood. Without further words, Orson headed into the Lord's banquet hall. Lord Kane sat on his throne at the far end, surrounded by lavish tables brimming with rare delicacies and lively entertainers meant to welcome the players. One by one, the top-ranked players entered the hall, and Orson scanned the crowd, searching for any trace of Blank, the elusive assassin. Disappointingly, however, about half of the players had chosen to hide their names, and with rogues famously inclined toward secrecy, identifying Blank by appearance alone was nearly impossible. Orson, you better get ready to start over from level 0. You're about to become the biggest joke in infinite dimensions. You killed us. Don't think you're safe just because you're hiding in the safe zone. The players Orson had previously killed were arriving from the respawn point, with Usher and his furious guildmates at the forefront. But since they were within the dungeon, where player killing was disabled, they could only glare and curse at him. Count your blessings that you hid under that austere shield. Next time I'll strip every last piece of gear off you, taunted Madman, slinging an arm around Orson and the Empress with a sly grin. Get lost, the Empress snapped, unceremoniously tossing Madman aside with a swift motion that left no room for argument. He twisted midair, landing gracefully despite her forceful dismissal. Don't get cocky, Empress. As soon as I awaken my class, your armor is the first thing I'm tearing off, Madman retorted, his smile a mixture of confidence and mischief. Orson chuckled. You'd better watch out, Empress, he means it. Buzz off, you pest, shouted a warrior at the Empress's side, glaring daggers at Madman. Ooh, looks like the Empress's little bootlickers got some fire in him, Madman mocked before snatching food off the banquet table and digging in. Ignoring Madman's antics, the Empress turned to Orson and spoke quietly. What do you make of this dungeon? Just a banquet doesn't seem enough to warrant a high difficulty rating. Look around at the NPCs, Orson said, nodding toward the edges of the banquet hall, where 4 robed figures were inscribing peculiar symbols on the walls. Those robed figures are temple mages. The Empress frowned, her respect for Orson's keen perception growing. Temple mages. But they wouldn't normally attack players. Exactly. Let's see what happens, Orson replied, his gaze landing on the young girl seated beside the Lord, Hazel, the very NPC he'd recently escorted back to the city. As the banquet began, Lord Kane delivered a stirring speech, praising the arrival of the brave adventurers. Orson settled into his seat, grabbing an apple and taking a bite. The food in Infinite Dimensions was astonishingly realistic. It couldn't truly satisfy hunger, but it was convincing enough for a player's senses. Feeling a hostile gaze, Orson glanced up, his eyes meeting Usher's across the room. Usher visibly flinched, taken aback by the sheer animosity in Orson's expression, wondering what he could have possibly done to earn such hatred. Have we met in real life? Usher messaged. Orson hesitated briefly before replying, no. Then what do you gain from this hostility? Tell me. No gain at all, Orson replied, adding a dark smile. But given the chance, I'll still kill every last one of you. Usher's face darkened. Though he considered himself tolerant and ambitious enough to conquer infinite dimensions, Orson's disregard for any consequences challenged his self-control. An ignorant fool, Usher seethed, his anger stirring at Orson's blatant defiance. Usher took a deep breath, steadying himself. I look forward to meeting you in the real world, Orson, he messaged coolly. Orson's expression froze, his eyes hardening. Unlike in the game, Usher's real-world resources were vast, and removing a mere nuisance like Orson would be simple. But he had no idea that taking down a veteran of Apocalypse trials would demand a far higher price than he expected. Just then, Lord Kane's booming voice cut through his thoughts. The protective barrier around Pontalin City has weakened, and its possible demons have slipped through. I ask all of you to lend your strength to avert this crisis. The tension in the hall mounted as a sense of foreboding spread. Prince from Dragon's Kiss Guild spoke up. And how exactly do you want us to help with that? I've got a bad feeling about this, muttered Madman, shifting uneasily. The top players immediately sensed something amiss as the air grew heavy and ominous. Orson glanced toward the back of the hall, realizing the 4 temple mages had vanished without a trace. Night Banquet Quest Part 1, Survive at All Costs. A system notification appeared, and a chill ran through the hall as the players realized the safe zone had been disabled. Valiant adventurers, this will be your hour of glory, Lord Kane's laughter echoed chillingly. Usher reacted first, standing up and drawing his heroic-grade longbow, aiming it squarely at the Lord. Zwedge. In a matter of seconds, 3 arrows flew in a straight line, aimed at the Lord's forehead. Is that a ranger skill? No, that's just insanely fast manual attacks. Orson's eyebrow lifted in admiration. Without Class Awakening, Rangers had a maximum attack speed of 1.5, yet Usher's was at least double that. Even at this early stage, Usher's attack rate and precision set him apart, earning him his reputation. Lord Kane remained unfazed. Hazel stepped forward, raising a sun shield to block Usher's arrows with ease. Orson's brows furrowed as he noted the conflicted expression on her face. She was clearly reluctant to be part of this ambush. "Enjoy yourselves, my honored guests," Lord Kane sneered, his laughter ringing ominously. Suddenly, a dozen figures shrouded in blood-red mist appeared in the banquet hall, their faces eerily beautiful, eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger. Vampire Minion, level 20. HP 50,005,0000. Attack 380. Skills: Soulbind, Blood Feast, Basic Blood Magic. What the hell? The city lords colluding with vampires. This plot twist is ridiculous. These creatures are stronger than level 10 elite bosses. How are we supposed to fight when there are so many? Some players, realizing the danger, attempted to forfeit the quest and make a run for the door. But when they reached the exit, they found it sealed with a powerful magic lock. "Screw it, we'll fight our way out," shouted a level 15 warrior, rallying his party members. In an instant, a red shadow flickered before him. A vampire's claw shredded his armor effortlessly, and its fangs sank into his neck, draining his life. His face paled, his body petrified, and moments later, he was transformed into a stone statue, his final expression frozen in terror. Soul bound target's soul is bound. Resurrection possible in 48 hours. Players gasped in horror as a countdown appeared above the statue. A bite from a vampire meant a 2-day lockdown, a devastating setback during this crucial early phase of leveling. This explains why so many first-wave players disappeared from the rankings after the banquet quest in the previous game. Orson's mind reeled as everything clicked into place. For first-tier players, even a 2-day delay could set them leagues behind in levels and gear. The fear and despair in the hall were palpable as 20 more players were reduced to lifeless stone. "I'm pleased with this feast, Lord Kane," a woman in a red robe announced as she emerged from the bloody mist, her gaze delighted at the massacre before her. Carol the Butcher, level 20. HP 1,200,001-2,00000. Attack 770. Skills: Massbind, Blood Dragon's Roar, Super Armor, Blood Sacrifice Enhancement. All ranged DPS, position behind me, shield walls, tanks up front, healers, cast light barrier on the front line, commanded the Empress with a steady tone. She took the lead, positioning herself at the forefront, while other players quickly organized into formation. A few shields, capable of absorbing 400 points of damage, appeared over the frontliners. The Empress barked, "Push forward, tanks, use taunt to gather up the minions, focus them down first." "Hey, what are you standing there for? Get behind me," a warrior called out, trying to yank Orson back into formation. Orson simply sidestepped him. "Orgod." The Empress raised an eyebrow, noticing his inaction. Orson shook his head. "This isn't going to work. Those shields won't hold up. Get killed here and you'll be petrified." "So what do we do, stand around waiting for death?" Madman snapped. "Hold off for now. There's something off about this setup," Orson replied, remaining unshaken. As brutal as the difficulty settings in Infinite Dimensions could be, Orson knew the game wasn't designed to be outright unwinnable. There had to be some way forward. Yet with the door sealed, and so many vampiric enemies as strong as elite bosses flooding the hall, it was impossible to hold back the tide indefinitely. In short, they had no choice but to wait. A message flashed: "The Lord of the City has betrayed you. Survive as best you can." Players exchanged uneasy glances as the notification appeared. All around them, players were seized and torn apart by vampires, their bodies rapidly petrifying. In minutes, the floor was littered with stone statues where players had once stood. "Forget it, I'm going in," shouted Skyslasher from Dragon's Kiss Guild, charging with a few other guild members in a final frenzy. They threw themselves forward, determined to take down as many vampires as possible. Usher, their leader, waited for just the right moment, drawing back his bow and firing a blazing arrow that scattered the vampire attackers. Then, with one smooth motion, he leaped back to the safer rear lines where Orson's group held position. Unfortunately, his maneuver led the pursuing vampires straight toward Orson's party. Seeing this, the tanks at the front attempted to intercept by drawing the vampires' attention. Unfortunately, they ended up taking on Usher's aggro as well and were overrun. "Damn him, he's trying to get us killed," Madman cursed his face twisting in frustration. Usher merely smirked, sending a private message to Orson, getting a taste of your own medicine now. Orson remained silent, though he had to acknowledge Usher's move was clever. He didn't need to use their group as a shield, after all, Usher had other contingencies. Orson knew this firsthand, as Usher was one of the few to survive this very banquet in the past. Hold your ground, the Empress commanded, slamming her shield into the floor with a powerful thud. A surge of force rippled outward, pulling the vampires within range. A C-rank skill, Brutal Strike, Orson observed, recognizing the skill's iconic taunt ability. This move alone had made Brutal Strike one of the most coveted tanking skills, often fetching 200 gold coins on the auction house. With a roar, the Empress brought her sword down on the vampires, stunning and debuffing their attack power. Still, she was barely holding on, her health jumping between 300 and 1200 as her healers struggled to keep up. Seeing this, Orson made his move. Raising his staff, he summoned a raging serpent of flame. -830. -830. -1600. Flames spread, incinerating the vampires and eliciting shrieks of agony. Watching the spectacle, Ivy, another mage, paled. Just as ridiculous as ever. Even Usher was visibly shaken, muttering to himself, insanely strong. But if he won't fight for me, he'll have to die. Don't just stand there, keep the DPS coming, Orson snapped, giving Usher an impatient glare. Usher, visibly annoyed, reluctantly nodded and resumed attacking. With everyone forced into cooperation, the vampires fell quickly. Once the last of them was down, the Empress checked the battle statistics and inhaled sharply. Usher, fully equipped with hero-grade gear, had contributed 15% of the damage. Orson alone had dealt an astonishing 70%, while the rest had managed a mere 15% combined. Holy hell, this guy is seriously a cheat code, Madman gawked, looking at Orson as though he were some rare artifact. You've slain a vampire minion. Exp 2000. You've slain. As the vampires fell, the floor was littered with skill books and equipment. Madman, unable to resist, reached to scoop up some of the loot. Orson, however, was faster. With a casual wave of his hand, the loot vanished into his inventory. 2 skill books, 4 blue-grade items, not bad. Orson chuckled, ignoring the grumbling from the others. The immediate danger passed, but more vampires poured into the hall as blood-red fog continued to spread. Crap, there's no end to this, Madman grumbled. Something's wrong, the Empress called out, realizing they were at their limit. Orson, though, was watching something else entirely. He'd been keeping an eye on Carol the Butcher, the real boss, who still had yet to join the fight. Now, however, the Lord of the City finally made his move. With a satisfied gleam in his eye, he signaled Hazel, who was at his side. Hazel's face tightened as she raised her staff, channeling an intense wave of magic. Orson was startled as the symbols etched into the hall's walls suddenly glowed, projecting a series of beams that formed a giant cage around Carol. The vampire lord's face twisted in fury. He threw himself against the barrier, howling, "Liar, liar, you tricked me. You desecrated my city and attacked my people," the lord sneered, looking to Hazel. "Do it." Hazel lifted her staff, her face set in grim determination. Holy magic, angel's judgment. A colossal spectral angel appeared, 6 wings spread wide. Glowing spears rained down, skewering not only Carol, but also the surrounding vampires. -99,999. -99,999. Scores of vampires disintegrated. The glowing spears, however, continued to fall indiscriminately across the hall, even taking out several players who happened to be within range. What the we're within her attack range? Madman yelped. Of course, the Empress replied with a wry smile. We were just bait. The Lord planned to wipe us out, too. Orson could only laugh in disbelief. The Lord was ruthless, using them as mere bait to lure the vampire lord into the open. No NPC in infinite dimensions could be trusted, it seemed. Warning, Angel's Judgment is an S-rank skill. All player deaths will result in a 5-level penalty. Orson grimaced. He knew Hazel wouldn't willingly target players, so this must be part of the skill's mechanics. Still, he wasn't eager to use his invincibility just yet. It would come down to luck. Casting a sidelong glance at Usher, Orson had an idea. Wouldn't it be poetic justice to have Dragon's Kiss Guild tank some of the spears for him? But Usher, catching his eye, scowled and quickly moved to a different corner, dragging Ivy with him. How dull. Why are you so afraid of me? Orson muttered as Usher ignored him. Players were steadily struck down, and as the vampire lord neared defeat, something unexpected happened. Carol, suddenly morphing into a swarm of bats, escaped through a gap in the cage, shattering part of the wall and vanishing into the night. Night banquet progress updated, a message flashed. Task 1 complete. Surviving players receive 12,000 EXP, 5 skill points, and 10 free attribute points. Task 2, assist the Lord's guards in retrieving the missing warding stone and eliminate the severely wounded Carol the Butcher. Orson was just debating whether to chase after the boss when he felt a chill race down his spine. A shadow flashed past him at incredible speed. Madman. No, I haven't seen this rogue before, Orson thought, startled. They were on the 3rd floor of the Lord's mansion, at least 20 meters above ground. Yet this rogue had leapt out of the opening that the boss had smashed through without a second thought. Wow, giving up life for loot. Madman exclaimed, peering out to see if the thief had survived. To his surprise, the rogue landed, tucked into a smooth roll, and disappeared into the night. A stealthy rogue with such a low presence, could it be him? Orson wondered. Turning to the Empress, Orson gave a slight smile and said, "Consider the favor returned. Let's catch up later." With that, he leapt through the broken opening. Damn, what are you guys made of? Madman shouted as he watched them jump one after another. While airborne, Orson summoned a sunshield as a makeshift platform, using it to break his fall and land gracefully. The other players stared, astonished. It was one thing for a rogue to leap down like that, but a mage. They could hardly believe what they'd just seen. Move out, meet at the boss spawn, Usher barked, following Orson's lead with a leap. Dragon's Kiss Guild wasn't going to miss this chance to claim the kill now that the boss was critically wounded. All they had to do was follow the city guards and swoop in for the last hit. But what Usher and his team didn't know was just how treacherous the battlefield could be. Mind holding onto some loot for me? Orson messaged the Empress. Loot? I thought you'd already nabbed it all, she replied, bewildered. I mean what's coming next, Orson said with a smirk. Instead of heading for the boss, Orson waited outside the Lord's mansion, watching as Usher gathered a 6-man team. Thinking of snagging the final blow, are we? Orson muttered, releasing a precise touch of the flame serpent spell that exploded right over Usher and his team. The blast scattered them, each player scrambling to escape. -780. -1,550. Blinding flashes of light signaled instant kills. All of Usher's teammates, except himself, were sent straight to the respawn point, leaving a pile of gold and gear behind. Even Ivy's prized hero-level staff was among the spoils. The Empress, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a chill. She finally understood Orson's earlier message. This guy was playing on a different level. So he does have a way to save himself, Orson noted, watching as Usher's corpse morphed into a charred mannequin while the real Usher reappeared a few meters away. A dummy talisman takes one fatal blow in the user's place, Orson muttered. This item, a rare treasure from special bosses, allowed the owner to avoid death once every 24 hours, though it came with a hefty cooldown. Orson, you'd better hope you never fall into my hands, Usher growled. Helplessly watching his team's demise, he vowed vengeance, his frustration boiling over. Seeing that Usher didn't dare pursue, Orson chuckled to himself and resumed his path toward the boss's location. As Orson left the city, a group of elite NPC guards caught up to him, ready to assist with the boss fight. Brave adventurer, we are here to help you defeat the Cursed Butcher, the leader of the guard squad announced. Armored Swordsman Luca, level 20. HP. Attack power. Skills. Earth Mage Longtao, level 20. HP. Attack power. Skills. The group consisted of 2 melee fighters, a mage and a healer, but Hazel was nowhere in sight. After a brief pause, Orson nodded and accepted their aid. You go on ahead, I'll catch up shortly. The armored swordsman nodded and led the squad forward with their torches lighting the way. As they moved on, a sudden flash of steel streaked out from the bushes nearby. Orson's expression hardened, he'd expected this. Summoning his sunshield, he blocked the incoming dagger strike, but the impact was powerful enough to shatter the shield, which could absorb up to 700 damage points. Instantly, Orson sensed a deadly presence behind him and unleashed a volley of fireballs without looking back. The rogue, anticipating his reaction, deftly flipped out of the fire's range with a series of agile backflips. Orson narrowed his eyes, and in the fire's flickering light, he he finally caught a glimpse of his assailant. The rogue wore a snake-patterned mask and a dark cloak, with purple hair peeking out, and her gaze was icy cold. First a feint with throwing knives, then a backstab to go for a critical hit. Classic rogue tactics, Orson said, shaking his head with a hint of mockery. So do all rogues enjoy staring at a mage's back. Though Orson looked calm and collected, he was busy layering himself in as many shields as he could cast. If this was indeed blank, he couldn't afford any slip-ups. Despite his heavenly spirit's right eye, a super god-tier soul seal, this rogue's agility and damage were proof that she was packing at least one divine-tier soul seal of her own. The rogue seemed frustrated. Her dark attack had shattered only one of his shields, yet the mage was now encased in 9 more layers, looking practically impenetrable. "You're strong," she said, her cold voice muffled by the mask. "Hey, girls." Orson blinked in surprise. The legendary blank, a ruthless killer. "A woman." "I can still kill you," she replied evenly, widening the gap between them to remain out of his casting range. "Mind telling me why you're so bent on this?" Orson asked with a smile. "Red name Boss Loot, and I could use the skill points," she answered bluntly. "Oh, then by all means go ahead and try." Orson gestured dismissively. But Blank didn't rush in. She smiled behind her mask and replied, "Keeping those shields up must be draining your mana, no? I'll just stay at a safe distance and wait you out." Orson clapped mockingly, giving her a thumbs up. "You're clever, little sister." "You know, I think I enjoy your feigned bravado more," Blank retorted, cheeks flushed behind her mask. Though Orson said nothing, he could tell Blank was far from her peak form as a god-tier assassin. Her tactics, even her thought process, were still too raw. With her keeping a safe distance of around 20 meters, Orson saw no reason to rush. Instead, he stretched out on the ground and began watching the stars. "All right, let's see who gives in first." "You," Blank stammered, glancing anxiously toward the boss's spawn point. Time was slipping away. What's his mana pool? How is he maintaining all those shields? She wondered. "You're wasting your time," Orson said, reading her mind. With a mana pool nearing 17,000, he had plenty to spare for shield upkeep. "A few hours, huh?" Blank mumbled, realizing he wasn't bluffing. An idea forming in his mind, Orson looked over at her. "How about a partnership? Split the loot 50-50. You seem like you're after skill points too." Blank hesitated, then replied, "All right, what's your idea?" Orson's eyes gleamed mischievously. "Don't you feel like we owe the Lord a little payback for using us as bait? I don't know about you, but I'm not just going to let that go." Blank raised an eyebrow. "And what do you propose?" "Not just revenge," Orson replied, dusting himself off as he stood. "They say killing NPCs has some decent rewards too." "You're not suggesting," Blank's eyes widened. "First the NPCs, then the boss. It doesn't conflict with our mission objectives, so what do you say? You think I'd trust you just because you say NPCs drop loot?" Blank shot back, clearly skeptical. Orson paused, momentarily stumped. She had a point. Sure, some players had tried attacking NPCs out of curiosity, but it usually ended with them getting insta-killed. Take Hazel, for example. She might look like a frail, sickly young girl, but with a full set of legendary gear and an S-tier, Heavenly Judgment spell at her disposal, she was no one to mess with. But this was still the early days of the game. Soon enough, players would discover that certain NPCs could be defeated, and that the loot they dropped was often more rewarding than what you get from elite bosses. In fact, some large guilds would later form alliances, specifically to ambush high-level NPCs. "Because I understand this game's mechanics better than you do, how's that for an answer?" Orson replied smoothly. Blank hesitated. She knew Orson was a former pro, and his confidence suggested he knew what he was talking about. "If it weren't for the healer NPC constantly patching up her teammates, I wouldn't need your help at all," Orson added, drawing Blank into his party. Seeing him so confident, Blank decided to set her doubts aside and dashed toward the NPC's position. At the end of the mist-shrouded path outside the city, an eerie castle loomed, the butcher's lair. Blank asked, "Got a plan?" "Those NPCs seem to be waiting for us to make the first move." Orson grimaced. "Yeah, that's the tricky part. I was hoping they'd be useful in taking down the boss, so we could just swoop in at the end." The 4 NPCs eyed Blank suspiciously, clearly expecting her to lead the charge. This was no ordinary MMO. In Infinite Dimensions, NPCs were practically indistinguishable from real people. They had distinct personalities, behaviors, and levels of intelligence that made them feel like genuine characters, not mindless automatons. "Let's go for it," Orson said. "I'll take the two warriors, you handle the healer and the mage. We don't need to kill them, just keep them occupied. What if we take too long? Someone else might swoop in and grab the boss," Blank countered. "Let them try. They won't outlast me," Orson replied with a grin. Blank was convinced. Without a word, she darted forward and, with a swift motion, drove her dagger into the healer's side. Critical hit -736. Bleed -120. Bleed -120. What? True damage blood. Orson's eyes widened as he watched Blank's dagger hit an artery, causing the healer NPC to bleed profusely, with not one but 4 instances of true damage ticking away. The earth mage beside the healer retaliated with a stone spike, but Blank sidestepped and landed another slash across the healer's throat. True damage bleed was a rare rogue passive that typically required a critical strike on a vital point to trigger. More impressively, Blank's bleed effect appeared to scale, increasing with each successive hit. There was no question in Orson's mind now. She must have a divine tier soul seal, enhancing her damage over time. Orson could already envision how a rogue like Blank could dominate one-on-one duels. With a bit of prep time, she could stack enough bleed effects on a training dummy to make any opponent drop dead in seconds during a PvP match. "What are you waiting for?" Attack, Blank snarled. Snapping out of it, Orson forced a chuckle. "Sorry, your moves were mesmerizing. I was distracted." He said it as he turned tail and sprinted in the opposite direction. "You jerk trying to leave me here and take the boss for yourself." Blank cursed. "Patience, dear." "I'm getting into position," Orson replied, realizing how his words sounded only after he'd said them. "Position. 300 meters away." "Who are you kidding?" Blank shouted back, realizing she had no choice but to handle the NPCs herself. With the 4 NPCs now flagged as hostile, their health bars were visible. Heavily armored Luca had an imposing 300,000 HP, while even the frailest mage had 100,000 HP. "Betrayers of the Lord will perish," Luca roared, charging forward with his sword drawn. Blank sprang into the air, her movement as precise as a dancer's, landing a pinpoint strike at Luca's nape. Another critical hit, her damage was off the charts. What in the world is this even rogue gameplay? Orson thought, watching in awe. Blank wasn't using any special skills, yet she was pulling off moves that would be impossible for most players. It could only mean one thing: she could perform these moves in real life too. Infinite Dimensions synchronized the player's physical abilities and skills with their neural input, which meant that players were limited by their real-world capabilities as well. A player who couldn't swim in real life, for instance, would also need a skill to swim in the game. Could she be a martial artist? Orson wondered, recalling the ancient martial artists who had fought on the front lines during the apocalypse in his previous life. Many of these masters came from influential clans, possessing fighting techniques that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. Without their resistance on the US front lines, guilds like Dragon's Kiss wouldn't have been able to flaunt their strength in the rear. But even for Blank, 4 against 1 was a losing battle. The 2 warrior NPCs were especially problematic. With high attack and defense, they were a rogue's worst nightmare. Without a clean hit on a weak spot, they could counter her attacks easily. With a dull thud, one of the warriors struck her with the flat of his blade, sending her flying and leaving her at critical HP. As she stumbled back, rage flared in Blank's eyes as she glared in Orson's direction, vowing to hunt him down and kill him 100, no, 1,000 times for this betrayal. But before she could voice her frustration, Blank looked up, stunned. A brilliant light streaked across the night sky. "A meteor," she whispered in disbelief. No, it was something much more terrifying. Big Daddy had arrived. With a thunderous roar, an enormous fiery serpent descended from above, weaving through the air before crashing directly into the NPCs. -830. -830. -1,600. The touch of the flame serpent scorched everything in its path. The NPCs, shocked by the sudden assault, scattered, each one set ablaze. "Orson, what the how did you?" Blank stammered. "Never underestimate the power of distance," Orson called out, stepping from the shadows. His face was a picture of smug satisfaction. Orson continued casting, the flames raging wildly as he let out one laugh after another. Standing atop the hillside, Orson swung his starter staff, Unleashing a brutal high-ground assault, he chained together a rapid three-shot fireball combo, weaving in basic attacks to cancel out the sluggish startup of his touch of the Flame Serpent spell. The sequence flowed seamlessly, almost like a single, unbroken skill. Boom! Minus 1,557. A flurry of red damage numbers flashed across the screen. With each combo of spells and basic attacks, Orson's damage output surpassed even his passive burn effects. Orson nodded in satisfaction. Once he reached level 20 and crafted his legendary weapon with the Emerald Gem, his damage would see a dramatic boost. Nearby, Blank, hidden under her mask, couldn't help but gape, a flurry of questions filling her mind. Did he just really pull that off? And it is kinda long, she murmured to herself, cheeks reddening before she snapped herself out of it. No focus. The four NPCs were disoriented, momentarily frozen by the surprise bombardment. Orson's onslaught focused on the two frontline warriors and the mage, leaving the priest for Blank to take down with stealth attacks. By the pure and holy light I beseech thee, heal us all, the priest NPC began chanting a healing spell. Interrupt him, Orson barked. Before he could finish, Blank darted in, her dagger piercing the priest with a cold efficiency that halted his spell. Not bad, you're pretty sharp, Orson said approvingly. The NPCs were quick to recover, though moving with surprising speed and awareness. Orson cursed as a few of his basic attacks whiffed. It's too dark here. Report their coordinates. Blank felt a jolt. Wait, his range is even farther than the targeting distance. Warrior at 271.122. Mage at 258.114. What? Blank called out the coordinates, her mind racing. She'd never seen a mage fight like this. She was the one sneaking around in the shadows, yet Orson, perched high above, was orchestrating a perfectly coordinated assault. Nice, now we're in sync, Orson crowed from above, raining down fireballs and basic attacks with pinpoint accuracy. His barrage not only dealt damage, but added burn effects, locking the priest in a futile struggle against Blank. Blank felt an odd mixture of awe and frustration. His skills were beyond anything she'd expected from a mere former pro. The power of his attacks, his sustained blue shield defenses, his absurd range, everything about this man was ridiculous. But Blank's frustration quickly turned to horror as she realized the priest NPC was faltering. Blood trickled from his mouth as he collapsed to his knees, turning his tear-filled eyes to Blank. Please spare me. If you let me live, I'll reward you handsomely once we return. Blank hesitated, momentarily dumbstruck by the sight of the priest begging for mercy. He looked so real. It was as if he were a living person, pleading for his life. A soft-hearted assassin, huh? Orson's voice crackled through the comms, exasperated. Did I team up with the wrong person? Blank's face flushed with embarrassment as her confidence wavered. What is wrong with me, she thought. It was a game, after all, and this was just an NPC, nothing more. If you don't want to counterattack, finish him off, Orson warned, but Blank remained frozen, her resolve crumbling as she stared at the pleading priest. He even threw a pouch of coins at her feet, trying to buy his life. Orson shook his head, letting her learn the hard way. Just as he'd anticipated, the NPC's pleading eyes turned cold and murderous, revealing a hidden intent. Dying. A blinding cross of holy light surged from the priest's staff, aiming to obliterate Blank in one blow. It leveled the trees around them into splinters. But just as the spell was about to connect, 3 fireballs came crashing down from the sky, breaking the priest's casting in an explosive burst. The blast knocked Blank back to her senses, her shock replaced by fury. She lunged forward, landing a deadly sequence of 5 critical hits, each strike swift and lethal. The priest let out a final, anguished scream, collapsing as a pile of loot spilled from his body, 2 purple-grade armor pieces and 3 high-tier skill books. However, Blank barely glanced at the loot. She stumbled back, breathing heavily, pressing herself against a fallen tree for support. It's too real, she whispered, staring at her bloodied hands. The feel of every hit, the weak spots, it's just like real life. I can't, this is too much. Get a grip, Orson's voice called out, jolting her from her thoughts. If we're working together, don't drag me down. Blank glared up the hill, fists clenched. Even without her, he was handling the 3 remaining NPCs without breaking a sweat. His mastery of distance control and timing was beyond anything she'd seen. Orson's flawless footwork and calculated spell use kept him firmly in control, even as the NPC warriors roared in frustration, unable to land a hit. He He shattered the formation of the two tanky warriors, then strategically shifted his attacks to the Earth Mage, the most annoying of his opponents. Thud, thud, thud. Orson was relentless. Whether at a distance or up close, his movements and timing were impeccable, allowing him to predict and counter every step the NPCs made. Good grief, even against 3 strong NPCs, he's completely unfazed. His playstyle has no weaknesses, Blank thought, feeling the pressure mount. This man was a true champion. For once, the prideful Blank felt herself shrinking in the shadow of another. 3131, Ascension Elixir. Meanwhile, Empress and her team noticed Orson locked in a fierce battle. Lucky bird that made, he seems to be getting ganged up on by NPCs. Should we go over and take a look? Speechless phase, are you kidding? Why would we help a competitor? He got himself marked as a red name, and now NPCs are beating him up. How's that our problem? Lucky bird is fair point. But we should hurry up. Those anonymous players might already have their hands on the boss. The 5 remaining members of the Moonlight Guild, survivors of the earlier attack, were now a significant force vying for the injured boss. With Dragon's Kiss Guild and Usher's team crippled by Orson, Moonlight Guild found themselves among the strongest contenders. Empress hesitated. She admired Orson's skill and boldness, and perhaps forging a friendship could draw him into their guild. However, her guildmates strongly opposed assisting Orson and vetoed her suggestion. Reluctantly, Empress chose to respect the team's consensus for the greater good. Elsewhere, Orson, supposedly outnumbered and beaten, held a decisive upper hand. He danced around the battlefield, weaving in and out of range, dealing continuous AoE damage with relentless precision. Aimed shots to the head broke the Earth Mage NPC's defenses, obliterating its skull in a shower of arcane energy. With precise timing, he activated Radiant Sun Shields to block heavy strikes and seamlessly retreated, weaving in basic attacks to trigger Blazing Burn. -1440, -1440, Heavy Armored Swordsman NPC Lugiangia roared, his movement speed spiking as he raised his massive greatsword and unleashed savage combo strikes. Orson's expression tightened as 3 of his shields were destroyed in quick succession. -119, his health dropped by a third. Orson frowned. He had underestimated them. These NPCs weren't especially powerful, but each had their trump cards. Savage combo strikes alone dealt over 2,000 damage, a near-lethal blow. Fortunately, Orson's strategy to prioritize the mage NPC paid off. Eliminating the highest damage threat first prevented a disastrous situation where the 3 NPCs could focus fire him. Now, Orson refused to leave any room for error. He held back his only knockback skill, Flame Blessed, timing its use to disrupt Lugiangia's approach while maintaining a punishing hit-and-run style. You have killed Lord Kine's guard. EXP 5000, you have killed Lord Kine's mage. EXP 10 minutes later, Orson wiped out all 3 NPCs. He waved his hand and activated his party leader privilege, looting everything into his inventory without delay. Exhausted, Orson plopped down and activated meditation to recover mana. Due to killing NPCs under Lord Kine, sin value 10,000. Reputation 4,000, a system notification popped up. Killing NPCs incurred sin values 30 times higher than killing regular players. Orson's name, once faintly red, now turned a deep purple. His total sin value hit 11,300, making him an infamous red name player. To clear his record, he'd have to kill monsters equal to the sin value, a colossal grind. Villain achievement unlocked. Regional announcement imminent. Do you wish to remain anonymous or hide the cause? I'll go public but hide the details, Orson chuckled. He wouldn't pass up the chance to get some free publicity. However, to avoid tipping off Lord Kine, he opted to obscure the reason for the announcement. Regional announcement. Player Orson has committed heinous acts, unlocking the villain achievement and earning the title Vile Tyrant. Players are encouraged to hunt him down on sight. Regional announcement. Hold by holders, here we go again. What did this guy do now? Who pissed him off this time? That title requires over 10k sin value to unlock. 8 Little P, damn big bros, savage, truly the model red name player. I'm obsessed, players were dumbfounded. Orgod's antics kept escalating to new heights. Even the system couldn't take it anymore, encouraging everyone to kill him. But who dared? The guy had solo killed Usher, the Dragon's Kiss Guild leader, and now had a villain title to boot. Taking him down would be no easy feat. Vile tyrant, it suits him perfectly. Empress stared at the announcement in astonishment. Nearby Moonlight Guild members, who'd criticized Orson earlier, were utterly stunned. Speechless face, you mean to tell me that guy killed the NPCs? Are NPCs really this weak? The Moonlight Guild party exchanged awkward glances. They'd assumed NPCs were dominating a helpless player, only to realize it was Orson who had single-handedly wiped out the NPCs. Didn't plan on playing Red Name, but I'm broke, Orson sighed and inspected his new title. Vile Tyrant Effect 1. Killing players increases their loot drop rate by 10%. Effect 2. Killing NPCs increases their loot drop rate by 50%. Penalty upon death, all equipment, items, and gold will drop. Orson flinched at the penalty. This title was both a blessing and a curse. On the bright side, killing NPCs was now incredibly lucrative. On the downside, dying meant losing everything, including his underwear. Nice, his haul from the NPCs didn't disappoint. 4 heroic tier gear items, 9 skill books. Among them, 2 were upgrades for C-tier magic, while the rest belonged to other classes. He planned to auction those off. Additionally, 3 heroic tier armor pieces and a priest's staff, all level 20, could easily fetch 2,000 gold if sold together. Wait, what's this? Orson's brow furrowed as he unearthed 2 peculiar quest items from his inventory. Quest item, Barrier Stone Use, 1 piece of the 6-sided barrier formation. Returning it to its proper position will restore the barrier. Confused, Orson checked the Night Banquet quest tracker. Barrier Stone 1-1. One of the objectives was already marked as complete. Wait, didn't the Lord claim the boss had stolen the barrier stones? Orson smelled something fishy. Pair this with the Lord's attempts to lure players into danger, and it became clear. The Lord intended to manipulate players into killing the boss and retrieving the stone which had been with the NPCs all along. Such a sneaky bastard. Rummaging further, Orson uncovered an old vial. Quest item, Soul Collection Bottle Use. Collect the souls of 20 elite tier bosses to synthesize Ascension Elixir. The more powerful the bosses, the greater the elixir's effects. Only usable by NPCs. Holy crap, Ascension Elixir, Orson's pulse quickened. He immediately recalled a major event from his past life, the demonic surge invasion. During this first large-scale event, multiple major cities, including Norland City, had their barriers shattered by relentless demon waves. Lord Kine had suddenly appeared, wielding incredible power to assist players in defending the city. Thinking back, Orson realized the truth. The Soul Collection bottle wasn't for assisting players. It was for the Lord's own purposes, to create the Ascension Elixir. With this elixir, NPCs could ascend to demonic forms. Many years later, during the hardcore trials, even NPCs would betray humanity after consuming such elixirs. Lord Kine, you sly bastard. Plotting ascension from the very start. Orson sneered. Now understanding everything, Orson turned to Blank, disappointed. This is it. The great god-tier assassin. Pathetic. Throughout the fight, Blank stood like a soulless doll, neither assisting him nor betraying him to sell his position. Blank, you're wasting my time, Orson said as he approached her. Blank grabbed a handful of dirt, her voice low. Don't you think all of this feels too real? I know. Orson's face darkened. He had hoped Blank would be pivotal to his upcoming plans, but her current state proved she wasn't up to the task. Then how can you act so decisively? Have you killed before in real life? Blank asked, her brows furrowed, her captivating face tinged with unease. Orson smiled, shaking his head as he strode toward the boss's lair. His laughter echoed meaningfully. Who cares if I've killed or not? I act decisively because I don't want to die. You're too soft. Get lost. Blank's eyes widened, but before she could speak, a searing fireball struck her directly. Blank's expression shifted, from shock to resignation as the flames consumed her. Staring at Orson, she murmured, next time when I come for revenge, you'd better keep that cocky attitude. Player Blank has sent you a friend request. Orson smirked and accepted it. He then casually picked up the level 15 heroic tier dagger, Blank's weapon, which had dropped earlier. Blank didn't say a word, but Orson could already guess her intentions. A person as prideful as Blank wouldn't ask to have her lost gear returned. Her goal was clear, using the friend list location feature to track Orson's whereabouts and launch a revenge campaign. Infinite Dimensions wasn't a world for the weak. Orson, who was determined to protect his sister and friends in the future, didn't need anyone soft by his side either. Thus, he decided to give Blank a chance to prove herself. By allowing her to relentlessly hunt him, she could hone her assassination skills while simultaneously forcing Orson to stay vigilant at all times. Compared to the brutal, permadeath hardcore mode that would come in a few years, Infinite Dimensions' current newbie phase was almost too leisurely. Orson felt like he was living far too comfortably. Got some goodies. Interested. Orson sent a message to Shattered Crown, seeing him online. Shattered Crown, haha, how could I not be? Anything from you, master, must be top tier. Show me what you've got. Orson rolled his eyes. He had never admitted to taking Shattered Crown as a disciple, but the guy's deep pockets made him tolerable. Since the last fiasco with the Bone Crusher set being price gouged on the auction house, Orson decided to sell everything directly to familiar faces this time, avoiding scalpers profiting off his hard work. Shattered Crown, holy crap, is that a haul of skill books? Did you raid a boss lair or something? Shattered Crown and these level 20 heroic tier items. My level 10 staff looks like trash in comparison. The gear dropped from the NPCs was impressive. Though not part of any set, their standalone stats were overwhelmingly strong. One priest staff boasted 300 spell power, double that of a typical level 20 blue tier weapon, and came with healing bonuses to boot. As for the skill books, Orson kept 2 for himself. 1. C-tier Wind Magic, Wind Whisper. Effect: consume 200 MP to gain the blessing of the Wind Spirit. Increases attack speed and casting efficiency by 20% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 45 seconds. 2. C-tier Earth Magic, Shaking Stone Vines. Effect: consume 300 MP to alter the terrain within a targeted area and deal damage equal to your spell power. Cooldown 2 minutes. Both skills were highly practical. Wind Whisper was especially useful for offsetting Orson's slow attack speed and lengthy cast animations. After brief consideration, Orson immediately learned both spells. If other mages saw this, they'd probably laugh their heads off. This was a prime example of skill book wastage. Most mages specialized in a single elemental branch, investing all their talent points in that path to synergize magic attributes and maximize output. By splitting his focus across multiple elements, Orson would inevitably fall behind specialized mages in late-game damage. But Orson wasn't concerned. In Infinite Dimensions, talent points were notoriously limited, but contrary to popular belief, leveling up wasn't the only way to earn them. Certain high-difficulty quests also awarded talent points. This inside knowledge gave Orson the confidence to splurge on skill books. Quad-element mastery, not bad at all, Orson chuckled to himself. A quad-element mage was absurdly powerful in the early stages of the game. In his previous life, some wealthy players had triggered the hidden quad-element mage quest. However, all had failed miserably, often resetting their accounts out of frustration. The quest's difficulty was astronomical, and the skill point requirements were just as daunting. Compared to a specialist, the cost-benefit ratio seemed unreasonably low. But for someone like Orson, armed with advanced game knowledge, it was merely a matter of patience and preparation. Shattered Crown, all right, master. Name your price. How much for the whole lot? 3,000 gold coins, Orson replied after some thought. Considering the 4 level 20 heroic tier items and 7 skill books, the price was a steal. Last time, 3 pieces of gear had sold for 1,800 gold. This was a bargain for a regular customer. Shattered Crown, deal or god, you're a saint. Pleased with Shattered Crown's decisiveness, Orson added, I'll list them in the auction house for you to buy. Before he could finish the sentence, his mailbox chimed. 3,000 gold coins received. Aren't you afraid I'll scam you? Orson asked, amused. Shattered Crown, scam me. Who cares? Even if you did, I'd still be happy. You're unreal. Orson laughed, mailing over the gear immediately, saving himself the auction fees. He then opened Blank's chat window and sent 1,500 gold coins, along with her dagger, to her mailbox. Despite the tense collaboration during their NPC hunt, Orson prided himself on keeping his word. The agreed-upon 50-50 split was non-negotiable. Besides, without Blank's distraction of the priest NPC, Orson might not have been able to defeat all 4 before running out of mana. Blank replied curtly, next time we meet, I'll kill you. Orson shook his head, sighing. So ungrateful. Despite her venomous words, she didn't hesitate to pocket the payout. Orson couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Outside the butcher's lair, 10 or so surviving players had cleared out the elite monsters guarding the entrance. Orson stood at a distance, silently observing the unfolding dynamics. From the darkness of the ruined castle, a river of blood began to flow. A chilling woman's cry echoed through the air as two glowing red eyes pierced the shadows, radiating a sinister crimson light. Carol the Butcher, level 20. Lord Class Entity. HP 600,000 / 1,200,000. Attack Power 770. Skills Group Imprisonment, Blood Dragon's Roar, Overpower, Blood Sacrifice Upgrade. The Butcher revealed its true form, emerging from a cavernous hole. It was a massive, grotesque bat, missing one wing and covered in horrifying wounds from Hazel's earlier attack. "You there, let's team up," Empress shouted. Nearby, Usher stood with 5 other players around level 16, all of whom had hidden their IDs. Orson's eyes narrowed as he analyzed their situation. At their feet lay the corpses of at least 20 vampire minions, evidence that this group was even stronger than Moonlight Guild. "What do you think, Usher?" one of the anonymous warriors asked. Usher coldly glanced at Empress and sneered, "I don't know her." "Do whatever you want." Madman spat, "Screw you, Usher. Acting all high and mighty, if it weren't for us tanking most of the mobs earlier, you wouldn't even be here to strut around." The anonymous warrior smirked. "You dumb thief. Don't think I don't know. Without your fake match king, you'd be a stone statue by now." Madman clenched his fists, his expression twisted in anger. "Fine, show me how you're gonna handle this boss on your own." Ignoring the taunts, one of the anonymous warriors suddenly darted forward, hurling his greatsword straight at the boss. The blade's tip struck true, piercing the butcher's eye. Critical hit, -1,100. The sword curved midair, almost as if alive, before rebounding perfectly back into the warrior's hands. He followed up with a double-handed slash, striking the injured wing and landing another critical hit. Critical hit, -1,100. Watching from a distance, Orson's brow furrowed. "Snow Dream. Could it be, are they from SSR Club?" The hexagram rune surged, releasing a series of explosive wind blades that shot out fiercely. At the very last moment before the blood dragon fully materialized, the mage in the anonymous team used the wind blades to interrupt the boss's spellcasting, allowing the tank to escape unharmed. "See that, thief? That's how you play the game," the swordsman said, standing confidently and mocking Madman. "QNMGB," Madman cursed loudly in a mix of English and gibberish, clearly furious but also somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, the anonymous knight blocked Carol, the butcher's follow-up, attacks with a towering shield. -189. -320. Knight only had around 3,000 HP, far less than Empress's bulkier stats, but their precision in mitigating damage and evading attacks was leagues beyond hers. Any damage they did take was quickly healed by the anonymous team's priest. Seeing that single-target attacks were proving ineffective, Carol unleashed its AoE control skill, Mass Confinement. 6 blood spheres floated ominously above the heads of Usher's party. If hit, they would instantly turn to stone. "Dodge and keep your distance, backline. Continue outputting damage," commanded the swordsman with a sharp tone. The rest of the team moved as one, skillfully evading the skill without a single misstep. Fighting alongside pros makes things feel so smooth. "These professional players really live up to their reputation," Usher commented, firing a multi-arrow shot that knocked the boss back. The Wind Mage followed up with consistent attacks, delivering impressive damage. "Professional players. That explains why their combat awareness is so much better than ours," Empress muttered to herself, feeling the glaring gap between them. At this stage of the game, most players were still figuring out basic mechanics. But professional players, trained in full-dive VR environments, had already rehearsed strategies for countless boss types. Compared to Usher's lavish equipment, the anonymous player's gear was fairly ordinary. However, their mastery of the game more than made up for the disparity. This was the difference between amateurs and professionals. Superior technique could bridge any gap in equipment over time. "Boss, let's get in there. If we don't start dealing damage now, they'll kill the boss before we even touch it," urged Speechless Face. "Yeah, Empress, you've got this besides. There's no way they're better than Orgod," added Lucky Bird. "True, that Wind Mage is impressive, but they're not on Orgod's level," Empress agreed, regaining her composure. She had been shaken by the anonymous team's overwhelming skill, but she couldn't let it intimidate her. She readied her shield and stepped forward. "Let's move. This boss isn't anyone's personal property." However, the moment they approached Carol the butcher, Usher raised his bow, his cold expression locking onto Lucky Bird, the team's healer. What the hell is wrong with you? This boss your mom or something? Madman taunted Usher, his sharp tongue immediately going for the jugular. Usher scowled, gripping his bowstring tightly, though he refused to lower himself to Madman's level. Are you really going to make enemies of me, Moonlight Guild? Or are you just bluffing? He sneered, focusing his gaze on Empress. A game is just a game. Are you seriously threatening me with real-life influence? How pathetic, Empress snapped, but her voice wavered under the weight of his implied threat. She knew exactly what he was capable of. Usher's Dragon's Kiss Guild was backed by the colossal DK Corporation, a financial giant far beyond the reach of her family's company. Losing isn't in my vocabulary, Usher declared, his voice brimming with arrogance. He scanned the players around him with a domineering presence, determined to remind them who ruled Pandoran City. Dragon's Kiss Guild had been established to dominate and crush all competition, no matter who or what stood in their way. Grinding her teeth, Empress tightened her grip on her shield. Usher's oppressive demeanor enraged her, but she had no viable way to counter it. As the anonymous team maintained flawless coordination, the boss's HP plummeted to 400,000. Despite Carol's multiple high-damage attacks, it couldn't break through the dual-layer defense of the swordsman and knight. Frustration clawed at Empress's resolve. If this continued, the boss would undoubtedly fall into their hands. Empress, have you lost your nerve? A playful voice whispered into her private chat. It was Orgod. Criticize me all you want, but you're no different. You're just sitting back, too afraid to act, she retorted. Orgod chuckled. Afraid? Hardly. I can deal with Usher, but you'll have to do something for me first. I'm listening, Empress replied, intrigued despite herself. Simple. Have your 4 teammates charge in and let the boss kill them. What? Why would I do that? Empress exclaimed, stunned by his suggestion. Trust me if you want this done. Otherwise, keep standing there and watch them take the boss, Orgod said flatly. What's it going to be? Surely your teammates won't disobey you, right? His words hit a nerve, making Empress flush with embarrassment. She'd been so focused on appeasing her team earlier that she'd missed the chance to assist Orgod. They'll listen to me, she replied confidently. She explained Orgod's plan to her party members. Lucky Bird laughed. Empress, if you want us to throw ourselves into the boss's claws, we'll do it for you, no problem. Love ya. Just don't let us get hit by the stone curse. I don't want to be AFK for 48 hours, joked another teammate. 10 minutes later, Carol's HP was down to just 50,000. Madman watched in frustration, itching to contribute, when suddenly he noticed Empress's 4 teammates rushing toward the boss. What are they doing? Don't leave me out of a boss kill, you bastards, he yelled. They're not attacking, they're sacrificing themselves, Empress corrected, holding him back with a smirk. What? Why? Madman looked thoroughly confused. An old friend of yours said to keep you alive for now, she replied cryptically. Old friend? Are you sure they didn't mean, oh, come on, stop hitting me, he muttered as she smacked him for his nonsense. Chen Shan, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to sabotage us? Usher roared as the Moonlight Guild players reached the boss. They're not even attacking you, Empress replied calmly, her expression unreadable. Usher blinked in shock as the Moonlight Guild players stripped off their equipment, then began punching the boss with their bare fists. -1. -1. What the hell are they trolling? Muttered the anonymous swordsman, clearly baffled. Carol, enraged, retaliated with massive claws, killing the players in 1 hit each. But then something unexpected happened. Blood orbs emerged from the corpses, flying into Carol's mouth. Damn it, is this blood sacrifice? That's a boss buff. Carol's HP, which had dropped below 50,000, suddenly skyrocketed back to 400,000. Tenacious, isn't she? A familiar voice chuckled as Empress made a bold move, forcing the boss into a narrow passageway with her shield. Your turn, Orgod, Empress called out with a sly smile. And in that moment, Usher and the anonymous players froze, recognizing the figure silhouetted against the skyline, Orgod. Orson twirled his staff, clapping his hands together with force. Rupturing stone vines. The ground around the dilapidated castle began to tremble as if a massive creature was burrowing beneath the surface. Everyone move, Empress yelled as she and Madman quickly dodged away. Beneath their feet, the soil groaned and cracked, waves of dirt surging like tidal waves. The entire castle shook violently, its structure groaning under the stress. Chunks of stone started raining down from above, rapidly blocking off the already narrow entrance to the boss's lair. "What the hell are you doing, Orson?" the anonymous swordsman roared in fury, glaring at the distant figure. "Burying you alive," Orson replied coldly. The anonymous knight panicked, shouting, "What's happening out there? We're trapped." "Reaver, have you lost your mind?" Usher's frustration boiled over as chaos erupted. Inside the crumbling ruins, Usher and his team struggled to fend off the boss while watching helplessly as their only escape was being sealed off by cascading debris. "Orson, I swear I'll kill you," the anonymous swordsman screamed, his face twisting in rage. He clenched his fists and considered charging Orson, only to freeze when he noticed the massive gap between them. The distance was absurd, at least 500 meters. "Is this even possible for a player to achieve right now?" the swordsman muttered, his confidence shaken. Charging that far to kill a mage. Even with his skill, he doubted he'd make it halfway before Orson's spells shredded him. And this wasn't just any mage, it was Orgod, the top-tier mage with unmatched precision. Orson ignored the swordsman's impotent rage, calmly casting a series of fireballs and basic attacks to rain destruction on the collapsing castle. Madman gawked at the spectacle, muttering, "WTF, is this guy firing rockets or something? So long so far and so damn deadly." Empress couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "He's playing a completely different game. I knew his range was ridiculous, but this is outright absurd." With a deafening crack, the castle's foundations gave way. The entire structure collapsed in on itself, burying the entrance entirely. Inside, the muffled cries of Usher and his party were silenced beneath the rubble. "You have slain player Neji. Sin value 100. You have slain player Usher. Sin value 100. One by one, notifications popped up as everyone trapped inside met their end. This was Orson's carefully calculated plan. A structure of this scale collapsing under its own weight. No player with a mere few thousand HP could survive. Even bosses at this stage of the game would struggle to endure. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Bright red damage numbers erupted from the ruins as Carol the Butcher howled in pain, its HP plummeting by over 200,000 in an instant. "Shame it didn't finish the job," Orson muttered, frowning slightly. The boss clawed its way out of the rubble, its body shrouded in a dark aura. The stones surrounding it were violently repelled as it activated its unstoppable body skill. Boss skill Unstoppable Body. Effect for 3 seconds, ignore all control, crowd control, or displacement effects. "Well then, time to get to work," Orson grinned, the fiery magic swirling around him. His signature flame serpent spiraled down from the sky, striking the boss with unrelenting precision. Madman gulped nervously. This guy's a cheater, that range. How are thieves supposed to play the game with freaks like him running around? Orson's laughter was carefree. "Thieves should stick to sneaking and stealing. Why covet the radiant magnificence of a mage like me?" "Go to hell, you smug bastard," Madman shot back. Empress maintained her composure, giving clear instructions. "I'll hold the boss's aggro." Madman watched those two. She nodded toward the two professional players. "If they make a move, I'll take them out instantly," Orson said, stepping closer. "Orgod, long time no see," said the wind mage, Snow Dream. Her tone was hesitant, her expression conflicted. Orson glanced at her briefly, his voice cool and detached. "I wouldn't dare to call myself Orgod anymore." Snow Dream hesitated, her face flushed with embarrassment. Reaver, however, shot her a glare before stepping forward. "So the match-fixing rat dares to show his face again." Reaver sneered, his LD prefix glowing for all to see. "The first demon swordsman, Reaver." Empress's eyes widened in disbelief. Reaver was a superstar in the gaming scene, known as the undefeated prodigy of SSR Club and a rising star in the esports world. "Undefeated? That's a laugh. Isn't that right, Reaver?" Orson chuckled darkly. For Reaver, the title Undefeated was both a badge of honor and a source of humiliation. Though he was hailed as the next big thing for SSR Club, he had never once beaten Orson, not as a mage, not as a swordsman, not even in the countless practice matches they'd fought. Reaver's face burned with rage, his voice rising to a shout. "You may be skilled, but you're nothing more than a disgraced rat, the shame of SSR and the esports community." "Whatever you say." Orson shrugged, his tone indifferent. The anger he might have felt in the past was gone, replaced by a calm born of experience. Stop him from reaching the boss, I'll take care of the others, Reaver commanded, gripping his blade tightly. Snowdream's face paled as Orson approached. Her grip on her staff trembled, but she couldn't muster the courage to attack. Empress, the boss is hurt and moving slowly. Just kite it around, Orson instructed without looking back. Got it, Empress replied, drawing the boss's attention and leading it away. As Orson passed Snowdream, he said softly, your technique has improved. You haven't slacked off since becoming a core player. Snowdream froze, her mind racing. After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her staff and muttered, I'm sorry, Orgod. Then to everyone's surprise, she logged off mid-dungeon, vanishing from the battlefield. Madman stared slack-jawed. What the hell? Who was that chick to you? She just dipped after you said 2 words. My disciple, Orson replied flatly, his expression briefly softening. Madman's jaw dropped. No way is she hot. Or is she, built like a tank? Orson rolled his eyes. She doesn't use a custom avatar. What you see is what she looks like in real life. Madman's eyes lit up. Hook me up, bro, what's her Insta? Send me 50 gold. Prove your worth, Orson quipped. Get lost. The banter ended as Orson and Madman approached Reaver. 2 versus 1. Not very sporting, is it? Reaver sneered, though sweat beaded on his brow. Of course not, Orson said with a grin. This is a one-on-one. A duel between real men. He stepped forward deliberately, exuding an overwhelming aura of confidence. Reaver gripped his blade tightly, his heart pounding. This wasn't just Orson's strength, it was the weight of years of humiliation pressing down on him. I want to break you. I want to break every single person in SSR Club, Orson said, his smile cold and maddening. Deactivating his blazing burn passive and holding back his god-tier abilities, Orson stepped into Reaver's range, 20 meters, the standard for a mage. Fu, Reaver roared, his blade flashing. He was determined to slay the demon that had haunted him for so long. Madman chuckled slyly, hey warrior, better watch your back door. Just as Reaver prepared to act, Madman's words froze him in place. No matter the class, exposing your back to a thief was never a wise decision. With precise, critical backstabs, they'd always teach their targets to guard their vulnerable flower. Are you planning to jump in, Madman? Orson asked casually. Madman picked his nose lazily and flicked the imaginary booger away. Nah, I'll wait until you two are low on health. Then I'll clean up. Orgod, with your deep red name, I bet your gear is worth a fortune. Good. Let me send you straight to the fountain for revival, Orson grinned darkly. He knew Madman all too well. This guy always followed through on his shameless threats. Madman's face stiffened. Memories of Orson's terrifying damage output flashed through his mind. Killing a thief like him would be child's play. Fine, I'll spare you both for now, Madman muttered, retreating swiftly until he was over 100 meters away, just to stay out of range of Orson's ridiculous attacks. Prepare to die, Reaver roared, pulling a second blue-grade sword from his waist. Madman's eyes widened. No way, dual-wielding warrior. Orson wasn't surprised. Reaver had held back during the boss fight earlier, clearly not revealing his full strength. In infinite dimensions, warriors could adopt a variety of fighting styles early on. Most players preferred combinations like sword and shield, blade and shield, or a two-handed greatsword. The most difficult of all was the dual-wielding warrior. Sacrificing most of their blocking ability, they maximized offensive efficiency while maintaining agility. This setup wasn't for amateurs. It was either a beginner's trap or the choice of someone supremely confident in their skill. Orson maintained his composure and tested the waters with basic fireballs and auto attacks. Boom, boom, boom. He rained down attacks, taking full advantage of his superior range. -11. Blocked. Reaver smirked smugly, deflecting every fireball with his twin swords. Every swing was precise, every block perfectly timed. This wasn't surprising. Timing and control were the bread and butter of professional players. If Reaver had been using a shield instead of dual blades, he likely could have blocked Orson's entire barrage effortlessly. Madman cackled from afar. Hey bro, are you even trying? Your attacks can't even break his defense. Have you been playing too much with your sparrow? Orson almost laughed out loud at the jab but shook his head, continuing his barrage of attacks. Reaver closed the gap, coming within 10 meters of Orson. Still, the mage remained calm, releasing a rapid series of 3 fireballs, seamlessly chained with basic attacks. The pressure mounted on Reaver. He stopped abruptly, his twin swords spinning violently in a whirlwind. Howling tempest. A fierce gust swept through the battlefield, dispersing Orson's incoming attacks. Nothing landed. Orson sidestepped smoothly, avoiding Reaver's thrown blade with precise movement. At the same time, he kept his attacks consistent, retreating while firing. The damage numbers were unimpressive, barely scratching Reaver's HP. His swordsmanship countered every attempt Orson made to land a decisive blow. Smirking arrogantly, Reaver taunted, "Your long-range attacks are impressive, but this close, you're just a fool. Let me guess, you've slotted a spirit to your soul mark, haven't you?" Orson remained silent, continuing what seemed like a futile effort to deal damage. Reaver sneered, "A spirit to your soul mark. How quaint. Against real experts, that's nothing more than garbage." The swordsman's condescending tone grew as he vented years of suppressed frustration from being overshadowed by Orson. "You're desperate, aren't you? Banking on whatever advantage that soulmark gives you. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to end this today." Orson's lips curled into a smirk. His composure rattled Reaver even more. "And why the hell do you talk so much during fights, Reaver?" Orson interrupted. "Were you bullied a lot as a kid? Is this your way of proving you're better than others?" Reaver froze. His sneer disappeared as those words struck a nerve. "How does he know?" Reaver's thoughts spiraled. "Ah, so that's it," Orson murmured knowingly, his smile sharp as a blade. "To break a professional player, you start with their pride." Wind Whisperer. Orson's soft incantation activated a 6-pointed star, lighting up the glyph of wind magic. Triple-class magic user. Reaver's eyes widened. To him, such a build was a joke, a reckless choice that only amateurs would make. Spreading points across multiple magic disciplines left players underpowered in the mid to late game. The increased skill flexibility might offer short-term strength, but it came at the cost of diluted talents, inadequate skill points, and crippling financial costs. You'd go this far just to get revenge on SSR Club. Reaver scoffed, assuming he'd figured out Orson's motivations. Suddenly, Orson's first fireball struck him square in the chest. Minus 248. Reaver staggered, his health dropping sharply. The wind magic's attack speed buff had thrown off his timing, causing him to misjudge his block. Orson followed up with rapid-fire projectiles, each 20% faster than before. Minus 332. Minus 332. Blocked. Reaver barely managed to deflect the final shot, his smug expression now replaced by alarm. From a distance, Madman gawked. Holy SH, he was baiting that guy with those weak attacks, he was just lulling him into complacency. Orson chuckled mockingly, locking eyes with Reaver. "You're not cut out for being a warrior. And as a mage, you're even worse. Why you see me as your rival is beyond me. Are we even on the same level?" Every word stabbed at Reaver's pride, his face darkening with fury. Clutching a health potion, Reaver surged forward, believing he'd adapted to Orson's new tempo. But the mage abruptly shifted tactics. His fireballs began flying at unpredictable intervals, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. There was no discernible pattern. What looked like chaos was deliberate. As a former professional, Orson understood that every player had their rhythm. Once you disrupted that rhythm, cracks would appear. Minus 248. Another fireball landed, leaving Reaver barely clinging to life. "Didn't I tell you before?" "Your approach is flawed," Orson said casually, as if explaining something trivial. Reaver prided himself on his rigid adherence to meta strategies. But that very rigidity was his downfall. He thrived when opponents followed predictable patterns, allowing his overwhelming aggression to shine. Against Orson, he couldn't even touch him. "Why can't I hit you?" Reaver shouted, disbelief etched across his face. "Because your meta is a cage," Orson said. "And I'm a feather floating wherever I please." Madman's jaw dropped. This is insane, a mage that doesn't follow the rules. "What kind of alien are you, Orson?" Orson's skill came from surviving the game's hardcore mode. His strategy was pure chaos, an ever-shifting puzzle that no one could solve. The duel had been decided the moment Reaver stepped into Orson's 20-meter range. Orson had already accounted for his opponent's psychology, movements, and weaknesses. This wasn't a fight, it was an execution. "I won't lose," Reaver roared desperately. Orson smirked. "Don't kid yourself. Even pros have their limits." With a flick of his wrist, Orson fired a basic attack. The fireball streaked forward, ending Reaver's misery. "Goodbye, old friend." Reaver disappeared in a flash of white light, sent back to the respawn point. Unfortunately for him, his bad luck resulted in the loss of a mere handful of silver coins. "Empress, are you done yet?" "I can't hold on much longer." Orson replied with a mischievous grin, "Coming to save you, dear Empress." "Get lost, or better yet, don't come at all," Empress snapped with exasperation. Carol the Butcher unleashed several group confinement skills, but Orson and the others dodged them with practiced ease. A heavily injured boss was soon beaten down to the brink of death. "Stab him, burn him, this boss is about to fall," Madman shouted impatiently as Carol's health dropped below 10,000. At that moment, Orson suddenly received a private message from Reaver, and his mood plummeted to rock bottom. "Every single person in SSR deserves to die," Orson muttered, struggling to contain his fury. "SSR Chinese letter REVER. Go ahead and laugh, Orson. Let's see how long it lasts. Want to know why the Esports Association banned you? You think you're so pure, so much better than everyone else, but let me tell you the truth. That game, the one that ruined you. Everyone but you was in on it. Every single one of us was playing along. We all knew you'd never agree to throw a match. You're way too full of yourself for that. So yeah, we cut you out of the deal. Each of us made millions off it, including your precious little protege, Snow Dream. Oh, didn't see that coming, did you? By the way, about that appeal, you tried to file with the Esports Association. You didn't know. The biggest sponsor of the Esports Association is SSR. If they didn't ban you, who else were they going to ban?" The message ended with a final jab. "Rot, you worthless piece of trash." Despite having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, Orson couldn't stop his emotions from churning. He finally understood Snow Dream's earlier behavior, the guilt, the evasive glances, and her sudden logout. Because she couldn't face him. Orson felt like laughing at himself, at his own naivety. He'd blamed himself for the disastrous match, thinking it was his own poor performance and leadership that had caused their loss. He'd suspected there might be a traitor in the team, but he'd never imagined that everyone, including Snow Dream, the player he'd mentored with his own hands, had been in on it. "Hey man, if you don't start attacking, we're gonna get wiped." Madman's urgent voice brought Orson back to the present. "Empress, what are you doing, spacing out? Get your damage in." Realizing his teammates were on the verge of death, Orson snapped out of it and unleashed Touch of the Flame Serpent, hurling it at the boss with an explosive fury. Dang! The boss's body collapsed, leaving behind a pile of loot, but Orson had no interest in checking it. After a long silence, Orson replied to Reaver's message, "You'd better prepare to delete your account." Then he blocked Reaver before the latter could gloat further. "I'll get every last one of you." I swear to Fing God," Orson seethed inwardly, his thoughts filled with the memories of camaraderie that now made his skin crawl. "You have slain Carol the Butcher. Experience 20,000. Your level has increased to 16. Soul Collection Bottle has detected a collectible boss soul. Would you like to collect it?" The notifications brought Orson back to his senses. He hesitated briefly before choosing to collect the soul. A wisp of white smoke rose from the boss's corpse and disappeared into his inventory. Soul Collection Bottle. Collected progress 120. The progress bar ticked up, leaving Orson pondering. The Ascended Demon Pill could only be consumed by NPCs. For now, he decided to focus on gathering the required souls. World announcement, would you like to remain anonymous? Orson's calm returned as he replied, "Show my name." World announcement, player Orgod has led a team to defeat the boss lord class, Carol the Butcher. This instance was completed with only 3 survivors, earning double rewards for no NPC assistance. Reward 60 free attribute points, 40 skill points, 12,000 reputation, and 30 gold coins. The server chat erupted into chaos. Corner Sly Fox, unbelievable, even Usher couldn't steal it from this guy. What a legend. Taylor Swift big fan, Dragon's Kiss Guild. SSR. Aren't they supposed to be unstoppable? So where are they now? Silent as the grave. 36D phone holder. They teamed up and still couldn't win. Hilarious. The once boisterous Dragons Kiss Guild players were now conspicuously quiet. Their repeated defeats at the hands of a single player left them too embarrassed to speak. Safety first, I admire Orgod join our battle intent guild. Starting salary 20 million. LBGHTXXXX, afraid of crossing Dragon's Kiss Guild. Not me. 35 million plus lifetime VIP access to Nocturne City's top clubs. Join us, Orgod. Recruitment offers flooded the world chat, with jaw-dropping salaries that left bystanders green with envy. Empress smirked and teased Orson, why settle for them? Join Moonlight Guild. 50 million and 2 personal gaming companions. Deal. Madman's ears perked up. Pick me, forget the salary, just give me the gaming companions. Get lost, kid, Empress retorted disdainfully. Meanwhile in the wilds, Shattered Crown saw the announcements and exploded with rage. Shattered Crown, back off, that's my master you're trying to poach. He bought 2 golden megaphones, items so expensive that only billionaires would use them casually. U.S. server announcement. Shattered Crown, I, president of the King Family Guild, hereby offer a 200 million yearly salary to recruit Orgod, my master, into our guild together. Let's conquer the game. The announcement shocked millions of players. Money Walker, 200 million. Forget a mansion, why not buy a private jet? Random player, Orgod has a disciple. Since when? Orson read the announcement and smirked. This idiot has money to burn, but can't just send it directly to me. His inbox flooded with private messages from guild recruiters, but he ignored them all and turned off private messaging altogether. Finally, Orson focused on looting. The night banquet quest wasn't especially hard. With Blank's help, eliminating the NPCs had doubled the rewards. Under normal circumstances, NPC assistance would make clearing the quest much easier once players learned the Bloodkin monster's mechanics. Unfortunately, the loot was underwhelming, a single-level 20 purple armor piece and 2 D-rank skill books. Orson listed them in the auction house to split the proceeds with his teammates. Madman grumbled while sifting through the boss's corpse. Wasn't there supposed to be some kind of quest item? Orson's mind clicked as he recalled the barrier stone in his inventory, a drop from the NPCs they'd killed earlier. Damn it, did the quest glitch or something? The boss is dead, but there's no quest item, Madman raged. Orson shook his head, feigning ignorance. He checked the night banquet quest log. The task to return the barrier stone to the city's lord was already marked as complete. Abandoning the quest would incur no penalties. Quest log, due to the barrier stone's disappearance, hordes of monsters have infiltrated Pondenorland City. Please assist Lord Kane in retrieving it. A sly grin spread across Orson's face. So, if I don't return the barrier stone, won't that mean endless grinding inside the city? His plan was clear. Lord Kane would never see that stone again. Back in the banquet hall. Madman, what's gotten into this old geezer? Why's he flipping tables? Lord Kane was livid upon learning that his subordinates were killed and the barrier stone hadn't been retrieved. He slammed his fist on the table, smashing it to pieces in a fit of rage. Orson smirked to himself. Messing up Kane's plans by killing his guards. No wonder the guy's losing it. You failed to submit the task item barrier stone, resulting in significantly reduced rewards. You receive 4,000 EXP, 10 free attribute points, and 5 skill points. As Orson had anticipated, completing the boss fight still yielded some rewards. Although the reduced rewards stung, keeping the barrier stone for endless monster farming was worth the sacrifice. Outside the instance, Empress rejoined her guild, and Madman logged out, citing some real-life errands. Before he left, Orson gave him a nudge, recalling Madman's first hidden class discovery in his past life, an E-rank locksmith thief. You run into a hidden class, let me know before you decide, Orson advised. Madman, what's this? You're some kind of walking strategy guide now. Trying to get on my good side to pull me into your gang. Orson grinned. Pretty much. I'm starting a guild. I'll buy a war seat soon. UN. Madman paused, slightly taken aback. After considering Orson's skill and straightforward nature, he replied candidly, sure, so long as there are girls around. I'm just a casual anyway. Deal. Welcome aboard. Orson's smile deepened. Madman might seem like a clown, always joking about women, but in truth, he was anything but simple. Military academy prodigy in real life, his tactical mind and knack for survival were top tier. Despite starting as a casual player and picking his class on a whim, Madman had later clawed his way into the top 10 thieves without guild resources or backing. Recruiting him was a major step in assembling a trustworthy and capable team. Orson didn't need a massive guild, just reliable players who could both fight and be trusted. As Orson mulled over grabbing a late-night snack, a booming voice jolted him out of his thoughts. Criminals surrender immediately. Turning around, Orson saw a squad of NPC guards bearing down on him. He slapped his forehead, realizing he'd forgotten about his 10,000 crime points. Whether inside or outside the city, he was a wanted man. This guy's name turned purple. How many people did he kill to pull that off? Brothers, that's Orgod kill him, and were rich. The commotion drew dozens of players, their eyes glinting with greed. If not for the NPC guards, they might not have dared to act. After all, this was the guy who humiliated Usher. Orson sighed as more and more players swarmed in, calling in reinforcements. In the eyes of US players, if their target had a health bar, then it was killable. If dozens didn't work, they'd bring hundreds. If hundreds didn't work, they'd bring thousands. Faced with the growing mob, Orson simply smiled and clasped his hands together. Players stared in disbelief as the infamous red-named Orgod calmly allowed himself to be arrested by the NPC guards. What the? A 3-time champion surrendering like that. This guy's got no backbone. Guess King family wasted their 200 million on a wimp. Bet he had thousands of gold on him. Just slipped through our fingers, damn it. The crowd could only watch helplessly as Orson was hauled off. You have been arrested by the Imperial Guard of the Holy Dragon Empire. Given your current crime value, you must pay a fine of 1,190 gold or serve 300 days in prison to clear your name. Will you pay the fine? Thrown into the city dungeon, Orson promptly refused. Pay over 100,000 real-world dollars for killing a few NPCs and players. No way. For most players, a 300-day sentence would mean deleting their character and starting fresh. But Orson wasn't panicking. If anything, this could be an opportunity for reinvention. He tested his abilities in the cell, but found that skills were disabled. His equipment slots were also grayed out, rendering violence useless. The anti-magic shackles on his wrists confirmed it. I need to speak with your warden, Orson called out. Shut it, punk, barked a guard named 5 Cent. Orson chuckled and dropped an imperial gold coin onto the ground. 5 Cent's eyes lit up as he scrambled to pick it up, even biting it to ensure it was real. Ah, dear adventurer, how can I assist you? His tone flipped in an instant, worthy of an Oscar. Orson smirked. Infinite Dimensions really nailed it. Even NPCs are corrupt to the core. Take me to your superior. I have urgent business to discuss, Orson said, his tone all business. 5 Cent hesitated. Well, the boss isn't exactly available right now. How about I get you a drumstick instead? Another coin clinked to the ground. 5 Cent's face split into a greedy grin. Right away, sir, please follow me. He led Orson to the guard commander's quarters atop the city wall. As they approached, muffled moans of pleasure echoed from inside the ajar door. Orson's smirk froze. So many hidden gems in this game. How did I miss this back then? Commander, there's a prisoner here to see you. 5 Cent pushed the door open a crack, only for a foul-smelling boot to fly out. Can't you see I'm busy? Scram, the commander bellowed. A scantily clad woman darted past them, her face flushed with embarrassment. Orson marveled silently, uncensored. Truly a masterpiece. The commander, Wesley, glared at Orson with barely concealed annoyance. You'd better have a damn good reason for interrupting me. 5 Cent gleefully waved another coin in front of Wesley's face. This one's a big spender, boss. Wesley waved 5 Cent away and looked Orson up and down. You realize bribing an Imperial officer is a crime, don't you? Orson smirked, tossing him a pouch containing 50 gold coins. Wesley's eyes gleamed with greed as he feigned indignation. I am incorruptible, he declared, closing the door behind him. The pretense quickly dropped. Must have been tough in the cell, huh? Wesley said, grinning as he unlocked Orson's shackles. Free of his restraints, Orson considered killing the greedy worm, but checked Wesley's stats first. City Guard Commander Wesley, level 30. HP. Attack. Skills. The lack of detailed stats was a clear warning. Wesley's strength far exceeded that of ordinary NPC guards. Orson sighed inwardly. If Wesley had a skill like invulnerability, fighting him could attract reinforcements and spell disaster. Instead, Orson decided to negotiate. "Commander, how about we strike a deal?" Wesley chuckled, his eyes narrowing. "Kid, I like the way you think. You have successfully bribed the city guard commander. The commander has proposed a ransom of 300 gold to release you, but your crime value will not be reduced." The notification rang out, but Orson didn't flinch. He started haggling with his figurative dragon-slaying sword. "Make it 100 gold. Otherwise, I'd rather rot in jail." The commander has proposed 200 gold. "Still too much." 100 gold, take it or leave it." Orson slammed his hand on the table and reached for the shackles. Wait, Wesley panicked, raising a hand to stop him. "Fine, look, I've got a family to feed, all right. 120 gold, and I'll have to pull strings to make it happen. That's the best I can do." Seeing Wesley's theatrics, Orson had to admire the game developer's creativity. Even if Infinite Dimensions wasn't a reality-blended game, its immersive design made it feel just like the real world. "I also need a fake identity and a guarantee that no city guards will hunt me for the next week," Orson said coolly. Wesley frowned. "A fake identity I can do, but the city guard rotates shifts every 3 days. The best I can give you is 2 days." 2 days is plenty," Orson agreed. "You have obtained the Imperial Mage's robes. You have received a temporary fake ID valid for 48 hours. Orson's inventory now included a complete set of level 15 green mage gear. However, its attributes were grayed out, meaning it only worked cosmetically, layered over his novice gear. "Please name your temporary ID." Grinning, Orson typed, "Boss Bye." The ID above his head shifted from purple to the distinct blue of an NPC, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It was no wonder the thief class was among the hardest to play. It demanded as much cash as a mage to build, yet so many players flocked to it. Being a stealthy rogue could be incredibly satisfying. Through Wesley's connections, Orson arrived at the southeastern outskirts of Pondenorland City, as marked by the barrier stone. This was the slums, narrow alleys filled with foul-smelling ditches and crumbling buildings from previous monster invasions. "Clear the way, boss buys here to inspect." Orson swaggered down the path, radiating the aloofness of someone who didn't recognize anyone's face. Few players were around, as the area's stench and lackluster quests made it unpopular. "Look, a real mage is here. Thank the heavens, finally, we're saved. A mage will make these walls impenetrable." The poorly equipped NPC guards erupted in cheers upon seeing Orson. In the Infinite Dimensions world, mages held high social status. Their destructive power and scarcity often determined a nation's strength. Being at the edge of the city, the outer walls were much lower than the inner ones, leaving these poverty-stricken areas vulnerable whenever the protective barrier failed. "Boss by recently, monsters have been frequently attacking my patrol area. They're gathering again, please join us in driving them out." A soldier stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "No problem. How many monsters are we talking about?" Orson asked. "From what we can see, at least 100. "Only 100. Orson frowned. Such a small wave wouldn't be enough to grind his soul imprint level or cleanse his crime points. He had spent over 100 gold, tens of thousands in real money, to maintain his cover as a city guard. 100 monsters felt like a joke. Sir." The NPC soldiers looked confused. Was the mage from the inner city so weak that he was afraid to take on a mere 100 monsters? "This is ridiculous. I'm losing money on this deal. That blasted barrier stone cost me so many rewards," Orson grumbled, annoyed at his own short-sightedness. In the early stages of the game, even with a barrier breach, monster swarms were rare. Expecting an easy grind was overly optimistic. Boss Bai, the scout, estimates that if the monsters aren't dealt with quickly, their numbers will multiply within a day. By then, we won't stand a chance. Hearing this, Orson's mood shifted. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "That's more like it." The NPCs grew more panicked at his enthusiasm, imagining a monstrous horde descending upon them. "Ding dong, you refused to lead an offensive, triggering a hidden quest." Orson's eyes gleamed. Hidden quests were rare gems, and now he'd found one by accident. Hidden quest, defend the barrier stone breach. Difficulty, legendary. Recruit a raid team to defend against the horde. In Infinite Dimensions, quests were ranked by difficulty: common, elite, legendary, abyss, hell, and mythical. Normal quests allowed up to 6 players, while high-difficulty missions often required a raid group of up to 60 players. This legendary hidden quest was leagues above the usual hidden tasks. Quest objective: defend against a massive monster invasion. If monsters breach the inner city, the mission will fail. Failure penalty: lose 3 levels, 20,000 reputation, and gain a 10-day EXP penalty, halved earnings. Note: unless the barrier stone is returned, the monster invasion will continue for 24 hours. Reading the quest details, Orson couldn't hold back a grin. So that's why this mission exists. If I hadn't killed the NPC guards or kept the barrier stone, this chain wouldn't have triggered. With the stone in hand, he had a trump card. If the horde became unmanageable, he could always return the stone to end the quest without penalty. At the soldier's urging, Boss Bai reluctantly climbed the tower to survey the situation. Goblin Vanguard, level 18. HP 4500, 4500. Attack 185. Skills: Swift Charge, Earthen Spikes. Elite Skeleton Knight, level 22. HP 12,001, 2000. Attack 270. Skills: Lance Charge, Soul Assault. Among the 100+ monsters were several elites, mostly around level 20. They were ideal for farming levels and skill proficiency. With 2 hours until the invasion began, Orson descended the tower. If he could stack monster-killing tasks on top of the quest, he'd maximize efficiency. Too much crime value, what now? Orson muttered, troubled. While his fake ID might fool players, experienced rogues would see through it. High-function NPCs would also detect his criminal status. Then inspiration struck. Wait, there's one place that hands out massive monster-killing quests. Orson, clad in his NPC disguise, made his way to the Bounty Hunters Tavern in the inner city. Holy hell, I thought the cops were raiding the Hunters Guild. Wait, what's an Imperial mage doing here taking demon hunting jobs? The sight of the boss by nameplate atop Orson's head sent a ripple of panic through the tavern. A few red-named players mid-task nearly bolted for the exit. The Bounty Hunters Guild held a unique position in Infinite Dimensions. It operated in almost every town, and its neutrality allowed even red-named players and criminals to participate in demon hunting tasks if they had the credentials. After paying 10 gold to register as a hunter, Orson was presented with a wide array of tasks. The guild's missions ranged from E-rank to SSS rank. E-rank tasks included mundane errands like retrieving lost cats or finding missing girls. D-rank and above involved hunting monsters, such as slaying 100 Moonhowl werewolves or collecting 50 troll tusks. E-rank tasks and beyond became downright insane, with S-rank missions even requiring teams to slay dragons. As a novice hunter with a black iron badge, Orson was limited to E-rank and D-rank tasks. Currently, due to the breach in Pondinorland's barrier, the tavern was overflowing with D-rank hunting missions. You have accepted the D-rank task, slay 50 skeleton mages. You have accepted the D-rank task, collect 60 magic ape claws. You have reached the maximum task limit, 2-2. Orson frowned. The 2-task cap was inconvenient, especially given that the trip from the tavern to the outer slums took over 10 minutes. Running back and forth would waste too much time. Would you like to purchase the Hunter Task Expansion Bundle? Beginner Bundle, increase task limit to 20. The system prompt popped up, and Orson let out a bitter laugh. The bundle's price was 50 gold. Demon hunting tasks were a staple for grinding rewards, offering silver coins and skill points. However, Orson had never been willing to buy bundles in his previous life. For efficiency's sake, he had no choice now. Purchase the Advanced Bundle. You have spent 300 gold and received the Advanced Hunter Expansion Bundle. Hunter Expansion Advanced Bundle. Increases task limit to 60. Grants remote task acceptance and submission within city limits. Orson winced at the cost. Still, the ability to remotely complete tasks made the purchase worthwhile. He'd need to finish a mountain of tasks to level up his hunter rank. Random King, damn it, all the D-rank tasks are gone. There were like 20 of them a second ago. Skytier's Sorrow, who the hell is Boss Bai? What's with hoarding all the tasks? Nearby players clustered around the bar, grumbling at the vanishing tasks. When they spotted Orson, they were baffled. Is that an NPC? Since when do they act like total maniacs? Ignoring the complaints, Orson methodically accepted all available tasks. Whether or not he could complete them didn't matter. He could replace unfinished tasks with new ones when they refreshed in 2 hours. Bradley, how's it going? Are you done yet? Orson sent a private message to his struggling ally. Bradley's level had dropped to 9 after hours of futile grinding. Moneybags, I'm gonna. Damn it, if I don't yank that drunken bastard's armpit hair tonight, I'll eat my keyboard. Harsh. Orson shook his head. Bradley was stubbornly attempting to clear the Saint Blade trial and had been defeated hundreds of times. His determination was both impressive and masochistic. Finish it soon. I'll help you grind levels afterward. Bradley didn't reply, focusing instead on his endless cycle of defeat. With over an hour remaining until the monster invasion, Orson logged off for a quick break. After a shower and a feast of grilled lamb skewers, he returned to the game. Regional announcement: player Slaughter Spree has awakened the A-rank hidden class, Mad Demon Knight. Rewards: 100 free attribute points, 40 skill points, 5,000 reputation, 50 gold. The first A-rank hidden class had emerged, earning admiration from players across the server. Ironclad Healer, amazing, the first A-rank class already. Moneybags, damn, 500 gold as a celebration. Slaughter Spree is really flexing. Orson remained unimpressed. He remembered Slaughter Spree as a core member of the Slaughter Guild. While the class provided an early game edge, Slaughter Spree's lackluster skills caused him to fade into obscurity later on. In infinite dimensions, the strength of a class mattered less than the player's skill. Even the weakest E-rank classes could topple higher-tier ones in capable hands. Back in the outer slums, Orson climbed the defensive watchtower. Boss, by if we don't engage soon, we're doomed. The NPC soldiers were visibly panicked. Now this is what I call a party. Orson sucked in a breath as he gazed at the monstrous horde. Thousands of creatures blanketed the horizon, a sea of shadows surging forward. His scalp tingled. No wonder the mission allowed a 60-man raid. A 6-player team wouldn't stand a chance against this onslaught. The horde was roughly 2 kilometers away, just beyond Orson's current maximum range of 1,670 meters. Any hopes of whittling down the numbers before their approach were dashed. Countdown 60 seconds. You have been granted command over the outer city guards. The mission's prompt appeared. Orson surveyed the defending NPC soldiers. There were fewer than 30, most of them around level 15, far weaker than their inner-city counterparts. Relying on them is as good as throwing bodies at the horde. After some thought, Orson decided to improve his magic capabilities. You have spent 9 skill points and 6 gold to level up your magic. You have spent 12 skill points and 14 gold to reach magic level 10. C-rank Fire Magic, Touch of the Flame Serpent, has been enhanced. You have learned Fire Magic, Flame Dragon. Flame Dragon. Effect 1 consumes 600 MP to summon a fiery dragon. Each strike deals 400 spell attack power and lasts 15 seconds. Cooldown 50 seconds. Effect 2, targets in contact with the flame dragon suffer 220 burn damage per second for 3 seconds. Orson's face lit up. Spending so many resources had paid off. The skill had transformed into a powerhouse. Though classified as C-rank, Flame Dragon rivaled even some B-rank AoE skills in power. With 25 skill points left, Orson upgraded Earth Surge and Wind Whisper to level 5. These utility spells didn't gain much offensive power, but benefited from reduced cooldowns. Countdown over. The monster horde is advancing. Orson's expression hardened as the ground began to quake. The horde, a mass of writhing darkness, surged forward like an ominous tidal wave. Among the advancing monster horde, the fastest were the skeleton riders and several nimble magical beasts, numbering between 200 to 300. Orson quickly regained focus. These elite mobs all had HP exceeding 10,000. Sending the NPC soldiers to form a shield wall against them would be a futile effort. At best, they'd last 2 or 3 turns before being trampled into paste. Whisper of the Wind. With the casting efficiency boost from Whisper of the Wind, Orson initiated a level 5 Quaking Stone Spikes, but instead of targeting the monster cluster, he cast the spell 600 meters away from the city wall. Massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, manipulated by Orson into forming over a dozen stone chevox de fries, an effective obstacle against cavalry. Everyone knows that whether it's mounted cavalry or a reckless drunk driver, They all fear these things the most. Though they couldn't directly damage the monsters, they significantly slowed their advance. Each stone barrier was 2 meters high, spaced 3 meters apart, forming a no-go zone for cavalry in the open field outside the city. This is the power of earth element magic. Though its offensive capabilities lag behind, its versatility is unparalleled. In guild wars or defensive battles, a single earth-specialized grand mage can hold an entire frontline alone. After completing the first defensive line, Orson didn't attack immediately. He waited for the 1-minute and 45-second cooldown of quaking stone spikes to finish. Mount up everyone 10 on each flank corral the scattered monsters toward the Chevox de Fries. At Orson's command, the NPC soldiers mounted their horses and rode out, granting him the rare privilege of commanding NPC troops like a general. Most of the 20 NPCs were infantry and archers. The inner city boasted the elite heavy cavalry, leaving only these lightly armored soldiers for the outskirts. Mounted, they gained no stat bonuses, but their light equipment made them faster than most monsters, perfect for drawing aggro. After waiting over a minute, Orson erected a second row of Chevox de Fries 500 meters from the wall. This time, the barriers were spaced closer together and formed a V-shape. With his sharp gaze, Orson anticipated the skeletal riders hitting the first set of barriers, causing a bottleneck for the following monsters. Ultimately, the horde would jam up in the V-shaped Chevox de Fries, creating a classic pocket formation. True to his calculations, a cacophony of crashes erupted. Bone fragments flew in all directions, as Orson observed. Minus 3,500. Minus 3,500. Over 10 skeletal riders slammed into the barriers, shattering themselves and their skeletal steeds into pieces. As undead creatures, skeleton riders lacked intelligence and blindly charged forward without evasion. Even reduced to a mangled state, they dragged their broken limbs onward. Under Orson's orders, the NPC soldiers galloped around, drawing scattered monsters into a concentrated group again. Orson, leading the remaining 10 archers, approached the bottleneck. The archers lined up and readied their bows. As more monsters flooded into the pocket, Orson smirked. Let's test the new skill. A crimson 6-pointed star flared into existence, radiating heat waves. Surrounding temperature rose sharply, and the air brimmed with fiery magic energy. Boom! A massive flaming dragon, over 20 meters long, coalesced in the air with a deafening roar. The flame dragon let out a menacing cry, its fiery form almost lifelike, as it unleashed dozens of fireballs into the horde. Minus 1,100. Minus 220. Minus 220. This is a C-tier spell. Even Orson doubted himself. Flame Dragon released 5 waves of fireballs over its 15-second duration, dealing massive AoE damage. Though its single target damage was modest, its area control rivaled some A-tier spells. The passive skill Blazing Burn triggered, finishing off numerous critically injured skeleton riders. In moments, the battlefield outside the city turned into a fiery hellscape. Dozens of monsters burned to ash, with hundreds more unable to advance past the barriers. If any stragglers escaped the pocket formation, the archers quickly finished them off. You've slain an elite skeleton rider. Experience 600. You've slain a magic ape. Experience 450. You've slain a goblin cavalry. Experience 430. Orson's experience bar surged upward. Within minutes, his level 16 XP hit 15%. At this rate, he could level up in less than 30 minutes. Meanwhile, heaps of task items and monster materials filled his inventory. Boss Bai is invincible. Boss Bai, hail the conquering hero. The NPC soldiers cheered wildly, showering Orson with exaggerated praise. He accepted it all with a smug grin, reveling in their sycophantic flattery. Player's perspective. Where are my monsters? Why are they running away? Players grinding mobs in the area were baffled as nearby monsters bolted en masse. No matter what attacks they used, the monsters ignored them, sprinting toward a single destination as if lured by a feast. Player A, what's going on? Every hit shows as miss. Player B, let's follow them. Maybe we've triggered an event. The players followed the horde and were met with an astonishing sight. A sea of monsters, numbering in the thousands, swarmed toward the city wall. Amidst the chaos, a fiery dragon rampaged, leaving only ashes in its wake. Oh my god, that's a fire dragon. A 10,000 HP elite monster goes down in seconds. Is this the power of an NPC mage? The players stared slack-jawed as Boss Bai unleashed his overwhelming magic. This NPC is too strong. What kind of hidden quest is tied to him? A hopeful player boldly approached Orson, plastering on a fawning grin. "Oh great mage, is there any way I might assist you?" But others quickly derided him. "Scrub, get lost, you're level 13 with green gear. What help could you possibly offer?" "I'm level 15 and a fire specialist, pick me mage, and I'll prove my worth." Suppressing laughter, Orson continued casting, maintaining his aloof NPC grandeur. "I hear rumors of a guild, Dragon's Kiss Guild," Orson said. The players froze in shock. "The mage knows Dragon's Kiss Guild." Orson sneered. "Heard of them?" "Of course." His expression darkened. "Chaos outside the city, the innocent lives lost. It's all because of Dragon's Kiss Guild and their heinous deeds." The players blinked, puzzled. No such system announcements had occurred. "You're all here for quests, aren't you?" Orson shifted the topic, struggling to stifle his laughter. "A quest, it's real," the players were elated. Orson nodded sagely. "List 10 crimes of Dragon's Kiss Guild. Spread the word. Let all nations know their atrocities. Once completed, report to the Inner Cities Guard Captain Wesley for your reward." The players were dumbstruck. Was that it? Still, they erupted into cheers. Such a kind and benevolent mage. Within minutes, the skeletal cavalry were reduced to heaps of shattered bones, and less than half of the original 1,000 monsters remained. The pace of the attacks began to slow, but Orson remained vigilant. With a wave of his hand, another quaking stone spikes erupted, reinforcing the pocket formation and extending the defensive line. A group of about 30 fox spirits, their bodies glowing faintly with flames, approached cautiously. Although their numbers were small, their stats far surpassed ordinary mobs, rivaling those of a standard level 20 boss. What made them particularly troublesome was their cunning. Instead of recklessly charging forward like the skeletal riders, they broke formation and began targeting the NPC soldiers drawing aggro on the outskirts. Orson's expression darkened. In a matter of seconds, 3 mounted NPC soldiers were dragged down, their horses overwhelmed. The surrounding monsters swarmed them, leaving nothing but carnage in their wake. Sacred Fox Spirit. Level 22. HP 35,003, 5000. Attacks 300. Skills Heavy Claw Strike, Basic Fire Magic. "These mobs are rare," Orson murmured. If memory serves, they drop a 20-level mage set. He quickly commanded the NPC soldiers to retreat to avoid further losses. While the fox spirits demonstrated some intelligence, they were no match for Orson's veteran cunning. Under the buff from Whisper of the Wind, Orson's attack speed increased. His basic attacks interrupted the lead fox's pursuit, followed by a barrage of fireballs that sent it flying. Suddenly, a crack of thunder split the air. An NPC soldier was struck by lightning, collapsing into a state of forced paralysis, his body emitting faint smoke. Emerging from the ranks of the fox spirits was a majestic figure wreathed in sparks of electricity. Its piercing eyes locked onto Orson as it growled menacingly. Sacred Fox King. Level 22. HP 140,001, 40000. Attack 470. Skills Fire Thunder Curse, Heavy Claw Strike. Just as Orson had predicted, this was a boss mob. Its stats and abilities rivaled those of an elite boss, particularly its Fire Thunder Curse, a variant of fire magic leaning into lightning-based effects. In the game's elemental system, each of the 4 major magic types had numerous specialized subclasses, ranging from D tier to A tier in power. Lightning magic was one of the CB tier awakenings of fire magic, known for its devastating power and swift casting speed, a formidable choice among ordinary awakened classes. Orson faced the snarling Sacred Fox King with a calm smile. The flame dragon materialized above the fox spirits with a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of flames. Caught off guard, the Sacred Fox King was swept up by the fiery onslaught. Orson capitalized on the dragon's knockback effect, chaining basic attacks into the stunned boss from over 200 meters away. Combo X. Combo X. Meanwhile, the flame dragon's fireballs rained down, engulfing the fox spirits in waves of flames. Those attempting to break through toward Orson found themselves within range of the NPC archers, whose arrows reduced them to pincushions. You've slain a sacred fox spirit. Experience 1,000. You've slain a sacred fox. Your level has increased to 17. Orson grinned. The leveling efficiency was even better than he had anticipated. With this pace, even considering the steep XP curve after level 20, he estimated he could reach level 23 in 24 hours of grinding. Minus 1,640. Minus 1,641. The Sacred Fox King wailed as Orson's relentless attacks, combined with his blazing burn passive, hammered away at its health. Suspended in midair, the boss never touched the ground again. This is how the Mage King fights. An effortless combo x 182, what the hell? Nailing to the Mage King. I struggled to combo 10 hits on trash mobs, and he's chaining combos like this. 2,000 damage per second. Insane. Nearby mage players, awestruck by Orson's display, could only gape. Though convinced that Boss Bai was an elite NPC, watching him utterly dominate a boss like a child's toy was still overwhelming. While infinite combos might seem miraculous to ordinary players, in hardcore mode, they were a survival necessity. Regular bosses lacked escapabilities like super armor or unstoppable stance, allowing seasoned players to chain hundreds, if not thousands, of hits with proper technique. Holy crap, a hero tier item dropped, and not just one. Looks like a mage robe and some other armor. Can we grab it? Before the spectators could react, the Sacred Fox King exploded in midair. Coins, materials, and equipment scattered in all directions. Dazzling purple light beamed upward, but before anyone could examine the loot, Orson swept it all into his inventory with a flick of his hand. Fox Clan Robe. Quality Hero. Level 20. Class Mage. Defense Physical Magic Damage Reduction 20%. HP 300. Effect regenerates 1% MP per second. 3-piece set bonus, Thunderclap. Effect increases Fire Lightning Magic crit rate by 50% for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. 6-piece set bonus, reduces Thunderclap cooldown to 7 minutes. Orson's scalp tingled with excitement. In his past life, the Fox Clan Mage set was one of the strongest hero tier mage sets at level 20. With its 6-piece bonus skill Thunderclap, it was the pinnacle of burst damage, unrivaled by even legendary sets. The robe's baseline stats were equally exceptional. Its percentage-based defense bonuses were critical for a fragile mage, and the MP regeneration made it perfect for Orson's mana-heavy build. With 17,500 MP, the robe's 1% regeneration restored 175 MP per second, enough to make him a perpetual spellcasting machine. He moved on to inspect the second hero tier drop from the mobs. Fox Clan Ring Left Hand. Quality Hero. Level 20. Class Mage. Effect 1 5% crit rate. Effect 2 0.2 attack speed. 3-piece set bonus, Quick Step. Effect reduces cooldowns by 10%. 6-piece set bonus, reduces cooldowns by 20%. Perfect, Orson smirked. Accessories were often minor upgrades to stats, but could create significant disparities between players. Due to their rarity, many players reached level 30 without completing a full set of accessories. Elated by his haul, Orson resumed his grind. As the monster waves began to thin out, nearly 2,000 creatures had fallen within an hour. Congratulations, you have defended against the first wave of monsters. Rewards: experience 20,000, skill points 5, attribute points 5, gold 2. Stay alert, the monsters will return in 10 minutes. Orson relaxed slightly, surveying the battlefield littered with loot. Suppressing a grin to maintain Boss Bai's dignified image, he began cleaning up the spoils. You've obtained 27.5 gold. You've obtained 53 green quality items. You've obtained 15 blue quality items. You've obtained 2 purple quality items. You've obtained 12 skill books. You have learned the C-rank Water Magic, Chaotic Tides. You have learned the D-rank Fire Magic, Explosive Fireball. Among the dropped skill books, 4 were for mages. Though their quality wasn't high, Orson learned them anyway. Now he had all 4 elemental magics covered. The only regret was that high-quality magic books were exceedingly rare. Among them, only the C-rank Water Magic, Chaotic Tides, seemed somewhat useful. Effect consumes 200 MP to create a chaotic water zone. Monsters within the area lose their sense of friend or foe for 3 seconds. Cooldown 45 seconds. It was a typical PvE crowd control skill. The description sounded impressive, but it had no effect on NPCs or players. Since he had already learned it, Orson didn't care. After all, he had plenty of money and plenty of monsters to farm. Thanks to the Orc Heretic title, which added a 10% bonus to drop rates, Orson was reaping insane rewards. Other players could only dream of such a haul. Even with a base drop rate of just 1%, the sheer number of monsters Orson was killing guaranteed frequent rewards. A purple tier greatsword for knights and a warrior's armor piece had even dropped thanks to the enhanced drop rate. His Heavenly Spirit's right eye had already reached 20,000 proficiency points, and that was just the beginning. Orson noticed that the monsters were growing stronger with each wave. During the brief lull between attacks, he raised another row of stone barricades. In total, he now had 12 defensive lines encircling the outer city. "I can't afford to take risks," he muttered. His sin value was still above 9,000. If he were killed, all his gear and money would drop. After meditating to restore his state, Orson prepared for the next wave. Meanwhile, the world chat was anything but peaceful. World announcement. Player Usher wields a divine weapon, unmatched and peerless, ranking 1 on the divine weapon leaderboard. The first owner of a legendary weapon is rewarded: 2 talent points, 20 skill points, 30 free attribute points, and 50 gold. The announcement left players across the server stunned. Orson opened his eyes from meditation, muttering, "Just like in my past life." Dragon's Kiss Guild Nobleman, congratulations to the boss for crafting a divine weapon. Celebrate. Thornwalker, a level 15 legendary bow. Rich people sure have it good. Probably cost tens of millions. Backtracker Usher's being ridiculous. A level 15 weapon. Why waste that much money on something so short-lived? Curious, Orson opened the weapon leaderboard. Rank 1 Usher. Weapons: Golden Wing Bow. Quality: Legendary. Attack: 400. Crit rate: 20%. Effects. Besides its basic stats, the weapon's awakened effects were hidden, a safeguard to protect players' strategic secrets. Still, its raw stats alone outclassed level 20 purple tier gear. A 20% crit rate boost was absurd. But Orson knew its true power didn't lie in those stats alone. In his past life, he had seen this bow's full attributes posted on the forums. Golden Wing Bow ignored physical resistance, extended range, and granted a triple split arrow effect, an incredibly powerful weapon. In the upcoming guild base war, Usher had wielded this bow to devastating effect, single-handedly killing over 600 players and claiming the top spot on the kill leaderboard. That battle had cemented Usher's meteoric rise. He became known as Infinite Dimensions' top archer, and the Dragon's Kiss Guild's fame skyrocketed. New players entering the game often set their sights on joining Dragon's Kiss Guild. The first guild base war was not just a battle for resources, it was a war of reputation. Winning it would define a guild's standing for years to come. Usher posted a server-wide announcement. Usher, a heartfelt thanks to my guildmates and the farming crews for their support. Without you giving up precious leveling time, this bow could never have been forged. Many guild leaders read this with scorn, but remained silent. Usher's dominance was frustrating, but there was little they could do. Despite his losses to Orson, Usher's guild was growing stronger. Most believed a single player, no matter how skilled, couldn't stand against a top-tier guild backed by financial titans. Suddenly, a new voice broke the server's solemnity. Harley's legend, ahem. Pardon me for interrupting the Great One's speech. Nothing special, yeah, stop pretending. Doesn't everyone know about Dragon's Kiss Guild's dirty tricks? More unpleasant voices began filling the chat. Player A, what's this about NPCs being fed up with Dragon's Kiss Guild? Player B, wait, are they serious? In a distant inn, the Slaughter Guild's leader, Demon Emperor, was drinking with his officers. They were discussing strategies to counter Dragon's Kiss Guild in the upcoming war. Slaughter Guild was a powerhouse in its own right and had no intention of letting Dragon's Kiss Guild dominate. Soon, accusations against Dragon's Kiss Guild flooded the world chat. Harley's legend, Crime One, my niece, a high school freshman, was ecstatic to finally defeat a goblin. Do you know how much it meant to her? Heavy truck driver, spill the tea, I love drama. Harley's legend, Dragon's Kiss Guild members stomped in, killed the goblin, and stole every spawn in the area. My niece was heartbroken. Other players quickly chimed in. Little Demon, totally relatable, my squad can't even play after work because Dragon's Kiss Guild hogs every spawn point. Harley's legend wasn't done. Crime 2, a friend of mine was happily playing with his girlfriend. Dragon's Kiss Guild officer stole her away with a single green tier item. My friends love. Shattered. Crime 3. I once tried to sell health supplements to Dragon's Kiss Guild members. They called me shady. Selling legitimate goods is now shady. Pure discrimination. The absurd yet hilarious accusations struck a chord with players. Soon, creative storytellers joined in, drafting lengthy lists of grievances. Topics ranged from environmental destruction, littering after monster kills, to scandalous affairs involving guild officers. Screenshots flooded the official forums, sparking a wildfire of outrage. Orson, still farming monsters, burst into laughter. The outlandish stories nearly made him lose focus. Dragon's Kiss Guild's already fragile reputation was now in freefall. Harley's legend, hahaha easy task rewards for shouting in chat. Too good. Harley's group gleefully headed to the inner city to claim their rewards. Just as they reached the gates, their mailboxes chimed. Task reward, you've received an anonymous donation of 5 gold. What? 5 gold? That's 5,000 real bucks. Me too, I got it. In the previous timeline, Dragon's Kiss Guild had a terrible reputation. Countless players who suffered under their dominance bore a deep grudge against them. This was primarily because the guild's overwhelming strength and ruthless tactics crushed small guilds and independent players alike, leaving no room for competition. However, the present situation was different. Dragon's Kiss Guild hadn't even begun flexing their full might in infinite dimensions, yet their public image had already taken a nosedive. It was a scenario that neither Usher nor the guild's leadership had foreseen. Cracks in the dragon's armor. Stop insulting me, okay? I'll quit the guild, is that enough? The regional broadcast blared a message from a well-known warrior named Wild Gale, causing a stir among the player base. Wild Gale wasn't just any player, he was a skilled strategist and frequent forum poster with considerable influence in the community. For such a prominent figure to publicly quit Dragon's Kiss Guild sent a clear signal: the guild was far from united. Other high-level players in the guild weren't blind either. While following Usher-promised rewards, not everyone had the patience to endure the constant verbal abuse from other players. One after another, affluent players began leaving the guild, forcing Dragon's Kiss Guild's leadership to hold an emergency meeting offline. Usher's calculated calm. Fair weather players. Let them go. What I need are genuine elites, Usher declared, his tone calm despite the situation. His newfound confidence stemmed from acquiring a legendary weapon. To him, the exodus of unreliable members was a blessing in disguise. What do we do now? Recruitment has become a nightmare, Ivy, one of the guild officers, asked with a frown. The viral forum thread had made her job exponentially harder. My suggestion is simple: do nothing. No responses, no actions, Usher replied. But why? All we did was aggressively compete for mobs. It's not like we committed atrocities, Ivy argued. Exactly. Let them stir up trouble for a while. When the guild war begins, those clowns will reveal their true colors, said Skyslasher, another officer. Usher nodded with a faint smile. He firmly believed in humanity's inherent admiration for strength. As long as Dragon's Kiss Guild maintained their dominance, the loyalty and admiration they lost would eventually return. The upcoming guild stronghold war would be the perfect stage to prove their might. A target on Orson's back. Did you find his address? Usher suddenly asked, shifting the topic. Yes, you won't believe it. Our so-called Triple Crown champion lives in the poorest slum, the investigator sneered. Hearing this, Usher's smile turned cold. Pay him a visit. Let's have a proper conversation. Understood. We'll stop by tomorrow at the latest. Orson's grinding frenzy. Unaware of the storm brewing, Orson remained fully engrossed in his grinding marathon. After 8 hours of relentless farming, he climbed from outside the top 30 on the level leaderboard to the top 3. What the hell? I slept for one night, and Orgod jumped to level 21. 4 levels in one go. Players tracking the leaderboard noticed something unusual. Every few minutes, Orgod's experience bar visibly surged upward. Orson pressed on, grinding through the night and into the next day. After 10 more hours, he had completed 18 waves of monsters, killing over 20,000 in total. Soul Seal progress. Heavenly Spirit's right eye, super god grade. Passive 1 for every 10 monsters killed, increase attack range by 1 meter. Intermediate cap, 42, 47, 5,000 meters. Passive 2, for every one monster killed, increase MP by 1. Intermediate cap, 42,475, 0, 0, 0, 0 MP. Thanks to his Soul Seal's extraordinary effects, Orson's passive damage from Blazing Burn now exceeded 4,000 per second. Even against high-level elite monsters, his passive alone was enough to destroy them. The loot from his grinding spree was just as impressive. You have obtained 63.3 gold coins. You have obtained 82 grand items. The Fox Clan set. Among the spoils, Orson had nearly completed the Fox Clan mage set, lacking only 2 earrings to finish it. Character status. Name Orgod. Race human. Level 23. Magic attack 390, using a beginner's staff. HP 1300, 1300. MP 39,504, 470. Attack speed 1.1. Agility 33. Defense 170/20% damage reduction. Critical rate 12%. Attack range 4,249 meters. Unused free attribute points 140. Unused skill points 190. Dressed in his newly acquired Fox Clan set, Orson admired his stats. Even without a weapon buff, his attributes were absurdly overpowered. What would happen if I launched a random attack into the sky? He mused, pondering the absurd range of 4.3 kilometers. For now, he left his free points unallocated, planning to save them for his class awakening quest when the time came. Auction madness. While chatting with Bradley, Orson casually listed a full Wanderer set, a 6-piece legendary archer set, on the auction house. Starting bid 1 gold. Duration 30 minutes. The archer's set prioritized cooldown reduction and critical damage, with a set effect allowing 2 skills to reset their cooldowns. Though not revolutionary, it was still a coveted piece of gear. Within seconds, the auction caused an uproar. A legendary archer set for 1 gold. Am I dreaming? Holy crap, it's Orgod's gear, he's a beast. Even high-profile guilds took notice. Boss checked the auction house. Slaughter Guild's core member spree alerted their leader, Demon Emperor. When Demon Emperor saw the set, he nearly drooled. Buy it. No matter the cost, get me that Wanderer set, he ordered. As the bidding war intensified, the price skyrocketed to 3,000 gold within minutes. Contact Orgod. Tell him our guild will buy all level 20 gear he sells in the future. Ignoring the flood of private messages, Orson smiled knowingly. He had 6 hours left to farm, and was confident he could collect enough drops to sell multiple complete legendary sets. He understood the strategic value of these high-tier items, especially with the guild's stronghold war approaching. Equipping top players with legendary gear could tip the scales of the battle. For this reason, Orson had already chosen his buyers. Shattered Crown, holy crap, dear master, why didn't you tell me there was something this good on sale? Orson sighed with a wry smile. I knew you'd ask. I saved a knight's set for you. Put it on your sweetheart, and she'll be invincible. Shattered Crown, hee master, you understand me so well. Orson felt a chill and said, the Wanderer set went for a mountain of gold. I'll give you the knight's set at half price. Shattered Crown loves you, moi. Orson scram. Just then a message popped up from Bradley. Bradley, damn it, just look at my level now. Bradley's voice came through like he'd swallowed a bomb. Orson opened his friends list, blinked, and asked, level 3. Are you trying to let that holy sword saint kill you until you hit 0? Bradley, don't bother me. I can still die 20 more times, and I swear I'll seize my last chance. I'm gonna keep. No, I'm gonna destroy him. Bradley's shouting devolved into gibberish. Orson scratched his head, suspecting Bradley was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. All right, fine. Let me lend you a hand. Orson casually lobbed an explosive fireball into a cluster of trolls. The fiery orb detonated like a miniature sun. Minus 1,233. Critical hit, minus 2,466. Minus 4,130. What? This magic was essentially an upgraded burst fireball. Short cooldown, high damage, but with a slow trajectory, making it easy for agile targets to dodge. Bradley, no amount of help can fix this. You have no idea how insane that old dog is. Bradley was gearing up for another rant when he suddenly froze. His inbox had just filled with rows of skill books. C rank battle skill, Wind Thunder Step. B rank battle skill, Endless Slash. D rank battle skill, Flying Dragon Strike. What? A total of 21 skill books. Among them was a B rank warrior skill, worth its weight in gold. Currently, the auction house had only 8 such books listed, each selling for over 400 gold coins, roughly $40,000 each in real-world money. Bradley gawked at the sheer fortune sitting in his inventory. Unable to contain himself, he logged off and started a video call with Orson. Dude, are you seriously just giving me a B-rank skill book? Let me ask you again, are you cheating? Bradley was hunched in a restroom stall, whispering like a secret agent in a spy movie. Of course not, Orson rolled his eyes. I got it from farming monsters. Total RNG. Bradley still looked unconvinced. What level monsters drop this kind of stuff? About 25 level elite bosses, like the Dark Knight Commander. It had over 700k HP. I spent ages killing it. Don't want it. Send it back. I'll keep it, damn it, Bradley yelled. You absolute monster. Without another word, he hung up. Orson was left dumbfounded. What's his problem? I give him free loot and he yells at me. The real challenge in Bradley's S-rank awakening quest wasn't the mechanics or damage requirements. The goal was simply to injure the Holy Sword Saint, no matter how minor the damage. The problem: Bradley's limited skills and low level left him with few options beyond basic attacks. Against an opponent like the legendary Saint of the Holy Dragon Empire, who had more combat experience than Bradley could fathom, this was an uphill battle. The skill books Orson had sent were a lifeline. Whether Bradley succeeded would ultimately depend on his own determination. After clearing another wave of monsters, Orson submitted a batch of bounty hunter quests. You have completed the C-rank quest, slay 50 nether twin-headed crocodiles. Reward 3 free points, 4 skill points, 30 silver coins, 4000 XP. You have completed the D-rank quest, collect 30 skeleton archer badges. But what? Although the attribute gains from low-level quests were minimal, every bit added up. Orson's hunter rank advanced from black iron to bronze, unlocking access to C-rank quests. Normally, such a progression would require weeks of grinding, including tracking down rare quest monsters. But thanks to the diverse waves of enemies in his current mission, Orson was completing multiple quests in a single session. Over 10 hours, Orson finished 65 quests, earning 130 free points, 154 skill points. Including the mission rewards for each monster wave, his total gains were staggering. Yet Orson still wasn't satisfied. He needed even more points to meet the requirements for the Hidden 4-element Mage quest. Breaking news: Demon Emperor just spent 13,000 gold on the Wanderer set. $13 million on gear. Demon Emperor's wealth rivals Usher's. The auction for the Wanderer set had concluded. Orson opened his mailbox to find a notification. The sound of coins clinking filled the air as he received 11,700 gold, post-transaction fees. Holy, that's a lot of money, Orson muttered, momentarily overwhelmed. For top guilds like Slaughter, such spending was routine. For Orson, it was surreal. With the Orc Heretic title boosting his drop rates, he had farmed the set in just a few hours, a feat that would take others months of coordinated grinding. The value of his loot wasn't limited to gold coins. His inventory included over 1,000 green tier items for level 1525 players, which could sell for about 30 silver each, totaling 300 gold. 300 blue tier items, priced at 10-20 gold each, ideal for arming elite guild players. These items were worth far more than their individual prices. They could tip the scales of the upcoming guild base war. Satisfied, Orson turned his attention to a different goal. He opened the in-game store and selected Guild Base War slot. You are about to spend 5,000 gold. Confirm. Taking a deep breath, Orson clicked confirm. You have obtained a guild token. Please name your guild. Orson paused briefly, then said, Godslayer. Not Demon Slayer, but Godslayer. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. Orson knew the truth. Humanity was nothing but a weapon forged by the gods, mere pawns in a celestial game. The gods themselves were the architects of the apocalypse. Gods or demons, it didn't matter. As long as Orson lived, he vowed to slay every last one of them. Server announcement: congratulations, player Orgod has established the guild Godslayer and secured a guild war slot. The server exploded in chatter. Though announcements of guild creation had become commonplace since the game launched, this one was different. Orgod. The King family offered him a 200 million salary, and he turned it down just to create his own guild. This is Huge Dragon's Kiss Guild, SSR, Slaughter. Looks like they've got some serious competition now. Players couldn't believe it. Once disgraced three-time champion, mocked for his supposed involvement in match fixing, had made an unprecedented comeback in Infinite Dimensions. In just days, he had single-handedly disrupted the plans of Dragon's Kiss Guild and SSR, defeated Usher multiple times, and now this. He turned down 200 million. Orgod must really mean business this time. Shattered Crown, no need to say more, supporting my master with a little giveaway. Ever the charismatic opportunist, Shattered Crown celebrated his master's new guild by dropping 3 massive 777 gold giveaways on the world chat. Empress of the Moon, congrats, Orgod can't wait for our next collaboration. Slaughter Demon Emperor, looking forward to clashing with you in the guild wars. The gesture set off a wave of congratulations from prominent players. The ensuing storm of red envelopes left the server's players scrambling for gold like it was Christmas morning. Orson noticed the name Slaughter Demon Emperor and raised an eyebrow. A battle maniac, huh? He recalled that the Slaughter Guild leader, a real-world CEO, was notorious for his obsession with combat. His S-rank Thunder Blade Archer had once caused no end of headaches for rival guilds. Despite Orson ignoring Slaughter's earlier private messages, the man showed no ill will, a rare quality. Soon, Orson's guild received an avalanche of membership applications. Player Purple Sword level 17, Warrior, has applied to join the guild. Player Snow Demon level 16 class. Over 300 applications poured in at once, spurred by the allure of Orson's reputation. Orson shook his head and disabled the application system. Quality over quantity. At the Iron rank, a guild could only host up to 300 members. Allocating spots wisely between combat and lifestyle players was crucial. Any oversight, like allowing spies from other guilds, could jeopardize their chances in the guild wars. You've invited player Money Traveler to join the guild. You've invited player Madman to join the guild. You've invited player Wild Gale to join the guild. Bradley, I'm level 2, Orson. Are you really going to let me drag the guild down? Madman Dude, where's all this money coming from? Did you find yourself a sugar mama? Why don't I have that luck? Wild Gale. Despite their protests, both Bradley and Madman quickly accepted their invitations. For Orson, these two were irreplaceable. Bradley was his loyal brother-in-arms, while Madman was a crafty strategist with military school credentials. Above all, they were trustworthy. Orson's third invite went to Wild Gale, a former Dragon's Kiss Guild member and a prominent Battle Forum contributor. In his past life, Wild Gale had never made a name for himself in rankings. His B-rank awakening and average combat performance left him unremarkable. However, he possessed a unique strength, knowledge. Wild Gale's guide, Comprehensive Class Counter Strategies, was a must-read for new players in Infinite Dimensions. Spanning over 50,000 words, the guide dissected every class's strengths and weaknesses. While most players relied on brute force, Wild Gale's tactical insights could elevate Godslayer's combat proficiency. Wild Gale, you know I was in Dragon's Kiss Guild. Are you sure you trust me? Orson replied with a smile. I'm not sure yet, but I trust your theories. Wild Gale hesitated. His inbox was flooded with messages from his former guildmates, accusing him of being a traitor. Their scorn left him disillusioned. Wild Gale, I don't care about farming gear. If you gear me up, I'll join. Orson chuckled and sent over a 20-level premium warrior set, worth over 100 gold. Stunned by Orson's generosity, Wild Gale immediately accepted the invite. With recruitment underway, Orson returned to farming monsters. The countdown to the guild wars stood at just over a day. Most players were racing to hit level 20, where class awakening and new gear unlocked a significant power boost. 3 hours before the end of his defense mission, Bradley suddenly sent Orson a frantic voice call. Bradley, I did IT Orson. Check the announcement, I'm officially the Sword God. Server announcement, incredible player Money Traveler has completed the S-rank hidden quest, Forged in Fire. Reward S-rank hidden class, Light Dark Sword Saint. Bonus 100 free points, 120 skill points, 10 talent points, 150 gold. The server erupted. Player A, what? A level 1 player awakened in S-rank class. Player B, where did he find this quest? I'll pay 50 gold for the info. Dragon's Kiss Guild Swordsman, are you kidding me? I'm in the top 50 and fully geared, but this noob gets an S-rank class. Money Traveler, relax, everyone. I'm just that skilled. Go to bed, you're embarrassing yourselves. Orson burst into laughter as Bradley reveled in the attention. Money Traveler, listen up, remember the name Money Traveler, and to all the recruiters out there, don't bother. I'm already the deputy of Godslayer. Bradley's overconfidence left players fuming. Orson, stop flexing and join my dungeon run. We've got 3 hours to get you to level 20. Bradley, 3 hours. Are you serious? Orson, what else? Look at my level. Bradley, level 24, 90%. What the hell? Are you leveling with pig feed? Orson, shut up and come over. 10 minutes later, a shirtless level 1 Bradley arrived. His mismatched appearance left Orson speechless. Where are you looking? I'm standing right in front of you, Orson sighed. Bradley, boss by an NPC. Wait, you're not cheating. You're a dev, aren't you? Orson, I'm your dad. Smacking Bradley on the head for a critical, Orson nearly sent him back to the respawn point. Bradley, wait, let me test my new skill first. Summoning a flash of light in his palm, Bradley conjured the Holy Light Sword, a weapon once wielded by the legendary Saint of Swords. But as Orson watched, the sword fizzled out after just a few inches. Damn, my mana's too low. It's a bit short, Bradley muttered awkwardly. Orson's mouth twitched. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he said, with a sword that short, let's keep it sheathed for now. Oh wow, leveling speed's insane. Bradley, lounging nearby and leeching XP, leveled up as though he were strapped to a rocket. Early on, every few elite monsters earned him a full level. By the time the last waves of monsters were cleared, he had climbed to level 19, just shy of the level 20 milestone. Broke. Absolutely broke. A level 25 elite boss, and all I get is trash. As the final elite boss fell, Orson checked the loot. There were no brilliant purple beams signaling legendary items, just a few unimpressive blue-tier gear pieces. You've obtained 5 gold. You've obtained a dungeon quest scroll, Dragon Maiden. Wait, an abyss-level dungeon lead. Orson paused, intrigued. He opened his inventory to examine the scroll. Lost Kingdom of the Frost Dragon, traveled to the outskirts of Purple Thunder Fortress to search for the maiden. Danger awaits at every turn. The gods will pray for your survival, good luck. A quest marker appeared on his map, pinpointing Purple Thunder Fortress, the second major player hub. Located far from Pondanorland City, it was surrounded by significantly stronger monsters. Some players eager to advance the main storyline had already braved the journey to unlock the teleport node for future convenience. An Abyss-level dungeon, now this is interesting. Abyss-level content was notorious. Even legendary difficulty was grueling, but Abyss was the stuff of nightmares. In his previous life, it took 6 months and a team of professionals to conquer the first Abyss dungeon. But as daunting as the difficulty was, so too were the rewards, legendary gear, a-tier skill books, and beyond. With the 24-hour defense mission complete, Orson and Bradley were returned to a normal instance of the map. Surrounding NPC soldiers and altered terrain vanished, resetting to their default states. Server announcement: player Orgod has achieved the impossible, defending Pondanorland's outer city against a relentless monster siege. First clear achievement: legendary dungeon, city siege defense. Reward: 100,000 XP, 30 skill points, 25 free attribute points, 30 gold, 20,000 reputation. The announcement stunned the server into a momentary silence. So that's how he got a full archer set. This was a legendary dungeon. Phew, at least it didn't say it was a solo clear. That would have been terrifying. Players let out sighs of relief, reassuring themselves. Orgod, after all, was a seasoned professional with strong allies. It was only natural he could clear a legendary dungeon. Little did they know that Orson's only teammate was Bradley, who had contributed nothing but fiddling with his new class skills. Bradley, what's with the lack of monsters? He twirled his dual swords, glancing around in confusion. Orson, you idiot, the mission's over. You've been AFK leeching XP this whole time. Bradley scratched his head sheepishly, then laughed. Time to grind to level 20. Once I'm there, I'll be unstoppable. Orson chuckled but remained silent. The light dark sword Saint class was undoubtedly strong, but it required meticulous practice. Signature dual-wielding mechanics came with steep learning curves, and ditching a shield for a fence made mistakes far more punishing. Orson, by the way, how did you even pass your trial? It sounded like you were seconds away from quitting. Bradley smirked. Easy money, traveler's a genius. Orson raised an eyebrow, expecting some flashy skill combo or a stroke of luck. Instead, he got. Bradley had noticed that his trial NPC, Iceheart, was a notorious alcoholic. When all else failed, Bradley bought a wagon of strong liquor for 10 gold and offered it to him. Once Iceheart was drunk beyond coherence, Bradley challenged him to a duel. Sure enough, the drunken saint made a critical error, allowing Bradley to score the single point of damage required to pass the trial. Orson was dumbfounded. I'll give it to you, you're learning how this game works. He tossed a full-level 20 bloodthirsty centurion warrior set to Bradley. Bradley, damn Orson, you're living the dream. I'm coming to get you tomorrow. Let's move you out of that dump into a proper guild base. Orson nodded, the idea had been on his mind. With his newfound wealth, there was no reason to remain in his rundown apartment. His outdated gaming pod lacked proper support for long sessions, and a guild headquarters would make collaboration easier. Logging out, Orson climbed out of his pod, exhausted but satisfied. His body felt fine, but the mental strain of extended grinding was no joke. At 10 p.m., he checked in with his sister via text. Learning that a team of specialists had been assigned to her case reassured him. "Charles, you bastard," he muttered. "Your morals suck, but I can't deny your efficiency." As he made himself instant noodles, Orson mused, "Only I would eat this stuff while holding tens of millions in gold." It was a simple indulgence. In the post-apocalyptic future, food options were dire, and instant noodles were a rare treat. Incredible how much progress I've made in just a few days. From SSR to Dragon's Kiss Guild, from the gods to the demonic factions, Orson's enemies were lining up. Let's see who comes out on top. Lighting a cigarette, Orson stepped onto the balcony to enjoy the rare peace of the night. In 3 years, this world would change forever. For now, he savored the fleeting calm. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden noise jarred him. At this hour, his instincts flared. Keeping still, he peered through the peephole. The knocking grew louder. "Orson, open up. We need to talk." The voice outside was impatient, but Orson remained silent. "Don't play dumb. Your meter's running, we know you're home." Finally, Orson replied calmly, "Hold on. I'm coming." Opening the door, Orson found himself facing 3 men and 1 woman. The men were imposing, their faces hard and unfriendly. The woman, dressed in a leather jacket and exuding authority, stepped forward. Gabrielle, legal counsel for the DK Corporation. Orson's expression remained neutral. "What? Not inviting us in?" Gabrielle smirked. "Of course. Come in." Orson gestured toward the dimly lit living room, though his eyes never left the 3 men. One stood by the door, another blocked the hallway, and the third loomed behind him. "Gabrielle, you should know who we are." Orson, Dragon's Kiss Guild's backers. "Am I right?" Gabrielle chuckled. "Smart. Let's get to the point. You have 3 choices." She placed a stack of documents on the table, her tone cold. Gabrielle first joined Dragon's Kiss Guild as vice president for an annual salary of 500 million. Gabrielle second, accept a one-time buyout of 1 billion and delete your account. As Orson slurped his noodles, Gabrielle's eyes flashed with irritation. "And third?" Orson asked nonchalantly. Gabrielle, third, your match-fixing scandal resurfaces, this time with irrefutable evidence. You'll spend the next decade behind bars. Her smile turned predatory. Orson ignored Gabrielle and her threats, keeping his focus on slurping his noodles. DK Group's power made framing him a trivial matter. They had crushed his reputation before. This time, Usher wanted him in jail. The essence of the strategy hadn't changed. But Orson was sick of their games. He had suffered enough in his past life. This time, he wouldn't let himself be bullied so easily. Gabrielle smirked, breaking his train of thought. "Orson, you're a big deal in infinite dimensions, I'll give you that. If it weren't for the young master's goodwill, you wouldn't even have the privilege of sitting here negotiating with me." Orson tilted his head mockingly. Oh, how noble of you. One of the bodyguards behind Gabrielle scowled and stepped forward, clearly intending to teach the disrespectful young man a lesson. Gabrielle raised her hand, signaling for restraint. Her smile remained unshaken. Make your choice. Orson finished his broth, stood, and threw the empty container into the trash. Vice President of Dragon's Kiss Guild. Baz, doesn't interest me. What about 10 billion for a buyout? He scoffed. Not tempting enough. Then what will it be? Gabrielle's tone darkened as she drummed her fingers on the stack of papers. You may not care about yourself, but shouldn't you at least think about your sister? A terminally ill girl, isn't she? Scheduled for surgery next month, if I recall correctly. Orson froze. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. His bottom line had been crossed. You're playing with fire, he said through a forced smile. He turned and walked toward the sink, casually saying, Excuse me, my hands are greasy. I'll just wash up. When Orson returned, Gabrielle paled. What are you doing? Orson was holding 2 kitchen knives, one in each hand. The 3 bodyguards were visibly startled. No one had expected such audacity from this scrawny gamer. What do you think I'm doing? You break into my home, make demands, and expect me to bow. No chance. One of the bodyguards lunged forward, drawing a collapsible baton and swinging it at Orson's face. With a sharp sidestep, Orson dodged the strike and lashed out with a swift kick to the man's ankle. The bodyguard yelped in pain, stumbling. Orson's knife pivoted in his hand, the flat side slamming into the back of the man's neck with a dull thwack. The bodyguard crumpled to the floor. Gabrielle and the remaining bodyguards froze. What the hell? Since when was the gaming prodigy a hand-to-hand combat expert? Orson planted a foot on the downed man's back, his face calm but radiating menace. To these professionals, he may have seemed like easy prey, but they had underestimated him. Even in a weaker body, his combat instincts as a trial survivor gave him the edge. Here's my choice, leave now or die. Gabrielle forced herself to regain composure, retrieving her documents and standing. You'll regret this, Orson. There are countless ways to make you suffer, to make you wish you'd never been born. Orson didn't respond. Instead, he dragged the groaning bodyguard by his belt, dumping him in the hallway outside. I won't see you out. Enjoy the elevator. From the balcony, Orson watched Gabrielle and her entourage retreat to a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Only then did he exhale, re-entering his apartment. This place was far too exposed. DK Group's goons could find him here effortlessly. Lighting a cigarette, Orson paced the room, considering his next move. His sister was still in the hospital, and leaving her vulnerable was not an option. A bigger city. Better security. Better healthcare, he muttered to himself. The tension in his chest refused to ease. Fighting a corporate giant with only your fists. A fool's errand. He could toy with Usher in infinite dimensions, but reality was a different beast. As much as Orson hated the thought, survival meant picking his battles carefully. Just as he cursed his predicament, a sharp pain exploded in his left eye. What the? The world blurred and spun. His vision flickered erratically between the real world and fragmented scenes from infinite dimensions. The 2 realities seemed to overlap, the boundaries between them twisting into a surreal chaos. What the hell is happening to me? A few minutes later, the pain subsided, leaving Orson slumped against the side of his bed. Before he could process the bizarre episode, the lights in his apartment flickered and died. A cold breeze brushed his face, and his pulse quickened. Gabrielle's back. He glanced toward the balcony, and his heart nearly stopped. A shadow crouched on the railing, a figure with feline grace and wild, flowing hair. 2 piercing eyes glinted in the darkness, locked onto him. The real you, what a disappointment. The figure's voice was icy, laced with disdain. With a fluid leap, the intruder entered the room, her movements sharp and lethal. Orson's instincts kicked in. Gripping a kitchen knife, he barely deflected the glint of her blade. Metal clashed violently, the force ripping through his wrist and drawing blood. The woman's strength pinned him against the bed. Who the hell are you? Orson growled, straining against her weight. Her body pressed against his, radiating a cold intensity. In the faint light, he could make out her striking features and shapely figure, details he had no time to appreciate. What's wrong, Grand Sorcerer? Scared already, she mocked, her tone dripping with cruel amusement. Despite his resistance, Orson could tell she wasn't exerting her full strength. Her goal wasn't to kill him, not yet, anyway. She wanted to humiliate him. Realizing the futility of struggling, Orson suddenly released his grip on the knife. Do it. Kill me already. Her eyes narrowed in confusion. The room fell silent, their bodies locked in an uneasy standoff. Then, without thinking, Orson's hand slid upward, resting on her waist. Might as well enjoy my last moments right, he muttered, his cheeks reddening slightly. You pervert. The assassin recoiled as if burned, slapping him hard across the face. Orson didn't hesitate, he slapped her back, sending her reeling in shock. For a moment she froze, visibly shaken. Is she crying? Orson gawked at the sight of the deadly assassin trembling, her eyes watering. You deserve to die 1,000 times over, she screamed, her voice cracking. Something about her tone tugged at his memory. Narrowing his eyes, Orson studied her face carefully. Wait a second, you're blank. Orson was utterly baffled. What kind of day is this? First, Usher's goons come knocking, then Blank shows up for an assassination attempt, and now his left eye is acting up. Is Infinite Dimensions even worth playing anymore? He muttered. Hey, don't cry, babe. Come on, be good, all right. Orson grabbed a tissue box from his nightstand and awkwardly offered it to her. But Blank, the infamous assassin, only cried harder. The more she thought about being humiliated in-game by this man, and now in real life, the angrier and more wronged she felt. Her delicate sobs turned into a full-on breakdown, tears streaming down her face as she wailed pitifully. Orson massaged his temples, feeling like the universe was playing some cruel joke on him. Sitting half a meter away, he handed her tissue after tissue, muttering, All right, fine, I'll let you kill me 10 times tomorrow in the game. But come on, I've only got one life in the real world. I can't let you stab me without taking some advantage first. Blank was hitting Orson right in his weak spot. He could handle almost anything but a crying woman. It was Sienna's favorite move, too, always guaranteed to work. After a while, Blank sniffled and glared at him with red-rimmed eyes, full of disdain. I don't want to talk to someone like you. Having the captain send me to recruit you was clearly a mistake. You're not worthy of joining us. The captain? Orson asked, puzzled. What's that? Not some scam group, is it? Blank shot him a murderous glare, but Orson just grinned. Relax, I'm kidding. No need to get mad. By the way, I have to say, you're much prettier in person than in the game, especially with that cute little nose and those tiny eyes. Really pleasing to look at. Her frustration boiled over again. Tiny eyes. Now that the lights were on, Orson could properly take in her appearance. She wore a sleek black tactical suit that hugged her slender figure. Her alabaster skin, electrifying eyes, and a teardrop mole near the corner of her eye made her look both alluring and deadly. No wonder she's so upset. I really did take a big advantage earlier, Orson muttered to himself, squinting at her. Blank's chest heaved as she tried to suppress her rising fury. Enough jokes. Why did your ancient martial arts clan come looking for me? Orson finally asked with a smirk. Blank's surprise was evident. How does he know about my background? Her origins were a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few in high-level government circles. Yet this gamer seemed to know more than he let on. Blank straightened, her expression hardening. If you want to continue playing Infinite Dimensions without interference, listen carefully. I'll only say this once. She explained her mission. She was acting on behalf of an organization called the Radiant Shuttle to recruit Orson. Their goal was to establish a foothold in Infinite Dimensions. Orson's expression turned serious. The Radiant Shuttle. Memories from his previous life surged forth. After Infinite Dimensions entered its extreme hardcore phase, this powerful organization emerged, uniting ancient martial artists and top-tier fighters. They had poured their blood and sweat into constructing the first Heavenly Demon defense line, protecting the U.S. safe zones at great personal cost. It was the Radiant Shuttle who made that sacrifice. When Orson first encountered Blank, he'd suspected she had ties to an ancient martial arts clan. Now his hunch was confirmed. But their foresight surprised him. The game had only been live for a few days, and the Radiant Shuttle was already moving to lay its groundwork. In his previous life, Orson had been a small fry who never caught their attention. Now they were seeking him out directly. He couldn't tell if it was a stroke of luck or misfortune. "Join the Radiant Shuttle, and we can offer you protection," Blank said bluntly, clearly aware of the trouble brewing around Orson. "What about Dragon's Kiss Guild?" Orson asked. Blank smirked coldly. "From a national perspective, DK Group is nothing more than a pawn. What's there to worry about?" Orson chuckled. "Fair point." The Radiant Shuttle's connections clearly extended to the highest levels of the state. No matter how powerful DK Group was, it would always be an ant compared to the government. But there was a condition. Blank's icy tone left no room for negotiation. "To join us, you must become the undisputed #1 player across all regions, out of hundreds of millions of players. And you must remain loyal to your country." She threw a business card onto his desk. "Call this number in the morning. Arrangements will be made." Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked out. Orson watched her retreating figure, shaking his head. The bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. First the corporations, now the state. Everyone's diving into infinite dimensions. He hadn't paid much attention to such things in his previous life, but now it was clear. With infinite dimensions operating beyond any single nation's jurisdiction, governments couldn't afford to stay idle. Joining the Radiant Shuttle was a strategic move. It would give him a shield against external threats, including potential assassination attempts. Feeling more at ease, Orson yawned and decided to wash up before heading to bed. His 26th-level lead put him securely at the top of the leaderboard. Catching up to him was practically impossible for others now. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic lock's alarm sounded. Orson turned around, puzzled. Blank stood at the door, looking annoyed. "What are you still doing here? Don't tell me you're planning revenge for earlier." Orson crossed his arms over his chest protectively, a wary expression on his face. Blank's cheeks flushed. She muttered under her breath, barely audible, the fingerprint locks on. "I can't open the door." "Wait, what? You just climbed up the balcony earlier. Can't you jump back down?" Orson asked, genuinely confused. "This is the 13th floor." Blank's face twitched. If she were better at swearing, she'd have unleashed a torrent of curses by now. "So what? 13th floor isn't that high. You can make it," Orson said earnestly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I'm not wasting time explaining things to an idiot like you." Blank stomped her foot in frustration. Grabbing Orson by the collar, she dragged him to the door and unlocked it herself. As she stormed off, Orson leaned against the doorframe and muttered, "Geez, just admit you need more training." "It's not a big deal." Blank's fists clenched, her voice trembling with fury. "Die a million times, just die." The next morning, Orson called the number on the card Blank had left him. Radiant Shuttle's efficiency was impressive. Less than an hour later, an SUV with government plates pulled up to pick him up. The driver, who introduced himself as KD, claimed to be from the provincial military district, but didn't disclose his exact position. Orson didn't press for details. It wasn't like he'd get any answers. As long as Radiant Shuttle provided protection, he was satisfied. The SUV drove into the posh Ring City, Lake Villa district. KD handed Orson a keycard for one of the villas before quickly driving off, adding that specialists were already stationed at the hospital to ensure his sister's safety. Though a little stunned, Orson took in the luxurious standalone villa. It was tastefully furnished and, as requested, came equipped with 6 top-of-the-line gaming pods. He didn't bother asking further questions. KD's frosty demeanor made it clear there was no room for idle chatter. After checking the equipment, Orson logged back into infinite dimensions. As time and space blurred, the game world came into focus. Orson reappeared in the game. The 24-hour grind from the previous day had wiped out his notoriety value, allowing him to walk freely through the streets again. He opened his equipment panel, showing off the coveted Fox Clan Mage set, with all 12 pieces now collected. While it was a dream set for most Lightning Mages, Orson was already plotting upgrades. His plan was to eventually replace the Fox Clan staff, Fox Clan boots, and Fox Clan shoulder guards, 3 pieces of the set, with higher-tier alternatives. While full sets granted powerful awakening skills, the Thunderstrike effect in the Fox Clan set was underwhelming, merely reducing its cooldown by 3 minutes. The real meta was the 3x3 combo strategy, keeping 3 pieces of one set for the awakening skill, while swapping in another 3-piece set for a second awakening skill. This configuration optimized flexibility and power. With the Sacred Relic, elven diamond in hand, it would be a waste not to craft legendary tier equipment. Orson headed straight to the crafting district. Come in, adventurer, take a look. If you see something you like, just let me know. A burly NPC stood at the door, enthusiastically beckoning customers. The moment Orson approached, the man practically blocked his path. Top-tier custom-crafted gear grand opening discount, 99% off. Orson's eyebrow twitched at the blatant marketing gimmick. 99% off was basically no discount at all. Ignoring the salesman, Orson strolled down the street. The Infinite Dimensions crafting district housed multiple blacksmith shops, 8 to be exact. Each NPC craftsman had wildly varying skills and outcomes. On forums, countless players had complained about losing fortunes due to shady blacksmiths who churned out low-quality gear or outright failed their crafting attempts. Choosing the right smith was a gamble, to say the least. Across the street, a lavishly decorated shop was surrounded by a large crowd. A banner proudly proclaimed, "Crafted by Coral, master of the legendary bow." Dozens of players were queued up to craft equipment. The legendary bow wielded by Usher, the current top-tier archer, had been made here. That place is a money pit. Crafting costs there are 5 times higher than anywhere else, Orson muttered as he glanced at the shop. It catered exclusively to the wealthy, boasting high-quality results at exorbitant fees. Finally, Orson reached a shabby little stall at the end of the alley. 50 gold coins and top-tier materials, and all I get is a pile of junk. Refund, you scammer, refund me right now. A disgruntled group of players surrounded a short, red-bearded dwarf who looked utterly indifferent. Hugging a keg of ale, the dwarf waved them off. "Sure, you lot brought garbage materials, so you get garbage gear. That's how it works." As if to emphasize his indifference, he flipped a closed for today sign onto his counter. "Boss, I'm here for custom orders." Orson stepped inside, ignoring the warnings and jeers from the players outside. "Are you crazy?" This dwarf's equipment explodes 2 out of 3 times, the remaining third turns into junk. "You're throwing money down the drain." Despite the vocal protests, Orson calmly approached the dwarf. The blacksmith Vagender looked up with bloodshot eyes. "For hero tier gear, there's a 30% success rate. For superior gear, 20%. Take your chances." "What about legendary gear?" Orson asked, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. Vagender froze mid-swig, lowering his ale slowly. "Legendary, you say? You're ambitious, aren't you, kid?" "Not really. I need 3 legendary pieces, weapon, robe, and shoulder guards." "Can you handle it?" The onlookers gasped audibly. 3 legendary items. Even the top-tier player Usher had only managed to craft a single weapon and a single piece of armor. "Sure thing, but you'll need a sacred relic to guarantee success," Vagender replied smugly. Orson reached into his inventory and casually placed the elven diamond on the counter. Clang! Vagender's tools clattered to the floor. His bloodshot eyes bulged as he snatched up the diamond, inspecting it under the light with trembling hands. It's real." A sacred relic, Vagender was nearly hyperventilating. Moments later, his shop door slammed shut, leaving the astonished crowd outside. Vagender's attitude has shifted. The dwarf sprang into action, donning a pair of goggles and examining the diamond with reverence. "Can you do it or not?" Orson asked. "If you can't, don't waste my time." Vagender clutched the diamond protectively. "Of course I can. With this material, I can craft masterpieces." "Good. Do you have the schematics, or should I look for them myself?" Orson continued. "Schematics? How, I've got you covered." "Let me show you what I've got," Vagender said, pulling out a selection of blueprints. 2 legendary sets were offered. 1. Eternal Wrath set. Characteristics: high mana pool, spell penetration, and cooldown reduction. 2. Sanctuary of Dominion set. Characteristics: true damage, high attack power, and attack speed boost. Each item will cost you 1,000 gold in crafting fees, Vagender added. Orson grinned. This was why he had chosen Vagender. The grumpy dwarf was a hidden gem. His fees were a fraction of what Coral charged, and he had access to exclusive schematics. "Let's go with the Sanctuary of Dominion set," Orson decided. Its stats were perfectly aligned with his needs. The system displayed the crafting requirements. Sacred Relic, Elven Diamond, 1-1. Refined Steel, 200 units. Beast Hide 100 units. Troll Bones 30 units. Sky Feather Crystals 5 units. Hearts of War 3 units. The first 3 materials were within reach. Orson had enough green gear to dismantle for refined steel and had gathered plenty of hides and bones during the monster siege. But the Sky Feather Crystals and Hearts of War were rare, second only to sacred relics. Finding them would be a challenge. Looks like this'll have to wait, Orson said, sighing. Vajender panicked. Wait, don't go, give me 5 hours, and I'll finish the job. Orson smirked. I'd love to, but I'm short on materials. After explaining his predicament, Vajender's eyes lit up. Don't worry, I have just the solution for a capable adventurer like you. A quest notification appeared. Hidden quest, The Secret of Ascension. Objective, travel to the Frozen Valley and locate the entrance to the Ascension Kingdom ruins. Looks like I've got my next destination, Orson muttered, a glint of excitement in his eyes. The Secret of Ascension. This dungeon, if I recall correctly, SSR Club was the first to clear and unlock it. In infinite dimensions, once a player completed a hidden quest, the corresponding dungeon could become available to others with reduced difficulty to encourage exploration. Orson had vivid memories of the Secret of Ascension, a legendary tier dungeon. If he hadn't completed the Missing Barrier Stone quest first, SSR Club would likely have claimed the first legendary dungeon clear instead. Did you give this questline to anyone else? Orson questioned Vajender sharply. The dwarf blacksmith hesitated, looking a bit guilty. Kid, I've got a keen eye for talent. You'll definitely pull this off. As expected, Vajender's quest-giving Easter egg wasn't a secret solely to Orson. SSR Club clearly knew about it too. Judging by Vajender's reaction, SSR must have submitted high-quality materials to unlock the questline. Realizing this, Orson knew he had to act fast. He was well aware that, at this stage, SSR Club, with its roster of professional players, possessed a combat efficiency leagues ahead of even the wealthiest guilds like Dragon's Kiss Guild. Their ability to conquer high-difficulty dungeons was unmatched. Marking the quest location on his map, Orson sprinted toward the Frozen Valley. 30 minutes later, he arrived at a vast expanse of snowfields. Icefield Raiders, level 27. HP 36,36000. Attack 580. Skills Continuous Shot, Leaping Slash. The snowfields were crawling with elite monsters, far stronger than the creatures around Pondinorland City. No sooner had Orson stepped into the area than a group of Icefield Raiders charged at him. Raising the Fox clan staff, Orson summoned a rainstorm overhead. C-Class Water Magic, Tidal Rainblades. -200. -200. What? This magic spell dealt low continuous damage, but had overwhelming coverage, striking every enemy within a 30-meter radius. Moreover, it synergized with the icy terrain, causing enemies to slip, slow down, or even fall over. As the raiders stumbled and fell, Orson conjured the Flame Dragon, unleashing fiery devastation. -4170. -4170. What? From over 100 meters away, Orson blended multiple elements seamlessly. His quadruple magic attacks were unstoppable. Critical hit, -1500. -750. Wielding a full set of 20-level heroic tier gear, Orson's magic attack had reached an impressive 800 points. Even his basic attacks dealt massive critical damage. Orson couldn't help but imagine the potential of his power after completing his class awakening and equipping the legendary trio of gear. His damage output would soar to unimaginable heights. Easily dispatching the elite monsters, Orson pressed onward. Suddenly, sounds of combat echoed from the distance. Orson stopped and looked ahead cautiously. Massive Icefield Troll King, standing over 10 meters tall, was being besieged by dozens of players near the valley's entrance. Icefield Troll King, level 27. HP 637,008. Attack 850. Skills Troll Dominance, Merciless Slam, Bone-Crushing Blow. The Troll King's greenish-blue skin glistened under the icy light. Wielding a giant iron hammer, it smashed the ground with each swing, causing avalanches and snowstorms to erupt around it. The scene was both chaotic and awe-inspiring. Despite the boss's overwhelming power, the players' coordination was impressive. The frontline tanks held firm, absorbing each attack with precision. Orson quickly noticed something unusual. Though there were 30 or so players present, Only a handful were actively engaging the boss. The rest stood guard, their eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. They're keeping watch. Are they worried about interference from other players or stray monsters? Orson murmured. The disciplined formations and high-level execution revealed the group's skill. These weren't newbies fumbling through a new MMORPG, these were pros. SSR is already here. Orson's gaze turned icy as he recognized the dual-blade warrior leading the charge, Reaver. Reaver wielded two shining longswords, leaping into the air and spinning like a cyclone. His blades slashed the Troll King's chest repeatedly. Critical hit -1,100. -550. -550. What? The glow of light-based enchantments on his swords added to the damage. Reaver's movements were fluid, dodging the Troll King's retaliatory strikes with practiced ease. As he landed, Reaver smirked. I told you this boss is too slow to be a challenge. I could solo it. SSR's Bloodseeker. Damn, that spin move was insane. I saw him solo a level 20 boss earlier without taking a hit. SSR's Mourner. With Reaver here, every legendary dungeon is a guaranteed clear. Hearing his teammates' praises, Reaver responded coolly. Stop relying on me. Train harder instead of always clinging to my coattails. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. If you're so strong, why haven't you soloed Orson yet? The smiles vanished from Reaver's face. His smirk twisted into a sneer. Last time was a fluke. Next time I see that dog, he's finished. The Troll King, enraged by the attacks, roared mightily. Skill activated, Troll Dominance. The ground shook as over 100 Troll Wolf Knights emerged from the surrounding snowfields. Each elite Wolf Knight had 60,000 HP, putting immense pressure on the SSR players. Keep those ads away from my casting range. The voice of the white-robed priest who had taunted Reaver earlier rang out. She quickly issued commands. Second, third, and fourth squads, intercept the ads on the left flank. Riley, cover me as I assist Reaver and Alpha Squad. The teams executed the orders with precision, blocking the incoming elite mobs and preventing them from reaching the boss fight. From his hidden position, Orson narrowed his eyes. That voice, it's her. The Troll King shifted its attention to the front line, swiping its massive hammer. A Sanctuary Knight, decked out in 3 pieces of 20-level heroic tier gear, was launched into the air like a ragdoll. -1,330. -1,557. -1,600. Even with 7,000 HP, the knight was on the brink of death after just a few hits. Suddenly, the white-robed priest stepped forward. A silver hexagram lit up beneath her feet. Holy Light Magic, Protective Blessing. Holy Light Magic, Eternal Lament. Physical Defense 300. HP restored 800. 900. 1,000. The knight's health, once critically low, surged back up. Their physical resistance spiked, reducing the boss's next heavy blow to a mere 1,000 damage. But the priest wasn't done. Another silver glow bathed the battlefield. Holy Light Magic, Life Unyielding. A healing aura spread across 20 players, granting 200 HP regen per second. Increased max HP. Boosted physical and magical resistances. With the buff stabilizing the battle, the players turned the tide against the Troll King and its minions. Damn, Big Sis is unstoppable. She's the undisputed top healer in the region. Top healer. She's the best in the entire server, no, the whole world. The SSR players were visibly inspired by the priest. Since the game's launch, her presence had made SSR's progress invincible, clearing every challenge with ease. That's the S-Class Holy Spirit priest, all right. Orson's expression darkened. The white-robed priest had golden hair and delicate features, exuding a calm and ethereal aura. But Orson knew better. She was as ruthless as they came. Among SSR's ranks, there was no one Orson feared more than Wedge, the first-ranked holy priest from Sword and Conquest. As SSR's team captain, she held authority second only to the club's owner. To Orson, she was the true mastermind behind SSR's dominance. Back in the SSR club, Orson rarely concerned himself with anything outside of competitions. As an orphan, he'd long understood that relying solely on himself was the only path forward, and he had no time to care about others' opinions. However, this independence gave Wedge the perfect opportunity to manipulate others and sow division. Whether intentionally or not, she gradually isolated Orson from his teammates. Wedge was a woman of deep scheming. Despite being a dedicated healer, she was arguably the most dangerous member of the SSR team. When it came to the match-fixing scandal that destroyed Orson's career, he was certain, if Wedge hadn't masterminded the setup, she at least carried out orders from the SSR owner. With Wedge coordinating the battle, her team fought with precision. The tanks held firm against the Icefield Troll King's brutal attacks, while Reaver darted in and out, showing off his flashy moves. Meanwhile, Snow Dream and another archer rained destruction from the rear. All 6 core members had completed their class awakenings, with each earning at least an A-tier class. Coupled with their natural skill, they were on a completely different level compared to ordinary players. In just 5 minutes, the boss's health dropped below 200,000. Half of the summoned wolf warriors had already been slain, and the Icefield Troll King looked destined to fall into SSR's hands. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind. "Adventurers, would you like a little help from me?" The group turned to see a figure clad in the robes of an Imperial Mage, standing 100 meters away. "NPC Imperial Mage. Boss Bai, why is he here? What's going on? Did we trigger some kind of hidden event?" SSR members exchanged puzzled glances. The Icefield had no settlements or towns nearby, so the sudden appearance of an NPC was unusual. "Focus on the boss, ignore the NPC," Wedge snapped, her sharp command breaking the group's confusion. "I don't need payment nor recognition." "Allow me to lend you a hand," Orson offered, his voice calm. He even revealed his health and level to appear less threatening. Reaver sneered. "A frail mage with only 1,500 HP claims he's strong. Even our squishiest classes have at least 2,500 HP. Get lost. Think carefully," Orson advised again, his voice carrying a faint chill. "This Troll King is more dangerous than you realize. If you're not careful, you might all get wiped out." Annoyed, Wedge raised her staff. "Get lost before I kill you myself." She fired a burst of holy light at his feet, leaving a charred hole in the snow to emphasize her point. "Fine," Orson muttered, his tone soft as a shadow flickered across his face. "Await your fate, then." He turned and walked off into the mist. 2 minutes later, Orson scaled the cliff, overlooking the Icefield Valley. 2,200 meters, adjust for wind to the left, a destructible terrain above the valley. Orson smirked, muttering to himself. Originally, he had planned to sneak into the valley disguised as an NPC and locate the dungeon entrance ahead of SSR. But Wedge and Reaver's arrogance had pushed him too far. "If that's how they want to play," Orson murmured, his eyes flashing with icy determination. From his vantage point, he carefully calculated his spells' ranges and effects, formulating a strategy to bury them all. Orson raised his staff, which began to glow with ominous, pulsing runes. Thunderclouds gathered in the skies above, their lightning arcing toward his weapon. "Thunderstorm." Violet aura enveloped Orson as a notification appeared. Fire and lightning spells gained 50% critical chance for 1 minute. "Whisper of the Wind." His casting speed and attack rate soared. "Traitors must pay." Orson's voice carried the weight of his simmering hatred. Memories of betrayal and humiliation swirled in his mind. The false accusations that ruined him. The scorn he endured from the esports world. His sister's death because he couldn't afford her treatment. "This is only the beginning," Orson growled. "Flame Dragon." Explosive Fireball. Rainblade Tide. Quaking Stone Spikes. Spell after spell tore through the air, with no regard for accuracy. Orson simply hurled his entire arsenal at his enemies below. "Something's wrong." "Very wrong," Wedge muttered, her face pale. Snow Dream, standing nearby, frowned. "What's the matter, Captain?" "The boss is almost down." "It's the NPC, the level doesn't add up," Wedge blurted, her instincts screaming at her. "What's wrong with the level?" Reaver snapped, still focused on the Troll King. "Imperial NPCs always have even levels. And their HP isn't supposed to be that low," Wedge explained. Her fingers flew across her interface, bringing up the player rankings. At the top of the leaderboard, a single name stood out: Orgod, level 26, 15%. "Scatter, everyone scatter," Wedge shouted in panic. "That's not an NPC, it's Orson." The team froze, startled by her sudden outburst. "Orson? So what? Even if it's him, he's not here anymore," one teammate muttered dismissively. Reaver, however, felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled Orson's absurd attack range during their last encounter. "Run!" Before Reaver could finish his warning, a searing flame dragon descended from the heavens, colliding with the valley floor. The explosion was deafening. The ground trembled violently as fire, lightning, and stone erupted in a deadly vortex of destruction. -2,000 critical. -8,500 critical. -4,250. Damage numbers danced across the battlefield in a macabre spectacle. The screams of dying players echoed through the chaos. Shield wall. Reaver shouted, desperately calling for his tank to protect the group. But it was too late. Within seconds, nearly 10 players fell to the unrelenting magic storm, their health bars obliterated. Even Wedge's exceptional healing and buffs couldn't counteract the overwhelming damage. "Accept your fate," Snow Dream murmured, standing still amidst the carnage. Her voice carried neither fear nor defiance, only quiet resignation. Wedge stared in disbelief. Despite her team's strength, their meticulously crafted plans had been torn apart by Orson's relentless assault. Her thoughts spiraled. Why does someone like him even exist? Why must he always crush everything I build? Memories of working under Orson in the SSR team surfaced, 3 years of humiliation, and being overshadowed by his brilliance. Just as she thought she had moved on, he returned to haunt her again. "Why?" Wedge whispered bitterly, watching a massive boulder fall toward her. "You have slain SSR's weeping blade. Infamy 100. You have slain SSR's blood-soaked tears. Infamy 100. Notifications filled Orson's screen as he sighed. "I just cleared my infamy, and now it's back again. So much for staying clean. You have slain the Icefield Troll King. Experience 12,000. As Orson had planned, with the main threat to the boss eliminated, the Troll King was left unclaimed. And all the loot. His for the taking. Orson entered the valley and began clearing the battlefield. On a rock encrusted with frost, a silver cross stood tall, half the height of a man, radiating holy light as it absorbed magical energy from the surroundings. "Still alive, huh? What a stubborn cockroach," Orson muttered. The S-tier Holy Spirit Priest class wasn't just about its absurd healing and buffing capabilities, it also came with the overpowered skill, Holy Spirit's Rebirth. When killed, the priest could sacrifice experience points to resurrect, with greater sacrifices boosting their stats upon revival. Orson smirked, planting his foot firmly on the silver cross. "Go on, resurrect. I'll kill you as many times as it takes." Inside the glowing cross, Wedge fumed with rage, her soul lingering in a suspended state. She hesitated, debating whether to resurrect or not. Unlike most healers, advanced priest players often possessed decent single-target damage capabilities. However, they lacked the devastating AoE of mages or archers. Even with her S-tier class, going up against a brute force AoE mage like Orson wasn't just risky, it was suicidal. She knew she couldn't bite him. Her strength as a priest had always relied on the synergy with her powerful teammates. Alone, she was vulnerable. Meanwhile, Orson was unbothered, looting the battlefield without a care in the world. The Icefield Troll King dropped a level 25 purple-grade armor piece and 3 low-level skill books, 2 for archers and 1 for thieves. From Wedge, Reaver, and the rest of the SSR team, he looted over 100 gold coins. Unfortunately, none of their purple equipment dropped. "Afraid, huh? Good. Stay down," Orson remarked coldly, pausing to glance at the silver cross. "Orson, this isn't over," Wedge's voice echoed from the cross in her soul state, venomous and threatening. "Oh, it's far from over," Orson replied with a chill. "From the moment you framed me for match fixing, you knew this day would come." Wedge's fury subsided, replaced by grim calculation. She knew better than to foolishly resurrect under Orson's gaze. Seconds later, the silver cross shattered, and her soul retreated to the respawn point in the distant city. With SSR out of the way, Orson entered the Icefield Valley. The narrow canyon was eerily quiet, devoid of monsters. The further he ventured, the narrower the paths became. Just as the valley appeared to reach a dead end, Orson stopped. "There it is," he muttered. After some searching, he found the right spot on the ice wall. With a precise spell, he shattered the hidden barrier, revealing the dungeon entrance behind it. "You are about to enter the Ascension Kingdom ruins. Warning, this is a legendary tier dungeon. Party play is recommended." Ignoring the system's caution, Orson stepped into the cave. Orson had run this dungeon only a few times in his past life. Its drop rates for rare items were abysmal, and it barely yielded any coins. However, its monsters were disproportionately strong, making it unpopular with most players. Yet Orson knew a secret. Like one Night of Terror, this dungeon had a hidden mode. Ascension Statues, level 25. HP 85,008-5000. Attack power 550. Skills Self-Destruct, Crushing Blow. The moment Orson stepped through the arched stone gate, two guardian statues charged at him. These statues had earned their reputation as player killers during early game content. Their stats alone were intimidating, but their self-destruct skill made them particularly nightmarish. Dungeon's mechanic was brutal. If the statue's HP differed by more than 10%, the healthier one would self-destruct, dealing 10,000 damage. For most early players, this was an instant kill. Clearing them required impeccable team coordination to balance their health pools. Orson, however, had his own method. He cast quaking stone spikes to block one statue's path, then launched chaotic tides at the other. The water magic's confusion effect caused the two statues to attack each other. To ensure the plan worked, Orson disabled his passive skill, Blazing Burn, which dealt too much damage and could unbalance their health. Instead, he used basic attacks to chip away at both statues while carefully monitoring their HP. Whenever a statue managed to break through the stone spikes, Orson slowed it down with Mud Swamp, a low-damage earth spell that drastically reduced the movement speed of heavy targets. Finally, a gust of Whisper of the Wind sent the statues stumbling, perfectly complementing the mud's effects. For element mages like Orson excelled in versatility, combining control and damage spells in unpredictable ways. Minutes later, the two statues crumbled into rubble, and the sealed door creaked open. Stepping through the gate, Orson entered a vast underground city. Standing on a stone platform, he gazed across the sprawling ruins, taking in the intricate architecture of the once great Ascension Kingdom. Legend says this was where the king led his people to ascend to divinity. Discover the truth behind the kingdom's mass ascension. Orson scoffed. He knew the real story. So-called ascension was nothing more than the kingdom's mad king leading tens of thousands of citizens in a mass self-immolation, offering their lives as sacrifices to a powerful entity. Ahead lay a broken bridge spanning a deep chasm. To progress, Orson would need to find a solution. Eyeing a nearby ruined tower, he casually fired a basic attack at its base. The crumbling structure toppled onto the bridge, forming a makeshift path. You have disturbed the spirits of the ruins. Notification chimed as spectral figures swarmed from the ruins toward the bridge. Ascension Spirits, level 25. HP 30,003-0000. Attack power 420. Skills Fearless Charge, Cursed Shackles. Orson didn't even flinch. With a flick of his staff, he summoned the Flame Dragon, unleashing a torrent of fire. Minus 1,360. Minus 300. Minus 4,240. The spirits burned to ash before they could even reach him. Their cursed debuff skills were laughably ineffective against his long-range assault. After cutting down wave after wave of mobs, Orson suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, why am I running toward the boss like some idiot? He chuckled at his own folly. From his position, he had a clear view of the Golden Palace, where the dungeon's final boss resided. The distance, less than 3,000 meters. With a casting range of nearly 5,000 meters, why should he bother walking over? He was practically a living turret. Grinning, Orson began backtracking to the stone platform. If the dungeon's bosses had any intelligence, they'd be dumbfounded. What kind of player resorts to such shameless tactics? Come on out, old ghost. Standing atop the platform, Orson unleashed a barrage of spells, haphazardly aiming toward the palace. After several fiery explosions, a deafening roar echoed through the ruins. Who dares disturb my rest? A towering shadow emerged from the palace, a skeletal dragon with a human face. King Mankalan of Ascension, level 25. Lord Class Creature. HP 1,300,001-3,00000. Attack power. Skills. So this is the untouched, legendary version. The boss's stats are completely unknown. Orson's expression turned serious. In his past life, he'd only run the dungeon after SSR had cleared it, downgrading its difficulty to elite tier. Facing the original Lord Class version, with 1.3 million HP. This would be a challenge like no other. DK Group, Infinite Dimensions Division. Usher was abruptly awakened from his game by an assistant. You won't be able to touch him, not in reality at least, came a calm voice. A middle-aged man in casual attire stepped into Usher's office, his presence unremarkable, but the two sharply dressed military officers flanking him, one a female major, made his authority clear. KD writes, I don't quite follow who this him is that you're referring to, Usher replied coolly. Feigning ignorance, he tried to mask the storm brewing inside him. KD wasn't having it. Orson, Infinite Dimensions' top-ranked player. He's now under the military's protection. Understand now. Usher's eyes narrowed. I'm confused. To my knowledge, he isn't affiliated with the military. That was true. But now he is, KD responded matter-of-factly. The revelation stunned Usher momentarily. He wasn't afraid, though, he was angry. The previous night, his hired enforcers had been humiliated by Orson. One of his bodyguards had ended up injured, and the rest had fled like cowards. Usher clenched his fists, unwilling to let such an affront slide. The female major smirked at Usher's stiff expression. If we were just representing the military, I wouldn't have personally accompanied KD here. No, we're here on behalf of the nation. The weight of those words hit Usher like a sledgehammer. Representing the country. KD maintained his poker face and stated firmly, Orson and his family are on a protected list. This is a red line. You are expected to comply. That's all I can disclose without breaching state secrets. With that, KD declined an offer to stay for lunch and prepared to leave with his entourage. Wait a moment, Usher called out as they were about to step out the door. KD raised an eyebrow but turned to face him. After a moment of silence, Usher said, Orson's actions in Infinite Dimensions have disrupted our operations. As project lead, I can't let this go unanswered. Surely you understand my position. KD nodded. I understand completely. Your conflicts can remain in the game. My responsibility is ensuring his safety in reality. Nothing more. Pausing for emphasis, KD added, a word of advice, young men like you should tread carefully. Otherwise, your father's empire might not survive the storm that follows. Usher's expression darkened. His voice dropped to a frosty tone. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. As the office door closed behind KD, Usher clenched his jaw, his nails digging into the palms of his hands. Vice President. The VP turned, startled by Usher's sudden address. Before he could respond, Usher hurled a glass of water across the room, shattering it against the wall. Rage twisted his otherwise handsome face into something monstrous. Grabbing the VP by the collar, Usher snarled, Get out. Take the legal team with you. All of you get out of my sight. Breathing heavily, Usher sank into his chair, his mind ablaze with fury. Orson, I swear I'll destroy you, even if it's the last thing I do. Ascension Kingdom Dungeon. Meanwhile, Orson stood atop a cliff, coolly kiting the boss, King Mangalan, across the ruins. His Whisper of the Wind buff kept his movement fluid and his attacks precise. Under normal circumstances, Orson could kite most bosses to death, keeping them at arm's length with his superior range. But Mangalan was no ordinary foe. With his dragon-like body and flight capabilities, the boss's mobility was leagues ahead of anything Orson had faced recently. Even with years of Infinite Dimensions experience, Orson had to work hard to anticipate Mangalan's erratic aerial patterns. He carefully timed his attacks, baiting the boss into flying where he wanted. Mangalan caught on quickly. Adjusting his tactics, the boss began gliding low along the jagged walls of the ruins, darting unpredictably. As the distance between them closed to 1,000 meters, Orson grinned. Right where I want you. A mud swamp spell materialized on the cliffside, snaring the boss mid-pounce. When Mangalan tried to claw his way free, Orson unleashed Whisper of the Wind again, conjuring a violent gust that swept the boss from its perch. Mangalan flailed, attempting to stabilize with its wings, but Orson was ready. Fly again. I dare you. With a smirk, Orson cast quaking stone spikes, sending a massive stone pillar slamming into the boss's wing. Mangalan plummeted into the ruins below. The ground shook as the boss crashed into the remains of a building. Orson chuckled darkly, satisfaction evident on his face. Despite relying primarily on utility spells, he was racking up damage rivaling high-grade offensive magic. Furious, Mangalan roared, his voice reverberating through the dungeon. Shut up already, Orson snapped, sending another flame dragon hurtling toward the boss. The fiery serpent slammed into Mankalan, knocking him back yet again. With his thunderstorm buff active, Orson chained his spells with relentless precision. Explosive Fireball, Flame Dragon, Rainblade Tide, Combo Count 20, Combo Count 70, Combo Count 199. Just as Orson was about to break 200, Mankalan's body flared with an ominous green light. The boss broke free from the combo with a violent surge of power, its overlord's resilience activating. Of course, a crowd control immunity skill. You really are my lifelong nemesis, Orson muttered, rolling his eyes. At this stage, most high-level bosses had access to crowd control immunity abilities. But Lord-class bosses took it a step further with faster cooldowns and longer durations. Even the wealthiest players feared such mechanics. The moment a boss activated its immunity, most attempts at soloing it ended in disaster. King Mankalan is preparing to unleash B-tier dark magic, Deathly Acid. Evade immediately. Orson's eyes widened as the boss opened its massive jaws. Dozens of acid blobs launched into the air, each sizzling with deadly intent. Grab. This area attack range is way bigger than I remember. 3 times bigger. Flicking his staff, Orson conjured a solar shield to absorb the incoming damage. The acid hissed as it splattered against the barrier. Despite blocking a significant portion of the attack, the shield barely lasted a second. 10 seconds of this. No way anyone survives, Orson cursed, retreating to the edge of the arena. He pressed himself against the wall. Acid rained down, but the narrow space near the wall was miraculously untouched. Breathing a sigh of relief, Orson whispered, "Guess some of the old tricks still work." But there was no time to rest. Mankalan rose into the air, glaring at Orson with seething hatred. Green energy coalesced in the boss's throat as it prepared to unleash a devastating dragon's breath. I can't cast shields fast enough to block that. Orson's hands trembled as he realized how close he was to death. With a resigned sigh, he summoned Explosive Fireball and hurled it into the boss's gaping maw, hoping to disrupt its attack. The fireball collided with the glowing energy and bounced off harmlessly. The boss's immunity was still active. Orson's stomach sank. 5 seconds left on the immunity. I'm toast. As the destructive dragon breath swept toward him, Orson's mind raced with survival strategies. His eyes darted to a broken bridge not far away. Escaping the boss's devastating attack seemed impossible unless he jumped off the cliff. It was a desperate gamble. The height alone would cost the boss 50,000 HP if it fell. For Orson, with his fragile HP pool, it would be certain death. Without hesitation, Orson hurled himself into the abyss. Falling, his body plummeted through the air, and Orson began counting silently. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Behind him, the terrifying green dragon breath followed relentlessly. Everything in its path disintegrated, the ground and walls cleaving apart as if struck by a divine blade. Massive boulders rained down in pursuit, hurtling toward Orson's rapidly descending form. It was a scene of utter annihilation, no escape, no survival. As the ground rushed up to meet him, Orson suddenly whispered, "Ethereal body." Silver radiance burst forth from his body, illuminating the cavern like a fragment of the bright galaxy itself, casting light across half the underground dungeon. Damage immunity activated. Fall immunity activated. Impact immunity activated. The green dragon breath swept through Orson's position, but eerily it passed straight through his chest. Boulders smashing into him disintegrated upon contact, reduced to dust in the wake of the divine power shielding him. It was as though he were under the direct protection of the gods themselves. Orson stood unscathed in the radiant glow, clutching a broken figurine in his hand, the source of the celestial brilliance. Elven Queen's effigy. Effect: ethereal body, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Orson exhaled deeply. Even as a damaged relic, the effigy remained an invaluable divine artifact. He couldn't imagine how overpowered it would be if it were fully intact. Above, King Mankalan hesitated. Bone Dragon's sunken sockets narrowed in what could only be described as incredulity. It hadn't expected the puny adventurer to survive. Furious, it unleashed another wave of dragon breath. Damn it, why is everything dragon-related in this game such a pain to deal with? Orson spat, his annoyance bubbling over. Bone dragons weren't true dragons. Most were undead constructs, created by powerful dark magic from high-tier dragons. Yet even in their degraded state, Lord-class bone dragons were forces of nature. Dragon breath was equivalent to a tier magic, with no cooldown and immense destructive power. A boss like Mankalan could easily spew out a dozen waves without running dry. Orson's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Twirling his Fox Clan mage staff, he roared, "The flame dragon, drop it." As Mankalan reared back to unleash its dragon breath, a fiery serpent materialized above it. Boom! The flame dragon crashed onto Mankalan's neck with crushing force, black smoke spewing from the impact. The uncast dragon breath erupted within Mankalan's throat, triggering a catastrophic backlash. A mournful wail escaped the bone dragon as a gaping, 2-meter-wide hole opened in its neck. A massive chunk of its HP vanished. While dragons were near-invincible apex predators, their strengths often hid critical weaknesses. Dragon breath, though devastating, was a double-edged sword. Any interruption during its casting could cause severe backlash, inflicting massive damage and applying a weakness debuff for 1 minute. The debuff halved all of Mankalan's stats except its HP. Orson smirked. Mankalan, clumsy and inexperienced, was clearly unskilled at using its undead body. Real dragons, the ones Orson had encountered in his past life, were cunning beyond measure. They would activate immunity before casting dragon breath, negating its vulnerabilities. The boss slammed into the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust. The impact triggered additional fall damage. Momentum sent Mankalan's massive frame bouncing slightly off the ground. Orson seized the moment. Explosive fireball. The fireball exploded against the boss's chest, lifting it 0.5 meter into the air. Orson followed up with precise basic attacks, keeping Mankalan airborne. To anyone else, this would be a ludicrous display of control. Infinite Dimensions' knock-up mechanics were notoriously tricky to exploit. Watching Orson juggle a massive Lord-class boss would drive any other mage to despair. Combo count 5s. Combo count 10. As Mankalan's immunity wore off, it became a helpless, battered wreck under Orson's relentless assault. Back in his early days, when Orson had barely 0.5 attack speed, he could juggle the Dark Queen to death with basic attacks alone. Now, with a wide arsenal of magic at his disposal, the Bone Dragon was nothing more than an oversized punching bag. Orson's chain of strikes sent Mankalan from a modest 0.5 meter height to 100 meters in the air. Combo count 200. Judging the boss's remaining HP, Orson unleashed quaking stone spikes. A massive rock spike shot from the ground, impaling Mankalan squarely in the chest. The poor creature was sent plummeting back to Earth. Dying. The fall damage sealed Mankalan's fate. Mighty Lord-class Bone Dragon was killed by sheer gravitational force. You have slain King Mankalan. Experience gained 80,000. A system announcement boomed across the server. Regional announcement: player Orgot has astonished the world by single-handedly defeating the legendary dungeon boss, Lord-class, King Mankalan. Rewards: free attribute points 90, skill points 40, reputation 20,000, gold 100. The world channel went silent for 3 seconds. Indomitable Solitude, soloed a legendary dungeon. My god. Scarred Blades, how does anyone stop this guy? We struggle with regular bosses, and he solos a Lord-class one. Money Traveler, well, look who it is, our guild master, damn it, he's showing off again. I bet he's reading this and grinning like an idiot. Madman Bradley, stop yapping and recruit some members for the guild. I'm declaring this now. Anyone with a grudge against Orgod, settle it with him. Don't target me during the war. Orson's eyes twitched. These two clowns never missed a chance to roast him. Even the usually cocky big guilds, like Dragon's Kiss Guild, fell silent. Challenging Orson's feat now would only invite ridicule. Orson sighed and opened the guild chat. Enough chatter. I've made a list of recruits. Contact them and ask if they're interested. Granting Bradley and Madman vice leader privileges, he sent them a carefully curated list of 10 names. Bradley, wait, you're inviting a level 10 priest. You're joking, right? Orson, no, these 10 are non-negotiable. Handle the rest however you want. The list comprised low-level, seemingly unremarkable players. But Orson knew their potential. They would become the backbone of Godslayer. Orson decisively learned the new skill, but refrained from upgrading it for now. While A-tier skills were undeniably powerful, their resource consumption was staggering, 4 times that of C-tier skills. Additionally, their upgrades came with stringent level requirements. But even at its base level, Celestial Descent had absurdly high damage, making it a trump card against all but the strongest players. After vanquishing the final boss, Orson delved deeper into the underground dungeon. The elite minibosses scattered throughout were too good a resource to pass up. Testing his new skill wasn't an option here due to the low ceiling and confined spaces, so Orson made do with his usual arsenal. He continued clearing enemies as he moved. For the lesser mobs, the flame dragon rained fiery death, quickly stacking his passive bonus. Perched atop rooftops and platforms, Orson picked off minibosses from 1,000 meters away, systematically luring them out for quick defeats. Though these minibosses had high HP, their simple mechanics made them far easier than King Mangalan. From such a safe distance, they posed no threat to Orson. 2 hours later, Orson stood at the entrance of the royal palace. Warning, the palace is riddled with traps and hazards. Orson took a step forward, crouching low. A volley of arrows shot out from the palace's interior, narrowly grazing his head. Pillars along the walls lit up with magical runes, and 6 stone serpents emerged, spewing deadly flames. The fiery beams swept across the corridor, leaving no safe zones. Any careless adventurer would instinctively retreat, triggering a trap that dropped them into a pit of blades. Orson, however, remained motionless. The flames crept closer, but as they neared him, a small gap in their deadly sweep appeared. Calmly, Orson stepped through it, unscathed. Die enough times and you learn the way. Orson chuckled, recalling the countless times his team had been wiped out here. The healer reviving them on repeat had nearly broken down in frustration. Inside the ornately decorated throne room, the absence of Mangalan left an eerie void. The majestic throne sat at the center, undisturbed. Pausing to gather his thoughts, Orson approached the throne and carefully pushed it aside, revealing a hidden trapdoor beneath. A spiral staircase descended into the depths. Orson crouched and slipped through the opening. You have discovered the royal tomb of the Ascension Kingdom. The system prompt appeared as Orson emerged into a vast, foggy chamber. Magic torches flared to life, gradually illuminating the grand tomb. The air was thick with an unsettling silence, and a strange, unplaceable dread hung over the atmosphere. For most players, especially those playing solo, this place would be a nightmare. Orson, however, felt a familiar thrill. He loved exploring ancient ruins, always chasing the dream of unearthing god-tier soul seals. For him, the tomb wasn't frightening, it felt like home. What's this? As the fog cleared, Orson spotted an altar at the chamber's center. On it stood a massive black coffin, flanked by 3 smaller silver coffins, as if paying homage to the one in the center. Just coffins. Where's the treasure? Orson muttered, frowning. Still, his gaze sharpened as he approached the black coffin. Using his Fox Clan mage staff as a makeshift crowbar, he pried it open. The heavy stone lid fell with a loud crash, sending dust into the air. Orson peered inside. No remains lay within. Instead, he found a set of dark purple gold armor, adorned with serpent motifs, and an exquisitely crafted longsword. Jackpot! Excitement lit up Orson's face. The armor and sword radiated power. They were at least high-tier purple items. But the moment Orson touched the sword, rust spread across its blade like wildfire. In seconds, it crumbled to dust. What the? Stunned, Orson watched as the once glorious armor followed suit, disintegrating into nothingness. Frustrated but undeterred, Orson moved on to the silver coffins. Inside each lay human remains, but no treasures. So the black coffin belonged to Mangalan. After his transformation, he became the Bone Dragon. Orson speculated, piecing together the tomb's story. Behind the black coffin, Orson spotted a small treasure chest. Carefully, he opened it. Obtained Heart of the Warlord X3. Description: the hearts of Ascension Kingdom's greatest warriors. Obtained Skyfeather Crystals X5. Description: rare forging materials of immeasurable value. Relieved, Orson exhaled. He had feared the rare materials needed for his legendary weapon had been lost. To his delight, they were all here in the hidden tomb. It was a testament to how challenging crafting with the elven gemstone truly was. As Orson reached to claim the treasures, the air shimmered. A cacophony of battle cries and screams echoed around him. Orson blinked, finding himself on a chaotic battlefield. Above him, an enormous shadow darkened the sky. A massive magical warship flew overhead, unleashing a devastating barrage of spells. Boom, boom. The earth trembled under the onslaught. Explosions and deafening roars filled the air as the warship's cannon fire tore through enemy lines. Orson's ears rang. Observing closely, he realized he was witnessing a memory, a vivid recreation of a past battle. The soldiers bore the black serpent emblem of the Ascension Kingdom, charging valiantly toward a distant foe. As Orson followed their line of attack, his breath caught. Their enemy was a colossal black dragon, its wings so vast they blotted out the sky. Dark Dragon King, Rebellion. Level. Orson's blood ran cold. This was no ordinary foe, it was a king-class entity, a creature of myth and legend. In his past life, even the strongest dragon tamers only managed to control domain-class dragons. Compared to this behemoth, they were mere hatchlings. The kingdom wasn't consumed by self-immolation, it was destroyed by the Dark Dragon King. As Orson watched, 4 powerful figures aboard the warship charged at the dragon. Each wielded legendary weapons, their strikes cleaving the sky itself. Yet even they were no match for the king-class beast. One by one they fell. Only a single survivor, a man wearing a crown, managed to flee. The Ascension Kingdom's army was annihilated. Cities were ravaged by plague and curses spread by the dragon, leaving millions dead in a tragedy of apocalyptic scale. The scene shifted. Orson found himself in the royal palace once more, witnessing a broken King Mangacollection return. His body twisted grotesquely as bone spikes erupted from his arms, his skin cracking under the curse of undeath. A priest offered him a glimmering red fruit. Mangacollection consumed it, slowing his transformation, but the curse remained unstoppable. A divine artifact. Curious, Orson examined the fruit. Fruit of the Tree of Rebirth. Quality divine artifact. Effect increases maximum HP by 1000. Usable 3 times. Orson's eyes gleamed. If Mangacollection had used such an artifact, perhaps more could be found in the tomb. The vision ended as Mangacollection succumbed to the curse. His servants laid him to rest within the royal tomb, clutching a mysterious black rune stone. Shaken, Orson snapped back to reality. This scene, the amount of information, is insane. Recalling the black rune stone from the vision, Orson searched behind the coffin. You have found a key to an unknown door. Effect unknown. Could this be the key to a dragon's hoard? Orson froze, staring at the uniquely shaped key in his hand. Its black obsidian surface gleamed, and intricate, arcane patterns adorned its inverted triangular design. Experience more on Empire. In his previous life, he'd seen something similar auctioned off on the black market. The item had fetched a staggering 10,000 gold coins before being snapped up by a wealthy player. Rumors claimed it had led the buyer to a dragon's hoard, yielding an astronomical profit. Dragons in infinite dimensions were apex predators, synonymous with wealth and greed, common tropes in many games. Even the treasure of a low-tier dragon could bring unimaginable riches. Could this key unlock the hoard of the Dark Dragon King Rebellion? Suppressing his excitement, Orson stashed the key in his inventory. Even if the hoard remained elusive, the key itself was priceless. He turned back to survey the tomb but furrowed his brow. Why does this chamber seem larger than before? Far ahead, faint candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows along the western corridor. After thoroughly searching the current area to ensure nothing was overlooked, Orson set off toward the distant glow. The corridor stretched endlessly, each step echoing in eerie silence. Faint music wafted through the air, a haunting melody, elusive and distant, yet strangely entrancing. If the gods included this detail, it must serve a purpose, Orson mused, firing a test explosive fireball into the darkness ahead. The fireball illuminated the corridor as it hurtled forward. Moments later, the sound of gears grinding filled the air. Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of traps unleashed from the walls, spears, blades, and falling stones crashed down in deadly waves. Beads of sweat formed on Orson's forehead. Good thing I didn't just charge in. But something felt off. Hidden treasures had already been secured, why were there still traps? This doesn't add up, he muttered. Deeper into the corridor, the candlelight faded, leaving Orson at the mouth of a 3-way fork. The melody grew louder, its mournful strains echoing in the silence. The haunting tune carried a sorrowful, almost divine quality, unsettling in the desolate corridor. But Orson felt no fear. 3 paths, but only one will be safe. The other 2 will definitely lead to death. Without hesitation, he fired off test attacks down each path. 2 of the fireballs collided with walls after a few seconds, triggering deafening explosions as more traps activated. The entire tomb quaked with their release. No sound from the left. Smirking, Orson reinforced himself with 9 protective shields before stepping confidently into the left corridor. Minutes later, he found himself facing a glowing white barrier blocking the path. Orson fired an explosive fireball at the barrier. The projectile passed through without detonating, vanishing silently on the other side. After a moment's consideration, Orson shrugged. The worst-case scenario. I die and get sent back to town. Big deal. Steeling himself, he stepped through the barrier. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by dazzling light. Orson blinked in disbelief. Before him stretched a stunningly lush valley, teeming with vibrant flowers and greenery. The air was alive with the sounds of chirping birds, and the entire area exuded an almost sacred tranquility. Turning back, Orson saw that the glowing barrier remained intact, still marking the exit. Yet this place felt entirely disconnected from the tomb. A pocket dimension. His mind raced. Only spatial magic could create such an environment, and such feats required incredible power. In infinite dimensions, spatial and temporal magic were exceedingly rare. Teleportation arrays scattered across the Empire were remnants of ancient times, with few NPCs or players capable of replicating them. Temporal magic, meanwhile, was little more than a myth. Orson had never encountered anyone wielding it in his previous life. For the Ascension Kingdom to have created a haven like this, their strength must have been immense. You have entered the Ascension Kingdom's celestial refuge. The system prompt appeared, leaving Orson stunned. A hidden dungeon within a hidden dungeon. Orson couldn't help but feel impressed. The gods really went all out this time. Though small, the dimension exuded a serene, otherworldly beauty. Who's playing that melody? Some kind of background music. Curiosity piqued, Orson scaled a nearby hill for a better view. In the distance, a massive gray tree loomed over a field of flowers. Its gnarled branches bore withered, golden leaves, and a few crimson fruits hung from its boughs. The tree of rebirth. Orson's heart raced. The red fruits resembled the ones Mangalan had consumed in the vision, legendary items capable of extending life. Divine artifacts, each one boosts HP by 1,000. Eyes gleaming, Orson sprinted toward the tree. -200. Suddenly, a damage number flashed above his head as he collided with an invisible barrier surrounding the tree. Rubbing his head, he examined the barrier. The 6-sided fence around the tree shimmered faintly with magic, clearly a powerful ward. Nearby, Orson spotted an ancient harp resting on the grass, long since decayed. In that moment, a vision overtook him. A stunning woman appeared, seated on the grass beside the harp. She plucked its strings with delicate hands, her song filled with longing. Her beauty was otherworldly, her pointed ears and regal aura marking her as a high elf. Wait, that's the queen. The system identified her as Earth Elf Queen, Lunar Grace. Title, Ascension Kingdom Queen Consort. Orson's jaw dropped. Mangalan's wife was her. The elegance and ethereal charm of the elven queen left Orson momentarily dazed. No way. How did that decrepit king land her? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he muttered, "Thanks a lot, Bradley. Your dumb jokes about fat nerds are getting to me." The vision faded, returning Orson to reality. This dungeon just keeps getting weirder. Refocusing on the tree of rebirth, Orson formulated a plan. Stepping back several hundred meters, he fired a series of explosive fireballs at the magical barrier. -1. The damage numbers were pitiful, a testament to the barrier's insane durability. Advanced Chaotic Barrier. HP 3 billion. Defense 10,000. 3 billion HP. Seriously? Despite its ridiculous stats, Orson noticed something promising. The tree trembled with each strike. Its fruit swayed precariously, as if on the verge of falling. This could work. Excited, Orson unleashed an even faster volley of attacks. Suddenly, the barrier emitted a low hum. Orson paused, realizing something was off. The barrier's resonance changed, and his attacks began to reflect back toward him. He narrowly dodged, sweat dripping down his face. Something's wrong. There's a hidden mechanic here. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could the barrier actually be breakable? Do re mi fa sol la, damn, I think I've got it. Orson felt a jolt of realization course through him. His mind flashed back to the piano lessons he'd taken as a child at the orphanage. The 6 vertices of the hexagram, could they represent 6 musical notes? Combined with the ethereal melody echoing in his ears, it seemed the dungeon was guiding adventurers to harmonize across time with the Earth Elf Queen. Only by achieving this harmony could the unbreakable barrier be shattered. But one thing still puzzled him. Why had his earlier attacks been reflected? Was it because I played the wrong note? Testing his theory, Orson unleashed an explosive fireball in the same direction as before. The moment the fireball hit the barrier, the fire vertex of the hexagram lit up brightly, while the other 5 dimmed. Holy crap! Orson's eyes widened. I'm a genius. This proved his suspicion. Each vertex not only represented a different musical note, but also required a specific elemental attack to activate. Excitedly, Orson switched his basic attack mode to Wind Magic, Wind Blade. It had been ages since he'd used anything other than Blazing Burn, thanks to its synergy with his passive skills. The Wind Blade ricocheted off the barrier harmlessly. Still wrong. Undeterred, he adjusted his angle and struck a different vertex. This time, a soft hum resonated, and the barrier displayed a faint damage value. What? It's working. Switching to Earth Magic, Stone Spire, he struck the next vertex. The barrier shuddered, and the damage value increased. By the time he hit the Water Vertex with Water Bullet, the damage spiked, -250. Excited, Orson noticed 3 more fruits falling from the tree. These fruits of rebirth were worth a fortune on the auction market, each capable of permanently boosting HP. But Orson wasn't content with just a few fruits. No, I want the whole damn tree. Orson's ambition soared. His goal wasn't just the fruits, it was to uproot the entire tree of rebirth and haul it home. But as he prepared for the next round of attacks, he realized something was wrong. Wait, there's a problem. He froze. 4 elements activated successfully, but the hexagram had 6 vertices. He was still missing light and darkness. Without attacks for these 2 elements, there was no way to break the barrier completely. After a few moments, the timer ran out. The barrier rapidly restored to full health, resetting the entire sequence. The melody looped again. Damn it. Orson scratched his head. He could recruit other players to help, but finding a light or darkness user would be challenging. Dark elemental jobs like cursed sorcerers were rare, often ostracized by the Empire due to their association with monsters. Even if he managed to assemble a team, how could he trust them to keep this sacred tree a secret? Suddenly an idea struck him. Bradley. That idiot wasn't just any player, he was a light dark sword mage, a perfect fit for this puzzle. Drop everything and join my party, now. Read latest stories on Empire. Orson shot Bradley a private message. Bradley, busy fielding public attention as the guild's vice president, groaned. Do you know how swamped I am? People are lining up to kiss my boots. Wait, what? A hidden treasure. Yes, you idiot. Now get over here. Bradley shouted to the guild channel, Madman, I'm out. Hold down the fort while I help Orson with something big. Madman growled, fine, you smug jerk. Just go already. As Bradley rushed off, a wave of female guild members bombarded him with protests. Wait, don't go add me on mobile. Bradley, you promised to help me grind. Watching this unfold, Orson felt a chill. Since when did we have so many girls in the guild? What's going on here? Madman chimed in bitterly. Ladies, listen up. Bradley is a 280-pound neckbeard IRL. Save yourselves. After finally dragging Bradley into the dungeon, Orson spent half an hour explaining the mechanics. He even drew markers near the barrier to indicate the light and dark vertices, simplifying Bradley's task as much as possible. But the plan hit a snag. Before even reaching the Tree of Rebirth, Bradley fell victim to the palace traps 5 times in a row. Damn it, Orson, these fire-spewing rocks are cheating. Each time Bradley respawned, Orson had to painstakingly guide him through the traps, all while suppressing his frustration. 2 hours later, Bradley finally stumbled into the Celestial Refuge. Holy crap! Seeing the Tree of Rebirth, Bradley's jaw dropped. You weren't kidding, this thing is amazing. Orson tossed him 2 fruits of rebirth. Without hesitation, Bradley wolfed them down. Well, my HP just shot up by 2,000. Already boasting over 7,000 HP as an S-tier job holder, Bradley's health soared to nearly 10,000, putting most tanks to shame. Orson handed him a 3rd fruit. Bradley tried eating it but stopped midway. Nope. Says I've hit my limit. Same here, Orson muttered. He'd only managed 2 fruits himself. They speculated the limit was tied to character level, possibly 1 fruit per 10 levels. With everything in place, Orson barked orders. All right, follow my lead. Switch between light and dark, as I call it. You've practiced this before. Bradley grinned. Been dunked on hundreds of times, let's get chopping. Executing the plan was trickier than expected. They failed repeatedly, either missing notes or overlapping attacks. The barrier reset several times, forcing them to start over. Finally, after multiple attempts, fire, wind, water, Orson shouted commands in rapid succession. Dark now. Bradley swung his dark sword, and the hexagram resonated, glowing with brilliant notes. Light slash. Bradley's light sword cut deep into the barrier. -6,000. Barrier trembled violently, and a cascade of dried fruits rained from the tree. It's working. Orson's excitement grew as the plan unfolded perfectly. The pair launched a relentless assault, matching their attacks to the melody. The tree of rebirth shook under the strain, shedding even more fruits. Bradley roared, channeling his sword's full power. Eat this, tree freak. A massive burst of energy slammed into the barrier, shaving off a staggering 30 million HP in one strike. Crash! With Bradley's final strike, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Dazzling light erupted from the previously indestructible barrier. Did we succeed? Bradley muttered in surprise. Looks like it, Orson replied, though his voice lacked excitement. A fleeting vision of the Earth Elf Queen appeared, her tearful eyes carrying a serene smile. Her image dissipated like a gentle breeze. Moments later, the tree of rebirth began to wither rapidly. Its vibrant branches and leaves fell away, and the once majestic tree started crumbling, rotting into fragments of decayed wood. What the hell? Orson practically screamed, his composure breaking. That's my golden goose. The scene defied logic. Why would the tree crumble after they'd gone through the painstaking process of breaking the barrier? Bradley and Orson exchanged stunned glances. All their hard work seemed wasted. Seriously, gods. You let us have the fruits but won't give us the tree. What's with the double standards? A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have perfectly cleared the secret of ascension. Would you like to broadcast your achievement to the regional server? Use anonymous mode. The message didn't lift Orson's mood. Clearing the dungeon perfectly was meaningless if the tree itself was gone. Orson had grand plans for the tree of rebirth. He'd envisioned transplanting it to the guild's future base, where its fruits would boost the HP of all guild members by at least 3,000. In the early stages of the game, where most players struggled with low health, such a boost could shift the tide of battle and secure dominance. This is bullshit, Orson couldn't help cursing. They'd managed to gather 20 fruits from the tree, an incredible haul, no doubt, but it paled compared to the potential of cultivating the tree itself. The server broadcast followed shortly after. Regional announcement: players Orgod and Money Traveler have demonstrated unparalleled wisdom, perfectly clearing the legendary dungeon, the Secret of Ascension. Rewards: 10 talent points, 30,000 fame, 200 gold. The announcement shook the server. Earning 10 talent points was no small feat. Unlike attributes, talent points directly enhance skills and could significantly amplify a player's combat potential. Well, at least the consolation prize isn't bad. Bradley, basking in the spotlight, tried to cheer Orson up. Wait, look, there's something glowing in the wood. Bradley's words snapped Orson out of his disappointment. His sharp eyes spotted a faint green glimmer among the decayed wood. There's treasure. The two rushed forward. Without the barrier, the debris was easy to clear. In the center of the rubble lay a small, vibrant sapling, barely the size of a pinky finger. Its jade-like texture shimmered, surrounded by an ethereal mist and faint magical runes. Orson carefully picked it up, his hands trembling with excitement. Tree of Rebirth sapling. Quality divine. Description: a branch of the first tree in existence, reborn every millennium. Properties: produces 6 types of divine fruits. Fire life fruit. Water mana fruit. Wind agility fruit. Earth resistance fruit. Darkness critical fruit. Light luck fruit. Cultivation requirements. Rootless water. Heavenly divine soil. Note: without proper cultivation, the sapling will only bear life fruits. Oh my god, it's a divine item, Bradley yelled, his excitement turning into an unrestrained cheer. The potential of the tree of rebirth was staggering. The other fruits combined with the life fruits could grant a player an unparalleled advantage in every stat. Orson took a deep breath, struggling to contain his excitement. The sapling wasn't just a stroke of luck, it was the start of a potential game-changer. Even more importantly, he knew exactly where to find the required cultivation items. Rootless water is in the northern desert forbidden zone. Heavenly divine soil is in the imperial capital at the Holy Light Cathedral. Orson clenched his fists. Both locations were incredibly dangerous and far beyond his current capabilities. The rootless water was located in a fiery hellscape where anything unprepared would be incinerated instantly. The heavenly divine soil, on the other hand, was guarded by the Holy Light Dragon, a creature of immense power that protected the Empire's most sacred treasures. Dragons in infinite dimensions, be they low-ranking or apex predators, were notorious for their overwhelming strength. Still, Orson had no intention of giving up. One day, I'll claim those items. He carefully stashed the sapling in his inventory. With the dungeon complete, Orson and Bradley returned to the frozen plains outside. During their absence, the area had grown crowded. Dozens of players had ventured into the snowy wilderness. Most had reached level 20 and unlocked advanced classes. A few had yet to finalize their class awakenings, holding out for hidden or superior options. As the two prepared to teleport back, a commotion caught their attention. What the hell, healer? Are you trying to kill me? Knight, calm down, my skill is a little unique. Unique my ass, every time you heal me, my health plummets, are you cursed? Orson and Bradley froze, watching the chaotic scene. A small party was locked in battle with 3 elite snow wolves. Their healer, a petite, panicked priest, was at the center of the turmoil. Bradley rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is that priest dealing damage to their tank with healing spells? Orson nodded, equally bewildered. Yep, their knight's health is dropping every time she heals. I've never seen anything like it. The party was struggling despite having 3 awakened players. The healer's antics had turned a manageable fight into an uphill battle. Their knight chugged health potions desperately, cursing loudly. You're killing me here. Are you a healer or a serial killer? Wait, the priest stammered. My skill requires your HP to drop below 90% before it works properly, just trust me. The party's archer growled, trust you. After this disaster, the wolves were slain, but the party quickly turned on their healer. I've never met such a god-awful priest in my life. Someone shoot her. Panicking, the priest bolted. Please let me explain, I promise it gets better once my skill activates. Activate this. The archer loosed a triple shot, aiming straight for the priest's back. The attack from Double Cheese Fortress struck the small priest directly. But instead of taking damage, something baffling occurred. 233. 233. 233. The priest's health didn't drop, instead, it surged significantly. Double Cheese Fortress, what the hacks? Definitely hacks. All 5 teammates stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Bradley pointed at the priest with his mouth agape. Confirmed, this is absolute proof. I knew someone had to be hacking in this game. Unconvinced, the team's mage hurled a series of wind blades at the priest, but the result was the same, his health only increased. Zap, boom, pow. Spell after spell landed on the priest, but every single one healed him instead. Female dorm god, stop hitting me please, I'm begging you, I'll die at this rate. He stumbled as he fled, making his way toward Orson and Bradley. Bradley turned to Orson for instructions. After a moment's thought, Orson said, this priest has potential. Can you handle those 5 alone? Bradley laughed heartily, brandishing his swords. 10 or 20 wouldn't even be enough for me to warm up. He stepped forward, planting himself firmly between the priest and the angry party. Silver hair glinting in the icy light, Bradley's face twisted into a devilish grin. With a flick of his hands, a gleaming light sword and a pulsating dark sword appeared in each hand. Orson chuckled, casually commenting, looks like your tools got a bit longer. Bradley stumbled, nearly tripping over his own feet. He turned back with an awkward laugh. 6 feet tall, 18 centimeters, I swear, I'm not exaggerating. You can't go 5 minutes without lying, can you? Orson snapped. Meanwhile, Double Cheese Fortress was fuming. What's the deal here? You can't seriously be defending this guy. He's been sabotaging our grind. Nothing personal, Bradley replied lazily, raising his dark sword, but how about you try bullying me instead? Double Cheese Fortress sneered. So you're a B-tier magic swordsman. Big deal. I'm a B-tier light ranger. The light ranger didn't wait for Bradley to respond. Swiftly pulling his bowstring, he unleashed a volley of light arrows, the glowing projectiles tearing through the snowy air. Bradley didn't flinch. With a casual flick of his dark sword, he deflected the arrows mid-flight, reducing them to harmless particles. Blugged. The ranger blinked in surprise. No way that attack does 700 damage, minimum. How did he react so fast? A storm mage at the rear quickly followed up, conjuring a net of cutting winds. Bradley smirked. Raising both swords, he combined them into a massive light and dark greatsword. Slash! With a single horizontal strike, he tore through the storm net, sending a blade of energy streaking toward the mage. Double critical minus 3,200. Terrifying damage number appeared above the mage's head as he crumpled into a pile of ash. The rest of the party stared in stunned silence. Double crits. What skill is that? I've never heard of magic swordsmen having something like this. Bradley raised his massive greatsword and sneered. Anyone else want to give it a shot? Come on, I'll teach you how to respect your betters. Even Orson couldn't help but mutter, S-tier classes are so overpowered it's disgusting. Bradley's double crit ability, normally a high-level skill exclusive to dual-sword warriors, required absurd amounts of mana and a bit of luck to activate. Most warriors wouldn't unlock it until at least level 30. But thanks to his S-tier class, Bradley's mana pool was so massive that he could spam the skill freely. The only drawback was the greatsword's weight. Its cumbersome size significantly slowed both his movement and attack speed, an Achilles heel in duels against skilled opponents. Of course, Bradley's posturing made his weakness less obvious, and his opponents, already intimidated, had no chance to exploit it. Recognize my tag. If you want to live, get lost. Bradley proudly displayed his Money Traveler Guild badge. The Light Ranger froze in his tracks. S-tier. And a vice president of Godslayer. Let's go, guys, we're out of here. The entire party scattered like frightened rabbits, vanishing into the icy tundra. These noobs aren't even a warm-up. Bradley sheathed his swords, puffing out his chest. Big bro, you're amazing, please, let me join your friend list. I need a mentor, the priest, female dorm god, was quick to butter him up. Bradley beamed. What can I say? Stick with me, kid, and no one will dare touch you. The priest eagerly nodded, showering Bradley with compliments until the latter was practically glowing. Orson finally interrupted their mutual flattery. Do you have a soul seal? Female dorm god froze. Then, without warning, he bolted. Quaking stone spikes. Read latest stories on Empire. Orson's soft murmur summoned a wall of stone, blocking the priest's escape. The small man tried clambering over, but lacked the agility to scale it. Frantic, he turned to find another route, only for Bradley to appear in his path. Running away, huh? That's not very polite. Bradley sneered, pinning him with his light sword. Please mercy if I die, leveling up will take forever, the priest crumbled, hands raised in surrender. Orson's tone was calm. Relax. Just let me see the soul seal's attributes. It's bound to you, so there's no way we can take it. The priest hesitated, but eventually nodded. All right, fine. But don't laugh. He shared his soul seal's information. Left hand of the Cursed King. Grade Heroic Soul. Passive Skill 1, Cursed Healing. Heals have a 50% chance to reduce the target's HP to 90%. When this triggers, all teammates gain 90% to all attributes. Passive Skill 2, Cursed Retaliation. If insulted by a teammate, steal 90% of their mana. If attacked by a teammate, steal 90% of their HP. Divine Commentary, treasure your teammates. Avoid curses. Good luck. This is the most cursed soul seal I've ever seen. Bradley stared in disbelief. Orson clapped slowly. Congratulations. I thought my super god tier soul seal was strange, but yours takes the cake. Orson's eyes gleamed as he smiled at the priest. Join our guild. Godslayer could use a priest like you. Are you serious? The priest stammered, clearly shocked. Didn't you see what I just did? I'm practically a walking disaster. You're exactly what we need, Orson replied confidently. The priest's soul seal, despite its bizarre effects, was still heroic grade, just one step below divine grade. If used strategically, its 90% attribute buff could turn any fight in their favor. And as for the second ability, Orson chuckled inwardly. If my teammates don't die from my curses, they'll make me even stronger. Female Dorm God came across his peculiar soul seal in the most unusual way. One day in the starter village, he encountered an old fisherman. The elder, who also served as the village's pastor, loved fishing during his downtime. However, his luck was terrible. 9 out of 10 times, he'd return empty-handed. When he did catch something, it was often bizarre, corpses or random magical beasts. The old man lamented that he was cursed and poured his frustrations onto female Dorm God, who naturally dismissed it as mere bad luck. As an experienced angler himself, he offered to show off his own fishing skills and help the old man out. Surprisingly, he also caught nothing. Just as he was ready to give up, he finally got a bite, but instead of a fish, he reeled in a jade arm. Terrified, he almost wet himself. Before he could comprehend what had happened, the arm fused into his body, granting him the soul seal of the left hand of the cursed king, epic rank. When he turned back to ask the old pastor what was going on, the man had vanished without a trace. Bradley looked dubious. Do you think I'm a kid? Epic soul seals just lying around for anyone to find. That's the most ridiculous fairy tale I've heard all day. Swear to the gods I'm telling the truth, female Dorm God protested, exasperated. This stupid thing got me kicked out of dozens of teams. Reaching level 20 was pure torture. Orson couldn't help but chuckle. Without understanding its properties, teammates would understandably misinterpret his soul seal as sabotage. After all, he nearly wiped his team earlier by healing the tank to near death. It's plausible, Orson said thoughtfully. Soul seals can manifest in countless ways, including through lucky encounters. He was a perfect example. Who would have thought a simple quiz could earn him a super god-grade soul seal? Infinite Dimensions was filled with surprises. I'll send you a guild invite, Orson added. Thank you, great when I promised to follow you loyally. Serve diligently, female Dorm God fumbled, hastily correcting himself. The trio made their way back toward Pondanorland City. With just a few hours until the guild base wars began, the world chat was ablaze with recruitment ads. Large guilds had already secured their rosters, carefully selecting elite players over level 20 who had completed their class awakenings. Orson reviewed Godslayer's roster. To his dismay, only 50 members were present, and most were casual female players. It was clear that Madman and Bradley had a hand in this. Still, Orson wasn't concerned. Infinite Dimensions had just begun, and a wave of professional players would soon flood in. Many were still at low levels, and some were only just starting. Orson had his sights on future legends, master tacticians, and gameplay prodigies capable of turning the tide of any battle. As they crossed into the frozen wastes, female Dorm God suddenly shouted, "Why are there so many red names?" The group halted. All around, red-named players were gathering, dozens, then hundreds, forming a small army. "Withdraw immediately," shouted Ask Sword, the leader of a nearby guild. "Everyone from Ask Sword, leave the hunting grounds now. Hurry, the Saint Slayer Syndicate is here." Hearing the command, 50 or 60 players scattered, abandoning their farming spots. Casual players cursed under their breath. Those bastards again, all they do is kill and loot. What's their problem? Despite their grumbling, everyone wisely retreated. No one wanted to mess with the infamous red-named mercenary group. Bradley sneered, unimpressed. What's the big deal? A few dozen red names, and they're running scared. As the red-named players closed in, Orson's eyes narrowed. Their movements made it clear this wasn't a random attack. Saint Slayer Syndicate was a mercenary group that thrived on chaos, offering headhunting services for bounties. Once they locked onto a target, even guild leaders and pro players found it difficult to escape their relentless pursuit. Are you Orson? Their leader, a 23rd-level rogue named Sure as Will, stepped forward. His shadowy cloak and ruthless gaze exuded menace. I am. Who hired you? Orson asked, his tone calm. That's confidential, Sure as Will replied, smirking. But the bounty is quite generous, 5,000 gold for your head. Saint Slayer Water God, a water mage, laughed mockingly. Hear that, 3-time champion. Save us the trouble and delete your character now. Spare yourself the humiliation of being camped at the respawn point. Bradley sneered, stabbing his dual swords into the ground. Come and get me if you dare. Enough talk, Orson said, his composure unshaken. Let's get this over with, I've got things to do. The confidence in his voice unsettled the syndicate. Female dorm god, on the other hand, looked ready to bolt. Should we run? He muttered, taking a few steps back. You're surrounded, Bradley pointed out, gesturing to the players cutting off their retreat. Running's not an option. Water god grinned maliciously. Enough chatter. Kill him. Mage raised his staff, summoning a towering tidal surge aimed at the trio. Orson calmly stepped forward, conjuring a radiant sun shield. The wall of light effortlessly absorbed the attack, leaving him unscathed. What the no damage? Water god's confidence faltered. Take care of the ones behind us, Orson said to Bradley. I'll handle the front. What about me? Female dorm god piped up nervously. Should I, heal? Orson waved him off. No thanks. Just stay put. Bradley grinned, his swords glinting ominously. My big sword's been itching for a fight. He launched himself at the advancing melee players. Arrows rained down, but Bradley's expert swordplay deflected most of them. A few struck true, but his nearly 10,000 HP made the damage negligible. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire. Reversal slash. His light sword unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, each stronger than the last. Minus 880. Minus 1,100. Minus 1,300. The final blow sent a heavily armored tank staggering back, his 6,000 HP nearly gone. What the hell is this damage? Meanwhile, Orson turned his attention to the players, attempting to flank them. He muttered a spell, summoning jagged stone spikes to block their path. 5,000 gold for my head. Orson smirked coldly. Let's see who'll take it. A fiery dragon erupted from his staff, engulfing the stunned attackers. Minus 1,160. Minus 4,330. The battlefield turned to chaos as Orson and Bradley demonstrated why they were considered legends in their own right. Female dorm god, watching from the sidelines, muttered to himself, I'm just a secret weapon, right? A secret weapon always comes in at the end. He clutched his staff tightly, silently praying he wouldn't have to step in. The knight fought valiantly, activating a taunt skill to boost his resistance and absorb incoming damage. Is that all you've got? Bradley sneered, easily predicting his opponent's every move, right down to the color of his underwear. With a horizontal slash from his dark sword, black mist erupted on contact, inflicting a curse of weakness on the knight. His defense and critical resistance dropped dramatically. Bradley roared like a beast, the dark sword cursing his enemy while the light sword empowered himself. Another thrust landed a staggering 2,000 critical damage, instantly finishing the knight. SS Home Run, a Saint Slayer Syndicate member, stood dumbfounded. A paladin was one shot. Orson, standing nearby, smiled faintly. Doesn't matter if you're with SSR or Dragon's Kiss Guild, the fact is, you didn't bring enough people. With a flourish of his staff, fire magic erupted into a blazing flame dragon, which rained destruction upon the opposing players. Screams filled the air as a wave of fireballs decimated their formation, turning the icy landscape into a fiery inferno. Minus 1,100. Minus 4,300. Minus 4,300. 7 or 8 red names vanished into white flashes, respawning back at the city. Behind Orson, female dorm god gulped audibly. That's it, I'm clinging to this team for life. Mom, I'll never have trouble finding dungeon parties again. How is he doing this from 500 meters away? SS Home Run stammered, cold sweat running down his back. Earth mages use slowing spells, don't let him escape, he bellowed, charging with his team of elite assassins. He dealt with powerful players before and knew their damage output could be insane. But he also knew that no matter how strong a mage was, they were helpless once an assassin got close. However, Orson remained motionless. His calm demeanor made his opponents uneasy. Escape. Why would I run? We're all red names here. Killing you is just free profit for me, Orson said coolly, ignoring the mud trap spell beneath his feet. For Orson, mobility wasn't necessary. He was, after all, a walking tower of death. The Saint Slayer Syndicate's strategy was clear, a swarm of rogue players launched a coordinated attack, their shadowy forms darting toward Orson from all angles. Most mages would panic in this situation. Being surrounded by even one rogue, let alone 10, was a death sentence. But Orson stood firm. He had prepared for this exact scenario. "Back off, damn it, just die already," shouted Bradley, trying to return and assist, but he was swarmed by melee players intent on stalling him. Stealth SS Home Run commanded, and his team of assassins vanished in unison. The atmosphere grew deathly quiet, an oppressive killing intent lingering in the air. Saint Slayer Syndicate's strength lay in their stealth tactics. Against smaller teams, they were a nightmare to deal with. Against larger guilds, their stealth allowed them to retreat unscathed. Clang! Weapons struck, but their attacks failed to penetrate Orson's defenses. SS Home Run's frustration mounted. It's just shields, endless shields. No matter how hard his team tried, every blow was absorbed by yet another layer of protective magic. Orson wasn't just a powerful mage, he was an absolute fortress. His sun's shield wasn't enough alone, so he had preemptively stacked 9 layers of shields before the fight began. Bladed Rainstorm. Orson whispered the spell, and a torrential rain transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, radiating outward in a 20-meter circle. -230. -230. The assassins were forced out of stealth as the rain inflicted consistent damage, breaking their invisibility and leaving them exposed. SS Home Run's eyes widened in horror. A dual-element mage. Orson chuckled. "What's wrong? Didn't the person who hired you tell you what I was capable of? Or were you just baited into this?" The fatal flaw of stealth mechanics was now painfully obvious. Any damage automatically broke the effect and put the skill on a long cooldown. "Break his shields, do something," shouted an exasperated assassin. Another rogue managed to shatter one shield, only to see a new one instantly replace it. The futility of their efforts was maddening. Orson invoked 2 more spells, Whisper of the Wind to boost his attack speed and Slicing Gale to push back the assassins swarming him. "Is he insane? A tri-element mage?" SS Home Run shouted, his composure unraveling. Orson continued raining devastation upon them. His mana reserves showed no signs of depleting, despite casting multiple high-cost spells. This is impossible, he hasn't even used a single mana potion," cried Saint Slayer Water God as he rushed forward with his team to provide support. Orson met his gaze coldly and sent a single fireball flying. -800. Water God scoffed. "Not bad, but hardly unstoppable." Then the fire spread. Flames engulfed his body, dealing relentless damage. -4300. Water God screamed as he crumbled to the ground, incinerated by Orson's passive burn effects. How can a passive skill deal over 4,000 damage? Orson's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the shaken rogues. "Had enough. Because now it's my turn." SS Home Run hesitated, torn between retreating and continuing the fight. Before he could decide, the ground trembled. A stone wall rose in a U-shape, trapping the rogues. Mudmarsh immobilized their feet, stripping them of their only advantage, mobility. "4-element mage, he's insane," shouted one of the rogues, their spirits crushed. Orson began casting explosive fireball, methodically targeting each rogue. One by one, they fell. SS Home Run watched helplessly, his face pale as Orson deliberately spared him, forcing him to witness his entire team's demise. "Damn it. I'll kill you for this," SS Home Run snarled. Orson's grin widened, revealing his teeth. "We'll talk about that next time. For now, though, we're not finished." Meanwhile, Bradley was a whirlwind of destruction. Blood stained his black armor as he tore through the front line, leaving a pile of bodies in his wake. His health, once near 10,000, had dropped by 2/3, but his resolve only grew stronger. Without their melee protectors, the Syndicate's mages and healers were defenseless. For them, it was nothing short of a massacre. As the battle drew to a close, Orson's gaze shifted toward Pondanorland City. Far off in the distance, atop the city walls, stood a man with a legendary bow in hand. His imposing figure made him stand out like a crane among chickens. Orson's eyes narrowed. Who is that? Watching the distant battle unfold was none other than Usher, leader of the Dragon's Kiss Guild. From afar, Usher and Orson exchanged cold, silent glares. Though not a word was spoken, the mutual hatred was palpable, as if they each longed to tear a piece from the other. Let's go, Usher said calmly, turning away from the city walls with his entourage. How strong is he? Usher asked, directing his question to a level 21 archer clad in unassuming blue gear, known as Strategic Trickster. Very strong, Trickster replied, his expression grave. Strong enough to make me question the game's balance. He continued, though I couldn't determine his exact health. His confidence in facing a siege without flinching suggests his HP is higher than most first-tier mages. Usher nodded, his thoughts aligning with Trickster's assessment. Most mages prioritized free attribute points in attack or mana, neglecting health. However, Orson, equipped with heroic gear, clearly surpassed the average mage in durability. What about his other capabilities? Usher probed. Strategic Trickster's brows furrowed as he responded, top tier in both skill and game awareness. Far superior to Ivy, especially in his use of abilities. It's almost unbelievable. He elaborated, I've seen Earth mages use quaking stone spikes, but none as precisely as Orgod. His combat intuition is extraordinary. He manipulated the Saint Slayer syndicate like children, luring their rogues into traps with surgical precision, leaving them no way out. This is just a phase, snapped Ivy, irritated by the comparison. Trickster remained unfazed, clarifying, I'm only stating facts. Usher's face darkened. A proud man, he prided himself on skills approaching professional standards. Yet compared to Orson, he felt almost amateurish. I see, Usher finally said. Strategic Trickster smirked knowingly. A tactician with a decorated background in strategy games and analytics, Trickster had been personally recruited by Usher for this reason. From the information gathered, Trickster explained, it's clear he possesses a god-tier soul seal. It enhances range and mana, though it's unclear if it boosts attack or critical stats. A god-tier soul seal, gasped Ivy and Skyslasher, their expressions shifting to envy and disbelief. Such an item was a coveted dream for all players, yet its acquisition remained an unsolved mystery. Even Usher, with his immense wealth and connections within Infinite Dimensions official circles, had failed to uncover reliable methods for obtaining one. Indeed, Trickster confirmed. I've seen Lord-class soul seals that boost mage range by up to 300 meters, but I'd estimate epic tier ones don't go much higher than that. Wait, Usher interrupted, his brow furrowing. I understand the range boost, but what about his mana? Trickster replied, based on his Blazing Burn talent's passive damage output, his base mana is over 40,000. 40,000. Ivy's voice quivered as she glanced at her own mana stat, 4,000. And that was with her equipped in high mana heroic gear. Orson's unarmored mana pool was over 10 times hers. You've got to be joking, Skyslasher shouted, grabbing Trickster by the collar. 40,000 mana, he has more than a boss. Trickster sneered, brushing off the accusation. Believe me or don't. Ask any fire mage for confirmation if you dare. Enough, Usher barked, his icy tone cutting through the commotion. Skyslasher grudgingly released his grip. What precautions should we take against him? Explain everything, Usher demanded. Feeling the weight of Usher's resolve, Trickster smirked knowingly. Though he appears to master all 4 elements, his damage primarily comes from his fire talent's passive abilities. He lined in conspiratorially. My advice: stock up on fire resistance potions and gear. Force him into melee situations where his fire damage becomes less effective. If we overwhelm him with sheer numbers, he can't win. Good. That's what I intended, Usher said, nodding approvingly. From his inventory, he pulled out a green soul seal and offered it to Trickster. This is yours. Join my guild. The gesture left the surrounding players stunned. Boss, are you serious? Skyslasher stammered, horrified. That soul seal cost you 10,000 gold. Ivy's brows knit tightly as she added, it's a perfect match for your S-tier anti-magic archer build. Giving it away is a waste. Usher dismissed their concerns with a scoff. So what? Orson wields a god-tier soul seal. Do you think I'm any less capable? In his hands, the epic-tier soul seal seemed almost worthless. But to others, it was a treasure worth killing for. I love doing business with decisive people, Trickster exclaimed, eyes gleaming with joy. For this soul seal, he had willingly disbanded his own guild and joined Dragon's Kiss Guild. Meanwhile, Orson was oblivious to how deeply his abilities were being analyzed. He was still looting the battlefield with Bradley. That was brutal Saint Slayer syndicate almost got wiped out by just 2 people. No, another player interjected. There were three. That quiet priest might also be a hidden master. He must be anyone rolling with Orgod, can't be an ordinary player. Hearing this, female dorm god blushed furiously, straightened his posture, and tried to look imposing. I'm a secret weapon. I need to exude confidence and avoid dragging Orgod down. Damn it, their treasurer escaped. Otherwise, we could have claimed the bounty, Bradley lamented, his voice tinged with regret. The Saint Slayer Syndicate had taken on a 4,000 gold contract to hunt Orson. Even if they failed, they'd pocketed at least a quarter of that amount as a non-refundable deposit. However, Infinite Dimensions' current strict storage rules meant most players, even red-named ones, carried their wealth and items in their inventory. Killing them was the only way to recover it. After some scavenging, the spoils amounted to only a few hundred gold and a pile of junk equipment. They can't have gone far. This money is our guild fund. I'm not letting it slip away, Orson said, smiling faintly. Still, Bradley said, frowning, revival points have no imperial guards. They could just hide in the safe zone. Then the world channel erupted with insults. Saint Slayer Water God, fake match fixer, come on, you think you're tough. Meet me at Pondanorland City's revival point. SS Little V, everyone knows Orgod is trash who only bull his noobs. Against international teams, he chokes like a dog. Saint Slayer Water God will target your guild members next. Especially those cute little girls, bet they'll cry for mercy. I'll butcher them, Bradley roared, livid. The World Channel soon became a cesspool of insults, with many players joining the bandwagon to mock Orson. How about we let them bark for a bit longer? Orson said calmly. Why? Bradley asked, puzzled. Orson smiled mysteriously, holding up a Southeast Ward fragment, the key to bypassing Pondanorland City's barrier. Because we're going hunting. Bradley gave Orson a thumbs up and laughed loudly. You're insane, boss. But can you really hit them from here? Female dorm god asked, perplexed. Even with his bad math skills, he could estimate that the southeastern outskirts of the city were at least 2-3 kilometers from the respawn point. What is this guy, a mortar? Pay attention, young man, Bradley said with a mischievous grin. This is what it means to have the range of a god-tier mage. He laughed maniacally, recalling Orson's incredible range when they fought monster hordes together. Grabbing female dorm god by the arm, Bradley rushed toward the city. They had a plan. Bradley would relay precise coordinates, while female dorm god would collect the loot. A few minutes later, Bradley spotted the Saint Slayer Syndicate members. These thugs were gathered near the healer NPC, spewing all kinds of vulgar insults. Even though their bodies had been blown apart in battle, their mouths were as sharp as ever. They were masters of stirring drama. World chat was now littered with messages tarnishing Orson's reputation, prompting even members of his guild to message him for clarification. Don't worry about it, Orson said over the guild channel. Everyone head to Pondanorland City's respawn point. All the equipment and gold dropped will be split freely among you. Although confused, the guild members perked up at the mention of free loot. Many abandoned whatever they were doing and made their way back to the city. Meanwhile, the Saint Slayer Syndicate continued running their mouths. Hey, Godslayer players, what's up? Come give me a hug, sweethearts, sneered Saint Slayer Water God, leering at some of the female guild members nearby. Yo, this guy's character is so ugly. His gear looks like old rags. I'm yucking from a distance, one woman replied with disdain. Totally. I only have eyes for our Kaikai. He's the handsomest. Right. Kaikai's not just good looking, he's super nice too. He even helped me farm monsters earlier. Their chatter drew everyone's attention to Bradley, who sat cross-legged like a model of masculine charm. Damn it, don't distract me, Bradley scowled, slapping away the playful hands of a few overly excited girls. Wow, a true hero, so many admirers, I'm so envious, said female dorm god, his inner creep slipping through as he drooled over the scene. You idiot, get ready to grab the loot, Bradley snapped, giving him a swift kick in the rear. Not far away, Saint Slayer Water God mocked Bradley, standing smugly within the respawn zone's healing aura. Wow, such a tough S-tier warrior. Why don't you just stay here forever? As soon as you step away, I'll make sure to take good care of your girls. Is that so? How about you try staying online? Bradley replied coldly. He knew better than to charge into the respawn area recklessly. The healing aura, combined with the sheer number of enemies, would spell certain death. The Saint Slayer Syndicate players clustered in the respawn zone weren't there by choice. If they left the healing aura, the Empire's guards would hunt them down on sight. Bradley's voice came over the guild channel. Coordinates 132.37. We're in position. Hearing this, Orson, stationed in the outskirts where he'd previously farmed mobs, issued a guild-wide warning. All members step back 20 meters to avoid collateral damage. Seriously? He can hit from here. Female dorm god muttered in disbelief. A 2-3 kilometer range sounded more like the attack radius of a dragon boss than a mage's spell. Bradley chuckled ominously. If you want to stay alive, stand behind me. My buddy's about to fire a wave of pure destruction. As the guild members nervously retreated, a paladin named Iron Cavalry scoffed. Look at this posturing. It's all talk. Or God's just blowing smoke to cover his failure. Shut your trap and watch, Bradley sneered. Your opinion isn't needed. Fine. But mark my words, if we lose the guild battle later, I'm out. Go ahead. Quit now. But if I see you again after, I'll cut you down without hesitation, Bradley shot back, reminding Iron Cavalry of the 5 defeats he'd suffered in their last duel. A gasp shattered the tension. What in the... Comet strike, cried female dorm god, his eyes glued to the sky. What is that? Iron Cavalry stammered, his face pale. Above Pondenorland City, a colossal meteor, nearly 100 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens. The meteor burned brightly, its surface erupting with fiery sparks as it plummeted through the atmosphere. Its enormous shadow engulfed the respawn area, and panic spread like wildfire. Fall back, Bradley roared, dragging 2 girls by the arms as everyone fled in terror. Dude, are you insane? You're going to kill us all, he bellowed into the guild chat. Crap, why is this thing so terrifying? Orson muttered to himself. He had expected celestial descent to summon a slightly larger-than-average rock. Instead, the 2,000 mana spell had conjured an apocalyptic meteor. Those who witnessed the scene were stunned. This wasn't just some AoE ability. This was Doomsday incarnate. The meteor crashed down with a deafening roar, unleashing a cascade of shockwaves. Entire buildings were leveled, and the once bustling respawn area became a fiery wasteland. Dozens of Saint Slayer Syndicate members were annihilated instantly. Even bystanders were caught in the devastation. Orson's sin value skyrocketed. Pondenorland City quaked violently as if struck by an earthquake. The sheer destructive force was unfathomable. Minus 4,400. Minus 4,400. Splash damage, minus 1,500. Splash damage, minus 1,500. The combat log scrolled relentlessly, displaying over 400 damage notifications. The attack dealt massive direct damage, followed by countless physical impacts from shattered debris. The area looked like it had been struck by an S-tier forbidden spell. Orson stood in silence, grappling with the implications of what he'd unleashed. He realized that the physics engine of infinite dimensions had amplified his spell's effects. Most Earth mages would never achieve such devastation because their limited range restricted celestial descent's potential. However, Orson's unparalleled range allowed the meteor to gain immense speed through gravitational acceleration. By the time it hit the ground, the resulting explosion sent thousands of fragments hurtling outward like shrapnel. This wasn't just a spell, it was a calamity. Orson removed the loot restrictions, allowing his guild members to freely collect the scattered gold. Brothers and sisters, the boss is throwing us a money shower, let's go grab it. What are you waiting for? Scramble. Bradley's group fully embraced their inner bandits, diving headfirst into the treasure trove. We've struck gold, this windfall is mine to inherit. Who the hell yanked my pants? Have some decency. I only grabbed 100 gold coins, and now you're robbing me. A few seemingly fair-skinned, delicate female players turned feral. Before female dorm god could stash his coins, they pounced on him, looting him with gusto. Nearby onlookers were stunned. Godslayer Guild's behavior was outrageous, but what stung the most was that they weren't included in the spoils. Bunch of amateurs, Bradley sneered as he zipped past the chaos. Coins are nothing compared to equipment. Taking advantage of his superior speed, he sprinted straight for a purple piece of armor lying on the ground. Before anyone could react, he pocketed the level 15 gear, easily worth 500 gold coins. Wild Gale, standing nearby, watched Bradley claim the best loot. He felt a pang of jealousy but hesitated. After all, he was known as the mentor of noobs and didn't want to ruin his reputation. Then he noticed the guild's ethos, every man for himself. Forget it when in Rome. Wild Gale grit his teeth, jumped onto Iron Cavalry's shoulders, and dove headlong into the pile of items. By the time the dust settled, the spoils were entirely divided. Later, the guild gathered at a tavern in town. Money Traveler generously shelled out 20 gold to book the entire venue. Today's red name hunting operation was a resounding success, Bradley announced, raising his mug. As your vice president, I'd like to make 3 important points. Before he could finish, he noticed that no one was paying attention. Everyone was busy chatting, drinking, or feasting. Fine then, Bradley grumbled, grabbing his drink as Iron Cavalry raised a toast. Cheers, you made a killing, huh? Bradley said, grinning. Not bad, not bad. Iron Cavalry replied with a sheepish smile. Bradley wasn't the type to hold grudges. He joined Iron Cavalry, Wild Gale, and others in drinking games, quickly fostering camaraderie through shared antics. Where's the president? Is he still red-named and unable to enter the city? Asked a female alchemist, her curiosity piqued. Most members had never seen Orson in person and were eager to meet the legendary Triple Crown champion. With his apocalyptic meteor stunt fresh in everyone's mind, even if Orson had 3 heads, they wouldn't be surprised. Bradley smirked. In Pondenorland City, who dares stop my brother? Even the city lord would think twice. Just then, Bradley received a private message from Orson. He stood up and announced, Wild Gale, the place is yours for now. Gather everyone outside the city at the rally point in 4 hours for the guild war. Iron Cavalry frowned. Wait, how are we supposed to fight? We're barely staffed, and most of our members are crafters. Still chewing on a roast leg of meat, female dorm god interjected, my boss alone is worth 1,000 men. I think we're good. Bradley nearly choked on his drink. He gave the priest a light bonk on the head. Don't work your boss like a mule. Everyone burst into laughter. After logging off, Bradley called Orson. Are you sure we can recruit enough members? Most of the top-tier players have already joined the Big 8 guilds. Don't worry, Orson replied calmly. Upload the video now. A lot of high-level players are browsing the forums for guild war tips. Recruiting shouldn't be hard. Bradley sighed. Fine. We may not get 2 full battle groups, but a single 60-man group should be doable. After the call, Orson headed to the Redbeard Dwarf's forge. The dwarf Vagender greeted him with an uneasy smile. The Grey Dwarf King himself, what a surprise, back already. Vagender's eyes darted nervously. He attempted to embrace Orson, but the mage sidestepped with a scowl. You've submitted the forging materials. Orson placed the heart of the warlord and Ascension crystal on the counter. What's the success rate? Well, maybe, possibly. Vagender stammered, eyes wide at the sight of such rare materials. System notification. Holy Mirror set overall success rate, 40%. Is this what you meant by 100% success rate? Orson's face darkened. He resisted the urge to bash the dwarf's head in with an ingot. Well, I didn't expect you to survive the bone dragon. Vagender chuckled nervously, chugging ale to calm his nerves. Orson's eyes narrowed. Oh, I see your game. You were planning to keep the elven diamond all for yourself, weren't you? Had he not followed his guide and uncovered the royal tomb's hidden materials, the quest would have been a dead end. System notification. You've uncovered the Grey Dwarf's deception. You may demand compensation. Choose between gold coins, a mount skill, or a purple weapon. Orson's eyes lit up. He wasn't short on gold, and purple weapons didn't interest him at this stage. But the mount skill was intriguing. Mount taming wasn't just a convenience, it could turn beasts into formidable allies in combat. By the next stage of the game, players who invested in this skill could tame creatures like dragons. I'll take the mount skill. System notification. You've learned the skill, Basic Beastmastery. Orson feigned displeasure. Just one lousy skill. Give me my materials back, I'm done here. Before the dwarf could respond, Orson opened his inventory and reclaimed the elven diamond, turning to leave. W8, don't be angry, let's talk, Vagender panicked, realizing he might lose his shot at working with such legendary materials. Nearby players were stunned to see the fiery-tempered dwarf kneeling and clinging to Orson's leg. What's happening? Vajender is actually begging. This guy's got insane pull. He just made the toughest NPC in the game kneel. System notification. Vajender, filled with guilt, offers you the rare saddle Will of the Battle Beast as additional compensation. Except, Orson grinned. Now we're talking. The Will of the Battle Beast wasn't just a flashy accessory. It doubled taming proficiency gains, ignored class restrictions for mounts, and even included a built-in war drum effect. In his previous life, this item had driven countless players to grind for weeks on end, and its market value once skyrocketed to over 60,000 gold. And now, he got it for free. The success rate is 40%. Fine as long as the holy artifact can be preserved even if the forging core fails. Orson's expression softened. Seeing the dwarves groveling like this, he handed over all the materials to them. Vajender, with his shifty eyes, grinned and told Orson to come back in 5 hours to collect the equipment. Let's hope it's actually equipment by then. Orson had no choice. Going to the other side's pay-to-win shop would require a blueprint, and the success rate might not even be as high as the dwarves. He could only gamble. Meanwhile, after logging off, Bradley contacted the Infinite Dimensions Strategy Forum's moderator and spent 20,000 yuan to have the post titled Orgod's Melee Silk Spider Dungeon pinned and highlighted. Of course, if Orson ever saw that shameless title, he'd probably explode in anger. The post didn't attract much attention at first. After all, on the forum, half of the posts had tags like Orgod or 3-time champion, and when you clicked on them, you'd usually just see a pile of nonsense. Posts like this, outrageously flashy and clownish, rarely got much attention. However, only 10 minutes later, the first player who finished watching the full video was sweating profusely, panting, unable to calm down, and could only curse to express his shock. Without hesitation, he shared, commented, and bookmarked it, trying to get more high-level mages to come and be disgusted. Slaughter Wang Junleng, your horse. The Dark Queen got hit with 956 consecutive attacks. Is this a boss fight? And the way it kept floating with basic attacks. This is a boss, not just a mob. Mysterious opponent, you're getting the key issue. Archers can do it with their fast attack speed, but this mage has a basic attack speed. Who else could do this except that guy? In no time, the post view count surpassed 100,000, likes exploded, and the comments section was filled with players going wild, expressing their admiration for Orgod, the ancient god of sword and conquest. Bradley grinned, thinking the catchy title had worked. He left a message in the first post: welcome high-level main players to join Godslayer. I'm Money Traveler, eagerly await your joining. Want to watch streams and learn techniques? Check out Donut Wizard. Exactly, SSR's first fire mage Donut Wizard can even solo 20-level bosses on stream. Orgod can't compare. Meanwhile, inside the SSR club, top streamer Donut Wizard, seeing the comments under the post, felt his stomach churn. His face turned red, fists clenched. Why is he so strong? Why can't I do that? Why? At just 16 years old, with a still youthful face, he had become the symbol of SSR's brutal mages. Not only did he have millions of followers on his streaming platform, but his fans even thought he might succeed Orgod as the next big name. Even he had believed that Orson was just an early starter, back when players were still bad, which made Orson seem particularly impressive. But now, with this melee post, Donut Wizard had become a laughingstock. When compared, his proud solo dungeon videos seemed to mock him for his ignorance. Just yesterday, Donut Wizard had overheard Wedge and Smart Brother talking about how they had been ambushed by Orson. He had even confidently said, Orgod's only good for his gear and soul seal. Wait until my class awakening, and I'll avenge you. The slap in the face came too quickly. The video now was pure technique, with Orson's flawless zombie-style basic attacks and seamless combos. With this level of precision, not just 900 combos, even 1900 would be possible. Anli, why are you crying? Who made you upset? I'll avenge you, sis. A beautiful, graceful woman walked over, gently patting Anli on the head with a soft laugh. I feel like I'll never reach his level. I've disappointed everyone, Riley. Anli became more and more upset, crying loudly, attracting the attention of half the club. Haha, someone bullied you, huh? Who dares do that? It's fine, bro, will help you get revenge. Infinite Dimensions is still unfamiliar to us. Losing a few PvP battles is normal. A dozen SSR pros surrounded Anli, comforting her not to be too upset. Even if she was bullied in infinite dimensions, they would get her back. It's him, it's him. Anli pointed to the screen with childish determination. The room instantly fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Snowdream, with a stiff smile, walked away. The professional player who had promised to avenge Anli froze, awkwardly scratching his nose. I'm not sure I can help you, young one. The simple name LD was well known to them. Some of the older team members had even fought alongside this person. This was an insurmountable peak for SSR Club. They had watched as this man led SSR to unprecedented heights. Don't lose hope. With your talent, you'll surpass him sooner or later. Anli was an important trainee in the club, so Wedge quickly came to her side. Smiling, she began analyzing the video frame by frame. Look closely, his basic attack wobble is too obvious. This shows his technique has been neglected these years, and his positioning is flawed, low tolerance, one mistake and the boss will crush him. It really is so his technique isn't perfect after all. Anli wiped away her tears, finally seeing a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Snowdream stood by the window, absent-mindedly lighting a cigarette, her beautiful, delicate face clouded with worry. Wedge, having comforted Anli, walked over to Snowdream, asking for a cigarette and lighting it up. What's wrong? Still thinking about that man? Wedge teased with a mischievous laugh. Snowdream avoided her sharp gaze, frowning and saying, You shouldn't be deceiving that kid. You're putting too much pressure on him. No, I'm just telling him what I see. Wedge's face was beautiful, but there was a rare firmness in her expression. Stop fooling me. His basic attack wobble isn't an issue. It's a technique to control the boss's knockback height. Intentionally done, Snowdream coldly exposed the truth. You've been with him too long, long enough to be assimilated by his bad temper. Wedge maintained her smile, elegantly blowing out a smoke ring. She paused and then said, no matter how much you like him in his eyes, there's only that little girl. He never cared about you. Snowdream's heart tightened, a sharp pain stinging inside her. Wedge chuckled lightly. Don't forget, your father's business went bankrupt, and who helped you find the money to cover the debts? Snowdream's eyes widened in shock, her fists clenched. How long are you going to use that to threaten me? Wedge's lips curled up in a seductive smile. Silly girl, of course, forever. By the way, if I see you go easy on Orson again, I won't let you off the hook. This warning, coming from Wedge, who always played the role of the understanding big sister, was delivered with a calm that made Snowdream's blood run cold. Wedge could destroy her with ease, and even her parents would be dragged down. Do you understand now? Wedge smiled, her voice calm and cold. Snowdream lowered her head, suppressing her emotions, her face unchanged. I'm sorry, Wedge. I understand now. I need to find time to renew the guard captain's fee, Orson muttered as he appeared at the Mage Guild's entrance. He quickly donned the Imperial Mage robes, which were about to expire in less than 12 hours, and transformed back into boss spy. It had to be said, having a big red name tag was incredibly useful when disguised as boss spy. The patrolling soldiers greeted him warmly, unaware that this was a Mage Lord NPC, renowned among their ranks. Listen up, the 1-minute test is about to begin. All test participants, prepare yourselves. Inside the Mage training grounds, players were lining up for their profession awakening tests. With the guild wars about to begin, many major guilds had poured into the training grounds, creating a crowded scene of over 1,000 mages. The goal was to smash the training grounds' magic crystals, then have them graded by an NPC magic instructor. D-class was the lowest grade, and A-class was the highest. Typically, achieving an A-class profession required multiple retests, with final ratings given by the 3 Grand Mages of Pondanorland. These were the elites, with profound understanding of the mage profession. For fairness across different mage specialties, it wasn't just about raw output. The test also evaluated skills such as precision, delicacy, and mana control. I'm speechless. You only have a 20-meter range, but the red crystal is over 50 meters away, and the target is so small. How in the world are we supposed to hit that? One player complained. Maybe we can try to break the blue crystal, but that's not easy either. It'll probably take at least 10 hits to the head to break it. This is too difficult. I should have played a night class. I heard their tests involve charging on horseback and hitting a target to unlock a B-class profession. Dozens of players lined up on the training grounds, voicing their frustrations. The first round of the test was simple. Smash the green, blue, yellow, and red crystals in 1 minute using basic attacks, plain A. Green crystals were the largest and easiest to hit. Blue crystals were embedded in a mannequin's head and required high precision. Yellow crystals came in pairs, scattered on mannequins, and needed to be hit in sequence. Red crystals, placed 50 meters away in a stone hand sculpture, were the hardest to hit, with many mages lacking the range to even try. The majority of players lined up in front of the blue and yellow crystals. Anyone who broke the yellow crystal would advance to the next round and have a chance to unlock a B-class profession. B-class professions were not only powerful, but also had the potential to make players top-tier elites in infinite dimensions. Orson, standing among the crowd, surveyed the situation. The red crystal had the highest difficulty, yet over 10 players were attempting it. He guessed that these players either had rare weapons that extended their range or, like him, were boosted by special soul seals. Otherwise, ordinary players wouldn't even be able to reach it. The test began, and players started unleashing their skills. Soon, a few players smashed the first 2 crystals, while others struggled to hit the red crystal, even with a suitable range. How is this possible? Getting 10 consecutive hits on the red crystal, is that even humanly possible? One player asked, clearly frustrated. He quit the test with a defeated expression. Orson wasn't surprised. Mage profession was notoriously hard to master. It was a major gold sink, and its operation was far more difficult than the archer or priest professions. Without weeks of practice, it was nearly impossible to pass the test. After a few rounds, only 2 players succeeded in breaking the red crystal. However, that was just the first round, and the following tests would be even harder. What the hell? How did an NPC get in here? I didn't hear anything about NPC mages needing to take the test, one player exclaimed. Wait, it really is an NPC, another added, surprised. Boss Bai entered the training grounds, his test number in hand. He walked straight to the center of the arena and took his place. Well, someone finally noticed. An old man in a tattered gray robe on the spectator stands murmured, his dull eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence as he quickly saw through Boss Bai's poor disguise. Old Terry, I want him, the old man said, showing a crooked smile that revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Heretic, who do you think you're talking to? A cold-eyed mage sharply retorted. Heretic or not, we're all on the same side, the old man shrugged, then turned his gaze to a robed elder wearing a starry cloak. Flamebound the elder remained unmoved, saying calmly, even if he discovers the secret behind the test, I doubt he'll follow you. No one will accept your methods. The old man's smile faltered. Magic has no limits. There will always be those like me who strive for perfection. Does anyone have anything to say about this? Is the game system malfunctioning? Someone get this NPC out of here, a player shouted in confusion. Exactly. Saint Slayer Syndicate was hit by magic meteors and got wiped, giving Godslayer the perfect opportunity to strike, another player added. The players surrounding Orson stepped back, thinking this was some kind of trap. They didn't want to risk their equipment getting destroyed. Orson took advantage of the situation, switching to Plana mode. He raised his hand, launching a wind blade at the largest green crystal, which lost 1 bar of health. What's he doing? Only breaking 2 crystals, one player asked. Wait, that's strange. When I tried, there were no patterns or markings appearing. Orson continued without hesitation. He switched to Stone Spire mode, shooting 2 quick stone spikes at the yellow crystals, each hitting 1 precisely. Ding! The magic runes on the crystals began to glow brighter. And that was just the beginning. Orson remained calm as he tossed a fireball at the hardest red crystal, 50 meters away. The ball hit its mark with remarkable precision. Whoa, that's the power of an Imperial Mage 50 meters, and still this fast, one player gasped. The red crystal shattered, and the whole statue seemed to tremble. Mid the shock, Orson repeated his actions with unwavering precision, triggering a magical roar that resonated across the training grounds. What the hell, this is the difference between players and NPCs, one player exclaimed. Ha, whatever. I could hit targets from 1,000 meters if I had AL-class abilities, another player scoffed. Every shot Orson took was on the mark, and the magic runes on the crystals gradually grew clearer, displaying 4 faint, shadowy figures that seemed to project from the crystals themselves. How is he doing this? The NPC mage beside the old man muttered in disbelief. According to the S-Class Mage test rules, once an adventurer figured out that each crystal corresponded to 4 different elemental magic types, they would be able to hit them in sequence to trigger the test requirements, provided their accuracy was at 70% or higher. But the man in front of them was hitting each target without missing, and it didn't even seem like he was trying his hardest. Whispers ran through the crowd. The training grounds fell into complete silence, except for the continuing explosions of magic. Orson smiled knowingly. In his past life, a player had uncovered this test's secret, and the reward wasn't just a S-Class hidden profession clue, it was two. The first was the Mage Guild's S-Class profession clue, Dual Elemental Mastery Single Element Perfection, the Elementalist. The second was from the Chaos Sect's S-Class profession clue, 4-Element Mastery, the Chaos Mage. Go tell them the Mage Guild needs someone like him, the NPC mage ordered his subordinates. The old man jumped to his feet, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. This one's mine. Anyone who dares compete with me will see Pondenorland City run red with blood. With a sneer, the old man's six-pointed star magic circle appeared, radiating a strange dark red hue. In the center of the circle, a chaos deity could be faintly seen. Old fool, what do you think you're doing? Another mage demanded, as a gray mist covered the heads of all nearby mages. Everyone immediately took out their wands, ready to defend themselves. Flame Fawcett, you're leading him down the wrong path. You'll only ruin him, Flamebound warned, calmly waving his hand. The holy light that followed instantly neutralized the chaos aura. A system notification appeared. You have unlocked a hidden profession clue. Option 1, enter the Mage Guild's Council Hall for a profession retest. Option 2, leave the Mage Guild. Orson pondered for a moment and chose the second option, rejecting the invitation for the next round of testing. You talk too much, old man. I know what I'm doing, Flame Fawcett sneered, turning to leave the arena under the hostile gazes of the other mages. Orson looked back at the stands, then calmly walked out of the training grounds, sitting by the entrance to wait. The Mage Guild revered the 6 elemental gods, each representing one of the 6 basic elements of the world. Fire, water, earth, air, light, and darkness were the 6 pillars upon which the guild's power and teachings rested. In stark contrast, the Chaos Sect also worshipped elemental gods, but their focus was not on the traditional deities. Instead, they venerated the Chaos Mother, the mother of all 6 elements, believed to be the origin of everything. Because of this, the sect was considered a heretical and blasphemous cult by many, with the Chaos Mother dismissed as a myth, a concoction of twisted imagination, by most traditional mages. Orson had no clear answer on whether the Chaos Mother actually existed or not. In his previous life, there were many who had tried to awaken the S-Class Chaos Mage class, but all of them had failed without exception. Each attempt ended in failure, leaving the players frustrated and confused. You've got ambition, little one, a bright future ahead of you. Joining the Chaos Sect will be the best decision of your life. Fawcett, the elderly man with a face full of rotting teeth, grinned wildly at Orson. He promised him that, if he joined the Chaos Sect, he would become the strongest mage in the Infinite Dimensions world. When Orson finally mastered chaos magic, he would even become the next leader of the sect. It was a grandiose promise, one that sounded almost too good to be true. But Orson couldn't shake the feeling that this old man was full of empty words. After all, the Chaos Sect seemed to be little more than Fawcett himself, and even if Orson succeeded in awakening his class, he'd still be stuck with a lone commander title. He'd be a leader with no followers, no influence, no power. Come with me, little one, and prepare to embrace the power of chaos. Fawcett spread his arms wide, his eyes glowing with excitement. But the looks of disdain from the NPCs around them were hard to ignore. It was clear that Fawcett had no standing in Pondenorland City and was mocked as an eccentric old fool. Despite his exuberant speech, Fawcett couldn't resist getting hands-on. He pinched Orson's cheek like a butcher inspecting his goods and then proceeded to examine his hands, as if picking out prime cuts of pork. The whole interaction felt strange and awkward. Enough of the nonsense. Lead the way, Orson said, his patience wearing thin. Fawcett nodded enthusiastically and led Orson through a teleportation circle. Within moments, they arrived at a remote village on the outskirts of Pondenorland City. In front of a half-collapsed building, Fawcett raised his hand and grinned. Building a place for the sect requires a lot of money. Do you have any spare gold coins, little one? His tone was almost too casual, as if he had done this 1,000 times before. Quest 1, you need to provide funds to build a church for the Chaos Sect. Flame Fawcett requests several gold coins. A number input window appeared before Orson, but there was no specified amount listed. Only a vague prompt floated before him. Orson furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He entered 1 gold coin to test the waters. Flame Fawcett is starting to hesitate, questioning if you are the person he needs. Orson froze. Was this how NPCs worked? He had been flattered as the chosen one, yet now he was being judged based on a single gold coin. Frustrated, Orson entered 100 gold coins. Flame Fawcett is beginning to lose faith in you, believing you aren't devoted enough to the Chaos Mother. Orson nearly choked on his own irritation. He had never heard of other players needing to pay fees to awaken their classes. This was absurd. And the old man's greed was practically unbearable if it were anyone else. Seeing that 100 gold coins wouldn't suffice, they would have probably walked away by now. But Orson, who had already mentally prepared himself for a financial bleed-out, couldn't afford to back down now. No wonder no one can complete this class. It's no surprise so many heroes have failed before, Orson thought to himself with a silent sigh. It was clear that the Chaos Mage was a high-cost, high-reward class, and that meant only the rich and desperate would be able to even try. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly typed in 10,000 gold coins, the full 1 million. The amount was painful to part with, but it was necessary to keep progressing. Orson swallowed his hesitation and clicked confirm. Clink, clink. A sum of 10,000 gold coins vanished from his inventory. Orson felt like his heart was bleeding. Well done, you're the heir I've been waiting for, the light of the Empire, the hope of all humanity. Fawcett's mood swung dramatically from skeptical to ecstatic, his face lighting up with joy, as if Orson had just performed an extraordinary feat. You have completed S-level Chaos Mage Quest 1. Quest 2, raise 4 different C-level or higher spells to level 10. I'll give you 3 days. With your talents, this will be a piece of cake for you. After this, Fawcett began leading Orson to see the statue of the Chaos Mother, but Orson wasn't interested in statues or philosophical discussions. He sat down right where he was, ignoring the old man, and began furiously spamming skill points. You spent 7 skill points / 4 gold coins, your magic leveled up to level 7. What? You spent 12 skill points / 14 gold coins, your magic leveled up to level 10. Orson had been preparing for this moment for days, accumulating 380 skill points in preparation for a massive boost. He had planned for this all along, and now it was time to cash in on all that hard work. Quaking Stone Spikes reached level 10, unlocking Earthquake, a sea-level earth magic spell that summoned 2 massive stone vines in a single strike. The cooldown dropped from 1 minute and 45 seconds to just 1 minute, and the spell became much easier to control. Whisper of the Wind reached level 10, unlocking Wind God's Sigh, a spell that unleashed the power of the wind gods in a devastating gust. Chaotic Tides reached level 10, unlocking the Chaotic Tides spell, which could create unpredictable waves of destructive energy. Other than the already maxed touch of the Flame Serpent, all of Orson's elemental skills had reached level 10 and gained powerful awakening effects. The spells were now far more potent than before. Done, Orson muttered as he stood up, brushing off the dust. That's it. Fawcett's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even the rarest magic apprentices hadn't leveled up so fast. Orson's speed was nothing short of miraculous. The prompt for Quest 2 completion appeared, confirming the task was finished. HMPH, you do have potential, that's for sure. I'll give you 3 more days to complete this, Fawcett said with a smug smile, handing Orson a scroll with the same sense of self-importance. You have received the Fragmented Chaos Scroll. Orson opened the scroll, and a thick gray-brown mist poured out, as if an entire world was hidden within. As the mist dissipated, Orson saw a blurry figure seated on a stone platform, its features unclear but hinting at a humanoid head and serpent-like body. You have unlocked the Fragmented Magic Talent Tree. Orson opened the talent page and found that the original magic tree had vanished. Instead, there was a fragmented skill tree with only the root section visible. It contained just 2 talent skills, one of which seemed basic, while the other was completely unknown. Complete the awakening conditions, and you will temporarily become a junior Chaos Mage. Awakening conditions successfully unlock the talent tree. Orson blinked in disbelief. After spending so much gold and skill points, all he got was this incomplete mess. Wait, temporarily become. Did that mean this class was limited in time? He stared at the gray magic tree, his mind racing. A small note beside it read, because the Chaos Scroll is incomplete, you need to recover the remaining 2 fragments within 6 months. Hell level hidden quest triggered. Quest description. Fragmented middle scroll, obtain the Dragon King's horn and give it to one of Flame Fawcett's disciples in exchange. Fragmented lower scroll, obtain the magical eye of an ancient titan and use it as a trade item in the royal city's black market. Once all fragments are recovered and the talent tree is unlocked, you will receive the SSS level Divine class, Chaos Overlord. Quest deadline 6 months. Abandonment penalty, you will not be able to awaken a new class. The quest prompts kept popping up, but instead of feeling a rush of excitement, Orson was only filled with frustration. The Chaos Overlord class sounded incredible, but the task ahead seemed impossible. A level 26 player was expected to obtain a Dragon King's horn. How could a mere mortal ever hope to challenge something like that? And an ancient titan's eye. Those were the stuff of legends. The ancient titans were long extinct, and Orson couldn't even fathom where he would find one of their eyes. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Orson was seething with rage, glaring at Flame Fawcett for this shameless scam. Fawcett, with his thick skin, laughed heartily. "I knew it, you are the one. My judgment has never been wrong." Orson finally understood why this particular job class had never been properly awakened. Hell level difficulty. This was the second hardest level of a task in infinite dimensions, one that only those who could defy human limits could complete. Most players, even those in hardcore mode, never got the chance to touch it. Wealthiest and most powerful players, even those who could afford to buy any information they needed, usually gave up on this S-class job due to the ridiculous requirements, choosing instead to delete their accounts and start over. Dragon King's horn, Titan's eye, these Super Saint materials sounded so fantastical, they felt more like a myth than reality. For these players with their vast wealth, they could buy any S-class job, so why waste time grinding for these impossible materials? SSS class job. Oh, this is a nice pie in the sky. In infinite dimensions, most S-class job players appeared in the late game, like Shattered Crown's Awakened Forbidden Sorcerer or Usher's Divine Archer. As for 3S jobs, those were known as God-tier jobs, and though the website had mentioned them, no one had ever managed to awaken them. Now Orson was faced with this impossible task. It was hard to tell whether to laugh or cry. "Damn chosen one," Orson muttered angrily, feeling the urge to take immediate action and save the players from this scam, so no one else would fall into this old man's trap. However, just as he was about to act, the attributes of Flame Fawcett popped up in front of him. Level 80, the same as Ice River, a Saint Swordmaster. His health wasn't as exaggerated as Ice River's, but it was still an astonishing 30 million. Orson's fiery anger dissipated immediately when he saw the stats. "Fine, I'll hold off. When my strength is up, I'll be the first to wipe you off the map," Orson cursed inwardly. Infinite Dimensions was a world where the strong dominated. If you couldn't win, you had to back off. The truth was, the law of the jungle applied here, and even if he was getting scammed by this old bastard, Orson had no choice but to endure. Activate Chaos Magic Tree. It will cost 15 talent points. A system message popped up, and Orson took a deep breath, calming himself. He knew that this job class required a lot of talent points, so he wasn't too surprised by the cost. It was a one-way street now. If he gave up on the task, he'd never be able to awaken the class, which would essentially ruin the character he had worked so hard to build. He had no choice but to go forward. Congratulations, you've become a junior Chaos Mage. The Chaos Magic Tree lit up, with layers of gray mist swirling around it, finally revealing the first basic talent, Chaos Magic Ball. Orson was surprised. Even after awakening an S-class job, there was no world announcement. He realized it had to do with the incomplete scroll. For now, this wasn't truly the awakening of an S-class job. Is this an enhancement to regular attacks? Orson wondered as he checked the talent description. Chaos Magic Ball. Effect changes regular attacks to Chaos Magic Ball, where basic attack skills will carry the main attributes of water, fire, wind, and earth elements. Water element, lifesteal currently level 1, 1% lifesteal. Fire element, burn effect currently level 10, 10% burn maxed. Earth element, slow effect currently level 1, 5% slow. Wind element, attack speed boost currently level 1, 0.2 attack speed. This talent is a bit ridiculous, Orson massaged his temples. He didn't want to admit that this talent was overwhelmingly powerful. Chaos Magic Ball essentially combined the benefits of 4 elemental types into one, allowing him to trigger 4 unique effects with each attack. If these individual talents were used separately, the effects would be pretty average, except for the fire element's burn damage, which was immense due to Orson's high mana pool. But when combined, it was explosive. The lifesteal from the water element, when raised to level 10, would provide 10% lifesteal. If he dealt several thousand damage per second, the amount healed could easily reach a few thousand. However, since this was a fourfold talent effect, each upgrade required 4 talent points. To max it out, he would need 40 points. Since Blazing Burn was already maxed, he still needed 30 more points to max this one. Orson looked at his second Chaos talent. Chaos Chain. Effect fuses multiple elements together, giving a 0.5% chance to trigger a Chaos Chain. For 5 seconds, the target affected by the chain will take double true damage. Double true damage. Well, I can't deny that this 10,000 gold spent was a bit worth it. Orson chuckled awkwardly. It was hard to escape the true fragrance law. The downside was that it also required 4 talent points per upgrade, and the triggering probability was pretty low. He had only 10 talent points left, so he maxed these 2 talents. In total, maxing both would require 70 talent points. This wasn't like gaining regular stat points, as each level up only gave 1 talent point, even for an S-class job. Most talent points came from special quests, and Orson had no doubt that he would be able to acquire them. However, the biggest issue was still the Dragon King's Horn and Titan Eye. If he couldn't get those within 6 months, no matter how much effort he put into improving his Chaos talents, everything would be for nothing. This was a high-stakes gamble. If he won, he'd get a god-tier job. If he lost, he'd lose everything. Whatever, I'll go with it for now, Orson muttered to himself. Good, my chosen disciple. As always, my judgment is impeccable. Flame Fawcett walked over with a grin and started fondling Orson's face like he was examining a piece of meat. Of course, who are you, the great sect leader? Orson forced a smile, clearly irritated with the old man's condescending actions. Yes, my young disciple, your future is in your hands. It's up to you to complete the tasks within 6 months, Flame Fawcett grinned, leading Orson to the next part of his plan. Orson didn't care about the old man's antics. Instead, he lifted his staff and fired a basic attack. The Chaos Magic Ball launched, a burst of elemental magic flying towards the dilapidated church. Fire, water, earth, and wind exploded, triggering multiple effects at once. The half-collapsed wall of the church crumbled. What are you doing? Flame Fawcett's expression changed immediately, rushing over to stop him. Orson moved to the side, coldly smiling. You wanted to repair the church, right? I'll help you demolish it first so you can rebuild. With that, 2 stone vines, powered by multiple elements, burst forth from the ground and began wreaking havoc inside the church. It didn't take long before the entire church was in ruins, its foundation completely ripped up. The scene was utter destruction. Orson wasn't done yet. He summoned the flame dragon and set the village on fire. The surrounding villagers rushed out, yelling and asking for compensation. How dare you do this? Flame Fawcett yelled in fury, his face turning red. Orson feigned innocence. Sect leader, don't worry. The Chaos Sect is rich and powerful. Burning down a few houses is nothing we need to clear space for the new church. You burned down what? Flame Fawcett's face turned purple. Orson laughed loudly, enjoying the moment. He knew the villagers couldn't hurt him. Since he hadn't attacked any of the NPCs, they wouldn't retaliate. Only a few dozen houses. It's nothing. The Chaos Church should be the largest and most luxurious in the Empire burning. The houses is just making space for the new church. Orson kept talking, burning down every building in the village, making sure Flame Fawcett knew that he was in charge. Flame Fawcett was beyond furious, his blood pressure skyrocketing, as he futilely tried to manage the situation while villagers cursed him out. Madman, hey buddies, you there? I've got a question about Class Awakening. Orson was wandering around the village, testing out skills on monsters. I'm here. Did you unlock a hidden class? Kind of, Madman replied. I'm still debating whether to take it. Why? Is it not good? Orson was curious. Madman hesitated, then said, it's an S-tier class, but it feels kind of sneaky. It's practically useless in PvP. If it were you, would you take it? Orson was puzzled. To his knowledge, no S-tier class was weak, especially not for rogues. Being sneaky was in their nature. Don't tell me it's another lockpicking class. Orson frowned. In their past life, Madman had chosen a lousy lockpicking class that had tanked his combat potential. Otherwise, his expertise as a rogue could have rivaled Blank's. Hey, don't bring that up again. Anyway, this time I didn't pick the lockpicking one. But the Beggar King gave me an S-tier hidden class, Madman complained. Okay, so what's the unique feature? Orson asked. Madman hesitated. It's a stealing. The class is called Master Thief. Orson's jaw dropped. Holy crap, does the skill description say something like, has a chance to steal from any living target, including bosses and NPCs? Yeah, how'd you know? Isn't there supposed to be very little information about hidden classes online? Madman was confused. I've studied class guides pretty thoroughly, Orson quickly replied, trying to move off the topic. Take it. Immediately. This class, if used right, is insane, Orson said decisively. The Master Thief S-tier rogue class was renowned for its game-breaking potential. It could steal items from any target with a mere touch, ignoring level or power differences. The catch: you had to make physical contact with the target for 3 seconds. As proficiency increased, the success rate went up. And against bosses, it could even steal their attributes. In some ways, Master Thief was stronger than many SS-tier classes. Are you sure? Good thing I didn't reject it outright, Madman said, still hesitant. After all, the 3-second touch requirement sounded simple in theory, but was hard to pull off. And if the target noticed the theft, the thief would suffer a severe stat debuff, making them easy prey. Trust me. Take it now, Orson urged. Madman reluctantly selected Master Thief, but not without warning Orson. If this class turns out to be trash, I'm going to leech off you for the rest of my life. You don't know how lucky you are, Orson teased. Admittedly, Master Thief wasn't a direct combat class and leaned more towards exploration. But with Orson's support, Madman could use his skills creatively. With a smirk, Orson thought, if I threaten the target with a staff to their head while Madman steals, wouldn't that basically be robbery? Madman interrupted his thoughts. By the way, check out the auction house prices for magic resistance potions. What's up with them? Orson asked. You'll see. Following Madman's suggestion, Orson pulled up the listings. A small fire resistance potion costs at least 50 silver. Are they robbing banks? His jaw dropped further when he checked the fire immunity potions. Each one cost a full gold coin. These potions nullified fire damage for 10 seconds and were crafted by player alchemists at a mere 10 silver cost. In the past, during the First Guild War, these potions only sold for 20 silver. He refreshed the list. A player had just posted 100 potions, but within seconds, only 32 remained. Are alchemists making that much money? Orson wondered, questioning his gaming expertise. 3 or 4 hours' work nets the guild's alchemists 200 gold, Madman explained. Haven't you figured out who's driving the demand? It's me, isn't it? Of course it's you. Who else has such ridiculous AoE damage, you freak? Orson laughed. So Usher came up with this as a countermeasure, huh? Madman warned him, if your damage output falters, we'll be in trouble. You've got 120 frontline players now, but they'll still be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. I'm betting at least 4 guilds will target us. Relax. Just focus on preparations. Leave the overall strategy to me, Orson replied confidently. Don't blame me if it goes south, Madman quipped, though Orson knew he'd yell the loudest during a fight. After the chat, Orson went back to hunting high-level monsters. With 4 hours to go until the dwarf blacksmith delivered his equipment, he focused on raising his soul seal proficiency. The Heavenly Spirit's right eye still needed about 3,000 kills to hit 50,000 proficiency points and advance to the next level. Combining this with the Chaos Magic Ball would create devastating effects. As for the guilds buying out resistance potions to counter him, they might suppress his blazing burn effect, but he had 3 other elemental passives waiting for them. Corrupted Antelope, level 28. HP 9,000. Attack 350. Skill Charge. Orson targeted the beast and launched a Chaos Magic Ball. Minus 820. Slow Burn. Attack speed boosted. Life Steal triggered. The Corrupted Antelope was engulfed in chaotic flames. Water element effects manifested as leeches, draining its life force. Orson's status bar gained the blessing of the Chaos Mother, amplifying his effects with multi-layered buffs. You've killed a Corrupted Antelope. 400 EXP. You've killed, Regular monsters fell instantly to Orson's attacks, while even elites barely survived 2 rounds of burning. He advanced toward the swamp banks, where level 25 elite monsters, corrupted crocodiles, spawned. One crocodile with 30,000 HP emerged, its blood-red eyes locking onto him. This area was seldom visited. Without a strong tank, the clustered elites could wipe out a party. Chaotic tides. Orson raised his staff, summoning waves of blood-red chaos energy. The crocodiles turned on each other, biting their kin. Damage numbers popped up in rapid succession, chaos lasting twice as long as before. Blazing Burn triggered within the chaos, turning a control skill into an AoE damage dealer. As more crocodiles gathered, up to 30, Orson summoned the Flame Dragon. The chaotic-infused creature spread destruction indiscriminately, its power amplified by gray chaos mist. Suddenly, a black chain shot through the battlefield, binding one crocodile before splitting into dozens of links, ensnaring all nearby. Chaos Chain, Orson muttered, watching in awe. At the chain's center, a spectral figure of the Chaos Mother appeared on a platform. The crocodiles, as if possessed, swam towards her. True damage. True damage. What? The chains vanished in a flash, releasing a massive burst of true damage. Every crocodile in the area was slain. Is this talent really that terrifying? Orson was stunned. Based on practical combat, Chaos Chain wasn't just a simple double true damage effect. It seemed to have a hidden effect of a 2-second group drag. For a skilled mage, 2 seconds was enough to cast 2 rounds of spells, which could be decisive in PvP battles. The only downside was that for Chaos Chain, each level up only increases the activation chance by 0.5%, and even at max level, the trigger probability only reaches 5%. Of course, in a 1v1 duel, this probability was a bit like gambling with your life. But in a chaotic battle, it could be quite frightening. If you keep dealing damage at a high frequency, a single slip-up could lead to true damage control that could kill you. The mutated crocs in the area were wiped out, and Orson continued to hunt for monsters. However, his speed was so fast that after clearing 1 round, he had to wait for the next spawn. Soon, a large, empty zone appeared in front of him. Too slow. The monster farming efficiency was much slower than expected. After a full 3.5 hours, he had only killed 2,000 elite monsters, and his soul seal was still 700 short of leveling up. It seemed that the dream of leveling up his soul seal before the guild's stronghold battle was shattered. However, if other players knew how efficient he was, they'd probably curse him for days. For the current players in this area, they'd be overwhelmed by the mutated crocs, and if they're not careful, they'd get bitten to death by the crocs, who were excellent at crowd control. Looking at the time, there was still an hour before the battle began, and the guild members were starting to gather at the Stronghold War preparation area. At the NPC's gathering point, it was bustling. A massive group of players blocked the main road, and there were 10 different sub-areas, with hundreds of thousands of players getting ready for the battle. Bradley, damn, can you be a little more active as the guild leader? The people are almost here. We've got 3 level 20 elite squads ready. Isn't that awesome? Almost done. My legendary weapon should be ready now, Orson replied. Wait, what? Legendary weapon? Bradley was shocked and immediately asked. Madman, damn, so you've been busy making a legendary weapon. What level is it? God of Iron Cavalry, damn, you're tough. How much did it cost? I'll go make one too when I have time. Just you. Go sleep. Do you think legendary weapons are like cabbages? There are only 9 on the weapon leaderboard, all owned by Guild Big Shots, Bradley sneered. God of Iron Cavalry, don't look down on me. Everything is possible in infinite dimensions. Orson, hearing the ongoing bickering, didn't want to tell them it was actually a legendary 3-piece set. Level 20. I mean, if I'm lucky, I should be able to take a legendary weapon into battle. Orson smiled wryly, uncertain whether Vagender had tricked him. Wild Gale, looking forward to your performance, guild leader. Texas Musk, we need the Melee King to lead us to victory. Gingerbread House Gatekeeper, yes, with the Melee King, taking down 3 or 4 strongholds will be a piece of cake. Please carry us. Melee King. Orson looked confused. Hee, stop chatting, hurry up. You're the last one we're waiting for. Bradley laughed mischievously. Many new faces had joined the guild, but Orson couldn't accept the title they had given him. He wasn't sure what went wrong. Orson entered Pondenorland City, heading straight for the Dwarven blacksmith's shop. Standing at the door, Orson furrowed his brows because he noticed the blacksmith's shop was closed. Shit, does this game have any normal NPCs at all? Orson was enraged, seriously doubting that the damned dwarf had failed in crafting and had run off with his elven diamond. Not willing to give up, Orson, filled with rage, kicked the door. It wasn't even locked. Walking into the dark blacksmith's shop, Orson began feeling around. "You damn dwarf, come out and face me." "Here already." A tired voice responded. Orson froze, almost disconnecting in fright. In the corner, he saw a dark figure, nearly scaring him out of his wits. Upon closer inspection, it was that damn dwarf, Vagender. Turning on the magical light, the workshop became much brighter. Vagender looked exhausted, bloodshot eyes, chugging beer into his stomach. "Failed?" Orson asked, seeing his disheveled state. He had originally planned to confront him, but seeing Vagender in such a sorry state, Orson couldn't bring himself to be angry. At least Vagender had compensated him with the will of the battle beast. Even if the crafting failed, he could always find more materials and try again. Eventually, he'd get it right. "Done." Vagender shook his head, crossed his short legs, and began an ultimate humble brag. "I didn't expect it to be so easy. Maybe it's because the equipment level is too low, and it wasn't difficult for me." "Shut up," Orson laughed helplessly, letting out a long breath of relief. According to Vagender, he had never crafted equipment with relics as the main component. His estimated success rate was only 40%, but the actual crafting success rate turned out to be 80%, likely due to the hidden properties of the relics doubling the chances. Vagender handed the equipment to Orson. It was a brilliant blue staff, slightly extravagant in design, with the elven diamond embedded at the tip. Holy Power Staff, Holy. Quality, Legendary. Level 20. Class, Mage. Spell Power, 600. Attack Speed, 1.1. Crit Rate, 15%. Effect 1, reduces skill cooldown by 30%. Effect 2, 20% chance to trigger 2 extra normal attack skills. Set activation, Unique Awakening Skill, War Roar. Effect consumes 1000 MP to grant allies a Roar Aura. Within 10 minutes, critical damage is doubled, life recovery speed is doubled, and life leech increases by 5%. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. This skill is quite powerful. Orson's heart raced. The staff perfectly inherited the attributes of the Elven Diamond, with top-tier base panel stats for its level. But the most insane part was the War Roar Aura skill. Doubling critical damage, if paired with Bradley, his double crits would trigger double crit damage, which would be incredibly frightening. Add in the Fox Clan accessories, with the Awakened Skill Swiftness, reducing cooldowns by 10%, and the staff's 30% cooldown reduction. The Roar buff's downtime would be just a few minutes. It was a game-changer in group battles, greatly boosting the strength of guild members. For Orson, with his Fox Clan's Awakened Skill Thunderclap, 100% crit rate for 1 minute, if stacked with the War Roar's double crit damage. In just 1 minute, Orson was confident no guild could withstand his relentless assault. The other 2 pieces of Holy Power armor were also great, with stats surpassing his Fox Clan robe and shoulder armor. The 20% resistances were raised to 30%, with significant increases in defense and health. However, compared to the legendary staff with the word Holy in its name, the armor clearly lagged behind by more than 1 level. After equipping the new gear, Orson checked his character panel. Name Orgod. Race Human. Level 27. Spell Power 920. HP 5700. MP 49,200. Attack Speed 1.3. Agility 40. Defense 240, 30% resist. Crit Rate 28%. Range 49, 22 meters. Remaining Attribute Points 350. Remaining Skill Points 100. He spent the 350 attribute points he had accumulated, adding 180 points to attack power, bringing his panel attack to 1100. The remaining 170 points were distributed evenly between health, agility, and attack speed. Attack speed reached over 2, allowing him to attack twice per second. This high attack speed was beneficial for Chaos Chain, and the staff's multi-strike effect required frequent damage output to trigger. Health increased to 6,000, comparable to an average A-level class. Agility was raised to 60, with a 2% increase in crit rate, reaching a total of 30%. After putting on the new gear, Orson packaged and listed the 3 pieces of Fox Clan Mage set for sale in the auction house. After finishing these tasks, Orson opened the blacksmith's door and prepared to meet up with the guild members. However, just as he opened the door, his expression changed slightly as he saw several old acquaintances from the SSR guilds blocking his way. "Sorry, Orson. You won't be able to participate in this stronghold battle." Wedge smiled at him, but there was a flicker of coldness in his eyes. "Orson, I don't know him, get out of my way." Seeing the SSR group, Orson waved his hand impatiently, pretending to be boss by and pulling some distance between them. "We've been tracking you for a long time. We saw you change your disguise outside the city." "Stop acting," Wedge said with a light laugh, calmly staring at him, with no immediate intention to act. Orson's expression shifted slightly. It seemed like they had some kind of leverage. Given the output he had displayed so far, he could easily send the SSR group to the respawn point, but Wedge, being the scheming woman she was, wouldn't be unaware of this. "Master, I think you'll disrupt the balance of this battle. It's better if you don't participate." Snowdream stepped forward, speaking calmly. "Master." Orson furrowed his brows and chuckled mockingly. "I'm not worthy to be your master, Snowdream, the main member of SSR and the annual newcomer king." Snowdream's cheeks flushed. She had risen through the ranks of SSR, all thanks to Orson's personal guidance. But she knew she had deeply hurt him. Her involvement in the match-fixing scandal was undeniable. Snowdream didn't respond, but her silence, still maintaining the confrontation, clearly showed where her loyalty stood. "Why waste time talking to him? Let's just move already," Reaver snorted, wearing legendary armor and speaking with the confidence of someone at the top. Orson's eyes turned cold, and with a smirk he said, "I've told you, not only will I participate in this base battle, but I'll make sure you don't capture a single point." Orson waved his hand and casually removed his imperial robe disguise. Reaver's face changed in an instant, his voice filled with shock. "The number 1 on the legendary weapon list, it's in this bastard's hands." To surprise his old foes, Orson had chosen to remain anonymous on the gear leaderboard, but now, it seemed there was no need for secrecy. Not just the legendary weapon, he's also wearing 2 pieces of armor. Wedge's face turned serious as she noticed Orson's gear, 2 other legendary items, the 20-level power sanctum shoulder pads and the robe, also ranked number 1 on the armor sublist. Currently, a single legendary piece was worth a fortune. SSR wasn't one of the wealthiest guilds in Infinite Dimensions, with only 2 legendary items in total, one in her hands, the staff, and the other on Reaver's body, the battle armor. Not to mention that Orson had a full set of 3 legendary items, significantly enhancing his practical combat abilities. The Power Sanctum Legendary, set with the Fox Clan Hero set, 3x3 double activation skills. "I could walk all over Pondenorland City with these," Orson said, exuding confidence. "Who dares to stop me?" Orson's tone remained emotionless, and as he walked out of the blacksmith's shop, his aura became so powerful that it left the SSR members feeling suffocated. "I dare." A loud shout came from behind Orson. He turned cold as he saw a level 20 thief trying to sneak attack from behind. Just one person. Orson's mind raced. Although the SSR group was powerful, they had already experienced total team wipes before. So why would a single thief dare to sneak up on him? Something was off. Orson activated his sun's shield to block the attack. The thief's damage was ineffective. The thief, known as Gold Farmer number 17, grinned, suddenly feinting a move and quickly throwing a concealed weapon. This trick was nothing to Orson. He easily predicted the flying trajectory of the weapon with a single basic attack. But unexpectedly, after his attack hit the weapon, the Chaos Magic Ball shot straight through it and struck the thief. Critical hit minus 1,900. Burning minus 4,800. Gold Farmer number 17 was easily killed. Orson raised an eyebrow. Hidden weapon had struck him as well, but instead of simply dissipating, it grew like it had a life of its own, rapidly expanding into a pair of white shackles that tightly locked his hands. This felt oddly familiar. Wasn't this the magical inhibitor shackles he had been bound in before when he was caught by NPCs? Warden's special skill, Mana Seal Cage, triggered. You will be unable to use any attacks, items, or skills for 20 hours. Orson's heart sank as the message appeared, his face showing a hint of confusion. The Thief Hidden Class Warden. One of the worst 20 hidden classes in Infinite Dimensions. The Warden class was indeed weak, with a mere E rank rating. Not only did it offer little in terms of stat boosts, but its special skill, Mana Seal Cage, could only be used once in a lifetime. Orson had seen this class on the forums before and had thought it was basically useless. Anyone who picked this hidden class was essentially throwing away their chances. Orson shook his head. Infinite Dimensions doesn't have bad classes, just bad players who don't know how to make use of them. Not bad, just go talk to the management for your character compensation, Wedge said, gesturing toward the thief's corpse, which had already been deleted by the player. Haha, have finally caught you. Try to call for backup again, you arrogant bastard. Reaver laughed maniacally, confident that, no matter how strong Orson was, he was now trapped and helpless. We'll tell Anley about this great news. Let that fool enjoy it for a while, Reaver sneered. What top-tier magic user? The so-called Phoenix guy, now reduced to a chicken ready for slaughter. Shut up, show some respect, guys. We owe our current SSR to him, don't forget, one of the SSR members commented. Orson remained calm despite their taunts. He had dealt with far worse in his past. After all, he had once been slandered as a match fixer, enduring the wrath of millions of online trolls. Using my teammates as pawns just to trap me for 20 hours, Orson smiled grimly. Nice strategy. Wedge was no stranger to dirty tactics. She had been the one who framed Orson for the match-fixing scandal. Without cunning, she couldn't have pulled that off. Since you've managed to form your own guild and have all this good gear, you must be pretty wealthy by now. Wedge smiled sweetly, a victorious glint in her eyes. Your sin value should be over 5,000, so we should get a lot of good stuff from you. Reaver, his bloodlust evident, eyed Orson as he drew his dual blades and stepped forward to finish him off. Suddenly, a sharp wind blade sliced between Orson and Reaver, creating a jagged line on the ground. Reaver glared, "Are you crazy? Watch your mouth, Reaver. We agreed only to trap him and stop him from entering the base battle. Are you planning to go back on your word?" Snowdream's voice was stern as she raised her staff. Fake hypocritical bitch, get out of my way, Reaver shouted, ignoring Snowdream's warning as he charged toward Orson. I said no. Snowdream's voice was ice cold as she summoned a gust of wind. The Wind Envoy, class ability activated, greatly enhancing her combat strength. Sorry, Wedge gave a signal to her teammates, and 6 high-level players positioned themselves in front of Snowdream. Still lying to me. Wedge, do you even have any credibility left? Snowdream's face turned pale as she glared at Wedge. This is serious. I'll explain everything to you later. Wedge's expression turned hard, signaling Reaver to act. Ha is still talking about credibility with this woman. Pathetic. Orson didn't show any fear as Reaver charged at him. With a cold look, he glanced at Snowdream and said, "Stop pretending. Our relationship ended the moment you joined the match-fixing scandal." Snowdream's face drained of color. His words hit her like a lightning strike, shattering the last vestiges of hope she had. Son of a bitch, die. Reaver roared, his dual blades glowing with enchantments as he swung them in a devastating arc. Orson's lips curled into a smile, and just as the dual blades were about to strike his face, he waved his hand. Sorry, we'll see each other in 20 hours. In the blink of an eye, Orson vanished from the battlefield, forcibly disconnecting from the game. Vanished? How is that possible? The SSR members stood frozen in shock. They couldn't understand why a player could disconnect mid-battle like that. Even if someone pulled the plug on their game system, their character would remain in place for 5 minutes as a penalty to prevent players from using disconnections to avoid death penalties in battles. Damn it, that idiot didn't inflict enough damage to trigger a combat state. Wedge's face darkened as she quickly realized what had happened. She hissed, "Get the gold farmers to stand guard at his respawn point. The moment he logs back in, we kill him." Orson. I don't know him, get out of my way. Seeing the SSR group, Orson waved his hand impatiently, pretending to be boss by and pulling some distance between them. We've been tracking you for a long time. We saw you change your disguise outside the city. Stop acting, Wedge said with a light laugh, calmly staring at him, with no immediate intention to act. Orson's expression shifted slightly. It seemed like they had some kind of leverage. Given the output he had displayed so far, he could easily send the SSR group to the respawn point, but Wedge, being the scheming woman she was, wouldn't be unaware of this. Master, I think you'll disrupt the balance of this battle. It's better if you don't participate. Snowdream stepped forward, speaking calmly. Master. Orson furrowed his brows and chuckled mockingly. I'm not worthy to be your master, Snowdream, the main member of SSR and the annual newcomer king. No Dream's cheeks flushed. She had risen through the ranks of SSR, all thanks to Orson's personal guidance. But she knew she had deeply hurt him. Her involvement in the match-fixing scandal was undeniable. Snow Dream didn't respond, but her silence, still maintaining the confrontation, clearly showed where her loyalty stood. Why waste time talking to him? Let's just move already, Reaver snorted, wearing legendary armor and speaking with the confidence of someone at the top. Orson's eyes turned cold, and with a smirk he said, I've told you, not only will I participate in this base battle, but I'll make sure you don't capture a single point. Orson waved his hand and casually removed his imperial robe disguise. Reaver's face changed in an instant, his voice filled with shock. The number 1 on the legendary weapon list, it's in this bastard's hands. To surprise his old foes, Orson had chosen to remain anonymous on the gear leaderboard, but now, it seemed there was no need for secrecy. Not just the legendary weapon, he's also wearing 2 pieces of armor. Wedge's face turned serious as she noticed Orson's gear, 2 other legendary items, the 20-level power sanctum shoulder pads and the robe, also ranked number 1 on the armor sublist. Currently, a single legendary piece was worth a fortune. SSR wasn't one of the wealthiest guilds in Infinite Dimensions, with only 2 legendary items in total, one in her hands, the staff, and the other on Reaver's body, the battle armor. Not to mention that Orson had a full set of 3 legendary items, significantly enhancing his practical combat abilities. The Power Sanctum Legendary, set with the Fox Clan Hero set, 3x3 double activation skills. I could walk all over Pondenorland City with these, Orson said, exuding confidence. Who dares to stop me? Orson's tone remained emotionless, and as he walked out of the blacksmith's shop, his aura became so powerful that it left the SSR members feeling suffocated. I dare. A loud shout came from behind Orson. He turned cold as he saw a level 20 thief trying to sneak attack from behind. Just one person. Orson's mind raced. Although the SSR group was powerful, they had already experienced total team wipes before. So why would a single thief dare to sneak up on him? Something was off. Orson activated his sun's shield to block the attack. The thief's damage was ineffective. The thief, known as Gold Farmer number 17, grinned, suddenly feinting a move and quickly throwing a concealed weapon. This trick was nothing to Orson. He easily predicted the flying trajectory of the weapon with a single basic attack. But unexpectedly, after his attack hit the weapon, the Chaos Magic Ball shot straight through it and struck the thief. Critical hit minus 1,900. Burning minus 4,800. Gold Farmer number 17 was easily killed. Orson raised an eyebrow. Hidden weapon had struck him as well, but instead of simply dissipating, it grew like it had a life of its own, rapidly expanding into a pair of white shackles that tightly locked his hands. This felt oddly familiar. Wasn't this the magical inhibitor shackles he had been bound in before when he was caught by NPCs? Warden's special skill, Mana Seal Cage, triggered. You will be unable to use any attacks, items, or skills for 20 hours. Orson's heart sank as the message appeared, his face showing a hint of confusion. The Thief Hidden Class Warden. One of the worst 20 hidden classes in Infinite Dimensions. The Warden class was indeed weak, with a mere E rank rating. Not only did it offer little in terms of stat boosts, but its special skill, Mana Seal Cage, could only be used once in a lifetime. Orson had seen this class on the forums before and had thought it was basically useless. Anyone who picked this hidden class was essentially throwing away their chances. Orson shook his head. Infinite Dimensions doesn't have bad classes, just bad players who don't know how to make use of them. Not bad, just go talk to the management for your character compensation, Wedge said, gesturing toward the thief's corpse, which had already been deleted by the player. Haha, have finally caught you. Try to call for backup again, you arrogant bastard. Reaver laughed maniacally, confident that, no matter how strong Orson was, he was now trapped and helpless. We'll tell Anley about this great news. Let that fool enjoy it for a while, Reaver sneered. What top-tier magic user? The so-called Phoenix guy, now reduced to a chicken ready for slaughter. Shut up, show some respect, guys. We owe our current SSR to him, don't forget, one of the SSR members commented. Orson remained calm despite their taunts. He had dealt with far worse in his past. After all, he had once been slandered as a match fixer, enduring the wrath of millions of online trolls. Using my teammates as pawns just to trap me for 20 hours, Orson smiled grimly. Nice strategy. Wedge was no stranger to dirty tactics. She had been the one who framed Orson for the match-fixing scandal. Without cunning, she couldn't have pulled that off. Since you've managed to form your own guild and have all this good gear, you must be pretty wealthy by now. Wedge smiled sweetly, a victorious glint in her eyes. Your sin value should be over 5,000, so we should get a lot of good stuff from you. Reaver, his bloodlust evident, eyed Orson as he drew his dual blades and stepped forward to finish him off. Suddenly, a sharp wind blade sliced between Orson and Reaver, creating a jagged line on the ground. Reaver glared, "Are you crazy? Watch your mouth, Reaver. We agreed only to trap him and stop him from entering the base battle. Are you planning to go back on your word?" Snowdream's voice was stern as she raised her staff. "Fake hypocritical bitch, get out of my way," Reaver shouted, ignoring Snowdream's warning as he charged toward Orson. "I said no." Snowdream's voice was ice cold as she summoned a gust of wind. Wind Envoy, class ability activated, greatly enhancing her combat strength. Sorry, Wedge gave a signal to her teammates, and 6 high-level players positioned themselves in front of Snowdream. "Still lying to me. Wedge, do you even have any credibility left?" Snowdream's face turned pale as she glared at Wedge. "This is serious. I'll explain everything to you later." Wedge's expression turned hard, signaling Reaver to act. Ha's still talking about credibility with this woman. Pathetic. Orson didn't show any fear as Reaver charged at him. With a cold look, he glanced at Snowdream and said, "Stop pretending. Our relationship ended the moment you joined the match-fixing scandal." Snowdream's face drained of color. His words hit her like a lightning strike, shattering the last vestiges of hope she had. "Son of a bitch, die." Reaver roared, his dual blades glowing with enchantments as he swung them in a devastating arc. Orson's lips curled into a smile, and just as the dual blades were about to strike his face, he waved his hand. "Sorry, we'll see each other in 20 hours. In the blink of an eye, Orson vanished from the battlefield, forcibly disconnecting from the game. Vanished? How is that possible? The SSR members stood frozen in shock. They couldn't understand why a player could disconnect mid-battle like that. Even if someone pulled the plug on their game system, their character would remain in place for 5 minutes as a penalty to prevent players from using disconnections to avoid death penalties in battles. Damn it, that idiot didn't inflict enough damage to trigger a combat state. Wedge's face darkened as she quickly realized what had happened. She hissed, "Get the gold farmers to stand guard at his respawn point. The moment he logs back in, we kill him." Sighed, "This is relentless." Orson sighed and opened the game pod door, stretching his stiff limbs. After being immersed in the game for so long, even the support from nutrition fluids couldn't fully make up for the discomfort. He was accustomed to the world where reality and virtual reality blended together. But the world of infinite dimensions always gave him a false sense of perfection, like a beautiful thing that was easily shattered. Players in infinite dimensions could die without consequence, but the real world, where the blending of the two worlds occurred, was far more fragile. It was just dawn outside. Orson stretched, heading to the fridge in his villa to grab a bottle of milk for some quick energy. The villa provided by Radiant Shuttle had a beautiful view. Orson stood by the pool, enjoying the sight of the rising sun. The warm sunlight on his face made him feel at peace. Before long, Bradley started spamming messages nonstop. Orson walked into the house and grabbed his phone. "I swear. Orson, can you be a bit more reliable? We've all been teleported to the Savage Mountains. Where are you?" Bradley's frantic voice came through the phone. Orson smiled and replied, "Well, I've been red-carded and sent off. You might have to handle the base battle without me." "What? What did you do this time?" Bradley was startled and angry. Orson explained what had happened earlier, and Bradley cursed loudly, insulting Wedge and the rest of the SSR team thoroughly. "Don't worry, it's not too late. I've been offline for 20 hours, and the base battle will last for a full day," Orson reassured him. Bradley paused for a moment. "Wait, the portal guide will disappear in an hour. After that, you'll have to walk to the Savage Mountains. Are you sure you can make it in 4 hours?" "It should be enough. You guys just do your best. Even if you can't reach me, I'll still be watching your live stream," Orson replied. "You're not planning to watch us fail, are you? Madman said at least 4 or 5 guilds are going to target us. Even though Bradley's strong, we'll be outnumbered," Bradley said, sounding worried. The base battle for Infinite Dimensions was a major event of the year. The game's publishing company, along with major global streaming platforms, would be broadcasting live, marking the rise of top guilds from various regions. Over 500 million viewers were expected. Well, if we fail, so be it. Each death gives us $500, and each kill gives $1,000. Let's make it count and empty out my pockets, Orson teased, eager for the chaos. Orson figured that since he couldn't participate in the battle directly, it would be a great chance to train the guild members. Godslayer was still mostly composed of newcomers, and fighting in actual battles was the quickest way for them to improve. That's the spirit. If I'm going to die 100 times, I'll do it for you. Bradley cheered up instantly at the thought of the reward. After breakfast, Orson decided to text Sienna. He heard she was feeling better today, so he decided to take her out and watch the base battle together. As he was on his way to the hospital, the commercial district was filled with giant posters promoting the Infinite Dimensions base battle. Infinite Dimensions, the battle never ends. This ordinary Saturday morning had already overshadowed almost all other entertainment events. Getting out of the ride-hailing car, Orson spotted Sienna standing in her casual clothes. Her perfectly delicate face and slender figure were drawing attention from passers-by, almost like a celebrity. But her face was unnaturally pale, which worried Orson. The day of her surgery was drawing nearer, and he didn't want to think of any bad outcomes. He could only force a smile, trying to push his worries aside. "Hey, your brother's here." Orson reached out, about to call out to her, when suddenly an excruciating pain shot through his right eye again, the same flashback from the other world he had experienced before. The pain was so intense that Orson almost passed out. He braced himself against his knees, trying hard not to fall down. "Is my eye going blind?" Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath, pulling up his phone's camera to check his eye. A faint blue light swirled over his eyeball, and for a moment, Orson thought it was just a hallucination. "You can see me, right? Aren't we both walking the same path?" A voice echoed in his mind, and suddenly a black-haired young man appeared before him, covered in blood, yet wearing a bright smile. The figure appeared to move through pedestrians, and in the next second, he stood in the middle of a blood-soaked battlefield. A thick black mist filled the battlefield, and the young man let out a maddened scream, "You pests, die, die, die." He wielded a black battle spear and hurled it into the black mist. A brilliant light exploded, and the ground cracked beneath it, causing a deafening roar. Orson's heart raced as he recognized the creatures in the mist, huge, terrifying heavenly demons. He had seen these creatures before. They had slaughtered countless trial takers. Thousands of heavenly demons were wiped out by the black battle spear, and a ray of hope broke through the darkness. But before long, even more demons appeared, crushing the flickering hope. "You! Who are you?" Orson tried to speak, but no words came out. The scene grew even more terrifying. The young man, knowing his time had come, still wore a cruel smile. Then with a swift motion, he gouged out his left eye, followed by his right eye. Two silver beams of light shot into the sky, temporarily pushing the demon army back. Next, the young man knelt on the ground and reached into his chest to pull out his heart, shedding blood tears as he softly whispered, "Find the gift I left for you. Take my hope with you and live." "Hello, bro. Are you okay?" Sienna's concerned voice snapped him out of his trance. The hallucination vanished instantly. "Why are you crying?" Sienna tilted her head at him, taking out a tissue to wipe his tears. Orson gave a self-conscious laugh, wiping away the tears, but still feeling a strange, burning sensation, as if his left eye was linking two different dimensions. "No, nothing. Let's walk in the park first, and then watch the game." Orson smiled, trying to regain his composure. "I want ice cream. You buy it for me." "You can forget about that. You're having surgery in a few days." On the way to the park, Orson felt distracted. He kept thinking about the young man he had seen. Who was he? Why did he say they were walking the same path? Could he also be someone who was reborn like him? But the young man's attire was nothing like a modern person's. It was all too strange. Too much of a coincidence. The super god-grade soul seal he had obtained was called Heavenly Spirit's right eye, and it was his left eye that caused the pain and hallucinations. Orson began to suspect that he might be merging with his character from the game. For others, this would sound like something out of a science fiction novel. But for someone who had experienced a fusion event before, it wasn't that surprising. It was just a matter of time. After all, the existence of infinite dimensions itself was already something unbelievable. Orson absently reached out his hand, trying to cast a chaos magic ball. What are you doing? Just don't eat it if you don't want to. Sienna, walking ahead, got a smack on her bottom and turned around with a face full of embarrassment, glaring at Orson. Then, with a quick motion, she kicked him from behind. The two laughed and played around like usual in the park. Orson couldn't help but smile at her carefree attitude. It was hard to imagine how he had gotten through the 5 years of his past life. On the park bench, Orson bought her some cotton candy and lazily basked in the sun. Sienna suddenly got up, tossed the stick away, and shamelessly leaned into his arms. Orson shot her a look. Got something to say? Stop trying to be cute. No ice cream for you. Big brother, what would happen if I didn't make it? Didn't make it? What are you talking about? Orson was momentarily caught off guard, but Sienna propped herself up and seriously stared at him, saying, I mean, if the surgery fails and I fail. Yarazin kicked the bucket. Sienna rolled her eyes and pouted. Orson was momentarily speechless. He tried to avoid this heavy topic by feigning anger, but Sienna wouldn't let him off the hook. She looked at him seriously, saying, Can you promise me you won't give up on yourself? You have to live well. Orson didn't know what had gotten into her, but he had a strong feeling that this silly girl had some premonition of what was coming. I promise you, okay? Ah, I knew it, you're going to throw a tantrum. When Sienna saw the change in his expression, she immediately jumped up and ran off. Orson sighed helplessly and looked at her retreating back, silently thinking, no matter if I'm reborn once, 10 times, or 1,000 times. I won't let you die in front of me again. The Savage Mountains were vast and wild. In the U.S. battle zone, there were 3 battlefields, over 1,000 guilds, and 99 territories up for grabs. This was not just a battle, it was a bloodbath, a bloodied feast. Who would claim the throne and become the king? Who would dominate infinite dimensions? At the center of the esports stadium, giant screens displayed the battle live, with a crowd of onlookers gathered in a small area. Orson and Sienna found a seat together. OMG Dragon's Kiss Guild's Usher kills over 100 enemies in less than an hour. Just a 6-man team, do they really plan to take down a guild-controlled stronghold? On the screen, Usher, holding a golden bow, looked like the legendary archer who ye descending to the mortal world. He shot an arrow, and a magical light burst forth, sending the frontline tank players flying with immense force. At a distance of 100 meters, Usher managed to target the leader of the opposing guild within a mass of players. -900. Crit -1,800. Crit -1,800. 4 arrows in 1 second, a force to be reckoned with. He even killed the Viper Guild leader in 1 shot. An S-Class Saint Archer is incredible. I heard this hidden class is just as powerful as a dual S-Class hidden class. That attack speed is terrifying. It's over 3.5. He not only knocked back a tank shield wall, but the arrows also have splash damage, hitting 4 mages and leaving them crippled. The commentators exchanged glances, clearly impressed, but this was expected. Usher had spent an entire day and immense resources creating a full set of level 15 legendary gear. Dragon's Kiss Guild was a powerhouse, backed by a top-tier financial conglomerate, and naturally, it had become the darling of the Infinite Dimensions official live broadcasts. The stream was mostly showing Dragon's Kiss Guild attacking strongholds. Kill them. Usher's expression was cold as he pointed at 2 advanced guilds under the Viper banner. There were only 6 of them, but they had the ambition to conquer the world of infinite dimensions, supported by overwhelming strength. Death hail. Ivy, clad in her hero armor, swung her blue magic staff. The 6-pointed magic star shimmered with a cool blue glow. A cold aura filled the air as a blast rang out. Ivy cast her beak-glass spell, Death Hail. Hundreds of huge snowballs fell from the sky, immediately knocking down a large group of enemy players. Skyslasher led a charge, breaking through the enemy lines with his cavalry tank. The two worked together in perfect coordination, their offensive power overwhelming Viper Guild members like wheat being cut down. How are we supposed to fight this? The Viper Guild leader had just been revived by a priest and was immediately knocked down again, his teammates dropping like flies around him. He wasn't badly equipped either, with 3 pieces of hero-tier armor, but in terms of both skill and combat power, the 6 opponents easily crushed them. Retreat, retreat, we can't take Dragon's Breath Fort, damn it, they're all top-tier god-level players. Other guilds, originally planning to target Dragon's Breath Fort, saw the overwhelming strength of Dragon's Kiss Guild and immediately changed course, attacking other strongholds instead. Usher and his six-man team have secured Dragon's Breath Fort, not a single soul dared to challenge them. Spending 10,000 reputation points to build the outer wall was a smart move. This is a stronghold that's easy to defend, difficult to attack. Dragon's Kiss Guild has thoroughly prepared, and no other guild will break in. Yes, but clearly Usher's ambitions don't stop here. Dragon's Kiss Guild's other members are heading to the first battlefield. The strategy guide shows that the first battlefield has the most strategic value. Usher, dressed in brilliant silver legendary armor, stood proudly on top of the stronghold. With the influx of reputation points, the once barren land began to turn into a wooden city. I'll leave this to you. Strategic trickster, don't disappoint me. I've got some scores to settle with Godslayer. Usher spoke indifferently. Don't worry, I've got this. Anyone who dares approach will die, Strategic Trickster responded confidently. The epic rank Soul Seal had boosted his power to the point where a single bow was enough to intimidate any guild trying to steal the stronghold. The live stream cut to the first battlefield. Dragon Mountain's stronghold, said to be the site of an ancient battle in infinite dimensions, was once ruled by a dragon emperor, giving it its name. Damn it, no matter how many I kill, there's always more. How the hell are we supposed to win against this? A voice cursed loudly, leaving the commentators stunned. The players watching the stream burst out laughing. Unbelievable Money Traveler, the light dark swordmaster, killed 134 enemies, higher than Usher, one commentator exclaimed. He's so strong a melee player, managed to kill more enemies than a ranged one. In the chaos of infinite dimensions, frontline melee fighters were always the most disadvantaged profession. Their short reach made it hard to hit fragile enemy players, and they also had to absorb damage for the team. But Light Dark Swordmaster was different. With skills that extended further than most melee characters, his dual crit abilities made him a deadly threat even to tanky players. Dragon Mountain Stronghold was one of the 3 largest strongholds with the most resources, and Madman spared no expense in deploying his forces here. Even Godslayer was turning heads, with Bradley leading the charge. Thanks to their top-tier gear, they wiped out 2 guilds in 1 hour and took control of the stronghold. Meanwhile, the remaining lifestyle players, under Madman and Wild Gale's leadership, tried to steal other strongholds to prevent Dragon Mountain from falling into enemy hands. Money Traveler sat on a large rock, looking down at the crowded enemy forces. At least 3 guilds were closing in on him, and the pressure was mounting. His bloodthirsty captain set was already stained red, its passive ability, Endless Bloodlust, increasing his lifesteal with every kill. Bro, don't move, I can't heal you anymore, the priest called out. Bradley stood up, evading the healing spell. He shot the priest an irritated look. Hurry up with that curse, I'm going back in. The priest, clad in the hero set Orson had given him, looked formidable, but the goat next to him was puzzling. Okay, bro. The priest sighed, casually casting healing on the goat, the green light shining brightly. He then cursed Bradley with a healing debuff. -999. He healed the goat again, cursing Bradley again, reducing his health further. The goat, though seemingly ordinary, was actually a neutral creature the priest had picked up on the roadside. In infinite dimensions, neutral creatures had terrifying health, with over 300,000 health points, making them perfect, sacrificial targets for triggering the Cursed King ability. This strategy had been developed with Bradley. Once the priest's curses started to work, they could greatly reduce the chance of failure and keep Bradley alive for longer. Once Bradley's health dropped to 90%, other healers would top him off. This allowed Bradley to cut through enemy lines without any trouble. He was a one-man army. No one could stop his devastating combat power. Iron Cavalry, something's wrong. These guilds aren't fighting each other. They've joined forces, haven't they? Below Dragon Mountain, 3 guilds had formed a 500-player medium-sized army, all of them glaring at Bradley. Damn it, this S-class is ridiculous. We've lost half our men. It'll be 10 minutes before we respawn. Don't panic, they've only got 1 money traveler to deal with. The rest are trash. Orgod isn't here either. This fake match organizer's guild, everyone's stepping on them. The enemy guilds had turned red with rage, seeing their massive losses in the battle. They hadn't expected to lose so many men, especially with Orgod absent. Kill them, Godslayer must fall. The leader of the attacking army shouted as hundreds of tankers charged up the mountain, launching their final assault. Just you guys. Get out of my way. Bradley, his health restored, leaped from the rock, like a thunderstrike in the middle of the enemy formation. His twin blades were enchanted, and his killing spree was unstoppable. Stop showing off, you fool, I'm coming. Iron Cavalry yelled, charging with his guild members to support Bradley, doing their best to secure the entrance to the stronghold. Otherwise, the enemy's numerical advantage would soon become overwhelming. Bradley was slaughtering his way through enemies, with no one being able to stand against him. But he was also being focused by the enemies. Backline DPS and his health fluctuated dangerously. This is awesome. He consumed a resistance potion, feeling the pressure lessen. His blades fused together as he activated Great Sword mode, standing still and absorbing health from every hit, like an immortal god of war. Suddenly, a sharp arrow shot toward him. Bradley's face turned pale as he tried to block it with his sword. Clang He was pushed back a few steps, but that golden arrow split into 5 midair, each one homing in on him. The split arrows caused 3,000 damage in total, sending Godslayer's priests scrambling to heal him, nearly losing their strongest fighter to a single shot. Not good, Usher's coming Dragon's Kiss Guild's army is on its way. Bradley's eyes narrowed as he saw a 1,000-man army approaching in the distance. Dragon's Kiss Guild. Dragon's Scale. Dragon's Soul. The names of 5 different guilds, all beginning with the word dragon, were now part of Dragon's Kiss Guild's sprawling empire. Usher, riding a black steed, looked like a demon lord descending upon the battlefield. He shouted, "Let Orson come out and fight. I, Usher, offer him a chance to duel me one-on-one. If he wins, I will leave with my team immediately." Usher stood with an aura of unmatched dominance. His expression was like that of a noble prince, and the way he spoke exuded confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. "Despicable bastard," Iron Cavalry's voice rang out in anger. "Usher, I'll fuck your sister," Bradley cursed vehemently. He knew exactly what Usher was doing, taking advantage of the fact that Orson wasn't online, making it look like Orgod was too scared to face him in battle. This was all just to create the illusion that Orgod was inferior, even though everyone knew otherwise. Oh, seems like the Triple Crown champion has his moments of fear. What a shame, Usher shook his head and waved his hand, raising his divine bow high. Kill. Kill, 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 the sound of the command echoed, and Usher's 1,000-man battle squad surged forward with overwhelming momentum, their presence so intimidating that it felt like it would break through the screen and leave viewers in awe. Madman, who had the authority to command, quickly recognized the incoming threat and sent Bradley a message to retreat. "We need to fall back to the Fengki stronghold. We can still fight there." "I'm so pissed off I'll personally chop Usher into pieces," Bradley roared, his anger evident. "Calm down, Bradley. The game has just begun. We'll turn things around once we find the right opportunity," Madman replied, trying to steady him. Bradley took a deep breath and swung his enchanted greatsword, cutting down any enemies in his way. With Iron Cavalry and others, they swiftly retreated to their stronghold, then moved down a side path to escape. Running without a fight, everyone, remember this is the style of Godslayer. Such trash, how dare they occupy Dragon Mountain. Pathetic. Make way for Usher, Dragon's Kiss Guild is here to dominate. Amidst the ridicule and laughter, the guild that had previously surrounded them cleared the way, willingly handing over the stronghold to Dragon's Kiss Guild. At that moment, it seemed like the number 1 player in Infinite Dimensions had already been decided. Let's take a look at the live chat. Yeah, the comments are about to be hilarious. Godslayer is a guild founded by a former champion, but they're getting completely crushed in this battle. I didn't expect the Triple Crown champion to be missing, though. 2 commentators with malicious intent began to stir the pot, their faces filled with disdain. LOL, the Godslayer leader isn't even online for the stronghold battle. 66,666. FCK Orgod, I thought that trash was going to rise, but looks like I was wrong. Haha, maybe the Esports Association banned Orgod, the strongest of Godslayer. The broadcast team worked hard to keep the chat moving, and the screen was flooded with an avalanche of comments. The crowd erupted into harsh laughter. Orson, who had been silently analyzing the situation, was suddenly interrupted when Sienna reached out and covered his eyes, not wanting him to see the ongoing ridicule. "It doesn't matter. Let them laugh if they want to." "I don't care," Orson said calmly, brushing Sienna's hand away with a gentle smile. Sienna, visibly frustrated, huffed. "I don't know who they are, but stronghold battles last all day. Just because they've taken the lead doesn't mean they can hold it. Besides, there are 5 strongholds around Dragon Mountain. It's not a good thing that they've taken this one first, Sienna added, her voice full of conviction. Orson smiled knowingly. Though Sienna didn't have time to play the game, she kept up with the Infinite Dimensions forums and had a keen insight into stronghold battles. Fighting continued, with Dragon's Kiss Guild, SSR, Slaughter, Moonlight Guild, and other top-tier guilds shining brightly on all 3 battlefields. Live streamers knew exactly what the audience wanted to see, so they occasionally cut to scenes where Bradley and his team were getting beaten up. Despite their excellent equipment and tactics, Bradley and his team couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers. It would often take a stronghold, only for multiple guilds to attack them within 10 minutes. During this time, Bradley had killed over 400 enemies, ranking first in kills, but he had died more than 10 times. Several times he had been left stranded without being healed by their little priest, Stuart. When a player dies repeatedly, their respawn time increases, which made Bradley and the team even more vulnerable. Orson watched quietly, knowing that constant failure could push people to their limits, ultimately bringing out their true potential. The battles served as an excellent training ground. Hit and run. We retreat, and when they come after us, we'll hit them again. If they won't leave us alone, we'll make them go mad. Madman had had enough. His strategic training kicked in, and he used classic guerrilla warfare tactics, hit the enemy hard and then retreat, only to circle back when they least expected it. Godslayer's members scattered, forming smaller groups to harass the other guilds. After taking a stronghold, they didn't get greedy. Instead, they would retreat, wait for their enemies to take the bait, and then ambush them. At the same time, they racked up kills to gain merit points, which could be exchanged for rare items. This hit-and-run strategy was infuriating to their enemies, but there was little they could do to stop it. Madman understood that this strategy wouldn't allow them to hold a stronghold for long. If they stayed inside, they'd be targeted by Usher and other guilds, and without the strength to stand firm, they couldn't make any progress. Godslayer is done for. The stronghold battle ends in 8 hours, and they haven't even captured 1 point. The game's already lost for them, a player from another guild taunted. Triple Crown Champion. More like a clown. He's too scared to even fight in a stronghold battle. He should go back to playing Infinite Dimensions. Even if he does show up, what can he do? Infinite Dimensions is not like Sword and Conquest. His time has passed. As the barrage of hateful comments continued, it felt like today was the day the haters had been waiting for. Sienna's face turned bright red with anger. She was so upset that she couldn't even eat her food. She quickly paid the bill and urged Orson, hurry up and go back. I want to see you win. If you lose, you'd better watch out, I'll beat you up. All right, no need to push me, Orson said with a helpless smile. He still had some time before his magic seal could be broken, but he couldn't argue with the girl's persistence. He sent her back to the hospital and returned to his villa. He brewed some tea, took a bath, and everything seemed peaceful. Orson wasn't in a rush at all. He even made himself a bowl of instant noodles before lying down to sleep. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm clock went off, and Orson washed his face, prepared himself, and entered the game pod right on time. Looks like we're about to lose. Madman's voice sounded tired, and he hated to admit it, but it was the truth. The 3 battlefields and 99 strongholds had been fiercely contested. He had led his team to every single one, and while everyone had earned plenty of merit points, they hadn't captured a single stronghold. Without a stronghold, all their efforts were for nothing. Shattered Crown, in the last 30 minutes, you guys come to the Wangshan Pond. I'll give it to you. Madman was surprised. He knew the King family was allied with Orgod and had taken 2 strongholds already, but he didn't expect them to be so generous. Madman, even if I accept, that guy won't. Shattered Crown, why not? Madman, he's too proud. I might accept, but he won't. Shattered Crown had nothing to say in response. After all, with Orgod's pride, he would never accept something like that without a challenge. I'll try breaking through elsewhere, Madman sighed. Most guilds had already reached a consensus. If they captured any stronghold, the guild next to them would come to their aid in defense. Godslayer was being treated like an enemy. No one wanted them to grow stronger. Fuck, Bradley swung his sword through a massive tree, venting his frustration. He wore a golden title above his name, 1000 Kill Enemy, a prestigious title for slaying over 1,000 enemies, but he couldn't enjoy it. I'm about to lose it. I think I'm just going to wash up and go to bed, the god of iron cavalry muttered, yawning. Just as everyone was on the brink of despair, a familiar notification sounded. Beep. Your friend Orgod is now online. A sudden surge of energy spread through the group. Orgod had logged in. If you don't come soon, we're done for, Bradley exclaimed with excitement, immediately shouting in the guild channel. Madman, can you even make it in 4 hours? Most of us have died 7 or 8 times already, and the revival penalty is going to be long. Don't panic. Go find a stronghold and hold it down as best as you can. Just try to stall until I get there. All right, we'll go all in. Madman exhausted all his tactics, unable to find hope for a comeback, but he believed in the unpredictability of a certain crazy player. He was confident that Orson would have something up his sleeve. Everyone stop AFKing, quickly check the minimap, and gather at my position. Madman shouted with all his might. He had never taken such a big hit during his time in military school. He couldn't swallow his frustration now. Texas Musk, I don't know what to say. What use would a few people be? Iron Cavalry, to be honest, we should wait for the next stronghold battle. There's no hope now. Shut the hell up, Iron Turtle, you coward. If you're afraid, just leave now, Bradley retorted angrily. Upon hearing Bradley's outburst, the other guild members fell silent. Iron Cavalry, though, looked helpless. They were stuck in an entirely passive position, and now, even with the guild leader online, morale was at an all-time low. They knew that if they showed any sign of weakness, multiple guilds would jump on them. Don't worry, Bradley. Let's follow the guild leader's instructions. Just hold a stronghold if we can, Madman said, trying to calm Bradley down. They had to make the most of this one opportunity. Madman, don't lose heart. The guild leader has said it, whether we die or kill, we still get paid. You really want to miss out on that. At these words, a smile appeared on the faces of Iron Cavalry and the others. That's right. Even if they died, it wasn't a loss. There was no point in dwelling on whether they'd be crushed or not. The Godslayer members quickly went into action. Meanwhile, Orson appeared in front of the blacksmith's shop. You have triggered the hidden quest, the untold legend. Find the Holy Soul Seal, Heavenly Spirit's right eye. Find the Divine Soul Seal, Titan's heart. Clues unknown. Failure penalty unknown. Orson was taken aback as soon as he logged in. A new quest had appeared in his task list, the Untold Legend. This is impossible. Orson's scalp tingled. He hadn't been online recently and had not gone through any special events, so how did he trigger the follow-up quest for the Super God-Grade Soul Seal? And on top of that, this was one of the highest difficulty quests in Infinite Dimensions. Was this something even a player could complete? Orson felt suspicious. An unease began to gnaw at him, especially considering the scene earlier that morning. The black-haired boy had said it was a gift for him. Damn, this bastard really logged in. The magic suppression cage effect should have worn off. What do we do? Quick, inform Ziyu, the guild leader. The match fixer's back online. A few barking voices interrupted Orson's thoughts as he noticed more than 10 SSR gold farming guild members standing around him, not even participating in the stronghold battle. These were just like the gold farmers from his past life, players from SSR who weren't valued by the guild. Their purpose was simply to serve the big shots and ensure they had food on their plate. Orson knew well how hard the gold farmers worked, and he didn't want to make their lives any more difficult. We outnumber him, who cares, let's do this. Is that the former pro player? The one I hate the most is these pro gamers. To Orson's surprise, these players, seemingly not fearing for their lives, pulled out their weapons, eager to fight him. Can't blame me for this, Orson sighed lightly. The frontline knight raised his shield to block damage, while the backline priest was ready to heal. Several archers also took aim, unleashing a barrage of arrows to try and lock down his movements. 2 earth mages began casting spells to slow him down. Orson shrugged, clearly uninterested in dealing with their antics. He cast Chaos Magic Ball, and it collided with the knight's large shield. The 4 elemental effects triggered. Crit damage reduction minus 1,400. Burned. Dead. The underequipped knight was easily dispatched, even with his shield up. The Chaos Magic Ball's burn damage still got through. The gold farming guild members gaped in disbelief. One basic attack killed a B-tier holy knight. Orson casually waved his hand, and a dark red chaos star materialized. He summoned a flame dragon, and as the holy power sanctity staff glowed, two more flame dragons emerged from the magic circle. Double skills split. Every single skill has full damage. All the players who witnessed this scene were left in shock. 3 flame dragons descended, sweeping through the area, sending everyone within a 50-meter radius flying. Hundreds of fireballs flew in the air, ruthlessly shredding any living targets. Is that Orgod? Why is he not participating in the stronghold battle? He's so damn strong. What a waste. With such power, he doesn't even dare to step onto the stronghold battlefield. Now the whole internet's laughing at him. Some bystanders lamented as they watched him turn and leave. Orson walked out of Pondenorland City. Since the teleportation NPC had vanished, he could only choose to run through the map. The map of infinite dimensions was vast, and the wild mountains were located on the border of the Light Dragon Empire. Without a teleportation array, even running for 10 hours would still not be enough to reach it. So, Orson decided to fly there instead. Death Mountain, level 30 elite monster area. Orson climbed to the peak, where a cluster of winged lizards appeared before him. Crimson Lizard, level 30. HP 50,005,0000. Attack 750. Skills Bite Flame Ball. These creatures had red heads, and their necks could release large areas of flame balls when they attacked. They were adept at launching surprise attacks while flying. Several crimson lizards spotted the intruder and screeched as they stood on the cliff. Orson raised his staff, and Mud Pit cast a slowing effect. 2 stone vines formed a crisscross dome, trapping the small monsters and preventing them from flying. With an attack speed of 2, Orson fired off 2 basic attacks per second. He cast chaos magic balls, easily clearing out the crimson lizards. Suddenly, a low growl echoed as a much larger lizard, twice the size of the regular ones, flew above Orson. This giant lizard flapped its wide greenish-white wings, sending the smaller monsters fleeing. It exuded the intimidating aura of a sky ruler. Crimson Lizard King, level 30. Elite Creature. HP 300,000. Skills Rapid Speed Flame Controller Claw Rip. The Crimson Lizard King opened its mouth and spat a brown, sticky liquid. Before the liquid even hit the ground, it turned into a terrifying fire pillar. The heat caused the ground to crack. Orson smiled calmly. The skill was similar to the Dragonkind's signature breath attack, just much weaker. He activated Whisper of the Wind, summoning a flame dragon. The Crimson Lizard King reacted quickly, dodging the flame dragon's strike and circling overhead, attempting to incinerate Orson. Orson sidestepped the fire pillar, and with the aid of Whisper of the Wind, began kiting the creature. Frustrated, the Crimson Lizard King charged down, using its claw rip skill. Wind God Sigh. Waves of green energy spread, and the wind quickly intensified, forming a green whirlwind that pulled the Crimson Lizard King from the air. Smash damage minus 20,000. The Crimson Lizard King crashed to the ground with a scream. Orson immediately backed up and continued hitting it with basic attacks. Gray Chain appeared, and Chaos Chain triggered, delivering double true damage for 5 seconds. True damage double crit minus 2,200. True damage burn double crit minus 9,300. Under the Berserk damage, the Crimson Lizard King was reduced to low health. At this point, Orson suddenly stopped and summoned a blood contract, which appeared in midair like a magical contract. This was part of the basic beast mystery he obtained from Vagender. Basically, it was a beast taming contract. Seeing the blood contract, the Crimson Lizard King let out an angry roar. It spouted a fire pillar to destroy the contract before it could fully materialize. Your beast aiming level is too low. The success rate for taming an elite boss is under 3%. The system message appeared, but Orson didn't avoid it. He activated 2 solar shields to block the damage. The higher the level of the monster, the harder it was to tame. Orson had anticipated this, but he had the patience to exhaust the Crimson Lizard King. Mounting tool number 1, you're not listening. Orson shrugged helplessly, pulling back and waiting for the Crimson Lizard King to passively recover its health. When it reached 20,000 HP, Orson hit it with a basic attack. The chaos fire spread, and the giant lizard howled in pain. Another blood contract flew toward it, only to be destroyed again. This continued for half an hour, and the Crimson Lizard King was left with no mana, yet it still couldn't pose a threat to Orson. Mounting tool number 1, this is your last chance. Make the most of it. Orson's patience was wearing thin. If it didn't work, he would just tame a smaller elite monster, where the success rate was higher. The blood contract appeared again. This time, the Crimson Lizard King hesitated. As a flame controller, it had been tortured so much that its body was scorched, with no good flesh left. It was humiliated, but had to admit, the human in front of it had the strength to crush it. The blood contract glowed brightly and entered the Crimson Lizard King's head, causing its health to rapidly regenerate. Congratulations, you have successfully formed a beast contract with the Crimson Lizard King. A gray beast icon appeared on Orson's interface, indicating the unlocking of his battle beast feature. Looking at the Crimson Lizard King, now docile like a silly goose, Orson took out a rare saddle from his bag, Will of the Battle Beast. The saddle was pitch black, with a war flag of the Grey Dwarf King and 4 ancient battle drums hanging from it. Orson mounted the Crimson Lizard King, and as he did, the sound of drums rang out, stirring the blood of anyone who heard it. The voice of a ghostly firebow echoed in the air, creating a perfect balance of grandeur and ferocity. Here I come. Opening his minimap and marking the wild mountains, the Crimson Lizard King soared into the air, spreading its 7 to 8 meter wingspan, and with a swift whoosh, it flew over Death Mountain. First battlefield, the Godslayer Guild fought fiercely. Under Madman's command, the defense line of the Guild World Dominators was torn apart. Bradley snapped to attention, raising his sword and roaring, "Damn it, let's kill them." Iron Cavalry, Wild Gale, and other melee players quickly followed, charging into battle against the 300-strong guild members of World Dominators. With the help of the small priest's curse healing, Bradley's stats doubled, and he dove into the enemy ranks like a thunderclap, cutting through them like a force of nature. It was no exaggeration to say he was unstoppable. Madman led his assassin team, a group of 12, in stealth, sneaking into the enemy's stronghold to target the enemy's backline DPs, who were hiding behind their tanking players. The World Dominators Guild wasn't weak, but they were facing a group of lethal players. The top 10 rookie kings, led by Iron Cavalry, were all notorious kill machines from various MMORPGs. Every player was a skilled technical expert, and they weren't afraid to fight more than one enemy at a time. "Real men don't run, let's have another fight," the leader of World Dominators shouted as he and his surviving troops retreated, but not before declaring that Bradley and his guild should wait for them. Bradley and his team smirked. These guys are obviously running to call for backup. This wasn't the first time it had happened. Various large guilds had attempted to encircle them in the past. They never left them an escape route. "Hold the line," Madman sighed. With just 2.5 hours left in the stronghold battle, they still hadn't seen Orson's return. Even though they shouted in the guild chat, there was no response from him. "Hold until the end, we'll get the revived players to come to Chaos Rampart as quickly as possible," Bradley said. At this point, their only option was to hold out. They had no other choice. "Whoever's gear broke, come over here to get it fixed," Madman shouted. In the stronghold battle, no equipment or experience would drop upon death, but if a piece of equipment was repeatedly attacked, it would eventually break, requiring repairs at the blacksmith. 20 or so players gathered around, and Madman couldn't help but sigh. "I don't have that much gear left. Here, just take these." With that, Madman tossed a bunch of blue-quality items out of his bag, at least 10 pieces. "Gold. Vice Guild Leader, you've been dropping gold." A large bag of gold coins came flying out as well. The players were momentarily stunned, but Madman quickly snatched the bag back, coughing awkwardly. "Oh, forget you saw that. Seriously. You really know how to steal." "No wonder their backline was dying so slowly. I thought you were looting stuff," Bradley messaged privately, cursing Madman for being underhanded. "Madman, shut up. I'm just practicing my skills for my Master Thief class. It's all for leveling up." Madman clearly felt guilty. The S-rank Master Thief class was notorious for being hated by others, so he didn't want to draw too much attention to it. If they weren't in the middle of a stronghold battle, he would have gone after the World Dominators Guild leader, who had purple equipment earlier. "Damn it, we're finished. With this many enemies, are they here for the stronghold battle, or just to wipe us out?" In just 10 minutes, enemies from 3 guilds had surrounded Chaos Rampart. World Dominators players who still had survivors were also among them. "Where's Orgod? Tell him to come out and face me," a woman's voice caught Madman's attention, and he frowned. "What's going on? Who are these people from the L and H Guild? Why are they here to attack us?" "Elder Escalator, I've been holding on to my grudge since that Rookie Village incident. I've been waiting for this day. Ugh, Orson, what the hell did you do? This woman really holds a grudge, doesn't she? Is she counting that rookie village incident? Bradley groaned. Haha, Elder Escalator is getting stronger and stronger. How could we not be there for the street rat hunt? The SSR Vanguard Guild is here, Thunderstrike laughed. Damn it, SSR is here. The guild members froze, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. SSR was a household name in the US, one of the top esports clubs. Players who made it into SSR were all elite-level pros, a far cry from the previous guilds they'd fought. Madman's expression changed. His strategy of winning with fewer numbers heavily relied on the fact that their main fighters were seasoned veterans. But against SSR, he felt somewhat lacking. Why are there so few of you? Elder Escalator scowled at Wild War, as SSR had only brought one small battle group, with players only in their early 20s. Don't worry, the main forces are still behind. After we take the 4th stronghold, the guild leader will join us, Wild War laughed. The 4th stronghold. The Godslayer Guild members sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't even secured one stronghold, while their opponents had already taken 4. While SSR couldn't match the financial power of the top guilds, their numbers were overwhelming, with almost all members being pro players, each with far superior battle skills than regular players. Sieging and taking down ordinary players was basic for SSR members. Why aren't they attacking immediately? The small priest asked weakly. Madman stared into the distance, his face grim. Those bastards are stalling for time. They want to wait until the last minute of the stronghold battle and crush us, leaving us with no time to launch another attack. Where the hell is Orgod? Madman privately messaged Orson again. How many enemies are there? Are SSR and Dragon's Kiss Guild here? Orson, who had been silent for some time, finally responded. Madman's face changed. SSR has brought a small team, but their forces, there are probably about 1,100 of them. What the hell did you do to make so many people want to kill you? If Orson had been there, Madman might have been tempted to strangle him. Thinking back to the initial plan where they expected 4 enemy guilds, Madman now wished he could slap himself. At least 7 guilds were already against them, and more were gathering. That number isn't too bad. I didn't do anything really. Honestly, maybe it's just my charm, Orson sent back with a thinking seriously emoji. Shut the hell up, Madman cursed. On the other side, Orson was dealing with a tricky situation, which was why he hadn't been able to respond right away. Having a flying mount was every player's dream, but the skies of infinite dimensions were far more dangerous than the ground. A moment of inattention could cost you your life. Riding the Crimson Lizard King, it seemed unbeatable in the sky, but in reality it was still vulnerable. As he reached the edge of the Wild Mountains, he was ambushed by a bloodline dragon. Though it was just an elite monster, it was level 50 with 200,000 HP, far stronger than the Crimson Lizard King. Orson retaliated, but just as they were fighting, a massive Leviathan beast appeared. This creature, resembling a giant whale, was thousands of meters long, covered in monstrous white scales. It inhaled and lightning crackled, as if it could devour the sky itself. The Leviathan beast casually devoured the bloodline dragon with one bite, then shot through the sky with a flash of lightning, disappearing from view. Orson was drenched in cold sweat. The Leviathan beast was a beast of domain-level power, according to the lore. It had once been a pet of the ancient titans. Meanwhile, back at the first battlefield, a white-robed woman riding a white horse entered the Chaos Rampart, and the crowd erupted into cheers. S-rank Spirit Priestess, no wonder SSR can dominate, they've only lost less than 10 players so far. US region's top priest, no way Orgod is on her level. My goddess, how can she be so beautiful? The one who arrived was Wedge, leading SSR's battle group. Wedge, already a high-profile esports star with immense beauty, drew the adoration of fans, especially the hardcore ones who rushed to take photos with her. Wedge smiled gracefully, handling the fans with poise, greeting each person and posing for pictures. The game is nearing its end. Has Orgod logged in yet? A gentle voice asked. My god, are you kidding me? The Godslayer Guild members felt a chill run down their spines, and then Dragon's Kiss Guild and SSR appeared together in the distance. Everyone knows Orgod's notorious deeds. He may have come from SSR, but his existence is nothing but a stain on SSR's reputation. Wedge's face was full of sorrow, and this scene was broadcast to the national audience, causing everyone to empathize with her. With a sigh, Wedge softly spoke, the esports community doesn't need the false glory he brings, and neither does infinite dimensions. Well said, Wedge, continue your journey with Empire. Anyone standing with Orgod is insulting US esports. Godslayer members quit the guild. At the same time, an announcement appeared for everyone to see, and Usher coldly spoke. Does Orgod dare to face me in a fair battle? Just beat me and I'll give you a stronghold. Usher and Wedge rode side by side, looking like an inseparable couple, truly an enviable sight. They exchanged a smile, their acting skills flawless. I'll protect Orson's honor. Sorry, madman. I can't take it anymore. Bradley clenched his sword with a determined expression, tears welling up in his eyes. Only he truly understood how much Orson had endured over the years. Madman wanted to stop Bradley from stepping in, but he didn't know what to say. Your goal wasn't just to crush Godslayer, it was to destroy them mentally, to expose Orgod for what he truly was, and make him the enemy of all players, a laughingstock, a clown. I'll fight you, Bradley suddenly shouted, his voice full of momentum, resounding across the battlefield. Bradley, go. Maybe he has a chance against Usher. The Godslayer members perked up. Even though Usher was equipped with a full set of level 15 legendary gear and was an S-rank holy archer, Money Traveler's stats, who had earned the title of 1,000 kills, were no slouch either. And they had a hidden trump card. Female Dorm God's Soul Seal, left hand of the Curse King, would boost Bradley's attributes beyond everyone else. Usher's not that easy to deal with. In previous battles he hardly fought, but his kill count has already passed 600. Madman muttered to himself, his expression serious. If Usher were just a rich player, that'd be fine, but his skills were at a near-professional level. Light and Dark Swordmaster won on the kill board. Usher stared over, shaking his head. You're strong, but you're not the opponent I'm looking for. Do you think you can challenge Orgod? First get past me. Bradley jumped forward and charged straight into the battlefield. His impressive movement speed stunned other guilds. Madman, stay close and fight, don't let him kite you, be careful. I got it. Bradley chuckled coldly, his boosted stats giving him great confidence. If they were mobbed, they had no chance, but a one-on-one duel might just allow them to hold their ground. Say something, dare you face me. Bradley pulled out his dual light and dark swords, getting into an aggressive stance. His 1,000 kills title shone above his head. Usher, don't underestimate him, this guy just took down 20 of us in one go, almost killing with a single blow, WD's guild leader warned. Usher looked back at him indifferently, his eyes full of disdain. Skyslasher scoffed, don't compare my boss to you, trash. Fine, then don't go back on your word. The stronghold belongs to us. WD's leader gritted his teeth, saying, trying to suppress his anger. Of course I always keep my word, Usher said with a faint smile. This was a garbage stronghold at the edge of the first battlefield, but Usher didn't care. His purpose was clear, to completely obliterate the so-called Godslayer Guild and ruin Orgod's reputation once and for all. I may have influence in the army, but in this game world, I'm the true god, Usher sneered inwardly. Usher elegantly dismounted from his horse and took up his golden bow, still not giving up. Fine, I'll indulge you. You're not in the best shape, are you? Since it's a fair fight, let me help you out. Wedge smiled and waved her staff to cast Mana Dispersion. Bradley was shaken as 2 beams of light enveloped both him and Usher, removing their buffs. Damn that sneaky woman, this is bad. Madman and female Dorm God exchanged looks, cursing under their breath. They had hoped to use the curse buffs to mess up Usher, but Wedge had seen through it. Usher wore all level 15 gear, while Bradley's Bloodthirsty Warlord set was 20 level, but legendary equipment at level 15 outclassed 20 level hero gear. Even though both were powerful S-rank players, Usher was level 24, and Bradley only 21. Bradley was at a disadvantage in terms of level. Trying to play mind games. You're still too young. Reaver laughed mockingly, noticing the sharp drop in Bradley's movement speed, meaning the black debuff on him was strong. Bradley's face darkened, and he tightened his grip on the sword. Even though the buffs were gone, it didn't shake his confidence. He charged at Usher, knowing that his only chance to win was to force the opponent into a close-range fight. Golden Split Arrow. Usher grinned and used the Golden Bow's awakened skill. This was the skill that had previously caused Bradley so much trouble. Bradley charged forward at full speed, staying calm when the golden arrow came for him. With sharp focus, he swung his dark sword to block it. Swish. The arrow split into 5 midair, and all 5 came straight at him again. Reverse slash. Bradley quickly slashed 3 times with his holy sword, the divine light dazzling as his speed exceeded his normal limit. The 3 split arrows turned into dust, and he leaned forward, dodging one arrow while using his high health to tank the last one. -900. Usher raised his brows. Bradley's ability to block the arrows surprised him. Previously, he had never blocked a single one. Such thick health. Usher felt uneasy. 900 damage, and Bradley only lost a sliver of health. This was abnormal. Onlookers gasped, watching as Bradley, with a murderous expression, charged at Usher. He swung his sword. -700. Damn it, no crit's legendary equipment really is broken, Bradley cursed. 9,800 health. That's even higher than the Tank Knights. How is a guy in a purple set have so much health? Did he put all his points into health? But his damage isn't bad either. He just hit Usher for 700. Skyslasher and the others were stunned, realizing that this guy was no joke. You're actually good, I'll admit that. But you're not the opponent I'm looking for. Usher said calmly, stepping back, trying to create some distance. Run, damn you. Bradley swore, using his wind thunder step to keep up with Usher's speed. Lion's Cleave. Deadly Strike. Crush Magic Combat Art. In a short time, 7 or 8 skills came down on Usher, a dizzying array of attacks. This guy, how many skills does he have? Even if he has the money to buy skills, how does a warrior with limited mana use so many skills? The crowd was in shock. Though many of Bradley's skills missed, he still took a lot of damage from Usher's counterattacks. Fancy tricks all useless. Usher backed off casually, his agility over 200 points, able to perform unbelievable dodges and maneuvers. You don't understand anything. Bradley's eyes flashed with killing intent, undeterred by missing his skills. Usher's face changed slightly as he realized something was wrong. His movement speed was much higher than Bradley's, but he couldn't shake him off. He was being relentlessly pursued and dragged into sustained combat. He's using skill-based movement. This guy he might actually win. Madman was stunned, realizing that Bradley, despite his previous cluelessness, had actually figured out how to handle Usher's attacks. Light and dark unites. Bradley's eyes sharpened. He closed in on Usher, combining his swords into one massive sword and unleashing his ultimate skill. The terrifying cross-shaped sword beams were unstoppable. Double crit -1,400. Double crit -1,400. What the hell is Usher about to be killed? Never seen anything like it. This white-haired swordsman is so strong. Even in legendary gear, this kind of damage was enough to overwhelm anyone, even Usher of Dragon's Kiss Guild. Usher's expression froze as he was forced to retreat. Dragon's Kiss Guild's leader was killed. The players were all stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Bradley stood proudly in front of Dragon's Kiss Guild's army, shouting, "Who do you think you are, challenging me and Orson? Damn you. I must be hallucinating. Why are there 3 Ushers?" Before Madman and the others could cheer, a cold voice came from behind Bradley. "Is this how you think you've won?" Bradley turned stiffly, his eyes wide with shock. Usher's body was still on the ground, but now there were 2 other Ushers standing beside it. Holy Archer Technique, Holy Clone. Both Ushers spoke in unison, their faces calm with smiles. To force me to use my hidden skill, you should be proud. This Bradley was speechless, his face pale. 2 identical golden bows locked onto him, and the storm of arrows forced him to stand still, unable to escape. With a furious roar, Bradley tried to resist, but in the end he couldn't escape death. Usher looked at the fallen body with a smile. "Wedge, please revive him. He doesn't seem to have learned his lesson." Wedge raised her staff coldly and revived Bradley, but his health was only at 10%. Bradley cursed, "Damn it, Usher." Still not convinced. "Then let's continue." Usher's cruelty left Godslayer's members completely dumbfounded. This is what happens when you go against Dragon's Kiss Guild. The battle announcer gloated, and players from other guilds laughed mockingly. Another priest revived Bradley, only for him to be shot down by 2 more arrows. "Killable but not humiliated, you bastard. Go save Bradley." Madman's eyes turned red with fury. Though Money Traveler often stole his girls, Usher and the others' actions were downright despicable. This is too much, this isn't a fair fight. The small priest and others were livid, and even knowing they would die, they charged out of the stronghold with madman. At that moment a golden text flashed, interrupting everyone's actions. It was an area-wide announcement. If you can win in a fair duel, it will be your skill. But if you stand by and watch my brother get bullied, I, Orgod, will return the favor 100-fold. The sound of monstrous roars reverberated, and everyone's faces changed in shock as they looked toward the horizon. Boom, find exclusive stories on Empire. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of war drums rumbled from a distance, with a primal, ancient feel. The drums seemed to come from ancient times, and as the frequency increased, they began to resonate with the heartbeat of the listeners. Boom, boom. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of oppression swept across the entire first battlefield. The three-time champion, Orgod, someone in the allied army, shouted, and everyone's faces were filled with surprise and fear. That man, he had arrived. Despite being alone, it felt as though he brought an army of millions, just because he had once built an esports dynasty. That was all. Where are the haters now? Speak up. Why are the haters quiet now? Aren't you good at talking trash? 666. Orgod's entrance isn't ordinary, but what can he do? Oh, the fake Match King is here to save the day. I'm so scared. On the live stream of the Stronghold battle, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, and the battle reached a new peak. A dragon-like creature flew by, with a person standing on its back. His appearance sent the audience into a frenzy, and whether they were haters or fans, everyone was ecstatic. The three-time champion, missing for 22 hours, had appeared at this very moment. Such a dramatic scene left even the three commentators stunned. A flying mount. Holy crap, that's a level 30 elite boss. He actually tamed it as a battle beast. Battle beast feature isn't unlocked until level 35, but how is he already using it at level 26? If this isn't cheating, I'll eat shit upside down. On the first battlefield, the players surrounding Godslayer went crazy. While most players were struggling to run around on foot, and only a few wealthy players could afford mounts, this guy above had not only a flying mount, but a flying battle beast. Usher's expression shifted, and he frowned at Wedge. This is what you said, he can't come. I said theoretically he couldn't. Wedge furrowed her brows, just as shocked as everyone else. She had no idea how Orgod had done it, even taming an elite boss. Take that bastard down. This isn't his place to show off. Elder Escalator from L&H Guild, who had a grudge with Orgod, smirked at him. You dare kill my beloved Elder Escalator. I'll show you what happens when you mess with me. It's just one person, don't you dare do anything about it. The other guild members snapped back to reality. There were so many, with the main forces of SSR and Dragon's Kiss Guild supporting them. No matter how strong Orgod was, he was still just one person plus a boss. What was there to fear? Hundreds of magic beams and arrows shot toward the sky. Orgod remained calm, and Crimson Lizard King flapped its wings, rising to over 200 meters. As expected, most of the attacking players had limited range, and once their attacks exceeded the range, they missed, losing their accuracy. Damn, a flying battle beast. He really knows how to use it. Madman couldn't help but smile in admiration as Orgod toyed with the enemy's hundreds of ranged DPS players. You can't change anything by yourself, Orgod. Usher said. Wedge added, that's right. This game doesn't need your involvement, and SSR doesn't need someone like you. Please show some self-respect. Coordinates 321.82, Dragon's Kiss Guild formation, Bradley suddenly shouted. What do you mean by giving coordinates? Ivy looked confused, and Skyslasher shook his head. We have so many people, no matter what tricks he pulls, today Godslayer will be disbanded. Coordinates 266.133, L&H, WD, and a gathering place for random players. Bradley ignored them and continued reporting coordinates. Bradley laughed loudly, adopting a heroic tone, and shouted again, Old bro, go ahead and shoot at me. Got it, good job, you idiot. Orgod replied with a smile, shaking his head. Then his expression turned serious, and the dark red hexagram rapidly expanded. Usher and the others looked up and saw a strange red glow emanating from it, making it hard to breathe. Isn't this the technique that wiped out Saint Slayer Syndicate? Usher's eyelids twitched as he sensed danger. People from Saint Slayer Syndicate had claimed to be wiped out by an unknown attack, but from the analysis of the skill set, Usher strongly suspected it was Orgod. Spread out, everyone, spread out, Usher shouted, commanding his guild to stay as far away from the hexagram's coverage as possible. It's too late. Orgod's voice seemed like a death knell, spreading across the battlefield. Godfall heavens descent. Orgod's long hair fluttered wildly as his staff became a star-like light, glowing intensely, and his magic power boiled. Fall meteorite. A massive meteorite, wrapped in chaotic mist, fell from the sky with sparks and lightning. Seeing this, even without their guild leader's commands, the players below instinctively began to scatter in fear. Don't panic, everyone gather around me. Wedge commanded. The combined forces of SSR and Dragon's Kiss Guild quickly gathered around her, and over 100 shield-bearers raised their shields to protect the rear. Divine blessing. Wedge chanted, and holy light enveloped everyone around her. This magic was also A-level, greatly reducing incoming damage for a short time. You're really unlucky. Even with 20% dual casting, you still ran into this. Orgod smiled slightly. The Holy Spirit priest was strong, but compared to him, she was still far behind. His eyes glowed with intensity, and with a flick of his hand, he dominated the battlefield. Before the first meteorite hit the ground, a second one appeared. This time, even Wedge's face changed. Then the third meteorite appeared from the chaotic hexagram. Wedge felt a chill run down her spine as a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Even though she had immense confidence in her protective skills, could they really stop this kind of quasi-curse level attack? What the hell is this? How do you play this game? Even if you exploit a bug, it's not this terrifying. The players from the other guilds didn't have a Holy Spirit priest to help, and over 1,000 players were terrified, running like ants on a hot pan, desperately trying to escape. This level of magic attack, how was it any different from the SS-level forbidden spells described on the official website? If they didn't run, they'd be dead for sure. Keep shouting then. Shout it out loud. Orgod said calmly, ruthlessly striking L and H Guild as his first target. Elder Escalator, what the hell is this bastard doing? Boom! Deafening explosion sounded as the meteorite shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Players screamed as they fell to the ground in an instant. Hundreds of damage numbers scrolled across the screen, and at least 200 L and H players were killed either by direct hits or by the scattered debris. Orgod's achievement points skyrocketed, and in just one encounter, he climbed into the top 100 of the kill leaderboard, his ranking rapidly rising. Come get your revenge. Do you insects even deserve it? Orgod sneered, looking indifferently at L and H Guild. The ants are dead, the giant doesn't need to care. The second meteorite crashed into the SSR Dragon's Kiss Guild alliance. Under the protection of the holy light, the meteorite didn't shatter, but most of the damage was blocked. Seeing this, Orgod smirked. He quickly sped up the third meteorite, crashing it into the first one. The collision erupted with a burst of blinding light. Boom! The two meteorites exploded, sending chaotic fragments in all directions, recklessly harvesting the lives of the enemies. Over 2,000 players from several guilds were hit, and less than half survived. This was still the result of the meteorite's large size and long descent time, which gave many players a chance to escape. Otherwise, hardly anyone would have lived. Madman, this is getting crazier each time. I'm stunned. Female dorm god, my god bro is invincible, ha ha ha. SSR's thighs, I'm hugging them. Iron Cavalry, looks like, will be delaying the resignation for now. Wild Gale, this player is unbeatable. No matter how many times he dies, watching this fireworks show is worth it. Godslayer's members collectively swallowed. To them, Orgod wasn't even human anymore. His output was so overwhelming that even NPCs would be stunned. When the dust settled, the battlefield was filled with souls flying about, a scene reminiscent of tadpoles searching for their mother. Oh, this didn't kill them. What the hell? Madman screamed in frustration. To their surprise, Usher and Wedge hadn't died. The elite members of their guild were badly injured, but they quickly recovered, with no serious damage to the core of their army. Orgod wasn't surprised. He sighed lightly, level dropped by 5, skill effects doubled. The Holy Spirit priest is really annoying as long as she's willing to rebirth with experience. Wasn't she level 24? How is she only level 19 now? Madman looked at Wedge, who looked a bit worse for wear, puzzled. In fact, when the meteor strike hit, Wedge made a bold decision. She deliberately removed all her equipment protection, allowing Usher to shoot her down with one arrow. Then she used her Holy Spirit Priest's exclusive skill to revive, at the cost of losing 5 levels, temporarily boosting all her attributes by 2 times. This allowed her to barely survive Orgod's Berserk output. This is a level Earth magic, Celestial Descent, a large-scale AoE effect. Even though I don't know how he managed to replicate 2 identical skills, I can tell the cooldown for this one is very long. Wedge's mental fortitude was impressive, as she immediately analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent's skills. Take this opportunity to strike the S-Class Light Dark Swordmaster idiot is dead, and it's just Orgod now. There's no way they can turn things around, Reaver said in a low voice. Yes, it's better that some annoying pests died. We can still take a stronghold, said Donut Wizard, holding a red staff looking disdainful. The other SSR players nodded. They were ambitious, and if they took 5 strongholds, their achievement would be enough to rival Dragon's Kiss Guild. Apart from the other guild players who were fleeing, they still had over 1,000 members in their alliance, each one a battle-hardened elite. This force was enough to flatten any guild in the first battlefield. A mere Godslayer guild remnant was nothing to fear. Riley, what do you think? Wedge's sharp gaze turned to Snowdream, who had been silent since the stronghold battle started, but her kill count was already up to 500. Snowdream looked up at the dragon shadow in the sky as if talking to herself. He doesn't do things without confidence. His appearance means he's ready. Confidence. On the first battlefield, I am the confidence, Usher snorted coldly. SSR's members exchanged confused looks, but Usher slowly said, I'm disappointed in you all. You're not better than me. Damn it, can't you speak properly? Without our guild leader, you would have been crushed by a meteor, Reaver snapped angrily. Shut up, Reaver. Wedge coldly interrupted, and then smiled sweetly at Usher. Not being able to trap Orson completely was my mistake, but I believe Usher's methods and foundation will make it a minor issue. After hearing these words, Usher's expression softened. He looked at the SSR members indifferently. To him, these professional players were merely tools to be used. In the SSR guild channel, Reaver, this bastard is no different from Orson, an arrogant fool. Donut Wizard, forget it, stop talking. No need to argue with the rich, foolish masters. But currently player range is limited. Does Usher have any tricks to take him down? Wedge asked curiously, her face showing a naive smile, while Snowdream cursed under her breath. Wedge was not only scheming, but also exceptionally good at disguising her true intentions. Her coy, charming demeanor was hard for most men to resist. Usher remained calm, ignoring Wedge's playful tone, and snapped his fingers. How is the progress on the barrier? Boss, we're almost ready. A female player from Dragon's Kiss Guild answered, flanked by 3 other 20th level mages. With most of Dragon's Kiss Guild's battle members over level 23, these lower level members stood out. A-level hidden profession, Barrier Master. Wedge's eyebrows furrowed. She had researched this profession, but couldn't get any solid intel. It seemed Dragon's Kiss Guild had 4 of them. According to the Infinite Dimensions setting, the Barrier Master class had mediocre offensive and defensive stats, making it almost useless for solo players. However, Barrier Masters could set up magical barriers that not only provided mass defense, but could also trap enemies and continuously damage them. The only downside was that setting up a barrier took time, and the best solution was for multiple Barrier Masters to work together. Barrier Magic, Fury of Winter. The female Barrier Master chanted, and the other 3 followed suit. A frosty hexagram enveloped the battlefield, and 4 light curtains rose, causing snowflakes to swirl and the temperature to plummet. Damn, why is it snowing? Madman reached out to touch the snowflakes, and immediately took 50 damage as his arm began to freeze. Great, now Barrier Masters have come out. Orson stood on top of Crimson Lizard King, with his sun's shield above him like an umbrella, blocking the snowflakes. Crimson Lizard King's flight altitude is reduced due to the effect of the barrier. The light curtains began to compress, and Crimson Lizard King's flight height began to drop, now limited to about 100 meters above the ground. Orson raised his hand and sent a simple attack. MLSS. This barrier is restricting movement, with frostbite and slowdown effects, Orson muttered, frowning. The battlefield began to shrink, and Crimson Lizard King's movement was severely restricted, unable to go much higher than 100 meters. Usher sat calmly on his black steed, raising his hand to signal Dragon's Kiss Guild's SSR alliance to enter the barrier. Boss is amazing, I knew there was a reason we had so many Barrier Masters. I didn't expect them to be used like this, Skyslasher exclaimed. Usher really is something, Wedge said with a smile, and the SSR members were all a bit surprised. They had always looked down on wealthy players, but this man seemed different. His intentions were clear. He wanted to limit Orson's range and stop him from being able to act freely in the air. How do we deal with this? This damn barrier is still draining health. We're stuck. Can't break the barrier. We're done for, they're going to crush us. Madman and the others tried, attacking the barrier to no avail. Their faint hope was extinguished. Under the cover of Fury of Winter, the Godslayer members trapped inside the stronghold couldn't escape the barrier, and the enemy had them trapped. However, Orson smiled indifferently. Once the barrier was set, even the barrier masters couldn't disrupt it for a short time. Thus, this became not just their prison, but also their opponents. Orson descended to the ground and stood at the front of his team, raising his staff. Fight to the death. Fight to the death, Madman hesitated, but then shouted loudly. Damn Bradley, can't you yell louder? Bradley shouted while running around the map. Shut up, Bradley, you don't know what's going on. Don't talk nonsense, Iron Cavalry angrily retorted. The Godslayer team watched the massive allied forces before them, their heartbeats quickening, but their voices lacked confidence. Orson didn't blame them. They only had about 200 members, many of whom were casual players, and only 2 small elite teams. They thought they couldn't win, which was a reasonable conclusion for normal players. But Orson wasn't a normal player. As they neared the 1,000-meter mark, Usher suddenly halted his advance. He raised his golden bow high, exuding a kingly aura. With the name of the saint of archery, I burn the last of my holy blood to grant the archer the vision of the eagle, Usher proclaimed loudly, his voice as powerful as a dragon's, stirring the crowd. Wedge immediately responded, saying, with the name of the war Saint Crocker hail. I grant the warrior eternal strength. Stay updated through Empire. 4 beams of divine light descended from the sky. The 2 guild leaders spent 20,000 prestige points to activate their guild buffs. Warriors 300. Archers crit range 20%. Mages 1,000 mana. Cavalry 300 defense. Oh my god, this is it. This is the ultimate move. No way that tyrant who can wipe the whole map in seconds will have any chance of winning. Seeing this, the audience got goosebumps. Under the divine light, the Dragon and Sky Alliance roared like a tsunami, spreading far and wide. Trying to stack buffs against me. From a distance, Orson's face took on a strange expression. Madman and female Dorm God eagerly looked at him. Not much prestige, so let's save it. I'll spend 100,000 points first, Orson said lightly. 100,000 points. Everyone was stunned. All of them combined didn't have 100,000 points of prestige. Consume 3,000 prestige points to gain the blessing of the War Saint. But what trash? Orson opened the guild battle skills panel, and when he saw the last buff, he smiled. This one works. Crazy battle intent surfaced on Orson's face, and a voice from the realm of gods and demons echoed across the first battlefield. The eternal, unyielding fire of vengeance. In my name, Orgod, burn all enemies that dare challenge us and forge an everlasting empire. Bloodred halos appeared around everyone, and Madman and the others gaped in shock. All their attribute panels surged as the slow debuff from Fury of Winter disappeared. Texas Musk, leader, this is too obvious. God of Iron Cavalry, seriously, turn it off already, it's too fake. Global announcement, Godslayer Guild leader Orgod consumes 100,000 prestige points to gain the guild buff, the Supreme Dynasty. Within 1 hour, all guild members' attributes will increase by 50%. Negative states like stuns, slowdowns, and knockbacks will be nullified, and everyone will be granted 1 full health revival chance. Player G. Can someone tell me what just happened? Player H, 100,000 reputation. Who still says Orgod isn't a game designer, I'll lose it. Player K, my stomach hurts from laughing, this guy really can't let go. The World Channel was flooded with question marks, as the 100,000 reputation points were burned in an instant, leaving everyone stunned. Some guild leaders still fighting on the battlefield were left in confusion, unable to understand Orgod's desperate struggle. From every angle, even with the high-level guild buffs added, Godslayer's chances of winning still seemed slim. Usher's expression changed. He had underestimated Orson's determination to hold the Chaos Domain, and coldly said, "It's like an ant trying to shake a tree." What difference does it make if a bunch of trash players get their attributes boosted? Don't underestimate it. This is a full attribute boost, enough to turn casual players into main fighters, Wedge reminded him. Usher said nothing more, dismounting with a cold, murderous aura on his face. Charge flatten them for me. The 1,000-strong army surged forward toward the Chaos Domain with a deafening war cry, their momentum formidable. What are you waiting for? Everyone get in there, rip off Wedge's clothes, Madman shouted, his tone creepy. Yeah, I'm going to have a close encounter with her. Go cut them down, let Bradley die in peace, let him rest easy. Wait, he's not dead yet, hold on, don't kill him all the way. A group of players began making lewd calls. Bradley, hearing this, cursed loudly in the channel, but no one paid him any attention. Dancing giant boobs, who can kill those female mages on the other side? I'll send private photos to the top 3, let's go. Little Bean, I'll take selfies, who wants them? Kill 2 and you'll get them, smash them. Madman, I love you, babies. The girls, get lost, pervert. Madman. Orson was stunned. A group of female players was actively offering themselves, and their shouts were even fiercer than the male players. The crowd was full of passion, seemingly ready to tear their enemies apart. Godslayer abandoned their base defense and launched a brutal melee attack. What tactics? What strategy? It didn't matter anymore. Killing 1 enemy was a victory. Killing 2 would earn them bragging rights in the guild. Why not go for it? I'm speechless. You guys are the real big brothers, Orson thought to himself. What kind of players did this guild recruit? How come no one here was as righteous as he was? With that, the flame dragon appeared 800 meters away, crashing into the enemy lines, disrupting the Alliance's formation, and acting as a vanguard for his berserk teammates. Magic immunity potion. Usher snorted coldly. The 1,000-strong army moved in unison, collectively drinking potions to counter Orson's passive burning effects. Fire magic immunity. Well, sorry to disappoint, I'm a chaos mage. Orson's eyes flashed with a spark, and the violent flames surged. With a flick of his wand, a death spell was cast, summoning 2 stone dragons that erupted from the ground. They knocked over more than 10 melee players, throwing them to the ground, inflicting deadly fall damage. Wedge's face turned cold as a storm of magical blades began to descend from the sky. The Alliance was temporarily stalled in the heavy downpour. Magic dispersion. She waved her legendary staff, instantly removing the negative buffs. Mud pit. Orson's cold voice rang out, and a large area of swamp covered the battlefield, trapping SSR's players once again. He continued to stand 800 meters away, launching plane attacks on designated targets. Minus 1,700. Critical hit minus 3,400. The damage is insane, I can't take it anymore. Even though the Alliance had guild buffs and Wedge's Holy Spirit mage resistance boosts, the frontline knights were still struggling to hold up against Orson's amplified output. In the blink of an eye, 6 melee players had fallen. On the other side, God of Iron Cavalry and Wild Gale began to fight back. Wild Gale, with his unmatched skill, took on 3 enemies at once, killing 3 in a row, his eyes red with battle lust. Iron Cavalry slammed his large shield, creating a powerful gravitational pull that drew enemies in from all directions. Backline mages and archers desperately cast their skills into the crowd, and even though the enemy priests were healing quickly, the concentrated fire from all directions was still overwhelming. Dragon's Kiss Guild has such great equipment, how can they not hold up? They're finished. The damage ratio is 1:5 compared to Godslayer, no, even higher. Spectators in the crowd were shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Despite the overwhelming advantage in numbers, the 2 powerful guilds were being crushed under the relentless assault. They're too scared of Orson. All their attention is focused on him. It's no surprise they're charging ahead, ready to be wiped out, one commentator helplessly explained. Not good, the guild leader's position has been exposed. An SSR knight suddenly panicked. Wedge, who had been safely surrounded in the center, saw all the melee defenders fall around her. Protect, Wedge, Reaver yelled, leading his people to try and block the gap. Seeking death. Orson snorted coldly, activating Whisper of the Wind, further enhancing his attack speed and casting speed. With the full attribute boost, he had truly become a spellcasting machine gun. A barrage of chaos magic balls, mixed with several splitting explosive fireballs, rained down on Reaver and his team. Boom, boom, boom. minus 1,600. Critical hit minus 2,650. Wedge's expression froze. Even her healing aura couldn't save Reaver from this terrifying output, which exceeded all her expectations. As soon as she used Resurrection to bring Reaver back, the sound of clanking iron chains could be heard. Gray chains began to rapidly spread from Reaver, and the Chaos Mother was seen floating on a stone platform. Chaos chain triggered. Spread out, don't cluster together, Wedge quickly shouted, sensing the impending danger. I can't move. Reaver panicked as his teammates were also bound by the chains and were being forcibly dragged toward the stone platform. True damage double crit minus 5,000. True damage double crit minus 5,000. Thud, thud, thud. Orson timed the moment the magic immunity potion wore off, and surrounded by chaotic mist, he struck. Almost every basic attack took down a player's head, and no one could stop him. I wonder how many levels you have left to lose. Orson's eyes turned cold as he glanced over the battlefield. The disadvantage in numbers had been temporarily mitigated by the powerful buffs, but he needed to add fuel to the fire. Facing the combined might of multiple guilds, are you content with this? Orson shouted. No, we're not. I'll kill them all. What trash guilds? Die, die, die. We only have one life. Oh no, now I have two. My life's worth more than theirs. I'll crush their nuts. Godslayer players shouted and fought fiercely, their attacks growing more savage with every passing moment, much to Orson's amusement. Today let all our enemies hear our name and tremble, Orson declared. We are invincible. Godslayer is invincible. Godslayer is invincible. Orson roared, his killing intent overwhelming. The elven diamond shimmered with an eerie light as his followers cheered and raised their fists. Activating the legendary awakening skill, War Roar. Double crits lifesteal. Once again, the combat strength of the Godslayer players was fully restored. Godslayer's players were fierce, and they never ran out of words. They were battle madmen, crafted by Orson to be a blade that stabbed deeply into the hearts of their enemies. They were an unstoppable flood, and they were the Godslayer warriors who would dominate the battlefield. Disappear before my eyes. Orson coldly murmured, his eyes sharp as knives as he glared at Wedge, Usher, and the others. Above him, a large chaotic hexagram glowed, signaling that celestial descent had finished its cooldown. Interrupt his casting quickly, Wedge nearly screamed, her voice betraying her panic. For the first time, she seemed rattled. Her Holy Spirit resurrection was still on cooldown. She couldn't even imagine what would happen if that next strike hit. Snowdream Anley kill him, Wedge played her final card. Mid the chaos, Snowdream and Donut Wizard appeared behind Orson. You're dead, Orson. Meanwhile, Usher, standing 100 meters away, drew his bow with a menacing aura, ready for the killing shot. You're not invincible, Orson. Donut Wizard's gaze burned as he stared at Orson, his body surrounded by raging fire magic, as though he had become one with the flames. His limbs had transformed into fire elementals. S-Class Hidden Job Flame Mage, the only S-Class in the Mage Guild who's awakened this job. With the ability to break defenses and inflict burn effects, all defensive skills will be shattered. A-Class Hidden Job Storm Mage, the strongest in single target output. And there's Usher, the S-Class Saint Archery Master. Orgod's done for. The tables turned. Over 100 million viewers were on the edge of their seats. This was no longer a mere player versus player match. It was like a battle between gods, something players could never hope to achieve. Madman shit, how did we miss someone? Get the human meat shields up front. Before he could even finish, the players rushed to the front, instinctively using their bodies to block the incoming attacks for Orson. However, all of this had been calculated by Wedge. With the distance so great, they couldn't possibly get there in time to defend. Just then, Orson's cold voice echoed across the battlefield. I, Orgod, the leader of Godslayer, always keep my word. Those who insult my brothers will pay back 100-fold. Those who deceive me die without mercy. Those who betray me will never be used again. Sacred relic, the immortal soul body. Orson's body turned translucent, entering an invincible state for the next 3 seconds. 3 powerful projectiles pierced through Orson's body, but he didn't fall. Multiple miss notifications appeared as the attacks went through him. Orson leapt into the air. Crimson Lizard King roared, its skill activated, and it flew with doubled speed. Countless attacks passed through him, but in that moment, Orson was the demon lord that ruled the battlefield. Invincible. Why is he invincible? Donut Wizard's eyes widened. B-class fire magic, endless explosive flame, passed through Orson, and the mage and his summoned beast charged toward him. He's hiding some sort of treasure, but the stronger the immunity, the shorter its duration must be. Snowdream's eyes hardened as she quickly deduced Orson's state change. Orson hadn't even looked at her once. The blatant disregard made her heart cold. Snowdream finally realized where she stood. Stormwind wings. Snowdream soared into the air, using her control over the wind element to create two teal wings behind her, intercepting Orson's dive from above. Her staff continued to sway as she softly chanted, "Wind's protection." Crimson Lizard King roared, breathing a destructive fire pillar, but a wind wall appeared in front of Donut Wizard, blocking all of the Crimson Lizard King's damage. Donut Wizard reacted quickly, igniting a fiery shockwave beneath him, dramatically increasing his movement speed and using the opportunity to pull away from Orson. "You betrayed me, die." Orson's heart was as cold as stone. His sacred power staff raised a finger, and a chaos magic ball was fired, predicting Snowdream's flight trajectory. Snowdream quickly used a fire resistance potion, but just as she did, Orson's attack hit her midair. "I know, how could I not know?" Snowdream's body slammed heavily into the ground. Thanks to the Stormwind wings, she was only badly wounded, not dead. She knew she was no match for Orson, so she decided to leave the killing blow to Donut Wizard and Usher, the two S-class hidden jobs. Snowdream looked up at the cold man, her emotions a whirlwind guilt, but also anger. Her tactical goal had been achieved. She had bought enough time for immortal soul body to end. Another chaos magic ball slammed down. "Riley's sister Orson, you bastard, I'll burn you alive," Donut Wizard yelled in fury, but he was powerless to stop it. Without any surprise, Snowdream was killed with a tragic smile on her face. "You could have helped me," Orson sighed softly. In his previous life, when Sienna was critically ill and in need of money, Snowdream was the first person Orson turned to for a loan. Yet she refused without mercy. Orson never understood why, as the amount of money was barely a problem for her. In his past life, Orson couldn't understand the reason behind her refusal. But in this life, he didn't need to understand. The spear of fate wielded by his own hand was the true path to becoming an emperor. "I and you challenge you to a one-on-one fair duel, USSR scum. Do you dare to accept?" Donut Wizard shouted, his eyes burning with intensity. The only reply was one word: scram. S-class flame mage Donut Wizard was indeed strong, but having reached the peak of fire magic years ago, Orson didn't care. He immediately fired the flame dragon. Donut Wizard, known as the Second Orgod, was confident in his operations. With a snort, he sidestepped the flame dragon's attack range. He launched an explosive fireball toward Orson. Orson remained expressionless, firing an explosive fireball of his own. The two fireballs collided midair and exploded. Donut Wizard smirked. "The Three-Crown King is nothing special." Two fire phoenixes then shot out from his staff, B-class fire magic, Phoenix seeking the Emperor. The spell could lock down the opponent's movements, and when merged, it was a deadly single-target kill. But soon, Donut Wizard was shocked. Orson charged directly at the two fire phoenixes, and damage numbers popped up above his head. B-class fire magic was strong, but Orson absorbed the damage with his triple solar shields, only losing less than 200 health. This almost no damage. Donut Wizard gaped in disbelief. Orson sighed. When your stats are clearly superior to your opponents, no one cares about the finer points of technique. With 6,000 health points, Orson tanked the damage. He raised his staff, triggering the double split effect. Thud, 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 3 hits. Even Donut Wizard's magic immunity potion did nothing. The pure damage overwhelmed him. Critical hit minus 1,100. Orson frowned as a golden arrow pierced through his solar shield. Even with the shield's protection, the damage was significant. The archer from a distance was none other than Usher. "Don't rush, your turn is next." Orson's hand flicked, and chaos magic ball bounced, turning the golden arrow into ashes. 333. 333. Orson casually threw another explosive fireball into the chaos. Wherever it landed, no grass would grow. Waves of enemy players were incinerated. With the battle roar and passive fireball enhancements, his lifesteal surpassed 10%, quickly replenishing the health lost. In the middle of the chaos, when a violent mage possesses lifesteal for the group, He no longer functions as just a ranged DPS, but as a bomb, thrown into the enemy lines to heal as he fights. At any given moment, the surrounding enemies would become a source of blood for him to feed on. Damn, so aggressive this is amazing. The guild leader's like a doghead hunter. I just damaged them, and he took all the kills. What's the point of getting an assist? Everyone ignore the leader, let him go die. He can't die anyway, with all his lifesteal. Madman and the others were furious, seeing their kills snatched away by Orson. They stopped caring about the guild leader's life and started mercilessly pounding the remaining, barely surviving enemies. Orson smiled contentedly. Before him stood a pack of warriors ready for battle. In their most desperate moment, they had finally undergone their transformation. This was the result he had wanted. Kill. Focus fire on Orson. Which dropped her ladylike disguise, her voice hoarse and desperate as she screamed for the full-on focus fire, determined to kill Orson at any cost. A massive barrage of skills poured toward Orson. The intense concentration of attacks made him realize that even with his lifesteal, he would be instantly obliterated. His countermeasure was simple and direct. He decisively jumped off Crimson Lizard King. Orson had calculated this perfectly. He knew that players would be killed by the focus fire, but Crimson Lizard King, as a level 30 elite boss, could still tank this level of damage. Are you kidding me? The guy's really done for. Get the war god to save that idiot, Madman said in a daze, watching as Orson fell from the sky. With a fall of 100 meters, any other player would have been killed. Orson remained calm. Using his precise control, he treated his solar shield as a landing pad, then unleashed a barrage of fireballs to slow his descent, successfully landing on the ground. He looked up and dozens of SSR players surrounded him. Wedge, are you ready to reset your level? Orson stood firm, his gaze locked on Wedge. Don't think you've won. Do you really think we only have this many people? Help is on the way. Get ready to die, Wedge sneered coldly. Help. Orson raised an eyebrow and smirked. Orson raised an eyebrow. The SSR and Dragon's Kiss Guild subfaction had many players arriving for the fight, but not all of them. After all, the 3 battlefields were vast, and it was impossible for all the players who had previously taken over the outposts to not have defenders. Those players could indeed be called reinforcements. However, I dare say your wish will be in vain. Orson smiled indifferently, continuously attacking the melee players who came too close. They were no match for him, and in an instant, everyone within a 20-meter radius was swept clean. Protect the leader, a Templar cavalry player shouted in panic. Is she your mother? Why do you love protecting her so much? Come here and fight me, Madman sneered, leading his assassin team. Using the double warrior's halo buff, he pinned down a group of Templar cavalry players, preventing them from retreating to support the Saint Spirit Priest. The world is still undecided. Orson, I admit you're a formidable foe, but in the face of capital, your efforts are nothing but futile struggles, Wedge said coldly. Is that so? Orson replied casually. Falling sky strike. Wedge refused to sit idly by, launching several holy beams to ambush him. Orson moved leisurely, dodging effortlessly. With each step, holy light would explode behind him, yet it was always a split second too slow to hit him. The Saint Spirit Priest's balanced attack and defense was indeed formidable, but it had a fatal flaw. Its casting time was too slow. Against a magician of Orson's caliber, it was like trying to wield a big blade in front of Guan Yu. Wedge. As Orson spoke, the flame dragon smashed down once again, and some SSR backlane players rushed to try and block it for Wedge. Now this is what I call a futile struggle, Orson said with a mocking smile. Earthquake. 2 stone dragons, controlled by Orson, suddenly converged, transforming into a makeshift stone coffin that trapped a group of SSR's damage dealers inside. Roar. With blood splattering everywhere, Crimson Lizard Wyatt charged in. Without the protection of the Cavalry Templars' frontlines, these ranged players, no matter how well-equipped, were just food for the Crimson Lizard King. The beast rushed into the stone coffin, swinging its claws wildly, tearing through the group and splattering blood as it killed madly. Combined with the flame dragon's fireballs, Orson effortlessly shattered Wedge's protective spells and turned the enemy into a cold, blood-stained crucifix. Orson stood atop the crucifix, surveying the battlefield. Wedge, who had never imagined being humiliated in such a way, found herself once again trapped in the dilemma of whether to resurrect or not. Leader will be there in 2 minutes, please hold on, a voice shouted from the SSR Guild channel. Wedge clung to the hope like a drowning person grasping for a life raft. In the distance, the SSR and Dragon's Kiss Guild alliance reappeared with over 1,000 players. Given the intensity of the battle, these reinforcements were enough to tip the scales of victory. Wait, we've won. Both Usher and Wedge had the same thought at that moment. At the same time, the 4 barrier masters of Dragon's Kiss Guild had depleted their mana, and the Winter's Fury barrier collapsed. The reinforcements outside rushed into the battlefield, aiming to deliver the final blow to Godslayer. Damn it, are they really trying to take us down when there's no one left at the back? However, just as Usher and the others were reveling in their supposed victory, an enraged shout interrupted their dreams. A dual-wielding berserker warrior charged straight at the incoming reinforcements. 1v1000. The Godslayer players froze. Could Money Traveler, no matter how powerful, really be capable of such a feat? Usher broke into a satisfied grin, but it lasted only half a second. Who dares hurt my master? I'll skin them alive, hang them out in the sun for an entire year, a mage wearing the Fox Clan mage set screamed, and behind him, a seemingly endless line of players followed. Empress of the Moon, looks like we came at just the right time. This is getting interesting. Slaughter Demon Emperor, hahaha, the 4 major guild alliance, Usher, where are you going to run now? Reinforcements from the King family arrived with a 1,000-man team. The Moonlight Guild brought in 500. The Slaughter Guild arrived with another 1,000-man team. Nearly 3,000 players appeared, each one a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, and these were just a fraction of Orson's backup. Not good. The Sky Demon Fortress is under attack. There are too many of them. We can't hold them off. Windrain City is in urgent danger. We only have 60 people left. Leaders, please come back. Dragon's Breath Fortress is under siege. If we don't retreat now, I'll have to give up the outpost. What? In the next moment, SSR and Dragon's Kiss Guild's channels were flooded with distress signals. Usher stood frozen in place, completely caught off guard. The richest player in Infinite Dimensions, the so-called number 1, was suddenly helpless. How dare they offend me? They shouldn't have dared offend me. Usher muttered in disbelief. The DK group was massive, and the powers behind other large guilds should have known better than to provoke them. But now, at this very moment, over a dozen guilds had gone into a frenzy, pushing through the Dragon's Kiss Guild's taken outposts in the 2nd and 3rd battlefields. This was without a doubt a huge piece of news. I never expected such a huge change in the last hour of the outpost battle. This shouldn't be happening. They must have planned this out on the fly. Usher monopolized 9 outposts, and this pushed other guilds to their breaking point. They're willing to team up with Godslayer just to take him down. So they've been saving their strength all along, waiting for this moment. 20 hours of battles, and it turns out it was just warm-up. In the live stream, the 3 commentators were drenched in sweat. Compared to the events unfolding in the final hour, the previous 20 hours of fighting had been nothing more than a warm-up. My God, what's happening here? Are we going to wipe them out? Could it really happen? The sudden shift in the situation left even Madman and the others stunned. On the other side, Shattered Crown, Empress, and Demon Emperor had already started their charge. This was a carefully planned counterattack. You lost. You lost. Orson's lips curled into a sinister smile as he rode Crimson Lizard King, weaving through the crowd towards Usher. On his way to the battlefield, Orson hadn't been idle. He had anticipated that SSR and Dragon's Kiss Guild would target him, so he sought out Empress and Shattered Crown. The 3 of them quickly devised a plan, using the other guild's dissatisfaction with Dragon's Kiss Guild to set up a huge strike. Under normal circumstances, large guilds usually fought on their own, and it was rare for any guild to truly unite to take on Dragon's Kiss Guild. After all, DK Group's financial and manpower resources were far beyond their reach, and even fighting a 1-on-1 or a 3-on-1 battle against them would be futile. But now there was someone who stood up to shatter their undefeated reputation. That person was Orson. Leading just over 200 members, he fought relentlessly against the combined forces of Dragon's Kiss Guild and SSR, slaying 2 S-rank powerhouses in an instant and almost single-handedly killing 1,000 players. This feat alone proved everything. The guild leaders of other factions were no fools. They knew that if the combined forces were pinned down by Godslayer on the front lines, then the 2nd and 3rd battlefields would be their opportunity to rise. Various guilds launched their counterattack, spontaneously forming alliances to assault the outposts held by the combined forces. Everyone knew that Usher and Wedge couldn't retreat now. their fate would be slow, painful death. This was the natural course of things. All of this stemmed from Orson shattering the invincible momentum of Dragon's Kiss Guild. This was the true backup, the absolute finishing blow. However, to Orson's surprise, Slaughter Guild's overall strength was enough to challenge SSR, and they had followed the news, joining Empress in killing their way to the first battlefield. It seemed that Demon Emperor, the guild leader, was more than just a madman in battle. His strategic thinking was vast. After all, this was a declaration of war against the power behind Dragon's Kiss Guild. As Usher saw Orson closing in, his expression turned cold, and he swiftly nocked an arrow. He fired 5 arrows in quick succession. With a buzzing sound, the 5 arrows merged into one, taking the form of a golden divine figure that rushed toward Orson. A-level magic arrow, Demon Slayer arrow. Effect stun knockback. Unblockable and unavoidable. Orson raised an eyebrow and smiled. The person before him was none other than the famous golden archery god, Usher. Orson knew him even better than Usher himself, as he had once been crushed by him in his past life, much like an ant being squashed. It was said that the enemy you understand best is often your greatest threat. Orson maneuvered Crimson Lizard King sharply to the side, but the Demon Slayer arrow pierced through its wing. With a painful cry, the Crimson Lizard King plummeted from the sky. Minus 20,000 damage. Minus 4,000 crit. Minus 1,800 crit. Usher opened fire with a barrage of explosive damage, but even though the Crimson Lizard King fell, Orson controlled it to absorb all the damage. Orson calmly dismounted, a smile still on his face, and said, "With your mana, this level of output will only last a few seconds." Another 4 arrows shot toward him. Orson dodged the first one, then used a barrage of fireballs to perfectly block the remaining attacks. Saint's Clone cooldown is 1 hour. You can't use it and you can't escape, Orson continued. Usher's heart went cold. His thoughts had been completely exposed, and he forced himself to maintain composure. "You have no idea what you've done. I know exactly what I've done. You want to take revenge on me, on everyone. But do you really think one person is enough? This is the trend, you can't stop it," Orson coldly said, surveying the battlefield. The front lines were collapsing for Dragon's Kiss Guild's combined forces. Madman and his group had hacked them into pieces. Reinforcements from other guilds were getting beaten down by the 3 major guilds. Dragon's Kiss Guild and SSR's defeat was inevitable. "This is just the beginning. Don't think you can defy fate. I only need to take you down, and your so-called trend will collapse on its own," Usher said coldly. "Retreat." At the same time, Dragon's Kiss Guild's channel lit up with Usher's urgent message. Once the leader of infinite dimensions, he now felt like he was nailed to the pillar of shame. Desperate, he used a delaying tactic to try to buy time for his forces to recover. The combined forces of the players retreated as quickly as they had arrived, heading back to protect the outposts that were under siege. "Want to humiliate me?" Dream on Usher suddenly sneered. "Want to die?" He pulled out an arrow, removing all equipment protections, and aimed it at his own forehead. Orson laughed. He didn't give him the chance. A chaos magic ball slammed into him. "Get ready for endless revenge," Usher roared, full of rage. He couldn't even commit suicide. He turned into a wisp of a soul and flew toward the nearest outpost to respawn. "I told you, those who insult my brothers will pay 100 times over. How can I let you escape?" Orson muttered to himself, then turned to look at Madman and the others. "I say, old buddy, are we going to strike back?" Madman grinned savagely. Orson nodded in approval, his voice booming with confidence. "We'll finish this in 1 hour. Wherever Usher and Wedge respawn, that's where our swords will strike. I'll kill them until they're broken beyond recognition." Orson rode Crimson Lizard Wyatt high into the skies, his destination aimed squarely at the largest stronghold on the first battlefield, Bone Dragon's Land. How could Usher die? Could it be that Orson killed him? He's never died once before. At the Bone Dragon stronghold, Usher had just respawned, and the members of Dragon's Kiss Guild who were guarding the point stood there dumbfounded. Other than that man's intervention, they couldn't think of any player capable of killing a top-tier, legendary gear-wearing god-tier player like Usher. "Orson, no matter what forces stand behind you, you will die." Usher's furious, powerless roar echoed through the stronghold, leaving his subordinates too afraid to even breathe too loudly. Even the domestic esports elite, SSR, couldn't raise their heads before him, reduced to mere pawns in his hands. But this domineering situation was about to be shattered by one person's appearance. "Don't overthink it. Just go to hell," came a cold voice. The sound of war drums echoed as a single person, and a monster waited above Bone Dragon's stronghold. "He's here, that bastard's here, prepare for battle." For the boss, for becoming the strongest guild in infinite dimensions, kill. Hundreds of players from the Dragon's Kiss Guild were enraged by Orson's actions, but against a chaos mage with nearly a 5-kilometer range, their roars would soon turn into a mournful song. Die! Orson swung his weapon, unleashing his most powerful attack, the Heavenly Meteor Strike. Bone Dragon's stronghold was ruthlessly destroyed. Usher watched helplessly as the terrifying meteor fell. This was the greatest humiliation of his life, his ambition to rule infinite dimensions crushed by Orson. Forget being the richest player in infinite dimensions. Before the power of the Saint's staff, Usher could only bow his head. Orson stood tall, ignoring everything. Wherever Usher's soul fled, Orson would follow and strike. He was establishing his dominance, showing every player that there was no such thing as an invincible legend in infinite dimensions. If it existed, he would shatter it. The Godslayer Guild is rebelling. Does he not know who he's offending? One attack, and it's as powerful as a forbidden spell. This is really like grinding Usher's face into the dirt. This is what true pursuit to the death looks like from now on. Dragon's Kiss Guild members will run at the sight of him. Many players stopped grinding and leveling, opening the official live stream instead. All eyes were on Orson, who chased Usher's fleeing soul across the sky. Soon after, the Godslayer, Moonlight Guild, Slaughter, and the King family alliances mobilized to various battlefields. According to Orson's plan, any encounter with SSR or Dragon's Kiss Guild was a fight to the death. He swept through, leaving both guilds in ruins. Other guilds that had settled in strongholds trembled and quickly reached out to the more reasonable Shattered Crown for mercy. But Shattered Crown simply responded, "You didn't offend my boss, so why should I care?" This reassured the other guilds, though not by much. "Bone Dragon's stronghold, I'm back," Bradley laughed loudly, his voice filled with pride. He had become a killing machine in this guild battle, with countless players witnessing the terror of the Light and Dark Swordmaster through the livestream. Able to push Usher to the brink of defeat, had it not been for the invincible mechanism of the Saint's avatar, Bradley might have already captured Usher. Outside Bone Dragon's stronghold, Madman and his team took down 4 nearby strongholds. With Orson as the terrifying frontrunner, Dragon's Kiss Guild stood little chance, and Usher had died 5 times, each in a different way. "I swear, easy, man, you're going to the second battlefield to deal with him." "Too risky." Madman was stunned, watching Orgod, who showed no sign of stopping. With a roar, the Crimson Lizard King set off again. "Can't wait to see this." Bradley, grinning maliciously, chuckled. As someone who typically saved every penny for his wife's dowry, he understood that his brother was exacting revenge for him. Of course, he had to show some support. "Spa KTV 5-star hotel, all in one, I'll treat you tonight," Orson, Bradley shouted. "Wait till I carve you up," Orson laughed back. "Bradley, you know what's up. I've killed 1,120 enemies and assisted in more. My achievement points are 2,000, so the bill comes from my salary." "Orson, fuck you." "Hold the line, do whatever it takes to hold the line," Reaver, face flushed, yelled as enemies surged toward them. "How could we lose so badly?" Donut Wizard's face was pale, his morale shattered. Even his casting motions had become sluggish. A group of pro players, used to crushing regular players, was now getting trapped and killed by them. One stronghold after another fell. Windy Moon Fortress was their last large base, but it was about to be breached. "I hear you're an S-class mage." "Funny, so am I." Just as Donut Wizard hesitated, a frozen spear sliced through the air, forcing him back. Standing before him was Shattered Crown, another S-class mage. A few hours ago, Shattered Crown had undergone his professional awakening at the Mage Guild, where he witnessed a program bug involving an NPC breaking a magic stone. Using his lavish gear and skills, he successfully replicated the NPC's actions and awakened the second S-class mage job, Ice and Fire Sage. Realizing the situation, Donut Wizard quickly cast a counterspell, engaging in a magical duel. His technical skills were sharp, and it wasn't surprising that he was part of the SSR elite. But he was up against an unreasonable god-tier player. "Ugh, missed again, damn it, don't run away." Shattered Crown grumbled as his operations were sloppy. Yet he had so many resources that even his botched actions couldn't stop his overwhelming power. Thunder Strike. Ice Seal. Shattered Crown grinned, unleashing 2 awakening skills along with 3 B-tier abilities, bombarding Donut Wizard with an all-out attack. Crit minus 1,200. Crit minus 1,200. With a minute of unrelenting damage, Donut Wizard, even with priest support, was steadily driven back. Shattered Crown wore a full set of purple gear from Orson's auctioned Fox Tribe set, alongside 3 pieces of the Frozen Lord set. His Ice and Fire Sage job synergized perfectly with this setup, making him an unstoppable mage. Very well, we've won, Orson said, appearing at Windy Moon Fortress and quickly assessing the situation. Why's this not hurting at all? A tall blonde woman laughed, her voice almost deafening. Orson shook his head, slightly annoyed. Brothers, can you put in some effort? I only have 16,000 HP, not much at all, come on, hit me. The King family produced only the finest. Everyone, regardless of gender, was a show-off. More than 10 players surrounded the ultimate sweetheart, but her silver hollow armor deflected half the attacks. Her shocking health made even the SSR experts helpless. Clearly, her gear also came from Orson. Shattered Crown's other seniors went all in with the luxury tactics. Though their skills were lacking, their overwhelming wealth allowed them to simply outlast SSR. At this stage, with top-tier gear, skills, and jobs, they could easily overwhelm SSR players just by spending money. Additionally, there was a low-profile yet powerful young master with an S-class life skill, Black Silk. The food he made could massively boost player stats, and the King family's members all enjoyed the dark cuisine buff, which was tough for SSR to counter. This is the nightmare your beloved man brought. Wedge, surrounded by melee fighters, had dropped to level 8. Yet she still refused to surrender, trying to preserve SSR's dignity. She glared at Snow Dream. How do you expect me to explain this loss to the boss? Tell me. Snow Dream looked up at the godly figure in the sky, whispering, I've tried my best. This isn't Sword and Conquest. We can't control everything here. Shattered Crown, get back. My master's about to unleash his ultimate move, everyone. Run as far as you can. Bloodred Hexagram glowed as Orson prepared to wipe out SSR. Wedge glared at him with venom, but quickly led her team to escape, trying to break combat and log out as fast as possible. What? You guys don't want to live. I'm out. A player who had witnessed Orgod's power quickly fled. Orson hesitated, not attacking immediately as Slaughter Guild had just arrived. A strike now might hurt their side as well. Large district announcement, guild base battle concluded. A distant bell echoed through the world, signaling the end of the guild base battles. The 3 major battlefields turned into temporary safe zones, and players from various guilds still engaged in combat were forced to cease their fights with great reluctance. Merit list released. 20th place, Slaughter Guild, Slaughter Demon Emperor. Kills 370, assists 178, gained 70 attribute points, 40 skill points, 5 talent points, 20,000 reputation points. What? 9th place, Moonlight Guild, Yangguo Wuhen. Kills. Upon hearing this, Orson raised an eyebrow. The player from Moonlight Guild wasn't Empress, but a warrior player. If he recalled correctly, Yangguo Wuhen was an S-tier hidden class. A relatively orthodox sword and shield warrior who had once been a contender for the top warrior in Infinite Dimensions. However, when he underwent his second awakening at level 50, Dragon's Kiss Guild Skyslusher had taken that title. 4th place, Dragon's Kiss Guild Usher. When this announcement was made, the players in the world chat fell silent. The so-called number 1 god-tier player of Infinite Dimensions, Usher, had only made it to 4th place. Dragon's Kiss Guild had once held 9 bases, but now they were left with only one, the Dragon Breath Fortress, under the protection of the strategic trickster. That's strange. He only made it to 4th place. Who could possibly be in 3rd? Bradley. Orson muttered in surprise. In the past, Dragon's Kiss Guild had dominated the base battles, and it was rare for the top guilds to fight each other in a chaotic manner. Usually, the fierce competition occurred between mid-tier and lower-tier guilds. For a god-tier player to achieve so many kills on his own was quite an unexpected turn of events. 3rd place, Slaughter Guild Blank. Kills 1052. Upon hearing this, Orson nearly spat blood in shock. That woman who had slapped him across the face was now in Slaughter Guild. 2nd place, Godslayer Guild Money Traveler. What? When Bradley's name appeared on the screen, his guild immediately shouted out. I'll ask you this, am I awesome or what? You trash or a kill stealer, just eating up team buffs. Madman immediately expressed his displeasure. He had stolen plenty of equipment during the base battles, but couldn't get a single kill, which made him extremely frustrated. Dancing giant boobs, take that perverted guy out, he didn't do anything but talk all the time. I can testify this mad vice president of ours is all talk and no action. Yeah, I've been watching this sleazy dog for 24 hours. He's killed less than me, what gives, calling himself Bradley. Madman was instantly drowned in a sea of mockery from the girls. He didn't dare to argue back, which made him absolutely furious. First place Godslayer Guild, Orson. Kills 2360, assists 1300, gain 150 attribute points, 130 skill points, 20 talent points, 150,000 reputation points. Evaluation, dominating the wilderness. Orson's battle results shocked everyone, both members of Godslayer and players from other guilds. Even though people knew he was strong, extremely strong, no one had expected him to rack up so many kills. Almost 4,000 kills were directly connected to him. He was single-handedly responsible for wiping out entire guilds. His mere presence caused many enemies to flee. Player K, strategic level nuclear weapon. Even if I had 4,000 enemies in front of me, I'd need days and nights to kill them all. Player XX, I thought Godslayer was going to be the biggest loser, but now they've turned it all around. Players in the world chat were buzzing with discussion. Most guilds deliberately avoided mentioning Dragon's Kiss Guild, and for good reason. The alliance between Dragon's Kiss Guild and SSR had resulted in a humiliating defeat. Dragon's Kiss Guild only managed to secure a single base, while SSR didn't capture anything at all. This was a blow to their pride, and everyone expected Usher's behind-the-scenes sponsors to retaliate. Slaughter Demon Emperor, no wasted trips, 3 bases in hand, a pleasure working together. Shattered Crown, heh, we only took 2, but we certainly enjoyed the kills. At Bone Dragon's stronghold, Orson reunited with the others, and immediately noticed Demon Emperor standing next to Blank, who had an expression of a hunter sizing up her prey. Blank glanced at him sideways, and Orson couldn't miss the dangerous gleam in her eyes. Orson awkwardly chuckled. No wonder you took down bases so fast. You've got her on your side. Demon Emperor smirked proudly. I didn't expect it either. I'd call Blank the #1 thief in infinite dimensions. I'm just here working for her. An hour before the base battle began, Blank had approached Demon Emperor to ask to join the guild. Slaughter Guild had many talented thieves, and they were curious to see what the top-ranked woman in the game was really capable of. So they challenged her to a one-on-one PK. Blank didn't say a word and immediately went into red name mode. She took on 6 players at once, killing them all with deadly precision. The thieves were left trembling in fear. What first place? The last guy who claimed to be the #1 archer got knocked offline. Madman grumbled, having never been one to back down from a challenge. Blank heard the provocation and turned her cold gaze toward Madman. It was clear she wasn't going to let this slide, and she was ready for a one-on-one PK. Orson grabbed Madman's shoulder and whispered bitterly, "You can't beat her, not at the moment at least." Madman gave Orson a resentful look. "If it wasn't for your advice, I'd never have picked this stupid class. I swear I'm going to teach her a lesson. Don't just do as I say. No need to take her on. Stick to being the strategist, all right." Orson coaxed, giving Madman a forced smile, steering him away. Blank sneered. "No guts." Madman was instantly agitated. "I don't know why, but when I see her, I just want to get back at her. I swear I'm going to kill her a few times, just to teach her a lesson." Orson sighed. "Let's focus on counting our money and getting some rewards. That's the real deal." Later, the system message came through. You've obtained ownership of the following 6 bases: Bone Dragon, Xuanwu, Black Wolf, Azure, Roshan, and Chaos Demon. Orson looked at the 6 new base ownership certificates in his inventory and then turned to Demon Emperor. "Man, you really know how to make a statement, taking 10 bases for yourself." Demon Emperor laughed heartily. "Haha, this is what they call fortune favors the bold. I sold all my company's stock for this game." Slaughter Spree, the guild vice president, snickered at Orson. "This is my big brother's style. Take notes, Orgod." Demon Emperor was transparent about his ambitions. Joining Orson's temporary alliance wasn't out of genuine loyalty, but because he saw an opportunity and seized it. Orson didn't pay much attention to Slaughter Spree's antics. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on Demon Emperor. Aren't you worried Usher will come after you? Come after me. In the game or in real life. He may have money, but I have plenty of brothers. If he dares to come to my turf, he'll die. Demon Emperor laughed cruelly. Slaughter Spree added, yeah, let's see if Usher dares to show up in Tianjin City. See if he makes it out alive. Orson nodded slightly. Sounds about right. Demon Emperor isn't someone to mess with. He's got connections in real life too, so you've got to be careful. After a brief pause, Orson said, well, good luck with that. I'm moving on. Orson didn't want to say more. He could tell Demon Emperor was a person of real strength, and people like him could quickly become a threat if they grew too powerful. However, as long as Demon Emperor didn't interfere with Orson's plans, everything should be fine. Then an announcement echoed through the entire server. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., an auction will take place for the bases Xuanwu, Black Wolf, Azure, and Roshan. The starting bid for each base is 100,000 gold. In Baguio City, rank studio. Lauren stood by the window, her gaze absent as she murmured to herself, the number one player in Infinite Dimensions. Just a week ago, he was still one of my subordinates. It's really laughable. What did I even do for fate to play such a joke on me? Lauren, is there something you need to discuss with me? Charles's voice came from behind her. Lauren snapped out of her thoughts and turned to see him. Her lips twitched, unsure of what to say. Charles, my Charles, you're putting me in a very awkward position, Lauren said with a smile that barely concealed her frustration. She was about to snap at him when Charles did something that made her hold her tongue. Lauren's gaze shifted downwards, where she saw Charles standing upright with a serious look on his face, kneeling in front of her with great form. His posture was impeccable, the kind of thing he had clearly practiced many times. You've left me speechless. The way you're kneeling is just perfect. Did you rehearse it privately? Lauren asked awkwardly. Charles had been working for her for 5 or 6 years, known for his competence in handling things. Who would have guessed he'd ruin her big plans over something so small? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I have elderly parents and young children. Please don't fire me. Charles started crying, his voice breaking as he poured out his troubles. He was a clever man, and as Orson's rise to power in Infinite Dimensions became more obvious, Charles knew that he was entirely to blame for what had happened. He was the one who had driven Orson away, and now everything had turned on its head. Orson, didn't Boss Lin say he'd sell us a stronghold for cheap? Charles hesitated, still trying to hold onto a shred of hope. Lauren's face darkened immediately. What are you talking about? He's the king of Infinite Dimensions now. Even with Dragon's Kiss Guild and SSR teaming up, they can't take him down. Do you really think he'd care about us, the minnows? Well, yesterday I went to his place to talk about his sister, but when I got there, I found he had moved out. Charles said, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Seeing the change in Lauren's expression, he didn't dare continue. Lauren felt as though she might burst into tears. If Orson were still at the studio, she didn't even dare think about how glorious her life could have been if things had gone differently. Those capitalists who once looked down on her would probably be begging to kiss her feet now. But alas, there was no what if. With a sigh, Lauren set aside her brief moment of naive hope. She understood now that someone like Orson was not just another player in the game. Even if he hadn't clashed with Charles, it was hard to imagine keeping him around. Guess it's time to tighten the belt, reduce outflow, and start running gold farming teams in shifts, she murmured, shaking her head. The number of small studios like hers in Infinite Dimensions was in the thousands. With her limited funds, trying to buy a stronghold was nothing but a pipe dream. Buzz. Her phone on the desk vibrated, and Lauren waved Charles away with a tired gesture. Hello. The Luanmo stronghold is yours now. I've sent the ownership certificate to your email, came a cold voice from the other side. You are. Lauren froze, her hairs standing on end. Her heart raced as she scrambled to check the phone contact, Orson. Have Charles make the transfer. 3 million. And I still think that year-end bonus is something I'm entitled to, Orson's voice continued. After a brief pause, he added with a hint of amusement, also, I'm done with you, Boss Liu. What are you saying? We're friends, right? Lauren chuckled awkwardly, trying to play it off. Don't mention the 3 million year-end bonus. 30 million wouldn't be out of the question, Orson said, his tone casual but with an underlying seriousness. The surprise was overwhelming. Lauren felt a rush of excitement, but also an awkward laugh as her fingers trembled in disbelief. "Forget the bonus, I'm grateful for the job you've given me these past years," Orson said, his tone now calm and composed. Charles and he may have had their differences, but that didn't change the fact that Rank Studio had taken him in after the match-fixing scandal, when no one else would touch him. It was a favor, and though Orson had his complaints about being exploited, the fact remained. As for Charles's care for Sienna's surgery, Orson decided to let the Luanmo stronghold go to Lauren as a return favor. "Let's chat some other time." "I'm still busy," Orson said before hanging up. Lauren's tone completely changed when speaking to him. Difference in status was clear. Orson had the power to command respect, while she was left stammering in awkward gratitude. Back at Bone Dragon's stronghold, Orson tossed Bradley 2,000 gold and instructed him to tally the contributions of each member to distribute the rewards according to the previously agreed-upon plan. The rest of the gold would be used as a welfare bonus for the guild. "Iron Cavalry, time for a speed battle, time to test your luck as the #1 knight. I declare long live the boss," Iron Cavalry declared dramatically. Bradley rolled his eyes. "I'm just here wondering who the hell kept shouting about splitting off from the guild." Iron Cavalry, undeterred, continued with an exaggerated expression. "Godslayer's glory, brother here to protect it to the death, to eternity." The rest of the guild quickly drowned him out with jeers, ignoring him completely as they focused on the guild's first red envelope, 1,000 gold coins, with 1,000,000 votes attached. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone rushed to click on the red envelope in the chat, eager to collect as much as they could. Some even tried to open multiple envelopes at once. After the excitement died down, Madman approached Orson with a serious expression, followed by Bradley, both clearly puzzled by Orson's decision to sell the stronghold. "I still don't get it," Madman said, his tone urgent. "Why sell such an important asset? Aren't these strongholds crucial to our success?" Orson calmly explained, "It's simple. Small strongholds are useless to us. Even if we control every stronghold in the first battlefield, they're just a waste of resources." Madman furrowed his brow. "But didn't you hear? Each stronghold contains important dungeon entrances. You're talking about the underground ruins, right? But every player can only enter once a day," Orson replied with a slight smile. "The bigger the guild's stronghold, the more resources the guild could gather from the ruins. However, owning too many strongholds would spread resources too thin. The Bone Dragon stronghold is the most valuable of all the strongholds. But managing multiple strongholds dilutes our focus. Having one major one is better." Madman considered this for a moment. "But think about it, Orson. Having multiple strongholds means we can have more guild members. The larger the guild, the more we can field in battle, and that's a huge advantage." Orson nodded. "I understand your concerns. But don't worry. The Bone Dragon stronghold is by far the most valuable. And once a certain project is completed, we'll need a lot of funding. A few billion gold might not even be enough." "Are you serious?" "That place is just a large stronghold. What's so special about it?" Bradley asked, confused. "You all forgot the official description of the stronghold battle, didn't you?" Orson grinned, looking at the two of them. "The 100 stars." Madman suddenly gasped. "Wait, do you mean there's a hidden stronghold?" "Exactly," Orson said, his smile widening. "Right under our feet at the Bone Dragon stronghold." He looked over at the NPC guarding the stronghold, an imposing middle-aged warrior whose mere presence commanded respect. "I am a descendant of the War Saint. You may call me Dragon Grand," the imposing figure said, his wide eyes glaring at Orson and the others. Within the stronghold, there were many functional NPCs, but these NPCs were typically indifferent to players and wouldn't get involved in their battles. However, the man who claimed to be the War Saint's descendant was an exception. If the guild leader personally asked, he'd provide answers that were somewhat different. "Take us on a tour of the stronghold," Orson said. Dragon Grand grunted in acknowledgement and began to lead them around the stronghold. "This is the stronghold's warehouse. It has been abandoned. It will require reputation points and materials to restore. This is the foundation of the magic tower. It has also been abandoned." After taking them to 6 different locations, Orson shook his head, not having found what he was looking for. He decided to ask directly, "Take me to the cave of the legendary dragon." "Is it really there?" As soon as the words were spoken, Bradley and Madman nearly lost their minds with excitement, barely managing to hold their tongues. Do you need to show the Bone Dragon's stronghold scroll? Dragon Grand asked. Yes, Orson responded, pulling out the invaluable stronghold certificate. It wasn't just a certificate, it was more like a special stone, similar to the key in his inventory. Dragon Grand led them through the stronghold's buildings and stopped by a rock wall where he used magic to deactivate a protective barrier. A huge cave appeared before them. The dragon's lair, could it contain a dragon's treasure? Madman exclaimed, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. If there was indeed treasure here, its value would surpass that of any regular stronghold. Even more astonishing than a dragon's treasure, Orson said with a small smile. In his previous life, the Dragon's Kiss Guild had occupied this area, and Usher had nearly become a legend in the U.S. region, starting from the discovery of the dragon's lair. They entered the cave, which was pitch dark. Dragon Grand lit a magical crystal, casting light that illuminated the area for several meters. Wow, it's so big, so massive, Bradley exclaimed in awe. It really is huge, Orson said, laughing helplessly. Bradley always had a way of making things sound strange. Dragon skeleton. Madman gasped in surprise. A complete dragon skeleton appeared deep within the cave. It was over 200 meters long, with a single tooth as large as a person. But to Orson, this was nothing extraordinary. He had seen much more terrifying dragons in his previous life, including the Dragon King, with a size so massive that it could block the sky. The dragon before them had nearly all its teeth fallen out. It likely died of natural causes here. In terms of size, it was no more than a low-tier dragon, far from being comparable to the higher-tier giant dragons. Madman, driven by greed, rushed over, unsheathing his short sword to try and chop off a dragon's tooth. Clang, clang, clang. Bradley, horrified, yelled, "Are you crazy? You're destroying a relic. Why can't I pick it up? If I could use this for crafting gear, I'd be rich," Madman said, his arm numb from the force. Even striking the tooth couldn't leave a scratch. Stop trying. It's invincible. Even if you chop it, it will instantly regenerate, Orson shrugged. If it were that easy to obtain, he would have already done so. This was just a corpse, after all. Is there a mechanism to trigger the hidden stronghold? Orson asked, walking around the dragon's lair. He didn't see any treasures or triggering mechanisms for the hidden stronghold. Bradley pointed at the dragon's bones and said, "It's strange. The position the dragon died in looks odd. It's almost as if it was lying down like a pup." Madman replied, "You're right. There are scratch marks all over the ground. What was it doing? Digging a hole to bury itself." "Haha, you're hilarious," Bradley laughed loudly. Madman, with a dismissive sneer, retorted, "Silver-haired fool." As the two continued to bicker, Orson's attention was drawn to something. On the ground, amidst the scratches, he noticed some strange symbols. Quickly, he called for Dragon Grand to bring the magical crystal closer for a better look. "You've found the clue to trigger the hidden stronghold," the system prompt sounded. "You need to obtain 5 certificates from the Celestial Legion. Bone Dragon Certificate 1-1. Xuanwu Certificate 1-1. Black Wolf Certificate 1-1. All certificates collected. Please insert them into the groove." The system sounded off one by one. Orson suppressed his excitement and, following the glowing groove's directions, carefully inserted the 5 different shaped certificates. "Damn, the place seems like it's about to collapse," Bradley shouted, panicking. The entire cave began to shake violently. Madman, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, Dragon Grand's eyes briefly flashed with excitement. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, he swiftly dashed out of the cave. Orson received the evacuation prompt and quickly said, "Let's get out of here." "Who do you think you are, Master Thief? Can you at least have some common sense?" Bradley said with disdain, lifting Madman to his feet. The group sprinted towards the exit with all their strength. As soon as they stepped out of the dragon's lair, the entire mountain collapsed with a mighty crash. A deafening rumble echoed from deep underground. Even though players weren't afraid of death, the massive tremor still sent a chill down their spines. "My dragon tooth, my treasure. It's all gone. What the hell did you do?" Madman cursed in regret, still pondering if he could use his class skills to steal the dragon's bones for crafting legendary weapons. Just wait and see, Orson said with burning determination in his eyes, casually summoning the Crimson Lizard King. It soared into the sky, scanning the horizon. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky, followed by thunder and lightning. The mountain was connected to a flat plain, and with the deafening boom, all the magical beasts in the area went into a frenzy, running for their lives. Players in every stronghold were stunned. The tremors coming from deep underground hinted at the birth of a terrifying monster. The plain cracked open, and a massive hollow, 100 kilometers in diameter, appeared in the ground. A floating island rose into the sky, revealing a grand silver palace at its core. The light broke into several beams, cascading downward like ethereal curtains, mist swirling around them. What the hell is that? Madman's jaw nearly hit the floor. Bradley stared at the sight, speechless in disbelief. Could that be the final hidden stronghold? He asked, stunned. You've unlocked the Celestial Fortress. Bone Dragon's stronghold has now unlocked the portal to the Celestial Fortress. By conquering this city, you will become the Sky Lord. Orson's face lit up with excitement. This was the biggest secret of the guild's stronghold war. The first battlefield seems to have a new dungeon. Should we go for it? How do you expect us to? Can't you see it's floating in the sky? How are we supposed to get up there? This is insane. Why didn't we see this before? Who made this? Is this part of the game's new expansion? Rumors of the Celestial Fortress quickly spread across the world channel. Everyone was speculating about the origins of this sky city. As the 5 stronghold certificates flew back into his hands, Orson couldn't hide his excitement. Looking at the ancient giant city, he whispered to himself, "This is truly a huge win." The city had once been struck down by the Dark Dragon Empire, but now it had descended back into the world. And he had a chance to become the Sky Lord. No wonder that guy was so willing to let go of the stronghold. Turns out he knew there was a hidden one all along. Where the hell did he get that strategy guide? Celestial Fortress, my god, even the name sounds ridiculously epic. From now on, I don't want to hear anyone comparing Dragon's Kiss Guild or any of those other clowns to Godslayer. Just stop embarrassing yourselves. Players on the world chat were stunned, and guild leaders suddenly felt that their newly acquired strongholds weren't so impressive anymore. Compared to the massive city floating in the sky, their few wooden buildings looked like outhouses. Man, I've been so short-sighted. Who needs a bicycle when you've got a celestial fortress? Female dorm god, I knew hugging this thigh would pay off thick, hairy, and with the best grip. Rumors spread that the celestial fortress contained untold treasures, attracting the greed of dragons. Over a dozen dark dragons had once besieged the fortress, only to be slaughtered by the 5 legendary war saints, with a few severely injured dragons barely escaping. The dragon whose skeleton lay in the cave was likely one of the few survivors of that ancient battle. Its unyielding spirit compelled it to guard the activation point until its natural lifespan ran out. Orson knew that merely unlocking the Celestial Fortress wasn't enough. The stronghold still needed to be conquered, a feat that, in his previous life, hadn't been achieved until over a year later. Even the mighty Dragon's Kiss Guild had repeatedly failed, a testament to the difficulty of the challenge. Still, now that the hidden stronghold was open, how could Orson not give it a try? Riding the Crimson Lizard King back to Bone Dragon's stronghold, Orson gathered everyone and explained the situation. Who wants to join me for a battle in the heavens? Orson asked, smiling. Bradley, hell yeah, don't just talk about battles in the heavens. I'd join you for a battle underground, too. Iron Cavalry, count me and I'll punch a hole in the sky if I have to. Wild Gale, I'm in as well. The war-hungry group roared in excitement, still full of energy even after 24 hours of nonstop combat. The sight of the massive fortress floating in the sky was too tempting. They were terrified that some other guild might claim it first. After all, how else would they impress the ladies? Their worries were unnecessary. At this stage of the game, the only way to approach the Celestial Fortress was via the Bone Dragon Stronghold's teleportation array or with a flying mount, which very few players had. For now, other guilds could only watch helplessly as Godslayer made their move. Conquering a stronghold of such extreme difficulty wouldn't work with sheer numbers alone. Orson had Madman assemble a small, high-level strike team. The goal of the initial attempt wasn't to claim the fortress outright, but to gather useful information. Everyone else log off and rest. Balance your work and play. Enjoy yourselves, Orson said with a smile, tossing another 1,000 gold coins in bonuses. Nice, the boss is the best. With a boss like this, life's great. The players cheered and Orson nodded, satisfied. He knew the good times wouldn't last forever. All he could do was let them enjoy themselves while they could. Dancing giant boobs, your secondary class is gardener, right? Take this and plant it in the most prominent spot in the stronghold, Orson said to a female archer. Dancing giant boobs, boss, you remembered my secondary class. Are you secretly paying attention to me? I'm single, you know. Orson couldn't help but chuckle. You're always teasing my little Kai. How could I not notice you? Orson had access to the secondary professions of all life skill members. Dancing Giant Boobs' secondary class was relatively basic, specializing in growing herbs and accelerating their growth, perfect for nurturing the tree of rebirth sapling he had. Max out your skills. If you need funds, talk to Madman, Orson added. Also head to Violet Thunder Fortress and find someone called the Nameless Master. He'll teach you how to upgrade your secondary class. Dancing Giant Boobs, secondary classes can be upgraded. The life skill players lit up with excitement. Most of them were casual players or gold farmers, trying to make a bit of money from the game and unaware of the potential of their professions. Yes, Orson said, smiling. I'll put together a guide and upload it to the guild storage for you to reference. The group looked at him with newfound admiration. Who wouldn't love a big shot willing to help out the rookies? With a wave of his hand, Orson produced a vibrant green sapling and handed it to Dancing Giant Boobs. Whoa, a divine item. This is incredible. No way, I've never even seen a holy artifact, and now there's a divine one. The group gathered around in awe. The tiny sapling, barely the size of a pinky finger, was apparently a legendary divine item. Orson wouldn't casually hand over such a valuable item. The sapling's usage was bound to specific guild members, and as the item's owner, Orson could reclaim it at any time. This was a safeguard to prevent theft, something common in other online games, where guild warehouses often fell victim to unscrupulous players. If life skill players weren't crucial for developing strongholds, most guilds wouldn't even accept them. Madman, you're a freak. How do you know everything? He narrowed his eyes at Orson. You're not a time traveler, are you? Damn it. Orson nearly froze at Madman's words, struggling to keep his expression neutral. Madman, or maybe, you're the secret love child of the AI company's CEO. This game was created by AI, so it's totally plausible you'd have insider knowledge, he added, nodding to himself. Bradley, enough of your nonsense, he snapped, smacking Madman on the back of the head. Do you even understand the level of game knowledge a Triple Crown champion has? It's way beyond your comprehension. Madman, what the hell? You can't stop me from speaking my mind, he grumbled, clutching his head. Bradley smirked at Orson. Still, I'm starting to think my brother here is a walking cheat code. With a dark expression, Orson kicked both of them away. Stop wasting time. Let's head to the sky. Godslayer's small strike team stepped onto the teleportation array. In a flash of light, their surroundings changed. They found themselves in an overgrown graveyard filled with crumbling tombstones. Rusty weapons were embedded in the ground around each grave. You've discovered Black Iron Maze entrance, resting place. A voice low and eerie like a demon's whisper echoed in the air. The Celestials watch over all things. You cannot escape, adventurers. A thick fog enveloped the group. Madman felt chills down his spine as he noticed movement beneath him. Weapons ready, we've got company. A skeletal hand burst from a grave, the chilling environment and haunting background music nearly scaring them out of their wits. Madman instantly dashed behind Iron Cavalry, shoving him forward. Don't chicken out, buddy. Iron Cavalry, what the hell, man? Of course I'm scared, who wouldn't be in a place like this? Bradley, come on, dude. You're an A-ranked holy knight. You're longer than most holy knights, show some dignity. A towering, armored undead warrior emerged, its armor covered in fatal battle scars. Celestial Legion Hero Spirit Warrior, level 10. HP 150,001, 50000. Attack power 900. Skills Eternal Warfare, Beginner War Saint Swordsmanship. My god, a level 10 elite monster with those stats, the group gasped. More undead warriors began rising from their graves, quickly numbering 15. Iron Cavalry, give me buffs. The The healers sprang into action, casting shields, attribute enhancements, and resistance buffs on iron cavalry. Bradley, I'll tank some too. My gear can handle it. Focus on kiting them. They're slow, so keep moving to avoid being surrounded, Orson instructed. As the undead warriors charged, iron cavalry used mass taunts to draw their attacks. Bradley pulled 4 monsters away to ease the pressure, letting the healers stabilize iron cavalry's health. The battle was fierce. Just as things seemed under control, a bronze coffin in the distance began to move. A massive green hand emerged, followed by a towering figure nearly 5 meters tall. Its muscular frame was covered in greenish-blue veins, and it wielded a giant axe the size of a door. 2 ghostly flames flickered in its eye sockets. 1.5 million HP. A level 10 boss. You've got to be kidding me, Bradley exclaimed, stunned. My Emperor, have you abandoned us? My Emperor. Celestial Legion Giant Chieftain, level 10. Elite Creature. HP 1,500,001, 500000. Attack Power 1,500. Skills Fearless Strike, Limb Regeneration. WTF, could this game get any more insane? A few heroic warriors had just been killed, and Iron Cavalry, the main tank, barely had time to celebrate when he looked up and saw the towering giant chieftain. If that massive axe hit him, he'd probably be reduced to tomato paste. A giant race. Orson narrowed his eyes. In the lore, these creatures carried the blood of titans, but were essentially a branch of the original human race. However, he couldn't wrap his head around how a titan, larger than a mountain, managed to do the deed with the first human woman. Did none of the gods overseeing this feel it was absurdly inappropriate? Wait, is this boss out of his mind? Why is he walking away? Bradley was puzzled. He had been gearing up to see if the boss could even be damaged, but the giant chieftain had turned and was now heading into the mist. Everyone was baffled. For as long as they'd been playing the game, this was the first time they'd encountered something so odd. These monsters don't even drop loot, not even a scrap of junk. I'm so done, Iron Cavalry grumbled. He had taken the brunt of the damage, yet reaped no rewards. Before he could finish venting, heroic archers emerged from distant graves, drawing their bows and firing at the group. Iron Cavalry rushed forward to taunt them, preventing the backline from being wiped out by the rain of arrows. As Orson watched the retreating giant chieftain, a quest notification appeared. Follow the giant chieftain. Stuart, come with me, Orson called to the junior healer. Where are we going? Shouldn't we stick with the others? Stuart asked, clutching the goofy little goat he always carried. Let's find out what this boss is up to. All right. Although the heroic warriors' stats were high, their attacks were sluggish and predictable. Bradley and the others could handle them without much difficulty. The game system classified Resting Place as the entrance to an Iron Tier dungeon. Similar to the ancient ruins found in strongholds, these dungeons were ranked by difficulty: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Most strongholds only contained ruins of iron to silver tier. Bone Dragon Stronghold's ruins were silver tier, but Celestial Fortress was unique, containing all 6 tiers of difficulty. The deeper the players ventured, the greater the rewards. Conquering the fortress, however, didn't require clearing all the dungeons. Orson guessed that completing specific stronghold questlines was the key to unlocking ownership. Madman, where are you headed? Orson, will split up. You guys explore the dungeon, while I look for clues to claim the stronghold. With that, Orson and Stuart disappeared into the mist. The giant chieftain didn't notice them following. It probably didn't consider them worth its attention. It continued striding toward a cluster of buildings ahead. After 10 minutes, the giant halted. The mist began to clear, revealing the structure before them. You've discovered the watchtower. Inside a towering white structure, the giant chieftain knelt on one knee. Lord Skyfeather, has the Emperor abandoned us? The interior of the tower was vast, but the only response was an oppressive silence. Skyfeather, the Arrow Saint. Orson thought, startled. Could there still be a living NPC in this ancient, forgotten tower? Quick, curse me. Something feels off, Orson suddenly said, a sense of danger prickling at him. Oh, okay, Stuart stammered, setting down the goat to cast Soul Seal on Orson. Orson removed his equipment to make it easier for Stuart to reduce his health to 10%. 1333. A healing glow appeared over the goat's head. It bleated happily, seemingly enjoying the holy light. Wait, why does this little goat have more health than it should? Just as Orson chuckled at the absurdity, he noticed the goat's HP bar rise slightly above its usual limit. I don't know. It just increased somehow, Stuart said, puzzled. He joked if this goat had a taunt skill, it could be an unkillable tank. Orson was speechless. If Stuart kept treating the goat as his shield, it might one day evolve into a terrifyingly tanky neutral creature. You've received the Curse King's blessing. All attributes 90%. Black aura enveloped Orson, his stats skyrocketing. He was stunned by the absurd power boost. And this was just from Stuart's soul seal at its basic level. If upgraded, the buff would become even more ridiculous. You and I are but remnants of the Empire's mark. Shaddle, you've been cursed. A spectral voice echoed, drawing Orson's attention back to the tower. A woman bathed in silver light appeared on a spiral staircase. Her gem-like blue eyes gleamed emptily as she descended. Her skin was pale as snow, her features exquisitely delicate. Clad in dazzling white light armor, she exuded an air of otherworldly beauty. She should have been a peerless figure, capable of captivating the hearts of countless men in the Empire. But now she seemed more like a ghost. Her semi-transparent body floated gracefully down to the hall. Skyfeather held a bronze bow and with a stiff motion, raised it to aim at the giant chieftain. Orson's interface displayed her attributes. Celestial Legion Remnant of the Arrow Saint, level 26. Domain Master Creature. HP 20,000,000. Attack Power 3,500. Skills Annihilation Shot, Absolute Range, Magic Eye Refract, Dragon Slayer Arrow. Seeing these stats, Orson felt an overwhelming urge to turn and run. The enormous health pool and attack power were daunting enough, but her skill set. Each ability sounded more terrifying than the last. She's my level. Orson realized that some monsters in infinite dimensions scaled with the player's level. This feature, while rare, was not unheard of. He speculated that this mechanic might have been why Usher and others had failed to conquer Celestial Fortress. Their high levels made the monsters disproportionately powerful. I will remember you, Skyfeather said softly, her tone tinged with melancholy. She knocked an arrow. The bronze bow radiated a menacing black glow, its destructive aura suffocating Orson and Stuart. Everything in their vision turned dark, save for her radiant figure. Perish Shaddle. Whoosh. The sound of an arrow slicing through the air filled the tower. Orson dragged Stuart into a blind spot, just as the black arrow pierced the giant chieftain's forehead. What? An absurd damage number appeared, yet the giant didn't fall. It let out a dazed roar. Skyfeather, I need an answer. Another arrow shot forth, severing one of the giant's arms in an instant. 10,000. 10,000. The giant chieftain's limb began to regenerate, its undead nature restoring its health. Roaring, it charged again, swinging its massive stone axe in a desperate bid to fight back. A base attack of 3,500 and a 200,000 damage crit. This game's developers must be trolling us, Orson muttered. If Skyfeather landed even one critical hit on him, it would be game over. Skyfeather danced around gracefully, leaping onto the giant's shoulder and unleashing a flurry of precise arrows. Within moments, the giant chieftain was reduced to a broken mess, its limbs and head severed. Boss, we need to bail. There's no way we can handle her, Stuart said nervously, clutching his goat. Conquer the watchtower to gain its authority. The quest updated. Orson hesitated briefly before firing a basic attack at Skyfeather from 100 meters away. Skyfeather's soul-lit eyes flared as she deftly dodged. A foolish wraith, yet your range is impressive, she said disdainfully. Without a word, Orson launched another chaos magic ball. Skyfeather caught it midair, crushing it in her hand. Block. Burn -8,000. Burn -8,000. The chaotic flames dissipated, and her expression stiffened with anger. My name is Skyfeather. I am the Dragon Slayer, the Empire's first arrow saint. I can slay endless hordes from 1,000 meters away. Do you dare challenge me? Orson smirked and motioned for Stuart to retreat. Then, with a casual turn, he stepped onto the railing of the tower and leapt into the sky. Dude, even your suicides are stylish. Stuart gasped, dumbfounded. A beastly roar echoed. The Crimson Lizard King soared beneath Orson, catching him midair. Standing atop his mount, Orson gazed at Skyfeather and said with a grin, 1,000 meters. You're about to get a lesson in range. You have provoked Skyfeather, the Arrow Saint. Rage progress 10%. At 100% rage progress, Skyfeather's soul will awaken. Once awakened, she will ignore all taunt skills and lock onto you until your death. Orson frowned at the notification, but soon broke into a wicked smile. This woman was arrogant and sharp-tongued. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if her true self emerged. I am Orgod, the Chaos Overlord. I don't waste my time fighting women. Send your emperor to fight me instead, Orson taunted. Skyfeather responded with a thunderous assault, her bronze bow unleashing a rapid sequence of 7 twangs. Zacha speed. Orson's expression shifted as 7 bolts of black lightning shot out from the tower, darkening the skies. MLSS. MLSS. Orson nearly burst out laughing. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. The Crimson Lizard King had already retreated a full kilometer away, and the black bolts lost control and plummeted to the ground as they reached their maximum range. Boom, boom, boom. 7 massive craters, each over 100 meters wide, appeared on the ground below. Orson's face turned pale. If he had been hit by one of those bolts, he'd have been splattered into a mix of blue and black bruises. You have provoked Skyfeather, the Arrow Saint. Rage progress 10%. A furious roar echoed from the tower, and the soul flames around Skyfeather surged violently. She's so easily provoked. What a simple woman, Orson muttered, shaking his head. I don't like being shot at, so I usually do the shooting, he quipped, though something about his words felt off. No matter, he stood just outside Skyfeather's maximum range and cast the flame dragon. A massive dragon-shaped construct of fire surged into the white tower. Skyfeather remained stoic, pulling her bowstring with an air of icy disdain. With a single arrow, she shattered the flame dragon, reducing it to a flurry of chaotic fireballs that rained toward her. True to her pride as an arrow saint, Skyfeather didn't even flinch as the flames consumed her. -8,000. -8,000. Skyfeather launched another attack, but Orson, now over 2 kilometers away, gave her no opportunity to land a hit. This is ridiculous, Orson muttered, finding her behavior comically rigid. Despite being an echo of her former self, her combat style was like that of a stubborn novice. Even as Orson's passive attacks chipped away at her health, she refused to leave the tower. Wait, she can't leave the tower. Orson suddenly laughed. He had been worried she might have flying abilities and was preparing for a drawn-out battle. But if she couldn't leave the tower, it was like she was handing him a free win. Smiling, Orson activated Whisper of the Wind, boosting his attack speed to 2.4. He unleashed a flurry of fireballs, interspersed with Chaos Magic Ball and explosive fireball spells, achieving a near 5 attack speed through skillful casting techniques. In just 1 minute, he dealt over 1,000,000 damage, raising Skyfeather's rage progress to 70%. She's so tanky for someone with such a perfect figure, Orson quipped, continuing his mechanical assault. Despite his relentless attacks, the Arrow Saint's 20 million HP was absurd. Against an ordinary boss, this level of output would have been lethal, but here it barely scratched the surface. To Skyfeather, Orson was an annoying insect. But this insect was as irritating as a dragon's bite, dealing small but constant damage that insulted her pride. She retaliated with over 10 powerful arrows, each packing terrifying power, but they couldn't even graze Orson. The Arrow Saint, a legend of the Light Dragon Empire and the undisputed master of long-range combat, had never suffered such humiliation. However, her intelligence as a remnant spirit was limited. She remained rooted at the tower, continuing her futile attacks. Skyfeather's rage progress is nearing 100%. She will regain a portion of her peak strength for a limited time. Caution, avoid her attacks. Orson's brief satisfaction vanished as red warnings filled his screen. He hesitated, then started stacking solar shields while maintaining his attacks. He couldn't be certain that his meager 10,000 HP, bolstered by 9 solar shields, would withstand Skyfeather's onslaught. The crater-riddled ground beneath the tower was a grim reminder of her power. Speak my true name and grant the heretical invaders the harshest judgment. Skyfeather's HP dropped by 2 million, pushing her rage progress to 100%. Her soft voice carried a dangerous weight, as if summoning something ancient. A golden light flashed atop the tower, descending into Skyfeather's body. Her vacant eyes gained clarity. Her translucent figure became solid. Her soul had awakened. Orson's pupils contracted. Even from nearly 2 kilometers away, he felt the weight of her transformation. It was as if a divine projection had descended upon the mortal world. A peerless woman, holding a bronze divine bow, appeared in the vision of his mind. With one arrow she pierced the heavens, raining blood from the skies as dark dragons exploded, their remains obliterated. "Dragon Slayer arrow," Skyfeather whispered, her soul fire calming as her movements became graceful yet commanding. From her quiver she drew a single bone arrow. If Orson had been closer, he would have been horrified. The arrow was carved from dragon teeth, a sacred artifact. Skyfeather knocked the arrow, pulling her bowstring into a perfect arc. The air trembled as a 2-meter-wide black aura engulfed the arrow before collapsing into a single point of dark light. She caressed her bow as the arrow shot forth, her voice soft yet chilling. "Magic eye refract." A bronze mirror appeared in her hand, transforming into an eye-like object that tore through space. Orson watched as the black dot approached, its speed deceptively slow, resembling the leisurely pace of a level 1 archer's arrow. Something's wrong. Looking up, Orson saw the space above him fracture. A massive magical eye floated there, locking onto him. The eye seemed to reflect an image, his own. "Run!" Orson yelled at the Crimson Lizard King, his voice tinged with panic. Sensing the danger, the Lizard King activated its speed boost and bolted. Even it seemed to realize that its master was in grave danger. As they fled hundreds of meters, Orson glanced back. The magical eye was still locked onto him, the reflection unwavering. The Dragon Slayer arrow advanced, its leisurely pace betraying its destructive power. Another magical eye appeared, and the black light passed through it, reappearing in another location with a sudden burst of speed. There was no time to react. "Tool 1, you're up." "I can't take this hit," Orson muttered grimly. The Crimson Lizard King let out a mournful roar, but their contract left it no choice. Spreading its wings, it positioned itself between Orson and the arrow. The impact was devastating. In an instant, the Lizard King's legs were obliterated. -10,000. -20,000. The damage escalated rapidly. No blood spilled, the black light devoured the Lizard King's flesh, leaving behind only void-like darkness. A Dragon Slayer debuff appeared on the Lizard King. Effect consumes flesh as sustenance. Indestructible unless fully devoured. Duration 10 seconds. "This is getting interesting." "I'm finally feeling a challenge," Orson muttered, his nerves taut. His emergency use Immortal Spirit Relic was still on cooldown. If the Lizard King was fully consumed, Orson would fall from the sky to his death. After a brief moment of hesitation, Orson made his decision. "Beast Summon Battle Space."